Chapter 1122. After leaving the Dark Han dynasty, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu returned to the northern mountain land and the Lu clan. He hasn't made a breakthrough yet? When they returned to their own residence, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy into Xiongquan's room and immediately probed Xiongquan's condition. Xiongquan was currently at the final juncture of breaking through to the martial monarch stage. With the help of the spirit fruit's medicinal efficacy, Xiongquan should be able to complete the breakthrough in a few days at most. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian realized he still had to wait for a few more days. He could not help but look at Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, go back to your room and rest for a few days. We'll depart after Xiongquan has made a breakthrough. Feng Tianwu nodded obediently. She flew down and landed in her room. When she faced the group of maids in the residence, her face was covered with a layer of frost. She emitted a cold aura that kept people at bay for thousands of miles. Miss Tianwu. However, when the group of maids greeted her respectfully, they did not find it strange at all. After Tianwu returned to her room, Duan Lingtian went to look for the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, and told him he was leaving. Elder Duan, why you're leaving? Although Lu Rui had long guessed that Duan Lingtian would leave sooner or later, and it was impossible for him to stay in a small place like the Lu clan forever, he did not expect this day to come so soon. He was at a loss for what to do. Duan Lingtian nodded before he said solemnly, Clan leader, I'm indebted to you, the former clan leader, and the elders for taking care of me during my time in the Lu clan. I'll stay for a few more days. During these few days, I'll refine some Grade 1 pills and Grade 1 spirit weapons for the clan. You're too kind, Elder Duan. Lu Rui quickly replied politely when he heard the first half of Duan Lingtian's sentence. However, his eyes lit up when he heard the second half of Duan Lingtian's sentence. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian in anticipation. Elder Duan, can I continue to watch while you refine the pills? Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded and said at the same time, Call those Grade 2 alchemist masters and elders as well. If my medicine refinement process can benefit all of you, consider it as my gift to the clan before I leave. Thank you, Elder Duan. I'll go prepare the medicinal herbs and refining materials now. Lu left with an excited expression on his face. Duan Lingtian sat in the main hall and waited quietly. Of course, while he was waiting, he did not stay idle, and 3 nature concept fragments appeared in his hand. He comprehended the fused profundity while he comprehended the sword Tao that originated from the word sword in his mind. Origin energy rumbled in his body as it circulated according to the mental cultivation method of the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Divine Dragon form. The medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill followed him like a shadow. In the past few months, Duan Lingtian did not deliberately cultivate, so he did not break through the bottleneck to the second-level martial monarch stage. Boom, boom, boom. Currently, the bottleneck that was hit by the origin energy from the rebirth pill was on the verge of collapsing. If I continue to cultivate like this, it won't take long for me to break through to the second-level martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian was confident about this. However, it was obviously impossible for him to continue cultivating like this. This was because Lu Rui soon returned with a pile of materials. A few of the Lu clan's Grade 2 alchemist masters returned with him. After Lu Rui and the few Grade 2 alchemist masters greeted Duan Lingtian began to refine the pills. The dark golden pill fire flickered and merged with the quasi-royal grade spirit weapon cauldron. It merged perfectly with the pile of materials. Bush. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's hands moved rapidly. Lu Rui and the others were mesmerized by his mysterious refining technique. For a day and a night, Duan Lingtian did not rest at all. He refined the pills seriously. This was the gift he had left for the Lu clan before he left. He had put a lot of effort into refining them. Other than the astounding success rate of 100%, the purity of each of the Grade 1 pills was infinitely close to the perfect 99%. After a day and a night, Duan Lingtian stopped refining. Seeing that Lu Rui and the others had no intention of returning to their senses, Duan Lingtian left the pills and returned to the mansion he used to live in. After he returned, he refined a few Grade 1 spirit weapons with the materials Lu Rui gave him. After Xianxia had broken through to the martial monarch stage, he passed the Grade 1 spirit weapons to Lu Rui. At this time, 5 days had passed. The origin energy in Lu Rui's hand rolled and merged with the spirit weapons in his hand. A more powerful and terrifying energy surged and emitted waves of terrifying aura. The heaven and earth energy stirred above his head, and the heaven and earth phenomenon flashed. First, 2,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. Then, 1,800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared. They were so lifelike that it was visually stunning. Increase by 90%? Lu Rui narrowed his eyes. Shock and disbelief were written all over his face. In fact, an ordinary Grade 1 spirit weapon would be considered good if it could increase by 88%. However, the one in his hand could increase by 90%. It could be considered as the best of the best. Elder Duan, the other Grade 1 spirit weapons. After a while, Lu Rui regained his senses and looked at the purple-clad young man who was the leader of the trio. It's the same for the other Grade 1 spirit weapons as well. They provide a 90% boost. The purple-clad young man interrupted Lu Rui before he could finish his sentence. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. As for the two people next to him, they were Feng Tianwu and Xianxia. Clan leader, please send my regards to the former clan leader and the 3 guardian elders. It's time for us to leave. Before Lu Rui regained his senses, Duan Lingtian greeted him and turned around to leave. Feng Tianwu and Xianxia followed closely behind him. Elder Duan. When Lu Rui regained his senses, he realized that Duan Lingtian and the other two had already disappeared from his sight. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. I wonder if I'll be able to see Elder Duan again in the future. Lu Rui sighed. I only hope that when Elder Duan becomes the Emperor Wu powerhouse and stands at the peak of Cloud Continent again, he'll still remember the Lu clan in the northern mountain land. Lu Rui prayed in his heart. After Duan Lingtian and the other two left the Lu clan, they headed north. Their destination was the Ruo Shui riverside. If they wanted to cross the Ruo Shui River, they would first have to arrive at the riverside. Then, they would have to take the swift boat from there and cross the Ruo Shui River to reach the inner land. Although it was not impossible for Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Xianxia to cross the Ruo Shui River with their bodies with their strength, it was still risky. It's fine if I encounter the whirlpool in the Ruo Shui River, but Tianwu and Xianxia will be in danger. At that time, I'll only be able to save one of them at most. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to take the swift boat to the inner land even though the cost of the swift boat was extremely high. During the journey, Duan Lingtian did not stay idle. He introduced the Ruo Shui River to Feng Tianwu and Xianxia. That Ruo Shui River? Even a martial monarch would die if they were swallowed by it? Xianxia's eyes widened when he heard how terrifying the Ruo Shui River was. His face was filled with shock. It was hard for him to imagine. It was just a river, but it was so terrifying today. What? Do you still want to give it a try? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Xianxia immediately shook his head when he heard this. He did not want to throw his life away. Naturally, he believed Duan Lingtian's words without a doubt. The reason he questioned him earlier was because he found it unbelievable and hard to imagine. Feng Tianwu's expression did not change when she heard how terrifying the Ruo Shui River was. However, fear could be seen in the depth of her beautiful eyes. As time passed by, Duan Lingtian and the other two could see the horizon in the distance. Young master, is that the Ruo Shui River? Xianxia asked curiously as he stared at the sea level that stretched as far as the eye could see. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, his expression was tense as though he was distracted by something else. Soon after, a vast river that stretched as far as the eye could see appeared before Duan Lingtian and the other two's eyes. It was extremely quiet, and there were no splashes at all. It was like a pool of stagnant water. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian, who was flying forward, trembled violently. He came to a halt in the air, and his expression turned extremely solemn. Ha! Feng Tianwu also stopped when she saw Duan Lingtian coming to a halt all of a sudden. Xiong Quan, who had flown past them, immediately turned to look at Duan Lingtian and asked in confusion, "Young master, what's wrong?" However, Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to Xiong Quan. He closed his eyes and stood there quietly. 15 minutes later. Boom! Duan Lingtian's body trembled violently, and the purple robe on his body fluttered. At this moment, the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body that had fused with the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy finally broke through the bottleneck to the second-level martial monarch stage and flew past it. The origin energy that had broken through the bottleneck underwent an earth-shattering transformation in the blink of an eye. Second-level martial monarch stage. Right now, Duan Lingtian had broken through to the second-level martial monarch stage in one fell swoop. His strength had increased tremendously, and it had increased by a total of 1,000 ancient horned dragon strength. Coupled with the boost from the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, it had increased by a total of 2,000 ancient horned dragon strength. Right now, I should be invincible under the 7th level martial monarch stage. At the same time, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes like two dazzling stars twinkling in the night sky. "Let's go." When Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, he saw Xiong Quan, who was looking at him worriedly, and Feng Tianwu, who was looking at him thoughtfully. He smiled and greeted them. The three of them immediately continued to head to the Ruo Shui riverside. They could vaguely see many people waiting there in the distance. "Brother, are the three of you here to take the swift boat? Our Yin-Yang sect's swift boat will only cost 20 upper-grade origin stones per person if you want to buy a boarding pass now." Chapter 11:23. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell that Duan Lingtian was the leader of the trio with just a glance at Duan Lingtian. Therefore, this middle-aged man who claimed to be selling boarding tokens with 3 exquisite tokens in his hand took a fancy to him immediately and tried to sell him the boarding token. Boarding token? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and glanced at the token in the middle-aged man's hand nonchalantly before asking, "I can board the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat with this?" That's right. When the middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he nodded happily as though he could already see a big fish about to take the bait. "I heard that one person has to pay 30 high-grade origin stones to board the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat from the Ruoshui River to the inner land. Why is it only 20 high-grade origin stones for one person when it's yours?" Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man with interest and asked. "It's pre-sold now, so it's cheaper." The middle-aged man's smile did not change as he said unhurriedly, "Buying now is cheaper than buying when the swift boat arrives. One person can save 10 high-grade origin stones. I only have 3 left in my hand now, and it just so happens that there are 3 of you. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get this opportunity again." The middle-aged man reminded as he reached the end of his sentence. "They're all buying?" Duan Lingtian looked at the group of people nearby and asked curiously. "Of course." The middle-aged man nodded immediately. "Brother, he's not selling any boarding token at all. He's specifically here to cheat high-grade origin stones. Don't believe him." Right at this moment, a voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian lifted his head immediately and saw a middle-aged man with a simple and honest appearance nodding at him. Then, he hurriedly turned his head away. It was as though he was worried about something. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had an idea in his heart. "So, have you thought about it?" The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile. In his opinion, if there were no accidents, this deal would definitely work. "How many upper-grade primordial stones can you cheat in a day?" Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and asked calmly. The middle-aged man never thought that after waiting for such a long time, he would receive such a sentence. His expression instantly changed and became extremely unsightly. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound rang out, attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. Duan Lingtian's face sank completely. What did he see? Just now, the honest middle-aged man who had kindly warned him was killed by a middle-aged man in gray with a single palm strike. The rolling power drowned the honest middle-aged man. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's corpse fell to the ground. "Mind your own business," the gray-clad middle-aged man said coldly. At the same time, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he flashed towards the honest middle-aged man's corpse and took his spatial ring. In the next moment, he moved again and landed steadily beside the middle-aged man in front of Duan Lingtian. "Boy, you'd better not learn from him." The gray-clad middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian. His cold eyes flashed, revealing a terrifying killing intent. When the honest middle-aged man was killed, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were only a few people in the crowd. Although there were many people present, only a few of them turned around to take a look. Subsequently, all of them turned their heads back one by one and ignored it. It was as though they had never seen it. Since it was none of their business, they ignored it. At this moment, the coldness of people's hearts could be seen clearly. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that most of these people did not want to get into trouble. He can be considered as my benefactor. Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze and looked at the gray-clad middle-aged man as he said calmly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized that the two people in front of him were in cahoots. "Benefactor?" The gray-clad middle-aged man smiled brightly and evilly. "Do you know how many nosy idiots die here every day? Benefactor, I advise you to be like them and wait for the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat to arrive." The them he was referring to was the group of people waiting for the swift boat. As for the other things, just pretend you didn't see anything. After he finished speaking, the gray-clad middle-aged man glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man beside him who was trying to sell the boarding order to Duan Lingtian. "What bad luck. Let's wait for the next target." "All right." The latter nodded and glanced at Duan Lingtian and the other two coldly before flying away to wait for the next target. As for the gray-clad middle-aged man, he turned around and prepared to return to the crowd to continue monitoring the people who dared to ruin his companion's plans. He would kill whoever dared to ruin his companion's plans. At this moment, a cold snort resonated in the air. Accompanying this cold snort was the sound of a sword whistling in the air. As soon as the sword whistling sounded, it stopped abruptly. It was as though it had never appeared. However, there was a bloody hole at the back of the gray-clad middle-aged man's neck. It was a hideous bloody hole that kept spurting out blood. He was killed instantly. The moment the gray-clad middle-aged man's body fell from the sky, a ghostly purple figure appeared next to him. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took off the gray-clad middle-aged man's spatial ring and put it away. "You dare to kill him?" At this moment, the middle-aged man who wanted to trick Duan Lingtian into buying a fake boarding order turned around and saw Duan Lingtian standing there while his companion's body fell from the sky. The first thought that popped into his mind was that this purple-clad young man before him had killed his companion. "What? You want to avenge him?" Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he lifted his head and looked at the middle-aged man with interest. The middle-aged man's face darkened when he heard this, but he did not dare to make a move. Although he and the gray-clad middle-aged man belonged to the same organization, the gray-clad middle-aged man was much more powerful than him. He had already entered the 7th-level void transformation stage. If he could even kill a 7th-level void transformation stage martial artist, why would he be afraid of a mere 6th-level void transformation stage martial artist? "You're dead." The middle-aged man glared at Duan Lingtian and gritted his teeth. "Do you know who we are? Do you know why they don't dare to offend us?" The middle-aged man glanced at the group of people who had their backs facing him when he reached the end of his sentence. Naturally, many people turned around to watch the show. When they saw the gray-clad middle-aged man was killed by Duan Lingtian, all of them were shocked. Someone actually dares to kill a member of the gold-devouring organization. Many people were surprised. He even dares to kill a member of the gold-devouring organization. This young man is dead. Many people sighed. However, he's really strong. That person from the gold-devouring organization was a 7th-level void transformation stage martial artist, but he was killed by him. So what if he's killed? He won't be able to escape death when the powerhouses from the gold-devouring organization arrive. That's right. The leader of the gold-devouring organization is at the martial monarch stage. He even has 10 great guardians under him. All of them are powerhouses at the peak of the void stage. I'm afraid this young man is going to be in trouble. At this moment, many people looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. They did not think Duan Lingtian would have a good ending. Gold-devouring organization? Martial monarch? Duan Lingtian clearly heard the words of the surrounding people, but he did not take them seriously at all. He was not afraid of anyone as long as they were not at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. Even if it was a 6th level martial monarch stage powerhouse, he was confident he could kill him in one hit. This was Duan Lingtian's confidence. Bush, bush, bush. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard the sound of wind whistling coming from all directions in the sky. It was the sound of figures hiding in the clouds. They're from the gold-devouring organization as well? Duan Lingtian began to speculate. Little brother, hurry up and run. At this moment, an old man's voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears and advised him, you can't afford to offend the gold-devouring organization. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Soon, he noticed an old figure in the crowd. It was a kind-looking old man who reminded him out of kindness. Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and instantly detected the old man's cultivation base. 9th level void transformation stage. He was much stronger than the gray-clad middle-aged man. Gold-devouring organization? With the previous example, Duan Lingtian did not dare to stare at the old man directly. He was afraid the old man would be in trouble because of him. However, he could not help but ask curiously, what organization is that? The Gold-Devouring Organization is an organization that specializes in cheating origin stones from martial artists at the Ruo Shui riverside. They don't dare to kill martial artists who come here, but they'll use other methods to cheat origin stones from martial artists. The old man continued to speak through voice transmission. They don't dare to kill martial artists here? Duan Lingtian was stunned. But he had such a question in his heart since a long time ago. The gray-clad middle-aged man and the middle-aged man who intended to cheat him into buying a fake boarding token had extraordinary strength. Logically speaking, they could have killed many martial artists present and snatched more origin stones. However, they did not do that. Not only that, after they knew he had understood everything and could not deceive him anymore, they did not bother him anymore. They only killed the person who tipped him off. From the beginning until the end, they did not intend to touch him at all. Now that he heard the old man's words, Duan Lingtian finally realized that they did not dare to do that because they had their own concerns. As for what concerns, Duan Lingtian really wanted to know. Little brother, since you're able to come here, you should know that this is the place where the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat picks up people to head to the inner land. The old man said. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. The Yin-Yang sect's swift boat will come here every once in a while to pick up people who want to head to the inner land. Every person who boards the swift boat has to pay 30 high-grade origin stones. The old man continued to speak. This is the Yin-Yang sect's way of earning and collecting origin stones here. If the gold-devouring organization's people kill people here, it's no different from cutting off the Yin-Yang sect's source of income. Chapter 1124. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. No wonder the other party did not dare to kill anyone to obtain more origin stones. It turned out that they were afraid of offending the Yin-Yang sect. It made sense when he thought about it. No matter what, the Yin-Yang sect was a first-rate force in the inner land. It would be easy for them to destroy the gold-devouring organization. However, once the Yin-Yang sect made their move, the gold-devouring organization would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. Little brother, it's better for you to leave now. Apart from the person you killed and the person who lied to you, there are still many people from the gold-devouring organization hiding in the dark. They must be informing the others now. The old man advised Duan Lingtian as he said, the gold-devouring organization's base is nearby. It won't be long before 1 or 2 of the 10 great guardians of the gold-devouring organization arrive. They're at the peak of the void after all. Thank you for the reminder. However, I still want to stay and join in the fun. Duan Lingtian smiled and did not take it to heart. Peak of the void? Join in the fun? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man's mouth twitched before he shook his head. It seemed like he had wasted his breath. However, he did not try to persuade Duan Lingtian anymore. He had done everything he could. The rest was not something he could control. Just like what the old man had said, it did not take long. About half an hour later, 3 swift sounds of wind whistling came from the distant sky. In just a blink of an eye, 3 people arrived at the Ruo Shui riverside. These 3 old men were old, but they were spirited. It was obvious that their cultivation base was extraordinary. Greetings, guardians. When the 3 old men appeared, the middle-aged man who had failed to deceive Duan Lingtian with 3 exquisite tokens in his hand hurriedly bowed to them. His tone was filled with humility. 3 guardians. When the 3 old men appeared and the middle-aged man addressed them respectfully, everyone's expression turned solemn. The gold-devouring organization only had a total of 10 guardians. Why did 3 of them suddenly appear? Those who had not turned around to join in the fun earlier also turned around one by one. They followed the gazes of the majority and looked at the 3 old men who had just arrived. Who killed the people from the gold-devouring organization? One of the old men asked in a deep voice. Guardian Lu, it's him. It's him. The middle-aged man immediately pointed at Duan Lingtian and roared hysterically. It's you who killed the people of the gold-devouring organization? The old man's sharp gaze fell on Duan Lingtian as he asked in a deep voice. Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man and ignored him. It was as if he had completely ignored him, let alone answered him. Guardian Lu, look at how arrogant he is. He actually dares to ignore you in front of you. The middle-aged man stood at the side and added fuel to the fire, hoping that the world would be in chaos. The old man's expression was extremely ugly, but he was not impulsive enough to directly attack Duan Lingtian. He continued to ask in a deep voice, Sir, what is your background? He's just a nobody. You don't have to worry. Duan Lingtian finally spoke. He had a casual expression on his face as he spoke in an unconcerned manner. A nobody? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man was stunned, but he did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. A nobody who dared to kill the people of the gold-devouring organization? A nobody who dared to ignore him? Sir, the gold-devouring organization is a consensual business. No matter who it is, as long as they're not willing, we won't force them. Don't you think you've crossed the line by killing our people? Another old man stared at Duan Lingtian and asked coldly. Consensual? Hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian laughed as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Isn't that the case? The last old man scoffed. His eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was about to devour him. If we don't consider the despicable actions of the gold-devouring organization. You're right. Duan Lingtian nodded and said meaningfully. If that's the case, why did you kill our people? Do you think the gold-devouring organization is a pushover? The old man asked in a deep voice. His voice was cold as though it came from an ice cave. When I killed him, I didn't know what the gold-devouring organization was at all. Are you satisfied with this answer? Duan Lingtian replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing as he stared deeply at the old man. You're seeking death. Duan Lingtian's casual attitude completely enraged the 3 old men. After the 3 old men looked at each other, they shouted in unison. At the same time, the origin energy on their bodies skyrocketed. Their concepts followed like shadows as their bodies flashed. It was as though they had transformed into 3 swift lightning bolts that shot toward Duan Lingtian in a menacing manner. The moment the 3 of them made their move, they used all their strength to attack Duan Lingtian's vital points. It was obvious they wanted to kill Duan Lingtian in one hit. Duan Lingtian stood there quietly in the face of the 3 men's attacks. He did not make any move at all. His expression was still calm, and there was no sign of panic at all. Is he scared out of his wits? This was what most of the onlookers thought. Sigh. The old man who had warned Duan Lingtian earlier could not help but sigh when he saw the scene before his eyes. If this young man had listened to him and left this place, how would he have ended up in such a state? However, in the next moment, the old man's eyes narrowed abruptly as though he had seen something unbelievable. A hint of horror could be vaguely seen on his face. Umph! A cold snort reverberated in the air like a clap of thunder. It shocked many of the onlookers, causing their blood to boil. At the same time, most of the onlookers only heard the sound of a sword whistling in the air. In the next moment, they saw a neat sword mark on the throats of the three old men who had charged toward the purple-clad young man in a menacing manner. It was as though they had been slashed by a sword. The three neat sword marks continued to expand as dazzling blood spurted out. The three old men's eyes finally dimmed as they lost control of their bodies and were sent flying by inertia. They continued to charge toward Duan Whoosh. At this moment, a ghostly figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian as though he could predict the future. Then, he raised the sword in his hand and waved it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of deafening sword whistling sounds reverberated in the air. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the bodies of the three old men were enveloped by the crisscrossing sword radiance. It was as though they had been engulfed by a sword net and had nowhere to escape to. In the next moment, the three old men disappeared and only blood was left in the air. Boom! Right at this moment, at the same time that the 3-foot-long blade condensed from origin energy in the hand of the figure that appeared before Duan Lingtian collapsed, he clenched his hand into a fist and smashed out a punch that descended into the air. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated in the air as waves of invisible air waves surged out. The air waves swept out and set off gusts of wind, blowing away the blood that had splattered all over the sky. Not only did the blood not stain Duan Lingtian's body, but it also did not stain the person standing in front of Duan Lingtian. Silence. The scene was dead silent. At the same time, everyone's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, they were looking at the figure standing in front of Duan Lingtian. From the moment this person made his move until now, he was as fast as lightning. He did not even have the time to stir the heaven and earth energy, let alone gather the heaven and earth phenomenon. 3 pieces of trash dare to attack my young master? You're seeking death. Judging by the voice, the person standing in front of Duan Lingtian was none other than Xianxia. Apart from his cultivation base breaking through to the first-level martial monarch stage, Xianxia had also further comprehended the sword Dao in the word, sword, left behind by sword saint Feng Qingyang. Currently, he had already comprehended the third-level monarch stage sword profundity. With his strength, it was easy for him to kill 3 martial artists at the peak of the void who had not even broken through to the martial monarch stage. In fact, he had indeed done it. He had killed the 3 guardians of the gold-devouring organization in just one move. There were a total of 10 guardians in the gold-devouring organization. All of them were martial artists at the peak of the void. Naturally, these 3 people were no exception. From the moment he made his move until the moment he killed the 3 people, not only did Xianxia not mobilize the heaven and earth energy to gather the heaven and earth phenomenon, but even the 3 guardians of the gold-devouring organization did not have the time to mobilize the heaven and earth energy. Xianxia's speed was too fast. It was ridiculously fast. A martial monarch powerhouse. Soon after, some people reacted and exclaimed in surprise. At once, Xianxia became the center of attention. However, soon after, everyone's eyes landed on Duan Lingtian without exception. This was because they recalled what Xianxia had said earlier. This martial monarch powerhouse addressed this purple-clad young man as young master? Oh my god! A martial monarch powerhouse as his follower. Who's this purple-clad young man? If I'm not mistaken, his background is definitely at the level of a first-rate force. Many people began to discuss among themselves. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, the way they looked at him was completely different. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had become extremely mysterious in their eyes. As for Duan Lingtian's previous actions, they no longer thought much of it. The moment the middle-aged man who had deceived Duan Lingtian and the other 2 people regained his senses, he did not dare to delay any longer. With a flash of his body, he quickly fled in a hurry. At this moment, he only hoped to leave this place as soon as possible. If that was the case, he might still be able to survive. However, would he be able to escape? The answer was no. Trying to escape? As Xianxia raised his hand, a consolidated sword ray swept past and pierced through the back of the middle-aged man who was fleeing. It easily killed him. Xianxia, you've actually comprehended the third-level sword profundity? This time, Duan Lingtian could finally see the extraordinariness of the sword profundity that emanated from Xianxia's origin energy. He could not help but ask in surprise, "When did you comprehend it?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Xianxia chuckled. "I just comprehended it a while ago." While Duan Lingtian and Xianxia were chatting, the way the people looked at Duan Lingtian changed constantly. Most of them were curious about Duan Lingtian's identity. "The three guardians are dead. Return and report to the leader. There's a martial monarch powerhouse." Chapter 11:25. The gold-devouring organization's lair was located in the mountains not far from the Ruoshui riverside. "Leader!" A shout from the sky broke the tranquility of the mountain range. A swift figure appeared along with the shout. A few moments later, a person rose into the air and blocked the person's path. "Why are you in such a panic?" "Guardian Tian." The person who had rushed back saw the person and greeted him respectfully. He said in horror, "Guardian Lu. Guardian Lu and the others have been killed." "What?" The person who rose into the air was an old man. Horror dawned on his face when he heard the person's words. "How did Guardian Lu and the others die? Didn't they go to deal with the person who killed the people from the gold-devouring organization?" "Yes. However, Protector Lu and the other two protectors were killed by that person's followers." The man said with a bitter face. "Follower? Are you sure?" The old man's face darkened. He was one of the 10 great guardians of the gold-devouring organization. All of them were at the peak of the void. All of them were 9th-level void transformation martial artists who had comprehended at least 2 9th-level void transformation concepts. However, Guardian Lu and the other 2 who were on par with him were killed. Moreover, they were killed by the follower of the person who killed the people from the gold-devouring organization. The person nodded with certainty. That person's follower must be at the martial monarch stage at the very least if he can kill Guardian Lu and the other 2. A martial monarch stage follower? We'll have to find the leader to make a decision on this matter. The old man took a deep breath and ignored the person. Then he shot into the mountains as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Within the mountain range, in an extremely remote area, there stood a number of independent buildings. Although these buildings stood in the mountains with complicated terrain, they were very particular. "Lord Leader." A few moments later, the old man arrived in front of the largest building and greeted respectfully. Almost as soon as the old man finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of the building out of thin air and asked calmly, "Guardian Tian, what's the matter?" "Lord Leader. Guardian Lu and the others are all dead." Protector Tian smiled bitterly. The person whom Guardian Tian addressed as Lord Chief was naturally the leader of the gold-devouring organization. He was an old man with long gray hair and a large mole on his chin. His face darkened when he heard Guardian Tian's words. "It seems that the other party is more difficult to deal with than we thought." "Indeed." The bitter smile on Enforcer Tian's face became even more pronounced. "I heard from the messenger that the other party didn't make a move from beginning to end. The one who made a move was only one of his followers." "Follower?" The eyes of the leader of the gold-devouring organization narrowed. "Do you mean that person's followers are all at the martial monarch stage? Are you sure? Only a martial emperor could kill his 3 great protectors." "That's what the messenger said." Protector Tian nodded. "How is this possible?" The leader of the gold-swallowing organization narrowed his eyes again and muttered, "His followers are all martial emperors." "That person, are you the leader of the gold-swallowing organization?" Before the leader of the gold-swallowing organization could finish his words, he was interrupted by a calm voice. The voice came from the sky, causing the leader of the gold-swallowing organization to raise his head hurriedly. Only then did he notice. He did not know when, but 4 figures had appeared in the sky above him. He recognized one of the people who was being held hostage. He was the person from the gold-swallowing organization who was in charge of monitoring the Ruo Shui riverside. The other 3 people were a purple-clad young man and a red-clad woman. The 2 of them stood side by side in front. Behind the 2 of them was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man who could not be identified in a crowd. It was as though he was their shadow. "Lord Leader, help!" At this moment, the person from the gold-swallowing organization who brought the 3 people to the nest flew down and dashed toward the leader of the gold-swallowing organization. It was as though he was seeking protection. "You betrayed the organization!" "That!" Guardian Tian shouted from the side. With a lift of his hand, he killed the person with a palm strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The commotion was huge. After a while, many people rushed over. They were the people who stayed in the gold-swallowing organization's nest. Among them, the first to arrive were 6 old men. "Lord Leader!" After the 6 old men arrived, they bowed respectfully at the leader of the gold-swallowing organization. After a while, one of the old men looked at the 3 people who were hovering in the air and said coldly, "Where did this brat come from? How dare he trespass into the gold-swallowing organization?" Xianxia. The purple-clad young man among the 3 spoke indifferently when he heard the old man's shout. "Sir," the leader of the gold-swallowing organization's expression changed. However, origin energy surged out of his body and turned into a dark blue energy. It was obvious that he had fused the water profundity. Around the dark blue energy, there seemed to be strands of purple lightning and green astral winds mixed together. 2 types of 9th-level void transformation concepts. Before the leader of the gold-swallowing organization could even speak, Xianxia had already made his move. A sword with light swirling around it appeared in Xianxia's hand out of thin air as he dove down. Other than the leader of the gold-swallowing organization, the other 7 guardians could not see Xianxia's movements clearly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, a series of ear-piercing sword whistles reverberated in the air. Sword rays that looked like a sword net fell from the sky and shrouded the 8 people, including the leader of the gold-swallowing organization. "Run!" The leader of the gold-swallowing organization shouted as a thick and broad saber appeared in his hand. He moved with the saber as he charged toward Xianxia. At the same time, he did not forget to warn the other 7 people. The other 7 people felt that something was amiss when Xianxia disappeared before their eyes. Hearing the whistling sounds of swords falling from the sky, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The chill rose from the soles of their feet and went straight to their heads. When they heard the leader's warning, horror dawned on the 7 of them as they fled in all directions. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Streaks of dark blue saber rays that were intertwined with purple lightning and green wind rose into the sky. They emitted a sharp aura as though they could tear the air apart. In just a few moments, they collided with the sword rays that filled the sky. The sword net that was intertwined with the sword rays covered the sky and shrouded the dark blue saber rays like a fishing net with the fish in it. Boom, 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 boom. Loud noises reverberated in the air one after another. The sword net was suppressing the dark blue saber rays. In just a few moments, the saber rays were completely suppressed. In this wave of impact, only a layer of the sword net was removed. The remaining power did not diminish as it continued to fall. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Wherever the sword rays passed, other than the leader of the gold-devouring organization and the 3 guardians who managed to retreat in time, the other 4 people's bodies were separated and scattered on the ground. They could not be any more dead. At this moment, more people from the gold-devouring organization arrived one after another. When they saw the scene before them, their expressions changed drastically. As their expressions changed, they looked at the middle-aged man who was standing in the air with fear in their eyes. It was this man who had single-handedly suppressed their leader and 7 guardians and killed 4 of them. Soon, their pupils couldn't help but shrink. "Young master." This was because they saw that the middle-aged man with peerless divine might in their eyes, after suppressing their leader and the 7 protectors, stop and stand there. He looked respectfully at the purple-clothed young man, as if he was waiting for his next instruction. The middle-aged man's respectful greeting to the purple-clad young man sent chills down everyone's spines. Even someone as powerful as the middle-aged man had to address the purple-clad young man as young master. Who exactly was this purple-clad young man? Buzz. At this moment, a piercing sound of a saber rang in the air. It was the leader of the gold-devouring organization who had attacked the purple-clad young man when the middle-aged man turned around to look at him. The azure saber ray that was entwined with purple lightning and green wind swept toward the middle-aged man menacingly. It was so fast that the middle-aged man's expression changed. He did not have time to react. His strength was not much stronger than the leader of the gold-devouring organization. Now that he was caught off guard, it was difficult for him to deal with the attack. In the blink of an eye, just as the saber ray was about to land on Xianxia, a figure appeared out of thin air. He helped Xianxia block the saber ray. Buzz. The saber ray landed on the person who had just arrived. Boom, 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 boom. When the saber ray landed on the person who had just arrived, it seemed to have collided with an immovable object. A deafening sound rang out. The airwaves rolled and a strong wind swept out, causing the surrounding flowers and trees to sway. The robes of the people present also fluttered in the wind, making flapping noises. Impossible. Soon after, the leader of the gold-devouring organization who had launched the sneak attack was the first to react. Horror dawned on his face as his eyes widened. It was as though he had seen something unbelievable. In the distance, as the saber ray dissipated, a purple figure was revealed. The purple-clad young man stood there. A five-colored divine dragon could be vaguely seen moving around him. As the saber ray disappeared, its speed slowed down as well, revealing itself to everyone. Wherever the five-colored divine dragon passed, it formed a layer of protective shield that protected the purple-clad young man. 9 Dragons' Protection. The purple-clad young man's identity was obvious. He was none other than Duan Lingtian. Only the 9 Dragons' war sovereign technique that Duan Lingtian cultivated had a defensive martial skill like the 9 Dragons' Protection. Although it was only at the rudimentary stage, it was enough to block the attack of an ordinary martial monarch stage martial artist. Leave no one alive. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. His voice was soft and emotionless. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Xianxia, who was already furious and ready to attack, made his move. Everyone, including the leader of the gold-devouring organization, was horrified. They turned around and tried to escape. However, would they be able to escape? A moment later, the leader of the gold-devouring organization who had lost his will to fight after witnessing how terrifying Duan Lingtian was killed by Xianxia. The others were no exception. This gold-devouring organization has been accumulating wealth at the Ruoshui riverside for many years. I think they must have accumulated a lot of origin stones. Chapter 1126. After obtaining the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian could not wait to perform the blood ownership claim on it. After the blood ownership claim, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he looked inside. There must be at least 3,000 high-grade origin stones in there, right? More than 3,000 high-grade origin stones. In fact, the martial monarch powerhouses from the 3 major second-rate forces in the northern desert only had a few hundred high-grade origin stones with them. It was incomparable to 3,000 high-grade origin stones. After Duan Lingtian put away the spatial ring in his hand, he proceeded to put away the spatial rings of the other 7 gold-devouring organization's guardians. In addition to the spatial rings of the 3 gold-devouring organization's guardians, there were more than 500 high-grade origin stones in there. There were about 500 upper-grade primordial stones in the 10 storage rings. Although it was far from the wealth of the leader of the gold-devouring organization, it was not bad either. Currently, all the high-grade origin stones in my hands add up to around 4,000 pieces. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Origin stones were the most widely used currency on Cloud Continent. They were extremely useful. They could be used to assist one's cultivation, inscribe inscriptions, or even set up inscription formations. Unless it's a second-rate force like the Northern Mountains Lu clan and the Northern Mountains O clan that has been around for 10,000 years. Ordinary second-rate forces might not have as many high-grade origin stones as I have now, even if they put all their high-grade origin stones together. Duan Lingtian was certain about this. The gold-devouring organization must have been cheating high-grade origin stones at the Ruoshui riverside for quite some time now. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to gather so many high-grade origin stones. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out many things. No matter what, I've gained quite a lot this time. Duan Lingtian had a bright smile on his face. At the same time, he looked at Xiongquan next to him. Xiongquan, take the rest of their spatial rings. See if there's anything worth taking. Xiongquan responded respectfully and proceeded to get busy. Duan Lingtian lifted his hand again and took out the profundity fragment from the gold-devouring organization's leader's body. It was a first-level Monarch stage water profundity fragment. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head to look at the distant horizon and frowned. Who is it? Whoosh. As soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, the clouds in the sky shook, and a pitch-black bird flapped its wings and flew out. In the blink of an eye, it fled to the other side and disappeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. However, Duan Lingtian's attention was not on the bird. He was still staring at the clouds in the sky. There was someone there. However, the bird earlier was just a smokescreen that the other party had purposely released in order to get away with it. Duan Lingtian's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already high up in the sky. As soon as he appeared, Duan Lingtian saw an old man hiding behind the clouds. The old man shook his hand and a stream of light shot out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Communication jade slip. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. A communication jade slip was a type of jade slip that was inscribed with a large number of inscriptions and inscription formations. It could record and transmit information to others. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian moved and chased in the direction where the communication jade slip left. However, he could not even see the shadow of the communication jade slip. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave immediately. He knew that it was impossible for him to catch up and intercept the communication jade slip now. At this moment, he had no choice but to return. When he returned, the old man had already disappeared. Trying to escape? Duan Lingtian sneered and moved again. In just a blink of an eye, he blocked the old man's path. You're just a first-level martial monarch stage martial artist, and you're trying to escape from me? Duan Lingtian stopped the old man and looked at him with disdain. Who the hell are you? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. You won't kill me if I tell you? The old man took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian with fear lingering in his heart as he asked. That depends on whether your answer satisfies me or not. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. I'm from the Yin Yang sect. The old man took a deep breath and said, Yin Yang sect. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and sized the old man up. Are you sure you're from the Yin Yang sect? Let me tell you, someone pretended to be from the Yin Yang sect just now. Do you know what happened to him? I saw it. He's dead. The old man said. It seems like you followed us all the way here from the Ruoshui riverside. Duan Lingtian's narrowed eyes gleamed fiercely. The old man did not deny it. Since you're from the Yin Yang sect? Then let me ask you, do you know that there are 2 female disciples in the Yin peak of the Yin Yang sect called Li Fei and Ke? Duan Lingtian stared at the old man and asked calmly. You know about the 2 direct disciples of the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak of the Yin Yang sect? The old man was surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak? Direct disciples? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He could vaguely guess that the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak must be the sister that Xianxia, the Peak Master of Alcate Peak of the 7-Star Sword sect, mentioned. She was also the female powerhouse who left his 2 fiancées behind. The 2 people you mentioned are the direct disciples of the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak of the Yin Yang sect. Also, I heard that the one called Kerr will be married to the son of the Peak Master of Yang Peak in half a year's time. The old man nodded. When he mentioned the Peak Master of Yang Peak, his face was filled with respect. Boom. When the second half of the old man's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. It shocked Duan Lingtian so much that his face turned pale. What did you say? You said that Kerr is going to marry the son of the Peak Master of Yang Peak? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he stared at the old man. His eyes were red. Although the old man did not know why Duan Lingtian's reaction was so big, he did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly replied. What a joke! He had seen the technique of the person in front of him clearly just now. The gold-devouring organization's leader, whose strength was on par with his, could not even hurt the person in front of him at all. Most importantly, the person in front of him had the strength to annihilate the entire gold-devouring organization. There was no need for the person in front of him to make a move. As long as the person's follower made a move, he would definitely die. For this reason, he did not dare to hesitate when facing the person in front of him. Impossible! Duan Lingtian roared out loud. The origin energy on his body skyrocketed and transformed into a five-colored energy. It was like a five-colored flame that kept rising before it finally transformed into the shape of a sword. In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred and gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Two silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared immediately. They occupied half of the sky and emitted a terrifying aura that was visually shocking. Apart from that, thousands of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared as well. However, compared to the two silhouettes of ancient black dragons, they were not even worth mentioning. The strength of two ancient black dragons. Although the old man knew the purple-clad young man before him was powerful, he did not expect him to be so powerful. He was so powerful that it made him tremble in fear. All of a sudden, the old man's expression changed drastically as though he had sensed something. In the next moment, he felt a gust of wind blowing toward him. In the next moment, the purple-clad young man appeared in front of him. Duan Lingtian, whose eyes were red as though he had lost his mind, reached out his hand at lightning speed and grabbed the old man's neck. The energy in his hand surged and dispersed the old man's origin energy that was on the verge of exploding. You said earlier that Kerr is going to marry the son of the Peak Master of Yang Peak? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. Why yes. The old man instantly realized the purple-clad young man must have a close relationship with Kerr, the direct disciple of the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak. He was afraid the purple-clad young man would choke him to death on impulse, so he quickly told him what he had heard. I heard that Kerr. She didn't agree to it. Yang Peak's Peak Master captured Li Fei. He said he would kill Li Fei if she didn't marry him. The old man's face was red as he struggled to finish his sentence. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a pleading expression. The moment the old man's words left his mouth, the red in Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually faded away. His agitated aura also calmed down. At the same time, he released his grip on the old man's neck. At this moment, Duan Lingtian calmed down. Kerr was not willing to marry the son of the Peak Master of Yang Peak. What's going on? Aren't they the direct disciples of the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak? The Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak didn't care about this matter? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. It's not that he didn't care, but he couldn't. The old man stretched his neck and said slowly, the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak and the Peak Master of Yin Peak were severely injured when they returned from a long journey a year ago. They're still in closed-door cultivation in the forbidden area of Yin Peak to heal their injuries. It said that the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak's first direct disciple, Xianxia, had entered the forbidden area many times because of this matter. However, her efforts were in vain. The old man sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's face turned gloomy again. The Peak Master of Yang Peak. At the same time, waves of cold, killing intent radiated from his body as though it was about to devour someone. When will the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat arrive? Can I reach the Yin-Yang sect in half a year? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and asked coldly. The Yin-Yang sect's swift boat will arrive in half a month's time. Once you board the swift boat, you'll reach the inner land and reach the Yin-Yang sect in 3 months if there are no accidents. The old man replied honestly. He was really afraid of this purple-clad young man in front of him now. This was a powerhouse who could exert the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. Killing him would be as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Right now, he could only hope that the other party would spare his life for the sake of his cooperation. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he heard that he could reach the Yin-Yang sect in time. Littlefaith, wait for me. I'll save both of you very soon. As for the people who hurt you, I'll make them pay the price. Duan Lingtian looked in the direction of the inner land. He could not wait to rush to the 2 girls' side and help them get out of this predicament. What's the message in the communication jade slip that you sent out earlier? Chapter 1127. It's nothing much. It just recorded the news of the gold-devouring organization being destroyed. That communication jade slip was sent to the other disciples of our Yin-Yang sect at the Ruo Shui riverside. The old man replied truthfully. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian learned from the old man that he was the person in charge of the Yin-Yang sect stationed at the Ruo Shui riverside in the southern outer land. There were a total of 3 people stationed at the Ruo Shui riverside. As a first-level martial monarch stage martial artist, he was the leader of the 3. Then does this mean you guys have seen what the gold-devouring organization did? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. The old man nodded. Someone pretended to be a Yin-Yang sect disciple and sold a fake boarding token. Did you guys not care at all? Duan Lingtian asked again. In any case, those high-grade origin stones will end up in our hands in the end, so why should we care? The old man replied nonchalantly. What do you mean? Duan Lingtian could not react at that moment. Over the years, there have been countless organizations like the gold-devouring organization at the Ruo Shui riverside. We usually let them go first. When the origin stones in their hands have accumulated to a certain extent, we'll destroy them and seize the origin stones in their hands. It's just that this time, you've beaten me to it. The old man smiled wryly when he reached the end of his sentence. I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood. At the same time, he seemed to have recalled something and asked, Then, does this mean I've violated the interests of the Yin-Yang sect by doing this? That's right. The old man nodded. You want to seize those origin stones back? Duan Lingtian asked as he narrowed his eyes and looked at the old man with interest. I dare not. I dare not. The old man panicked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He hurriedly shook his head to express his stance, afraid that Duan Lingtian would misunderstand. What a joke! Seize the origin stones from this person in front of him? Unless he was tired of living. Otherwise, he would not dare to do so even if he was beaten to death. You don't dare to do that. However, when the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat arrives, once the people escorting the swift boat find out that I have origin stones in my hands, they won't be afraid, right? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at the old man and asked. The strongest person in our Yin-Yang sect who's escorting the swift boat is only at the 4th-level martial monarch stage. If he knew your strength, of course, he wouldn't dare to offend you. The old man said with a bitter smile. Not only that, Lord, you're able to exert the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horn dragons without using any spirit weapon. It's obvious that you're at the 7th-level martial monarch stage or above. It's impossible for our Yin-Yang sect to offend you for the sake of those origin stones. When the old man said this, the bitter smile on his face deepened. Unleashing the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horn dragons without using a spirit weapon, such strength was most likely at the 7th-level martial monarch stage or above. A 7th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse whose origin energy was fully unleashed was equivalent to the strength of an ancient black dragon. An ordinary 7th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse would usually have comprehended 1 7th-level monarch stage profundity, 2 1st and 2nd-level monarch stage profundities. The former was equivalent to the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. The latter was equivalent to the strength of 4,000 to 5,000 ancient horned dragons when added together. All added together, it was equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 2,000 to 3,000 ancient horned dragons. The strength of a slightly stronger 7th-level martial monarch stage martial artist would be even stronger. It's comparable to his strength. It's almost impossible for him to be below the 7th-level martial monarch stage. The old man speculated in his heart as he looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were fixed on the old man. He could tell that he was not lying earlier. A 4th-level martial monarch stage escorting the swift boat? Seems like it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although there were many martial monarch powerhouses in a first-rate force, whether it was the 4th-level martial monarch stage or the 7th-level martial monarch stage, there was a huge gap that was difficult to overcome. He was not surprised that the old man had mistaken him for someone above the 7th-level martial monarch stage. Even if it was a real LV7 martial royal realm martial artist, if they didn't use a spiritual weapon, there were only a few who could defeat him in terms of strength. How many people above the 7th-level martial monarch stage in your Yin-Yang sect? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and asked bluntly. This time, he took the swift boat across the Ruoshui River and arrived at the Yin-Yang sect. After arriving at the Yin-Yang sect, he wanted to force his way into the Yin-Yang sect and take his 2 fiancées away. During this process, he would have to fight with the powerhouses of the Yin-Yang sect. Therefore, he asked the old man this question in hopes that he would be mentally prepared and at the same time understand the strength of the Yin-Yang sect. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The old man could not help but be stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. It was obvious that he did not expect Duan Lingtian to ask this out of the blue. However, he still answered truthfully. As far as I know, there are not many people above the 7th-level martial monarch stage in our Yin-Yang sect. Among them, the Peak Master and 2 Vice Peak Masters of our Yang Peak are above the 7th-level martial monarch stage. The same goes for the Guardian Elder. On top of that, the Peak Master and 2 Vice Peak Masters of Yin Peak are above the 7th-level martial monarch stage. These are the only 7 I know of. The old man said slowly. 7 people above the 7th-level martial monarch stage? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. His eyes gleamed as he asked again, are there any 9th-level martial monarchs? I don't know about that. I only know that the 7 of them are at the 7th-level martial monarch stage. Among them, the Peak Masters of Yang Peak and Yin Peak are the strongest. The old man said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Sir, do you have any other questions? If not, I'll take my leave first. The old man took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian. There was a hint of anxiety on his face. If the old man wanted to kill him, he would not survive even if he had 10 lives. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded nonchalantly. The old man had an excited expression on his face when he obtained Duan Lingtian's agreement. His figure flashed as he flew toward the direction of the Ruoshui riverside. Just when Duan Lingtian seemed to be deep in thought, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. A short-lived sword cry broke the silence beside Duan Lingtian's ears and woke him up immediately. At the same time, he looked at the source of the sword cry. Duan Lingtian could not help but be stunned when he saw the scene before his eyes. The old man who was supposed to leave had his body pierced by a sword and was no longer breathing. The figure that was like a fire elf appeared in front of the old man in just a blink of an eye. Her slender hand grabbed the air and took the old man's spatial ring. The profundity fragment in the old man's body was no exception. After taking the spatial ring and the profundity fragment, the figure that was like a fire elf moved again and charged toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the old man's body fell from the sky. At that moment, Duan Lingtian felt a scorching aura coming at him. However, he had no intention of dodging at all. Tianwu, why did you kill him? Duan Lingtian asked in shock as he lowered his head and looked at the old man's body that was about to fall to the ground. I can't kill him? The figure that was like a fire elf was none other than Feng Tianwu. When she passed the profundity fragment and the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian, a hint of confusion could be seen on her face. It's all right. I've already killed him. Duan Lingtian, who took the profundity fragment from Feng Tianwu, shook his head with an indifferent expression on his face. Although he said he would spare the old man's life as long as he was satisfied with the old man's answer. The old man was very cooperative and answered to his satisfaction. However, he was not the one who killed the old man. It was Feng Tianwu who did it. Moreover, he did not ask Feng Tianwu to kill the old man. For this reason, he did not break his promise to the old man. Let's go. After calling out to Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian called Xianxia and headed toward the direction of the Ruo Shui riverside. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the other two returned to the Ruo Shui riverside. The group of people at the Ruo Shui riverside were terrified when they saw Duan Lingtian and the other two returning. They only glanced at the Duan Lingtian and the other two before they no longer dared to look at them. What a joke! These three people were just followers, and they were all at the martial monarch stage. If they dared to look at them for too long, they might just kill them if they were displeased. If that was the case, they would really have nowhere to cry even if they wanted to. Duan Lingtian's gaze swept across the group of people in front of him in an attempt to find the two Yin-Yang sect disciples who were stationed at the Ruo Shui riverside. However, he found nothing in the end. Nobody gave themselves away. They're really careful, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Right now, he was also observing the surroundings and the sky above the Ruo Shui riverside. He could confirm that nobody was hiding at the side. Everyone should be gathered here, including the two Yin-Yang sect disciples. Senior, thank you for your reminder earlier. Soon after, Duan Lingtian looked at one of the old men and thanked him through voice transmission. However, the old man did not respond. Instantly, Duan Lingtian realized that the old man had his concerns. He must be afraid that someone would notice him talking to him. For a moment, Duan Lingtian intentionally walked closer to the old man. He glanced at the old man and communicated with him through voice transmission. Even without my reminder, you're still not afraid of the gold-devouring organization. This old man has meddled in other people's business. The old man replied through voice transmission with a sigh in his tone. Senior, you must be joking. I'll remember Senior's kindness in my heart. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. His words came from the bottom of his heart. Time passed by quietly. Half a month passed by very quickly. During this period of time, the people from the gold-devouring organization seemed to have vanished without a trace. For a moment, the people at the Ruo Shui riverside felt less restrained, and it became even more lively. The swift boat is here. Nobody knew when, but a cry of surprise rang out, startling everyone present. Swift boat? Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian was not interested. He stood there with his eyes closed to rest. Chapter 11:28. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to the swift boat since he had fused with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu from his 2 lifetimes. However, it was Feng Tianwu and Xianxia's first time seeing it. It was only natural that they were surprised. Duan Lingtian seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but he was actually cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 9th form, the Divine Dragon form. He turned a deaf ear to the whistling sound that was getting closer and closer. Under the gaze of Feng Tianwu and Xianxia, a small black dot appeared in the sky in the distance. Then the small black dot continued to grow bigger. In the end, it transformed into an object that looked like a boat. This is the swift boat? Xianxia's eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at the boat-shaped object that was getting closer and closer. It doesn't look much different from an ordinary boat. Of course, it's just the appearance. The size of an ordinary boat is far smaller than this. After a while, the swift boat arrived at the Ruo Shui riverside, completely revealing its true appearance in front of everyone. Xianxia and Feng Tianwu looked at it. They discovered that the swift boat was made of some special material. Although they did not touch it, they could tell that the material was not simple just by looking at it. Apart from that, there were also some seats scattered around in the swift boat. These seats were either in groups of 3 to 5 or in pairs. Are they the Yin-Yang sect people who are controlling the swift boat? Soon after, Xianxia regained his senses and looked at the people standing at the front and back of the swift boat. There were 2 people in total, and both of them were old men. Just by standing there, they gave Xianxia a sense of extreme danger. These are 2 powerhouses. This was the first thought that popped up in Xianxia's mind. His intuition told him that these 2 people from Yin Yang sect should be more powerful than him. At this moment, whoosh, whoosh, 2 figures shot out from the crowd and soon arrived near the swift boat. They joined the 2 old men who had just gotten off the swift boat and bowed respectfully to the 2 old men. Elder. After bowing, they joined the 2 old men and whispered to each other. Are they from Yin Yang sect as well? They were standing right next to me just now. I really couldn't tell. Immediately, many people who had been waiting at the Ruo Shui riverside were greatly surprised. On one side of the flying boat, 2 Yin Yang sect's disciples whispered to each other. The 2 Yin Yang sect's old men's faces darkened subtly. At the same time, their gazes landed on a purple figure standing in the distance. Is he the one who annihilated the gold-swallowing organization and seized a large amount of upper-grade primordial stones that should have belonged to our Yin Yang sect? One of the old men murmured as a cold light flashed in his eyes. It's inconvenient for us to lay our hands on him here. Otherwise, if other people find out that the Yin Yang sect allowed the gold-swallowing organization to do as they please, our reputation will definitely be tarnished. Another old man said, Let's wait until we reach the inner land and return to the Yin Yang sect. The former said, When we arrive at the Yin Yang sect, no matter how many upper-grade primordial stones he has taken, make him spit them all out. Don't be careless. His identity must not be simple. Even his follower is at the martial monarch stage. The latter said. Naturally, the person who was targeted by the 2 old men was Duan Lingtian. Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan, who were standing next to Duan Lingtian, had also become the focus of their attention. Elders. Elder Huang hasn't returned yet. I'm guessing he must have been killed by them. The Yin Yang sect's disciple standing by the side said in a low voice. We'll be happy if he hands over the things that belong to our Yin Yang sect. However, he actually dared to kill our Yin Yang sect's elder. When we return to the sect, I'll make sure he won't be able to return alive. The 2 Yin Yang sect's elders looked at each other and saw the gleam in each other's eyes. It was as though they were about to devour someone. Miss Tianwu, did you notice that those 2 old men are looking at us from time to time? Xiong Quan glanced at the 2 Yin Yang sect's elders with a hint of dread and asked Feng Tianwu. They don't come with good intentions. Feng Tianwu, whose face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, opened her red lips lightly. She was a woman of few words. Everyone listen up. The swift boat will depart in an hour. During this time, you can buy a boarding pass from those 2. Soon after, one of the Yin Yang sect's elders pointed at the other 2 Yin Yang sect's disciples and said in a loud voice. The moment his words left his mouth, an uproar broke out as expected. When I bought the fake boarding pass, all of you Yin Yang sect's disciples were right beside me. Why didn't they remind me? You made me lose 20 high-grade origin stones for nothing. Many people said angrily. When they first arrived, they were all deceived by the gold-devouring organization because nobody reminded them. Each of them spent 20 high-grade origin stones to buy the fake boarding pass. Initially, when they found out that they were deceived, they did not dare to say anything when they saw how powerful the gold-devouring organization was. However, when they found out that the 2 Yin Yang sect's disciples had been standing with them all this while and that these 2 disciples had never reminded them, they were instantly enraged. If all of you Yin Yang sect's disciples were to interfere in this matter, would the gold-devouring organization be so brazen? That's right. That's 20 high-grade origin stones. It's not a small amount. Many people whispered and discussed among themselves as they stared at the 4 Yin Yang sect's disciples with righteous indignation. A cold voice drowned out the clamor that rose and fell one after another. It was one of the Yin Yang sect's elders who took a step forward. The aura of a martial monarch powerhouse swept out and suppressed the indignant crowd to the point that they could barely breathe, let alone continue to speak. All of you were greedy and got deceived. Who else can you blame? Our Yin Yang sect's swift boat costs 30 high-grade origin stones per person. The price is clearly marked, and we don't cheat anyone. Don't tell me you've never heard of it before. The Yin-Yang sect's elders said coldly. Upon hearing the Yin-Yang sect's elders' words, the group of people who were deceived earlier was instantly rendered speechless. That was right. Although it was the first time many of them came to the Ruo Shui riverside and took the swift boat, they had more or less heard about the cost of the swift boat before they came. 30 high-grade origin stones, and the price was clearly marked. However, when they arrived, they saw someone selling a boarding pass for the swift boat, and it only cost 20 high-grade origin stones. Coupled with the fact that the boarding pass looked decent, and nobody reminded them about it. At that time, they were impulsive and only wanted to save 10 high-grade origin stones. Naturally, they were deceived. Even if we were deceived because we were greedy, you Yin-Yang sect can't indulge them like this. Your Yin-Yang sect's disciples were here, so why didn't you remind us? Aren't you just watching us get deceived? Soon, someone said angrily. Remind you? Another Yin-Yang sect's elder glanced at him coldly. If you weren't greedy, would you have been deceived? If you had refused, would they have pestered you? Don't tell me that all of you have been tricked. Those who were not deceived and did not buy the fake boarding pass, were they hurt? Why do you think they were not hurt? It's all because of our Yin-Yang sect. If it wasn't for our Yin-Yang sect's deterrence, would they have survived? Would all of you have only lost 20 high-grade origin stones and not your lives? The Yin-Yang sect's elders spoke loudly, leaving the crowd speechless at once. It seemed to be true. At once, someone went to buy the boarding pass from the two Yin-Yang sect's disciples obediently. Soon after, more and more people followed suit. What a Yin-Yang sect! It's obvious that they're indulging in this on purpose, and yet, they still make it sound so righteous. Nobody knew when, but Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and glanced at the four Yin-Yang sect's people. A smirk crept up the corner of his mouth. Looks like these two old fellows already know that we've annihilated the gold-devouring organization. On top of that, Duan Lingtian also noticed that the two Yin-Yang sect's elders were looking at them with a cold gleam in their eyes. However, they did not attack them in public. They can still tolerate it? Duan Lingtian was shocked. In fact, the Yin-Yang sect's man who followed them to the gold-devouring organization's lair had already been killed by Tianwu, and he did not have time to inform the rest of the Yin-Yang sect about his strength. He only had time to send out the news that they had annihilated the gold-devouring organization through a communication jade slip. Therefore, the four Yin-Yang sect's people in front of him did not know about his strength, and it was not because they were afraid of him that they did not dare to attack him. They were just tolerating it. Perhaps, it's because there are so many people here that they can't make a move. After all, as soon as they make a move, it'll be exposed that the Yin-Yang sect deliberately let the gold-devouring organization go. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess all of this. Xiongquan, go and buy 3 boarding passes. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiongquan and raised his hand. A spatial ring appeared in his hand. After removing the ownership claim, he casually tossed it to Xiongquan. I've put 1,000 high-grade origin stones in there. Yes, young master. Xiongquan replied respectfully and immediately went to buy the boarding passes from the two Yin-Yang sect's disciples. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu stood side by side and looked at the 4 Yin-Yang sect's people from afar. 2 4th-level martial monarchs. With the cultivation base of these 2 people, they should be considered as elders in the Yin-Yang sect, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I have some impression of the other 2 people. They were in the crowd earlier. However, they hid very well and did not expose their identities. They should be the Yin-Yang sect's disciples who received the communication jade slip. Both of them are 9th-level void transformation martial artists. If I'm not mistaken, they should be at the peak of the void. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the entire Cloud continent, a martial artist at the peak of the void could be considered as an important figure with an extraordinary status, especially in third-rate forces. A martial artist at the peak of the void was a leader. However, a martial artist at the peak of the void could only be considered as an outstanding disciple in a first-rate force because there were many martial monarchs in the first-rate force. If one had not broken through to the martial monarch stage, one would not be ranked. Chapter 1129. As long as you infuse your origin energy into the boarding token that our yin-yang sect sells, the words yin-yang will appear. However, the fake boarding token that you guys bought won't have such a situation. Just when many people were comparing the fake boarding token with the real one, the voice of the yin-yang sect elder resonated in a timely manner. Immediately, many people began to experiment. It really is. Soon, they realized that it was just as the yin-yang sect elder had said. The words yin-yang would only appear when they infused their origin energy into the real boarding token. However, there was no reaction at all when they infused their origin energy into the fake boarding token. Looks like there's a high possibility that there's an inscription master above the 7th level martial monarch stage in the yin-yang sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previously, when he was in the sky above the gold-devouring organization's lair, it was difficult for him to catch up with the communication jade slip that the yin-yang sect elder had sent out. At that time, he already knew. That communication jade slip was made by an inscription master with an extremely high level of spiritual energy. Otherwise, the speed of the communication jade slip would not be so fast. Now that he saw the boarding token that would appear with the words yin-yang, when he infused it with his origin energy, Duan Lingtian was completely certain. The boarding token was inscribed and set up with a special inscription formation. Once the origin energy was infused into it, words or pictures would appear according to the outline of the inscription formation. This kind of inscription formation can only be inscribed by an inscription master whose spiritual energy has reached the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian could determine that there was such an inscription master in the yin-yang sect. An hour later, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, handed the boarding tokens in their hands to the two yin-yang sect elders one after another. After the latter verified them, they boarded the swift boat one by one. It was worth mentioning. When it was Duan Lingtian's turn, the yin-yang sect elder looked at Duan Lingtian with hostility in his eyes. It was as though he could not wait to attack Duan Lingtian directly. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Moreover, he could tell that the other party would not attack him for the time being. Perhaps, they want to wait until they reach the inner land and the yin-yang sect before making their move on me. If he were in the other party's shoes, he would have done the same. Duan Lingtian and the other two boarded the swift boat one after another and sat in the innermost seats in groups of 3 to 5. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were sitting close to each other. Xianxia, on the other hand, tactfully sat near the outer seats. This position is not bad. Duan Lingtian straightened his chest and raised his head. He could clearly see the Ruoshui River. The Ruoshui River stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like stagnant water. There was not a single ripple. It was extremely calm. However, Duan Lingtian knew very well in his heart. Behind the calm surface of the Ruoshui River, there was a hidden killing intent. Closer to the center of the Ruoshui River, the water surface would become increasingly unstable. The gravitational force and gravity would also increase, making it difficult for people to fly on the surface of the river. If a martial artist with a low cultivation base tried to force his way into the Ruoshui River, there would only be one result: exhaustion and fall into the river. Once he fell into the river, there would only be one result. 15 minutes later, apart from the two yin-yang sect disciples, everyone else had boarded the airboat. The old man who had warned Duan Lingtian earlier but did not dare to greet him later was now sitting near Duan Lingtian and the other two. "Little brother, I'm really sorry about earlier. I was just worried that there might be spies from the gold-devouring organization in the group of people earlier." The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and said apologetically. Everyone was afraid of death. He was no exception. The reason why he dared to warn Duan Lingtian earlier was because everyone was looking at Duan Lingtian at that time. Therefore, he was not worried about being discovered. "It's all right." Duan Lingtian shook his head, indicating that he did not care. "Rise." At this moment, a loud shout reverberated in the air. It was one of the yin-yang sect elders who shouted. Then, the other yin-yang sect elder who stood in front of the airboat began to get busy. The airboat could only be activated by someone. The moment the Yin-Yang sect elder's words left his mouth, the airboat rose into the air. After accumulating strength for a while, it shot into the sky above the Ruoshui River like an arrow leaving the bow. The moment the airboat entered the sky above the Ruoshui River, it suddenly trembled and fell rapidly. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the airboat? We can't be so unlucky, right? At once, many people cried out in surprise. After a while, the airboat came to a stop and rose slowly. Many people felt relieved. What a strong gravity on this Ruoshui River. Then, those who were frightened to the point that they still had lingering fear in their hearts sighed. Of course, if it's not for the strong gravity on the Ruoshui River and the fact that the river water can kill people, why would we spend 30 high-grade origin stones to board this airboat for no reason? Some of the people who were calm from the beginning until the end, and it was obvious that it was not their first time crossing the Ruoshui River on this airboat, said as a matter of fact. The people nodded their heads one after another when they heard this. Little brother, is this your first time on this airboat? The old man, who was frightened to the point that he still had lingering fear in his heart, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Although he was also frightened earlier, since he was facing Duan Lingtian and the other two, he could clearly see the expressions of Duan Lingtian and the other two from the beginning until the end. Among the three of them, only the purple-clad young man did not move at all. It was as though he knew the airboat would fall. It's my first time. However, someone told me that we would encounter such a situation. Duan Lingtian replied. The old man was enlightened. When he saw Duan Lingtian closing his eyes to rest, he tactfully did not open his mouth to disturb him. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and cultivated in peace. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, divine dragon form. I still have half a year's time. With the help of the overbearing medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill, it's only a matter of time before I break through to the 3rd level martial monarch stage. After cultivating for a while, Duan Lingtian became a little impatient. The moment he thought about the situation of his 2 fiancées, he could not calm down at all. Impatience and anger continued to spread in his heart, threatening to burst out at any moment. After a while, he finally managed to suppress it. The aftereffects of being devilified by the Devil Seal tablet are too great. After calming down, Duan Lingtian sighed secretly. Previously, when he was in the sky above the gold-devouring organization's lair, he was instantly enraged when he found out that his 2 fiancées were in a bad situation. At that time, he immediately grabbed the neck of the Yin-Yang sect's old man. If it was not for his rationality that suppressed his anger as much as possible, he would have strangled the old man to death. The old man would not have been killed by Feng Tianwu at all. However, even if I can break through to the 3rd level martial monarch stage, I might not be able to defeat the powerhouses of the Yin-Yang sect, especially that peak master of Yang Peak. As one of the strongest people in the Yin-Yang sect, his strength is at least at the 8th level martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun rapidly as he continued to ponder. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, many first-rate forces had 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouses during his era. That peak master of Yang Peak of the Yin-Yang sect might be a 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse. When he thought up to this point, Duan Lingtian secretly gasped. If the other party was really a 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse, it was impossible for him to have the strength to defeat the other party in just half a year. Unless my fused profundity can break through and become like the Emperor stage profundity. Once I break through, I'll gain the strength of an ancient black dragon. Otherwise, it's impossible for me to be a match for him. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian felt extremely pressured. It was so pressuring that he could barely breathe. Cultivate. Comprehend. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian finally calmed down and began to cultivate again. He held the 3 nature profundity fragments in his hand to comprehend and improve his fused profundity. The sword Tao that originated from the word sword in his mind was constantly being comprehended. Currently, he was eager to improve his strength. If he was not strong enough, he might not be able to save the 2 girls from the Sea of Fire even if he reached the Inner Land and the Yin-Yang sect. Something's bothering him. Feng Tianwu, who was sitting quietly next to Duan Lingtian, also noticed that something was wrong with Duan Lingtian. However, she was sensible enough not to disturb him. Instead, she quietly stayed by his side. The swift boat was very fast. Gusts of swift wind blew toward them. However, these gusts of wind were all blocked by the light shield on the swift boat. It did not affect the people on the swift boat at all. The light shield was formed by the defense formation. As time went by, the people on the swift boat began to close their eyes and cultivate one after another. For a moment, the entire swift boat fell into silence. At the front of the swift boat, the Yin-Yang sect elder also had some free time since the swift boat was flying normally. He and the other Yin-Yang sect elders standing at the back of the swift boat looked at each other before they looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time. There was a terrifying killing intent in the depth of their eyes. Right now, they could not wait to throw Duan Lingtian out of the swift boat. However, they did not dare to do so. If they did so, they would be delighted. However, it would also cause fear in other people. In the future, once this matter spread out, nobody would dare to ride on the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat anymore. A month's time passed very quickly. The journey was smooth, and they did not encounter any accidents. Occasionally, some small swift boats would pass by, but they would stop nearby for a while before leaving again. More than 90% of the people in the small swift boat were bandits who wandered on the Ruoshui River. However, these bandits had good judgment. Usually, they would not provoke people that they could not afford to offend. Just like the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat, not many bandits dared to provoke it. They would avoid it even if they saw it. Of course, it was only because there were not many bandits who dared to provoke it. On the Ruoshui River, there were many powerhouses among the bandits. There were even bandits whose strength was above the 4th-level martial monarch stage. For example, these bandits would not let go of the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat even if they encountered it. Chapter 1130. Sometimes, such bandits would even deliberately loot the Yin-Yang sect's swift boats. Due to the fear of these kinds of bandits, the Yin-Yang sect elders standing at the front of the swift boat would steer the swift boat to avoid a straight line every once in a while. Because of this, their safety was greatly improved. Of course, this did not mean that they were absolutely safe. Sometimes, if they were unlucky, anything could happen to them. Time passed by quietly. Another half a month had passed, and the swift boat was already halfway through its journey. It would only take another half a month to reach the inner land. The two Yin-Yang sect elders breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that they had successfully completed half of the journey. However, before they could catch their breaths, horror dawned on their faces as they looked in the direction of the swift boat in unison. Bush, bush, bush. An ear-piercing whistling sound came from the front of the swift boat, and it was getting closer and closer. This was also the reason why the two Yin-Yang sect elders' faces turned pale. Bandits! In a flash of lightning, the two Yin-Yang sect elders looked at each other and spat out the two words in unison. They did not deliberately suppress their voices, so it was exceptionally loud in this quiet, swift boat. In an instant, more than half of the people were awakened. After these people were awakened, they were still a little confused at first. However, when they regained their senses, horror dawned on them one after another. What? Be bandits? Bandits? They had encountered bandits on the Ruoshui River? They had heard of the bandits on the Ruoshui River before. They were far more powerful than the ordinary bandits in the inner land and outer land. Some of them were even at the martial monarch stage. Very soon, the people who had regained their senses looked at the front of the swift boat. They could see a few black dots that were getting bigger and bigger as they rushed towards them. Huh! Xiongquan was also awakened by the noise. When he realized what was happening, his face turned grave. We're on the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat. The bandits shouldn't dare to provoke us, right? The two elders are at the martial monarch stage. Even if they provoke us, we might not be the ones at a disadvantage. It's not easy for us to cross the Ruoshui River. It's considered a success for us to encounter bandits. Many people whispered to each other. These people were all people who were crossing the Ruoshui River on the swift boat for the first time. They were full of confidence in the two Yin-Yang sect elders and did not think that anything would happen to them. Now, they were looking forward to the scene of the two Yin-Yang sect elders killing the bandits and forcing them to retreat. You guys are really naive. Hearing the words of these hotheads, some people, who had taken flying boats to cross the Ruoshui River more than once, snorted coldly and said, "Didn't you see the change in the expressions of the two elders? Do you think those bandits won't be able to tell that the flying boat we're on belongs to the Yin-Yang sect? The bandits of the Ruoshui River are all cunning. If they weren't confident, do you think they would make a move?" As soon as this person finished speaking, everyone who had woken up on the swift boat looked at the two Yin-Yang sect elders in unison. Shwa, shwa, shwa. When they saw the ugly faces of the two Yin-Yang sect elders, their expressions changed again. They realized that the bandits in front of the flying boat were indeed hostile. Even the expressions of the two Yin-Yang sect elders changed. It's obvious that they don't have the confidence to deal with these bandits. What should we do? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Why did I want to go to the inner land for no reason? Look at it now. I'm going to lose my life here. At once, the entire swift boat was in chaos. Most of the people's expressions changed drastically as fear filled their eyes. It was as if doomsday had arrived. In such a noisy environment, even those who were focused on cultivating would be woken up by the noise. Among them were Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and the old man who was sitting not far away from Duan Lingtian. It was the old man who had kindly warned Duan Lingtian at the Ruoshui River. Bandits? Even the two Yin-Yang sect elders don't have the confidence to deal with them? Soon, the group of people who had just woken up, including Duan Lingtian, learned about the dangerous situation they were in. "Little brother, it seems like we're going to die here today." The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a long face. A gleam flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. He did not say anything as he looked at the front of the swift boat immediately. With just a glance, he saw 7 small swift boats whizzing towards them. They arrived at the front, back, and sides of their swift boat, surrounding them completely. Friends from Yin-Yang sect, listen up. Stop the swift boat immediately. Otherwise, we'll destroy your boat and kill you. At this moment, a loud voice resonated from the small swift boat in front of the swift boat. The voice was filled with coldness as though it came from an ice cave. It made one's heart palpitate. At once, the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat fell into chaos again. A cold snort resonated and suppressed the noise. It was the Yin-Yang sect elder in front of the swift boat. He snorted and began to control the swift boat at the same time. After a while, the swift boat began to decelerate until it came to a stop. The swift boat that had just come to a stop began to free fall again. It fell from the sky and shocked many people on the swift boat so much that their faces changed drastically. It was only when the swift boat stopped falling that their faces relaxed. Bush, bush, bush. After the swift boat came to a stop, a series of swift whizzing sounds resonated in the air. Numerous figures appeared at the front, back, and sides of the swift boat. It was a group of people dressed in black. Among these people, there were old men and middle-aged men. "It's you guys again." Just when the people on the swift boat were on high alert, the two Yin-Yang sect elders on the swift boat cried out in shock. The moment the two Yin-Yang sect elders' words left their mouth, many people on the swift boat heaved a sigh of relief. Based on the words of the two Yin-Yang sect elders, it was obvious that they had encountered these bandits before. Since the two Yin-Yang sect elders were still alive, it meant that these bandits did not have the ability to kill them. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and watched the scene before him with interest. He was also curious. How did these two Yin-Yang sect elders know this group of bandits? "Elders, we meet again after half a year. I must say that we're really fated." Among the group of bandits standing at the edge of the swift boat, an old man in black who stood at the front of the swift boat looked at the two Yin-Yang sect elders and smiled faintly. "Who's fated with you?" The two Yin-Yang sect elders' faces turned pale. "Half a year ago, the 3 of us fought with the 2 of you. Although we were able to suppress the 2 of you, if this continued, Even if we managed to kill the two of you, we would have suffered some losses as well. As if he could see the confusion on the people on the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat, the old man in black said nonchalantly, "That time, we came to an agreement. Give us 1,000 high-grade origin stones, and we'll leave on our own. This time, I won't ask for too much. It's still 1,000 high-grade origin stones. What do you think?" After the old man in black finished speaking, he looked at the two Yin-Yang sect elders. At this moment, the people finally understood why the two Yin-Yang sect elders did not die when they encountered these bandits in the past. It was because they had paid the toll. As if they were agreeing with the words of the old man in black, the other two old men beside him suddenly released two powerful auras. It was so oppressive that most of the people on the swift boat felt suffocated. Martial Monarch Powerhouse. At this moment, other than Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, everyone on the swift boat had a change of expression. Not only that, he's not an ordinary martial monarch powerhouse. Among the people on the swift boat, there was no lack of insightful people. Their faces were extremely pale. The two Yin-Yang sect elders' faces turned even paler. However, they did not reply to the bandit leader's words. Instead, their eyes landed on the back of the swift boat in unison. To be more precise, their eyes landed on a purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the bandit leader also looked at Duan Lingtian with great interest. A gleam flashed across his eyes. "Why are the two elders looking at me? Since we can spend money to avoid disaster, why do we have to fight to the death?" Seeing the two Yin-Yang sect elders looking at him, Duan Lingtian grinned. "There are about 70 of us in this group. Each of us paid 30 high-grade origin stones to ride on this swift boat. In total, it's 2,000 high-grade origin stones. 1,000 high-grade origin stones is only half of what you've collected this time." Duan Lingtian finished his sentence in one breath. Duan Lingtian's words were approved by most of the people on the swift boat. They nodded in agreement. The two Yin-Yang sect elders originally wanted to discuss with Duan Lingtian to see if they could deal with this group of bandits together. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to say such a thing. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Although they did not think that Duan Lingtian's group was more powerful than them. However, since Duan Lingtian's group had the ability to destroy the gold-devouring organization, they might be able to suppress this group of bandits if they joined forces with them. What they did not expect was that Duan Lingtian would be so spineless. The bandit leader originally had a fearful expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian. At such a critical moment, the two Yin-Yang sect elders had their eyes on him. He must not be a simple person. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could not help but laugh out loud. This little brother is really tactful. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Both elders should learn from this little brother. When the bandit leader reached the end of his sentence, he stared at the two Yin-Yang sect elders deeply. The two of them were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. "Since I'm so tactful, shouldn't you give us a discount? For example, how about 50 high-grade origin stones less?" Duan Lingtian looked at the bandit leader and asked with a smile. "How dare you?" At once, many of the bandits' faces changed as they shouted angrily, "Boy, how dare you bargain with our leader? Are you tired of living?" Just when the group of bandits was getting agitated, the bandit leader raised his hand and silenced them. Interesting. The bandit leader and Duan Lingtian looked at each other for a while. The smile that had disappeared from his face reappeared again. "Then, I'll give you face and charge you 50 high-grade origin stones less." "Thank you." Chapter 1131. Although the Yin-Yang sect elders were so angry that their lungs were about to explode, they had no choice but to hand over 950 high-grade origin stones obediently. "Elders, I'm looking forward to our next meeting." After the bandit leader received the high-grade origin stones, he looked at the two Yin-Yang sect elders with a smile on his face. He looked extremely friendly as if he was a friend of the latter. Hearing the bandit leader's words, the two Yin-Yang sect elders were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Their faces were flushed, and their chests rose and fell like bellows. They could not calm down for a long time. Young man, farewell. Following that, the bandit leader glanced at Duan Lingtian, who closed his eyes and ignored the surroundings. After that, he led the group of bandits back to their small swift boat and flew away. At the same time, the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat regained its peace. Apart from Duan Lingtian, who sat there with his eyes closed, and Feng Tianwu, who sat quietly beside Duan Lingtian, the rest of the people present, including Xiongquan, could not help but heave a sigh of relief. The atmosphere just now was so oppressive that they could barely breathe. Now, the rain was finally over. Young master, can you tell what the cultivation base of those bandits are? Xiongquan asked softly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. In his eyes, his young master had a unique vision. He could often accurately see through a person's cultivation base. With their strength, if Tian Wu and I did not make a move, we would definitely lose even if you helped those two old men. Duan Lingtian answered Xiongquan sideways. Then, Xiongquan was puzzled. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. You want to ask me why I didn't make a move, right? Yes. Xiongquan nodded. Since they can solve the problem with origin stones, why should I make a move? Don't tell me that I can still earn those 1,000 high-grade origin stones if I make a move? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Xiongquan when he reached the end of his sentence. Xiongquan was stunned when he heard that. He had never thought that his young master would think this way. He immediately smiled bitterly to himself. Young master is young master. His thoughts are never something that I can understand. At this moment, the faces of the two Yin-Yang sect elders were still as gloomy as ever. One of them went back to the front of the swift boat and started it up. The flying boat broke through the air and continued its journey. I'm sure everyone saw what happened just now. At this moment, another Yin-Yang sect elder who was not controlling the swift boat looked around and said in a deep voice. As soon as the words left the Yin-Yang sect elder's mouth, many people's expressions changed. Don't tell me you want us to fork out the 950 high-grade primordial stones? Soon, someone guessed with an ugly expression. Wouldn't it be too ridiculous for us to contribute? It's obvious that they don't have the ability to protect us, which is why they have to pay the toll fee to the bandits. Many people looked dissatisfied and angry. If there was anyone present who was relatively calm, it would be Duan Lingtian. The faint indifference on Duan Lingtian's face made it seem as if he had expected this to happen. The Yin-Yang sect elder snorted coldly. After his thunderous voice drowned out the noise in the swift boat, he said in a deep voice, all of you are only paying the transportation fee for riding our Yin-Yang sect's swift boat to the inner land. What you just paid is the fee for your survival. If you don't pay, not only us but all of you will die too. Who dares to deny this? When the Yin-Yang sect elder reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of anger in his tone. For a moment, the entire swift boat was silent. Although many people were still angry, they did not dare to say anything now for fear of angering the Yin-Yang sect elder in front of them. Elder, how much does each of us have to pay? Someone asked, asking the question that was on everyone's mind. I've calculated. There's a total of 73 people on the swift boat. Everyone just has to pay 15 high-grade primordial stones. The Yin-Yang sect elder said. 73 people? No one had to pay 15 high-grade primordial stones? For a moment, many people's expressions changed. If they really paid, not only would they pay the toll that they paid to the bandits earlier, but the Yin-Yang sect elder would also earn over 100 high-grade primordial stones. Many people wanted to say something, but they immediately noticed the Yin-Yang sect elder's sharp gaze that swept over them. Each and every one of them was like an eggplant that had been hit by frost, completely deflated. For a moment, the entire swift boat fell into a dead silence. Elder, I don't have 15 high-grade primordial stones with me. A sudden voice broke the dead silence in the swift boat. It was a middle-aged man who said to the Yin-Yang sect elder helplessly, You don't have 15 high-grade primordial stones? Are you sure? The Yin-Yang sect elder's face turned grave. His eyes gleamed coldly as he asked sternly, Elder, I really don't have that many high-grade primordial stones. If you don't believe me, I can remove the ownership of the spatial ring and show you. As the middle-aged man spoke, he was about to take off the spatial ring on his finger. There's no need. The Yin-Yang sect elder opened his mouth to stop him. There's no need. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He thought the Yin-Yang sect elder pitied him and did not intend to take his share of high-grade primordial stones. However, was there such a good thing in the world? The answer was no. Just when he was about to express his gratitude, he saw a flash in front of his eyes. Another person appeared in front of him. When he took a closer look, was that not the Yin-Yang sect elder? Before he could react, he felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from his lower abdomen. It was so painful that he did not even have the time to scream before he completely lost consciousness. Bang! At the same time, a loud sound reverberated in the air, causing the group of people in the swift boat to look over. The scene before their eyes caused horror to appear on their faces. They saw the Yin-Yang sect elder casually destroying the middle-aged man's dantian with a punch. When the middle-aged man fainted from the pain, he grabbed his arm and threw him out of the swift boat. When the middle-aged man was thrown out of the swift boat, he was instantly awakened by the piercing wind. When he realized what was going on, he was already falling toward the surface of the Ruoshui River. Ah! All the people in the swift boat heard was a short-lived scream that came to an abrupt end. At once, the swift boat fell into a dead silence again. Cold sweat broke out on many people's foreheads. What a good move! Duan Lingtun narrowed his eyes and looked at the Yin-Yang sect elder who threw the middle-aged man out of the swift boat with interest. He could tell that the Yin-Yang sect elder did it on purpose. His ulterior motive was not in the wine. As expected, after the Yin-Yang sect elder's deterrence, the remaining people completely lost their temper. One by one, they handed over the high-grade origin stones obediently. After a while, only Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and the old man who was sitting opposite Duan Lingtian and the other 2 had not handed over their origin stones. Seeing the Yin-Yang sect elder walking over, the old man hurriedly took out 15 high-grade origin stones and was about to hand them over. Wait a minute. At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth to stop the old man. Ha! The old man looked at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression. He did not know what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Elder, I saved 50 high-grade origin stones for you earlier. The 4 of us shouldn't have to hand it over, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked deeply at the Yin-Yang sect elder. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, before the Yin-Yang sect elder could respond, the people on the swift boat burst into an uproar. He bargained with the bandit leader just now so that he doesn't have to hand over the high-grade origin stones now? He already guessed that the Yin-Yang sect elder would ask us to hand over the high-grade origin stones? What a terrifying person! At that time, he still has the time to think about these things. Many people sucked in a cold breath. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, the Yin-Yang sect elder ignored it as though he did not hear him at all. He continued to look at the man. Are you sure you don't want to hand it over? I'll hand it over. I'll hand it over. Seeing the cold gleam in the Yin-Yang sect elder's eyes, the old man panicked. He hurriedly handed over the 15 high-grade origin stones in his hand. It was only when the old man handed over the origin stones that Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. His face darkened. He did not expect this Yin-Yang sect elder to be so greedy. He had already said so much, but he still wanted to force the old man to hand over the high-grade origin stones. The 3 of you, 45 high-grade origin stones. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Yin-Yang sect elder looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 2 again and said calmly. Although his tone was calm, there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. 45 high-grade origin stones? Duan Lingtian looked at the Yin-Yang sect elder who was just inches away from him and sneered, Is there something wrong with your ears? I've already said that I've already saved you 50 high-grade origin stones. That's a separate matter. Now, everyone has handed it over except for the 3 of you? Do you think that's possible? The Yin-Yang sect elder sneered as well. A terrifying gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes. It was as though he would attack Duan Lingtian and the other two at any moment. That was exactly what he had in mind. He had long wanted to kill the three people in front of him and snatch the wealth left behind by the gold-devouring organization. It was just that he could not find an opportunity or an excuse to do so. After all, if he had killed the three of them earlier, it would undoubtedly be telling everyone that the Yin-Yang sect was intentionally condoning the gold-devouring organization scams. If that was the case, the Yin-Yang sect's image and reputation would definitely be destroyed. However, it was different now. He had found an opportunity and an excuse. Right now, he could not wait for the three of them to refuse to hand over the 45 high-grade origin stones. In that case, he would have an excuse to kill the three of them and throw them out of the swift boat. Don't be too greedy as a person. You must know when to stop. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. A cold gleam flashed across his eyes. He deliberately lowered his voice, and it was obvious that he was enraged. Refuse to hand it over? The Yin-Yang sect elder laughed. He laughed wantonly. He had finally found his chance. Just when the Yin-Yang sect elder standing in front of Duan Lingtian was about to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the spatial ring in his hand before throwing Duan Lingtian out of the swift boat. Damn it! Chapter 1132. Bandits. At once, the entire swift boat fell into a state of panic again. Is it the group of bandits that just left and returned? Someone asked immediately. It's another group of bandits. The Yin-Yang sect elder standing at the front of the swift boat said with a grave expression. Another group of bandits? At once, the expressions of the people on the swift boat changed drastically. They felt that they were really unlucky. How long had it been? To encounter two groups of bandits consecutively? Consider yourself lucky. The other Yin-Yang sect elder who was looking at Duan Lingtian glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely before he turned around and approached the other Yin-Yang sect elder at the front of the swift boat. Right now, he did not have the time to be calculative with Duan Lingtian. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's face was calm. He did not panic because of the Yin-Yang sect elder's anger at all. Neither did he panic because of the group of bandits that had just arrived. Little brother, if we can survive this time, you better hand over your upper-grade origin stones. At this moment, the old man nearby looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. We can't afford to offend the Yin-Yang sect people. There's no need to lose your life just because of a moment of anger. Senior, no matter when, I'll never agree to an unreasonable request. Duan Lingtian grinned and said nonchalantly. You? The old man was speechless. At that moment, he could only think to himself, the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. This group of bandits only have 4 small swift boats? Xiong Quan's voice resonated at the right time. His gaze landed in front of him, and he saw the 4 small swift boats that were flying towards them rapidly. At this moment, many people saw them as well. Only 4 small swift boats? Looks like it's a small group of bandits. They don't even have as many people as the group of bandits just now. Such a small group? The 2 Yin-Yang sect elders should be able to deal with it, right? Many people discussed among themselves. Their words were filled with contempt for the bandits in the 4 small swift boats. However, many people, including Duan Lingtian and the 2 Yin-Yang sect elders, did not think so. In their opinion, if there was a powerful bandit among the bandits, even if there was only a small flying boat, it would be enough to destroy them easily. On Cloud Continent, the strong were respected, and the competition between martial artists didn't rely on numbers to obtain victory. For example, if 10 void transformation martial artists were to encounter a martial emperor, the latter would be able to slaughter the former in a few breaths. They were both martial artists at the void transformation stage. An expert at the peak of the emptiness realm could also easily reap the lives of many low-level emptiness transformation realm martial artists. A moment later, 4 small flying boats arrived and surrounded the Yin-Yang sect's flying boat, one in the front and one in the back, one on the left and one on the right. At the same time, the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat stopped as well. Although the group of bandits didn't request for the Yin-Yang sect's flying boat to stop, they still didn't dare to do so. However, given the current situation, it was useless even if the flying boat didn't stop. Once the enemy attacked the flying boat, everyone on the flying boat would still have to stay. He might as well be tactful and take the initiative to stop. That way, he could prevent the flying boat from being destroyed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the flying boat came to a stop, a series of wind whistling sound resonated. Before most people could react, four figures appeared out of thin air above the flying boat. An old man in a golden robe stood at the front of the flying boat. The old man stood in the air as though he was one with heaven and earth, giving off an invisible pressure. On both sides of the flying boat, there was a silver-robed old man standing in the air. The two silver-robed old men had one thing in common: they looked exactly the same. They were a pair of twin brothers. Just by standing there, they gave off an oppressive feeling as well. Although it was not as oppressive as the golden-robed old man, it was not far off. A middle-aged man in a copper robe stood at the back of the flying boat. The middle-aged man's gaze swept across the flying boat and finally landed on a red figure. What a beautiful woman! Naturally, the person he had his eyes on was Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu's peerless beauty was enough to topple a nation. It was enough to make any man's heart flutter. In an instant, greed and lust rose in the eyes of the middle-aged man in the copper robe. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Brothers, from today onward, all of you have a sister-in-law. The middle-aged man in the copper robe spoke, breaking the silent and solemn atmosphere on the flying boat. At this moment, in the eyes of the middle-aged man in the copper robe, it seemed as though only Feng Tianwu and his other three companions were left in the world. As for the others, he chose to ignore them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For a moment, the golden-robed old man and the other two silver-robed old men followed the middle-aged man's gaze and landed on Feng Tianwu. 3 pairs of eyes lit up at the same time. What a peerless beauty! The golden-robed old man praised. Such a beauty is indeed worthy of our fourth brother. One of the silver-robed old men said, I can't believe there's such a beauty in the Yin-Yang sect's flying boat. Fourth brother, you're really lucky this time. The other silver-robed old man laughed. Ha! Upon hearing the 3 old men's words, the middle-aged man in the copper robe laughed proudly. However, at this moment, he did not notice. Beside the red-clothed woman he had taken a fancy to, the purple-clothed youth looked at him with narrowed eyes that were filled with dense killing intent. Seeing that someone dared to profane his young master's woman, his future young mistress, Xianxia was instantly enraged. His sturdy body trembled, and he was about to explode. I'll kill him. A cold voice entered Xianxia's ears and stopped him. At the same time, Feng Tianwu stood up. Her red robe fluttered even though there was no wind. It was like a ball of fire that was burning fiercely. As it burned, it rose into the air and emitted a scorching aura. The aura rolled and turned into a scorching airwave that set off a scorching wind. It made everyone on the flying boat feel as though they were in a volcano. Ah, fourth brother, it seems like your future wife has a bad temper. She's not that easy to control. One of the silver-robed old men teased. If she's easy to control, what's the difference between her and those ordinary women? I like this kind of woman. She's so tasty. The copper-robed middle-aged man stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. When he looked at Feng Tianwu again, his eyes shone even brighter. At the same time, the copper robe on his body began to flutter. You're the 4 southern river bandits. Just when Feng Tianwu and the copper-robed middle-aged man were about to break out into a fight, an exclamation resonated in the air and attracted everyone's attention. The person who exclaimed was one of the 2 Yin-Yang sect elders. Horror dawned on his face as he looked at the golden-robed old man in front of him as though he had just seen a ghost. S4 Southern River Bandits? At the same time, the other Yin-Yang sect elder's face changed completely as well. There was even a hint of despair in his eyes. 4 Southern River Bandits? What's that? Why do the 2 Yin-Yang sect elders have such a big reaction? I've never heard of them before. However, they must be very powerful. Otherwise, the two Yin-Yang sect elders wouldn't have lost their composure like this. That's right. Even when they were facing the group of bandits earlier, the two Yin-Yang sect elders didn't react like this. It seems like these four bandits are even more powerful than the group of bandits earlier. Then what should we do? Upon seeing the two Yin-Yang sect elders' expressions, horror dawned on the people on the swift boat. Despair began to spread among them and was out of control. The four Southern River bandits. Don't tell me it's them? Suddenly, a middle-aged man seemed to have recalled something as horror dawned on his face. What? You've heard of them? At once, many people looked at the middle-aged man. If they're really the four Southern River bandits, then none of us will be able to survive today. The middle-aged man's face turned grave as he muttered, "The four Southern River bandits are the top bandit groups in the south of Ruoshui River. Among them, Gold Bandit is a 6th-level martial monarch powerhouse. The two Silver Bandit are at the 5th-level martial monarch stage and the 4th-level martial monarch stage. Even the weakest one, Copper Bandit, is at the 3rd-level martial monarch stage." When the middle-aged man reached the end of his sentence, his body began to tremble violently out of fear. Gold Bandit, Silver Bandit, Copper Bandit. The people on the swift boat glanced at the golden-robed old man, the silver-robed old man, and the copper-robed middle-aged man with horror in their eyes. You must be the Yin-Yang sect elders, right? Consider yourself unlucky to have encountered us, the four bandits. The golden-robed old man was none other than Gold Bandit. He glanced at the two Yin-Yang sect elders indifferently. When the two Yin-Yang sect elders saw Gold Bandit looking at them and saying such words, horror dawned on them immediately. One of the Yin-Yang sect elders said in horror, "Senior Gold Bandit, today is your brother's good day. Please show mercy. We're willing to hand over all of our origin stones." Good day? Gold Bandit was stunned. That's right. Didn't your brother take a fancy to that girl? She is a rare beauty, and for your younger brother to be able to marry her, it is truly the good fortune of 3 lifetimes. The other Yin-Yang sect elder said in a panic. When he reached this point, he glanced at the red-clad girl who was confronting the copper-robed middle-aged man, Copper Bandit. The red-clad girl was none other than Feng Tianwu. Upon hearing the Yin-Yang sect elder's words, Feng Tianwu's cold face was covered with a layer of frost once again. She exuded an icy aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. Her pair of autumn eyes gleamed with a cold gleam as though she was about to devour someone. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. His extremely cold eyes stared at the two Yin-Yang sect elders as though he was looking at 2 dead men. Unknowingly, he had already clenched his fists. At this moment, many people on the swift boat looked at the two Yin-Yang sect elders with disdain. They did not expect this at all. In order to survive, these two Yin-Yang sect elders would actually use a girl as a shield. Of course, there were also many people who looked at Gold Bandit anxiously, hoping that he would let them go. Do you mean that my 4th brother doesn't deserve her? Chapter 1133. No. Of course not. When the Yin-Yang sect elder saw Gold Thug's piercing gaze sweeping towards him, horror dawned on his face as he hurriedly shook his head. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to express his opinion. Gold Thug disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of him when he reappeared. Boom! A gush of vast energy gushed out of Gold Thug's body like a tidal wave. It drowned the Yin-Yang sect elder before he could even react. At once, the Yin-Yang sect elder did not even have the time to scream before he was completely obliterated and turned into dust. All that was left was a spatial ring that slowly fell from the sky. A 4th-level martial monarch stage martial artist was instantly killed. This was the strength of a 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. Upon seeing this scene, everyone in the swift boat, other than Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and the other 3 of the 4 Southern River thugs, had a change of expression on their faces as fear filled their eyes. Especially the other Yin-Yang sect elder. When he saw Gold Thug killing his companion and grabbing his companion's spatial ring in his hand, he no longer dared to hesitate. He moved his body and fled out of the swift boat immediately. However, would he be able to escape? Profundity aside, his origin energy as a 4th-level martial monarch stage martial artist was weaker than a 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artist by 2,000 ancient horned dragon strength. With such a difference in strength, how could he possibly escape from a 6th-level martial monarch stage martial artist? Boom. Without any suspense, the remaining Yin-Yang sect elder was instantly killed by Gold Thug as well. He followed in his companion's footsteps, and the spatial ring he left behind after his death was also in Gold Thug's hands. Run! Run! Seeing the 2 Yin-Yang sect elders being killed in just a blink of an eye, the remaining people turned pale and scattered in all directions. Although they were not sure if they could escape or not. However, they knew about it. If they did not escape, they would definitely die. As some of them left the swift boat and were swallowed by the powerful gravitational force of the Ruo-Shui River, they lost all signs of life. The remaining people turned pale, and only then did they remember how terrifying the Ruo-Shui River was. For a moment, the group of panicked people stayed obediently in the flying boat. They looked at the Gold Thug and the 2 Silver Thugs who were glaring at them in despair. Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan were the only ones who did not make any movements in the airship. You are qualified to be my woman. Just as the atmosphere in the flying boat was somewhat silent, a voice sounded, attracting everyone's attention. It was Copper Fiend, one of the 4 devils of Hunan, talking to Feng Tianwu. However, what responded to him was Feng Tianwu's clean sword strike. The 5-foot-long red flexible sword was like a fiery red spirit snake. Raging crimson flames erupted from its body and transformed into a fire dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards Tong Sha. At the same time, wherever the fire dragon passed, there would be a series of ear-piercing explosions in the air. After the airflow in the air was compressed, it suddenly rebounded, gushing out waves of scorching air. For a moment, the people in the swift boat were swept away by the scorching hot wind again. However, none of them were in the mood to pay attention to this, let alone watch the battle between Feng Tianwu and Tong Sha. At this moment, they were looking at the Gold Thug and the 2 Silver Thugs in the distance anxiously. Their lives were now in the hands of these 3 people. If the 3 of them wanted to kill them, none of them would be able to escape. Don't worry, before my 4th brother tames his future wife, we won't attack any of you. We'd like you to be our 4th brother's witnesses. At this moment, the Gold Thug spoke. His voice was filled with joy. That's right. The 2 Silver Thugs nodded. Similar to the Gold Thug, their eyes were fixed on Tong Sha and Feng Tianwu who were fighting. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand in the battle. This sister-in-law is really amazing. She's only at the 1st-level martial monarch stage, but she has already comprehended the powerful fire profundity and sword profundity. One of the Silver Thugs said in shock after watching for a while. She's only at the 1st-level martial monarch stage, but she's able to mobilize the heaven and earth energy and gather it to form an ancient black dragon's energy. With such strength, she's most likely not human. The other Silver Thug said, "It doesn't matter if she's human or not, as long as 4th brother likes her." The Gold Thug said. While the Gold Thug and the 2 Silver Thugs were chatting casually, the people in the swift boat were suffering. However, when they realized that they would not die so soon, they followed the Gold Thug and the other 2's gazes and looked at the man and woman who were fighting. The red-clad woman moved like a flame. Every time she moved, she seemed to vanish into thin air before their eyes. The sound of sword whistling that was short-lived resounded in their ears like thunder. The copper-robed middle-aged man held a pair of maces with both hands. When he moved, he waved the maces in the air like a gust of wind. As he waved the maces, it seemed to form an inescapable net that enveloped the red-clad woman. There was an ancient black dragon silhouette and thousands of ancient horned dragon silhouettes above their heads. How powerful! I didn't expect her to be so powerful. That's right. This woman is really amazing to be able to fight with Copper Thug and not be at a disadvantage. What a pity. Copper Thug is the weakest among the 4 Southern River Thugs. Even if she can fight with him, she can't defeat the other 3 thugs and can't save us. The group of people who were originally praising Feng Tianwu were all like frosted eggplants at the end of their speech, completely dejected. Young master, can Miss Tianwu defeat him? Xianxia looked at the battle solemnly. As a first-level martial monarch stage martial artist, he could vaguely see the swift movements of the two figures. Of course she can. Duan Lingtian, who was also watching the battle, nodded with certainty. The copper-robed middle-aged man was Copper Thug. His cultivation base was at the third-level martial monarch stage. When his origin energy exploded, it was equivalent to the strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons. In addition to the grade 1 spirit weapon in his hand, he could amplify the strength of 3,500 ancient horned dragons. Apart from that, he had also comprehended a third-level monarch stage profundity and 2 ninth-level void transformation concepts. The former was equivalent to the strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons, while the latter was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Therefore, the strength contained in the two maces that he wielded was equivalent to the strength of an ancient black dragon and 3,500 ancient horned dragons. Tianwu's cultivation base is at the first-level martial monarch stage. Her origin energy is equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword amplifies the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Coupled with the 4th-level monarch stage fire profundity and 4th-level monarch stage sword profundity that she comprehended, it's equivalent to the strength of an ancient black dragon. If she unleashes her full strength, she can unleash the strength of an ancient black dragon and 4,000 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Xianxia, she's about 500 ancient horned dragons stronger. When everyone's attention was on Feng Tianwu and Xianxia, Duan Lingtian saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above Xia's head clearly. He could see it. The difference was only 500 ancient horned dragon strength. In addition, Xia had comprehended the third-level monarch stage water profundity, which could subdue Tianwu. It was difficult for Tianwu to win in a head-on battle. She could only wait for an opportunity to kill in one strike. Therefore, she was fighting with Xia on purpose. Fourth brother, don't tell me you can't even handle your future wife? Gold Thug laughed. That's right, fourth brother. If you can't handle my sister-in-law and need my help, just let me know. That's right. However, the most I can do is to help you now. On the wedding night, if you can't handle her, I won't be able to help even if I want to. The other two silver thugs teased. Xia was so angry that his face flushed red. His attacks became even more ferocious, suppressing Feng Tianwu to the point that she seemed to be at a disadvantage. Duan Lingtian heard the three silver thugs' words clearly. It made Duan Lingtian's face turn even gloomier. In the end, he could no longer hold it in and stood up abruptly. His actions startled Xianxia, causing him to stand up as well. Just when the origin energy in Duan Lingtian's body was rolling and was about to burst out, the sound of a sword suddenly rang out. A short-lived sword howl suddenly rang out. Compared to the previous sword howl, this one was even more condensed and swift. Fourth brother. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard Gold Thug and the two silver thugs' sorrowful cries. Duan Lingtian looked over again. Feng Tianwu finally found an opportunity. She thrust her sword and sent it into Xia's chest as if she was assisted by the gods. She flew past like a phoenix. In the next moment, Xia's body was split into two and burned to ashes. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw this. She killed Xia? Everyone in the swift boat was stunned at first. Their faces were filled with disbelief, but soon, their expressions changed completely. Gold Thug and Silver Thug will never let her off for doing this. After everyone reacted, they looked at Feng Tianwu with pity in their eyes. In their opinion, Feng Tianwu was only slightly stronger than Xia. It was impossible for her to be a match for any of the three strongest of the four Southern River thugs. Not to mention facing all three of them at the same time. Just as they expected, Gold Thug and Silver Thug watched Xia being killed. While they stood rooted to the ground, a raging milky white flame rose from their bodies. 3 pairs of eyes were dyed red in an instant. Terrifying killing intent flickered in their eyes as if they were about to devour someone. "Bitch, you killed my fourth brother. I want you to pay with your life." One of the silver thugs cried out in sorrow and charged toward Feng Tianwu. While he was still on his way, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head underwent a drastic change. The 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons quickly disappeared and turned into an ancient black dragon silhouette and many other ancient horned dragons. As a narrow saber appeared in his hand, the heaven and earth phenomenon changed again. In the end, the silhouette of an ancient black dragon and over 7,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were formed. 4th level martial monarch stage. 4th level martial monarch stage profundity. 2 9th level void transformation concepts. A grade 2 spirit saber. And this was the silver fiend who was relatively weak. Chapter 1134. Buzz. A saber light that skyrocketed flashed out from Silver Fiend's hand, and it carried a might that could split a mountain. It emitted a clear and ear-piercing saber cry as it slashed down towards Feng Tianwu, who stood in the distance. Die! Just as the saber gleam was about to strike, the silver thug's eyes gleamed coldly as he roared. At that moment, many people in the swift boat closed their eyes. They all felt that Feng Tianwu was dead for sure, and they couldn't bear to see the scene of Feng Tianwu dying. However, they quickly opened their eyes again because they did not hear the sound of anything being slashed by the silver thug's saber. They were deeply puzzled about this. When they opened their eyes and saw the scene in front of them, they were all dumbfounded. Wasn't this a little too ridiculous? Under everyone's watchful eyes, a purple figure stood in front of the silver thug who had just attacked. He held the grade 2 spirit saber firmly in one hand. At the same time, the saber gleam that was shot out from the grade 2 spirit saber was suppressed until it retracted back into the spirit saber and dissipated. How? How is this possible? The silver thug was dumbfounded as he looked at the young man in purple who grabbed the grade 2 spirit saber in his hand without any effort. In fact, he was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Other than Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan, everyone in the swift boat, including the gold thug and the other silver thug, was dumbfounded. Feng Tianwu stood far away and looked at the purple figure with his back facing her. Her eyes flashed with gentleness. Every time she was in danger, he would appear. As long as he was around, she would feel at ease. "Third brother, be careful." Soon, the gold thug reacted. His expression changed drastically as his body moved like the wind and shot toward the purple figure standing in front of the silver thug. However, could he make it in time? Boom! The moment the gold thug made his move, Duan Lingtian shook his hand and shook the grade 2 spirit saber away from the silver thug's hand. He slammed his palm on the silver thug's chest. Fuse Upanishad. At the same time, a 5-colored energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's hand and landed on the silver thug's body like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It shattered the silver thug's internal organs and sent him flying. Silver thug was sent flying in the direction where gold thug was rushing towards. He was caught by gold thug, who had an ugly expression on his face. "Third brother! Third brother!" Gold thug stared at silver thug, who was no longer breathing in his arms. His eyes were about to pop out of his head. Ah! At this moment, the other silver fiend let out a cry of grief. The death of his twin brother was like a knife that cut into his heart, causing him to feel a heart-wrenching pain. Boom! When Silver Thug, whose forehead was drenched in cold sweat and whose eyes were bloodshot, finally regained his senses, the milky white flame that was transformed from his origin energy suddenly surged out of his body. His profundity and concept followed like a shadow. Subsequently, his entire body flashed out like a cannonball that had left the barrel as he swiftly shot towards Duan Lingtian. Just like his twin brother, he used a saber as well. It was a grade 2 spirit saber. Due to his twin brother's death, he had completely lost his mind. He did not even think about whether he could kill Duan Lingtian with his ability. There was only one thought left in his mind. He had to kill this purple-clad young man to avenge his brother. Second brother. When Gold Thug snapped out of his grief, He saw his second brother attacking the purple-clad young man. Horror dawned on his face immediately. Without any hesitation, Gold Thug moved at an extreme speed and charged towards his second brother, intending to save him. Boom! Finally, the saber in Silver Thug's hand landed on Duan Lingtian's body. As a 5th-level martial monarch, his ability was much more powerful than his twin brother. He could exert the strength of 2 ancient black dragons with all his might. The saber that contained the strength of 2 ancient black dragons was earth-shattering as soon as it landed. At this moment, everyone in the swift boat could feel the sharp saber chi that was charging towards them. They could not help but shudder. Of course, only a handful of people in the swift boat could see Silver Thug's movements clearly. Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan could barely see him clearly. However, when they saw that Duan Lingtian did not dodge Silver Thug's saber, they could not help but feel anxious. Although they had seen Duan Lingtian take the attack of the gold-devouring organization's leader head-on previously, they could not help but feel anxious. However, when the strength of the gold-devouring organization's leader was compared to that of the Silver Demon, the difference was like heaven and earth. They were simply not on the same level. Silver Thug's saber contained the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. 2 silhouettes of ancient black dragons? In the blink of an eye, some sharp-eyed people saw the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared above Silver Thug's head. Their eyes narrowed and their faces were filled with shock. Soon, Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan sighed in relief. This was because they clearly saw that when Silver Thug's saber was about to hit Duan Lingtian disappeared into thin air. Dragon soaring 9 heavens. When he felt the swift and fierce saber chi that assaulted his face, Duan Lingtian executed his movement technique at the first possible moment, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into an agile divine dragon that flashed as he moved. Other than dodging to the side, he also made a turn and went behind Silver Thug. Boom! Another casual slap took Silver Thug's life. At this point, 3 of Hunan's 4 thugs were dead. Only Gold Thug was left. Who exactly are you? Gold Thug, who did not manage to save Silver Thug in time, stopped halfway and asked Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression. However, Duan Lingtian only responded with one action. With a shake of his hand, a sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was a sword that exuded a terrifying aura. It was his quasi-royal grade spirit sword. I don't care who you are. I'll kill you today to avenge my 3 brothers. Gold Thug's face turned even more gloomy when he saw that Duan Lingtian was ignoring him. A sword appeared in his hand as well. It was a sword with flowing light revolving around it. A grade 1 spirit sword? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw the sword in Gold Thug's hand. However, he was no exception. No matter what, Gold Thug was still a 6th-level martial monarch. It would be too shabby if he did not even have a grade 1 spirit weapon. You want to avenge your brothers? Let's see if you're capable of doing so. This time, Duan Lingtian finally responded to Gold Thug. If one observed closely, one could see that there was an unusual excitement in the depth of his eyes. Ever since he possessed the strength, Duan Lingtian had never fought with all his might. This was because the opponents he had encountered in the past were all martial artists who were weaker than him. The Gold Thug before him was a 6th-level martial monarch. He was the most powerful opponent he had ever encountered in his life. In terms of strength, he was on par with him. If he did not use all his strength, it was almost impossible for him to defeat Gold Thug. Because of this, he was very excited. This was because he could finally fight with all his might. The moment he thought of this, his blood began to boil. I'll show you soon. Gold Thug was not afraid in the face of Duan Lingtian's provocation. The golden robe on his body fluttered, and the milky white flames on his body rapidly changed as well. In the swift boat, the people who were initially in despair felt hopeful when they saw Duan Lingtian killing the 2 silver thugs one after another. The hope of survival. If there was a chance to survive, who would not want to live a good life? At this moment, all of them secretly wished that this mysterious purple-clad young man would be able to kill Gold Thug and save them from the sea of fire. He's actually so powerful? No wonder he dares to go against the Yin-Yang sect's elders. The old man who was sitting near Duan Lingtian, the old man who had kindly warned Duan Lingtian at the Ruoshui riverside, was now staring at the purple figure who was standing in the air in a confrontation with Gold Thug. He was dumbstruck. Young master. Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian in excitement. He clenched his fists tightly. As for Feng Tianwu, she stood quietly at the side. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she looked at Duan Lingtian. The frost on her beautiful face had also melted a little. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gold Thug, who had already prepared himself, disappeared into thin air before their eyes in just a blink of an eye. It was as if he had never appeared. Boom, 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 boom. However, the continuous sound of air exploding as well as the gusts of wind blowing in their faces seemed to be telling them, "What's going on?" Gold Thug did not disappear. Instead, his speed was too fast for their naked eyes to capture. Before they could wrap their heads around it, they realized that the other purple figure had also disappeared into thin air before their eyes. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy in the sky began to stir and gather continuously. The heaven and earth phenomenon was about to take shape. The crowd's eyes were filled with anticipation. Bush, bush. One after another, two short-lived sword whistles sounded almost at the same time. Then they stopped abruptly. Smith, smith. Two soft sounds were heard. The front and back of the swift boat were sliced off by the extremely fast sword gleams. Fortunately, the key parts of the swift boat were not damaged. Otherwise, the swift boat would not be able to continue floating. It might even fall into the Ruoshui riverside and turn into ashes. In the crowd's eyes, the purple figure and the gold figure appeared and disappeared before their eyes in the next moment. Their speed was so fast that it made them tremble with fear. He's actually evenly matched with Gold Thug. Is he a level 6 martial monarch powerhouse as well? Many people were dumbfounded. Soon after, they lifted their heads and looked at the heaven and earth phenomenon that was gathering in the sky. The heaven and earth phenomenon was formed separately. It belonged to Duan Lingtian and Gold Thug respectively. Gold Thugs appeared first. When he attacked, he activated the heaven and earth energy and gathered 2 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 5,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. In other words, he could unleash the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons with his full strength. He was at the 6th level martial monarch stage and possessed a grade 1 spirit sword. Regardless of the profundity that he had comprehended, he could unleash the strength of 1 ancient black dragon and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. A 6th level martial monarch stage martial artist's origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. Chapter 1135. Apart from that, Gold Thug had also comprehended 2 profundities and 1 concept. 6th level monarch stage profundity, 1st level monarch stage profundity, and 9th level void transformation concept. The former was equivalent to the strength of 7,000 ancient horned dragons, while the latter was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons respectively. Together with his origin energy and spirit weapon, Gold Thug could unleash the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons if he unleashed his full strength. Bush, 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 bush. The sound of swords whistling could be heard above the swift boat. The purple and golden silhouettes that appeared from time to time subconsciously shifted the battle to the sky. His strength is even more powerful than Gold Thug's. At this moment, an exclamation was heard. The people in the swift boat looked at the sky and realized that the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared later was the silhouettes of 2 ancient black dragons and 6,000 ancient horned dragons. This was the strength of the purple-clad young man who was fighting Gold Thug, Duan Lingtian. 1st level fused profundity was equivalent to the strength of 20,000 ancient black dragons. 2nd level martial monarch stage origin energy was equivalent to the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons. With the boost from the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, it increased to the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons. His strength is 1,000 ancient horned dragons more powerful than Gold Thug, but he doesn't seem to have the upper hand. Very soon, many people notice this. Gold Thug is the leader of Hunan's 4 thugs. He's been through more than 10,000 battles in his life. His battle experience and techniques have reached the point of perfection. Some of the more experienced people mumbled. Even so, isn't this too much? That's a difference of 1,000 ancient horned dragon strength. How can he just ignore it? Many people were shocked. In their opinion, this was just too unbelievable. Young master doesn't seem to be using his full strength? Xiong Quan mumbled as he watched the 2 silhouettes that kept crossing each other. Touchstone. Feng Tianwu also opened her mouth slightly, which was rare for her. It was just like what Feng Tianwu had said. Duan Lingtian was using Gold Thug as his touchstone. Although he had killed a few martial emperors since he had obtained this power, those martial emperors were much weaker than him. It was difficult for them to fight against him. Today, Gold Thug's strength was enough to threaten him. Naturally, that was only if Duan Lingtian did not use the sword profundity. Until now, he had only used his origin energy, fused profundity, and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. He had yet to use his first-level Monarch stage sword profundity. However, after a fierce battle, he also realized his own shortcomings. Gold Thug's combat experience and techniques were far superior to his. Gold Thug had cultivated every martial skill, be it a movement martial skill, an offensive martial skill, or a defensive martial skill, to perfection. According to Duan Lingtian's guess, these 3 martial skills ought to be high-grade heaven-rank martial skills. Defeating me by 1,000 ancient horned dragons and coming to a draw with me. Gold Thug said disdainfully after separating from Duan Lingtian again. His tone was filled with disdain and mockery. Although he said so, there was still a hint of dread in the depth of his eyes. Fortunately, his opponent's combat technique and experience were far inferior to his. Otherwise, the difference of 1,000 ancient horned dragon strength would be enough to doom him eternally. Is that so? Soon, a cold voice entered Gold Thug's ears. It was Duan Lingtian's voice. When Gold Thug turned around, he saw Duan Lingtian shaking the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand. He was about to perform a sword skill that he had never used before. What's going on? The moment Gold Thug saw Duan Lingtian raise his hand, he felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet and rushing to his head. He had been wandering in the southern area of Ruoshui River for many years and had developed a sharp instinct. This instinct had saved his life many times, so he had always believed in it. He held back earlier? Gold Thug's face turned grave. 9 dragons' radiant flash. Finally, Duan Lingtian made his move. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand swept across the sky and instantly released 9 sword rays. The sword rays pierced through the sky and transformed into 9 lifelike divine dragons. The eyes of the 9 divine dragons flashed and 18 ultimate radiant flashes were shot out, aiming at Gold Thug's vital points. The 18 ultimate radiant flashes were enough to cover Gold Thug's vital points from head to toe. Gold Thug's expression changed. He was sure that his opponent had not used his full strength earlier. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the origin energy in his body and performed a defensive martial skill. A defensive light shield rose from his body and enveloped him. Not only that, but the sword in his hand also swept out like the wind and pointed at the 18 ultimate radiant flashes that were flying toward him. As for his movement martial skill, he did not perform it. It was not that he did not want to perform it, but it was too late. The speed of the 18 ultimate radiant flashes had exceeded his range of dodging. The 18 ultimate radiant flashes swept toward Gold Thug like rain. Although Gold Thug blocked 12 of them, the remaining 6 penetrated his body. Naturally, Gold Thug blocked the ultimate radiant flashes that were aimed at his vital points. He was helpless and could only choose to let go of the remaining 6 ultimate radiant flashes that were aimed at his legs. In an instant, 3 bloody holes were left on each of his legs. Both of his legs were crippled just like that. Although this would not cause him to lose his life, nor would it affect his strength. He was still afraid. What if all 18 of his opponent's ultimate radiant flashes were aimed at his vital points the next time? Would he be lucky enough to survive? Amazing! What a powerful sword skill. So, he's been holding back all this while? I was wondering how he could be evenly matched with Gold Thug since he has the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. The people in the swift boat had a bright smile on their faces when they saw Gold Thug's legs were crippled in an instant. They knew. This time, they had escaped a calamity. So, he's so powerful. To think that I reminded him at the Ruo Shui riverside. It was unnecessary. The old man standing in the crowd sighed. Young master. A bright smile appeared on Xianxia's face. Feng Tianwu stood there quietly, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Sir, I admit that I'm no match for you. You didn't lose anything today. Why don't we stop here and I'll give you all the wealth that I've accumulated over the years? Gold Thug, whose legs were crippled, was extremely pale. He wanted to make peace with Duan Lingtian. Naturally, make peace was just a way to put it. At this moment he was afraid. He was afraid of Duan Lingtian. He knew that if he continued, not only would he not be able to escape, but he would also be killed by Duan Lingtian's sword. Won't your wealth be mine if I kill you? Duan Lingtian smiled. It was a smile of disdain and mockery. The wealth in my spatial ring is only 1/10 of my total wealth. If you kill me, you'll lose a huge amount of wealth that I've stored elsewhere. Gold Thug said calmly without any change in his expression when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Is that so? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew brighter. This is my first time hearing that. A bloody bandit would store his wealth elsewhere. Don't tell me you don't have enough spatial rings? That shouldn't be the case, right? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he studied the Gold Thug with interest. His wise gaze seemed to be able to see through Gold Thug's heart. At this moment, Gold Thug could no longer maintain his composure. His expression turned extremely grave. Naturally, he did not store his wealth elsewhere. All of his wealth was stored in his storage ring because, in his opinion, that was the safest place for him to be. However, he did not expect this at all. He did not expect that there would be someone like the purple-clad young man in front of him on the swift boat that he thought he had the confidence to rob. His strength was so strong that he could barely breathe. Right now, his life was in his opponent's hands. Do you want to live? Just when Gold Thug was feeling disheartened and was wondering if he should sacrifice himself and fight to the death, a clear voice entered his ears. You're willing to let me go? Gold Thug shuddered when he heard the voice. He looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly. He could tell that the person who asked him was this purple-clad young man in front of him. Everyone was afraid of death, and he was no exception. Why would he be willing to die if he could live? I can let you go. Duan Lingtian studied Gold Thug from head to toe and nodded in all seriousness. Thank you, thank you. Gold Thug thanked him hurriedly. He forced a smile on his old face. It was a smile of surviving a disaster. You can thank me after you agree to my conditions. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a smile. When Gold Thug saw the devilish smile, he felt goosebumps all over his body. At the same time, he felt anxious. That was right. Since the other party was willing to let him go, there must be a condition. At that moment, he made up his mind. No matter what the other party's conditions were, he would fulfill them even if he had to give up all the wealth he had plundered in his life. In his opinion, everything else was meaningless. Everything else was just floating clouds. Only life was the most important. As long as he was still alive, with his strength, he would be able to earn back all the wealth he had now. It was so quiet on the swift boat that the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Gold Thug was heard by everyone on the swift boat. Horror dawned on most of them. This purple-clad young man had the intention to let Gold Thug go? Was he not letting the tiger return to the mountain? Of course, no matter how many people wanted to stop the purple-clad young man, no one dared to make a sound. This was because they owed their lives to this purple-clad young man. They had no right to criticize him. Young master? Xianxia was confused. He had no idea what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Feng Tianwu was the only one who remained calm. It was as if she could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. She trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. What's the condition? Gold Thug took a deep breath and asked. I've prepared 2 conditions for you. You just have to agree to one of them, and I won't kill you. Chapter 1136. Be my dog. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished his sentence, the swift boat that was already extremely quiet fell into a dead silence again. Humiliation. Blatant humiliation. At that moment, many people on the swift boat smiled. They realized that Duan Lingtian was only doing this to humiliate Gold Thug. He had no intention of letting Gold Thug go. In their opinion, Gold Thug, a 6th-level martial monarch, had his own dignity. He would rather die than agree to such a ridiculous request. You! Gold Thug, who was anticipating Duan Lingtian's 2 conditions, was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's first condition. Be his dog? At that moment, Gold Thug felt rage rushing to his head, causing his breathing to quicken. The origin energy in his body was on the verge of exploding. What? You don't want to agree to the first condition? Duan Lingtian asked calmly. His expression did not change as he faced Gold Thug, who was enraged. Duan Lingtian's words were like a bucket of cold water that was splashed on Gold Thug's head. It temporarily extinguished his rage. What's the second condition? After Duan Lingtian's reminder, Gold Thug recalled that the purple-clad young man wanted him to agree to one of the 2 conditions. As long as he agreed to one of them, he would be allowed to live. He could not agree to the first condition. He might be able to agree to the second condition. At the same time, everyone on the swift boat had their eyes on Duan Lingtian. Many of them looked anxious. They only hoped that Duan Lingtian's second condition would be as ridiculous as the first condition. That was the only way Gold Thug would not agree to it. If Gold Thug did not agree to it, he would die. They would only be at ease if Gold Thug died. The second condition. Duan Lingtian looked at Gold Thug calmly and spoke slowly. He paused when he reached this point, causing everyone, including Gold Thug, to quicken their breathing. Destroy your Danton. Duan Lingtian enunciated each word clearly as everyone watched. Destroy his own Dantian. Duan Lingtian's words were like a clap of thunder, causing everyone to be stunned. After realizing this, most of the people on the flying boat laughed. In their opinion, the purple-clad young man had no intention of letting Gold Thug live. Otherwise, he would not have made such harsh demands. If Gold Thug agreed to either of the 2 conditions, he would suffer a fate worse than death. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's second condition, Gold Thug's expression darkened. Due to his anger, the primary energy in his body began to leak out of his body and turned into a milky white flame. You never intended to let me go. Gold Thug gritted his teeth and glared at Duan Lingtian. If he agreed to the first condition, he would no longer have any dignity to speak of. He would rather die than live. As for the second condition, if he agreed to it, he would lose his cultivation and suffer a fate worse than death. Furthermore, once his Dantian was crippled, he would not be able to leave the airship in the face of a group of people who were eyeing him covetously. At that time, only death would await him. Look at what you're saying. I've already stated my conditions. As long as you agree to one of them, I won't kill you. Duan Lingtian shook his head and clicked his tongue as he spoke. What's the difference between the 2 conditions you've stated and killing me? Gold Thug was furious. At the very least, the first condition will ensure that you don't die. As for the second condition, I can guarantee that you won't die in my hands. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Gold Thug's body trembled and his expression darkened. Soon, he fixed his gaze on a figure from the corner of his eye. It was a fiery red figure. He began to roar in his heart, even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me. The person that Gold Thug had his eyes on was, of course, Feng Tianwu. I advise you not to think about dying together. You don't have the right to do so. Almost as soon as Gold Thug made his move, Duan Lingtian's voice was heard. The surging primary energy in Gold Thug's body began to show signs of calming down. Boom. At that moment, a gush of energy gushed out of Duan Lingtian's body. It was a vast and surging energy. First, his primary energy rose and transformed into a milky white flame. Subsequently, the milky white flame transformed into a five-colored flame. The moment the five-colored flame appeared, it sent chills down everyone's spines. At the same time, the heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head, and soon, the heaven and earth phenomenon formed. As Duan Lingtian's energy surged into the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand, the heaven and earth phenomenon finally formed. It condensed into 2 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 6,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. This scene was not unfamiliar to the people present. However, apart from Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Xiong Quan, everyone, including Gold Thug, narrowed their eyes in shock and disbelief. Oh God! What did they just see? The heaven and earth energy stirred above Duan Lingtian's head again, and another 2,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. At the same time, the five-colored flame on Duan Lingtian's body was instantly compressed into the shape of a sword. It emitted waves of sharp sword chi as if it could tear everything apart. First-level Monarch stage sword profundity. Someone exclaimed. So, he was holding back when he fought Gold Thug earlier. He could unleash the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 7,000 ancient horned dragons if he unleashed his full strength. If he used such strength to fight Gold Thug from the beginning, the difference of 3,000 ancient horned dragon strength would have been enough to kill Gold Thug in an instant without using any techniques. Indeed, the difference of 3,000 ancient horned dragon strength is too huge. It's beyond any techniques. The people on the swift boat discussed among themselves. The way they looked at Duan Lingtian changed again. They did not expect this at all. Duan Lingtian, who had displayed such powerful strength in the battle with Gold Thug earlier, had actually held back. Not only that, he had held back such powerful strength. Gold Thug's expression was extremely grave. He looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. You held back such powerful strength when you fought with me earlier? Don't even think about playing tricks with that little strength of yours. I'll give you one last chance. Do you choose the first condition or the second one? Or perhaps you'd rather die? Duan Lingtian stared at Gold Thug with a sharp gaze as he spoke calmly. His calm tone was filled with killing intent. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you don't respond after 10 breaths, I'll take it that you'd rather die. Duan Lingtian pressed further when he saw Gold Thug's face turning pale, and he did not respond for a long time. 10 breaths. Gold Thug's face turned ferocious as if he was suffering. Make him a dog? He really could not do that. Even if he could do it, would he be able to face his 3 brothers who had died? Should he destroy his own Dantian? Putting aside the fact that he could not bear the pain of losing his cultivation base, even if he could, he would be killed before he even left the swift boat after destroying his own Dantian. Many people in the swift boat were glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. You have 5 more breaths. 5 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian reminded Gold Thug in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian's voice entered Gold Thug's ears like needles, causing his body to tremble even more. However, he still had not made up his mind. You have 3 more breaths. Another 2 breaths passed and Duan Lingtian's voice was heard again. This time, Duan Lingtian's voice was no different from a death knell when it entered Gold Thug's ears. It made his expression even more ferocious and terrifying. Now, there were only 2 paths before him. 2 paths. First, he could die with dignity and backbone. Second, he could become the purple-clad young man's dog. It was not that he had not thought of the former. But when he thought about how he was going to die like this, he was really unwilling. He had lived for more than half of his life. Only he knew how difficult it was for him to achieve his current cultivation base. How many hardships did he have to go through to achieve his current cultivation base? Moreover, he had an even greater goal. He wanted to break through to the 7th, 8th, and 9th level martial monarch stage. It was to the extent that he even wanted to become a martial emperor. Although it was extremely far away and impossible, it was still his goal, his ultimate goal. However, if he died just like that, he would not be able to achieve his goal. Let alone Emperor Wu. It was impossible even for a 7th-level martial monarch stage. Although the latter would allow him to live, he would completely lose his dignity. It was undoubtedly humiliating to make a 6th-level martial monarch stage cultivator like him a dog. Even if he survived, he would not be able to lift his head up high in the future. He would rather die. Therefore, he was extremely conflicted. Duan Lingtian looked at the gold thug calmly. His eyes were cold. Initially, he planned to kill the gold thug directly and let him reunite with the 2 silver thugs and the copper thug who was killed by Tian Wu in the netherworld. However, he thought about it again. The gold thug was a 6th-level martial monarch stage cultivator after all. It would be a pity if he died just like that. Therefore, he wanted to subdue the gold thug. Of course, it was risky. Even if he could subdue the gold thug, he would be a double-edged sword. He could hurt himself at any time while hurting his enemy. Naturally, the hurt himself here did not mean that the gold thug would directly harm him or the people around him. He could use other things to avoid these risks. He was most worried that the gold thug would betray him even though he seemed to be subduing him on the surface. There's still 1 breath left. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Another 2 breaths had passed. His eyes gleamed coldly as he reminded the gold thug again. If the gold thug still did not make a decision in this 1 breath, he would kill him at lightning speed to prevent future troubles. Although it was a pity, there was nothing to worry about. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone in the swift boat, including Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan, shifted their attention to the gold thug without exception. They wanted to know what the gold thug would choose in the end. Would he choose to abandon his dignity? Chapter 1137. I'll be your dog. Finally, the gold thug's ferocious old face calmed down. He seemed to have aged more than 10 years in an instant as he spoke weakly. The gold thug's choice was beyond everyone's expectation, including Duan Lingtian. The gold thug actually chose to be his dog? He'd rather be a dog than die. It seems like the gold thug values his life more than his dignity. Even a martial monarch's dignity is as light as a feather in the face of life and death. Many people in the swift boat exclaimed. When Gold Thug heard the words of these people, his emotions fluctuated violently. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He could not help but want to slaughter all of these people. However, he did not do anything in the end. He was now a dog. He was the purple-clad young man's dog. His master had not spoken yet, so naturally, a dog like him could not simply bite people. If he made his master unhappy, he would have to bear the consequences. Obviously, when the Gold Thug made his choice, he already had the resolve to be his master, Duan Lingtian's dog. Come to think of it, I might have made the same choice if I were him. Soon, someone sighed again. I would have made the same choice if I were him. If I had a 6th-level martial monarch cultivation base, I wouldn't want to die as well. Dignity and whatnot are nothing compared to my life. That's right. I think so too. Many people praised the Gold Thug's choice. The Gold Thug's mood instantly improved. Are you sure you want to be my dog? Duan Lingtian asked as he stared deeply at the Gold Thug. The Gold Thug bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian, using his actions to answer Duan Lingtian's question. If that's the case, make a few oaths using the 99 heavenly tribulation, Duan Lingtian said calmly. He did not want to have a ticking time bomb by his side. Therefore, some restrictions were necessary to avoid a lot of risks. Gold Thug was not surprised to hear Duan Lingtian's request. If he were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would have made the same request. Then, Duan Lingtian asked Gold Thug to swear a few oaths using the 99 heavenly tribulation oath. They were not allowed to attack him or the people around him. Without his orders, they were not allowed to leave his side. They would only obey his orders as their master. Don't do anything that will harm his interests. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed by the lightning punishment. Young master, why don't you ask him to swear an oath that forbids him from being disloyal? If he harbors any disloyalty, He will ultimately be an ingrate and a yellow-eyed dog. Xianxia reminded from the side. As soon as Xianxia said that, Gold Thug's expression changed. That won't be necessary. Just as Gold Thug was about to say something, Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "It's impossible for him to not be disloyal now. If he were to make such an oath now, I'm afraid he would be killed by the lightning punishment in the blink of an eye." No matter what, Gold Thug was still at the 6th level martial monarch stage. Although he had given up his dignity and was willing to be his dog, he would definitely be dissatisfied and disloyal. Without a certain amount of time, it would be difficult for him to change his mind. "You're wise, master." Gold Thug looked at Duan Lingtian gratefully. "You're not human?" Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. He raised his eyebrows and looked into Gold Thug's eyes. Gold Thug's eyes looked normal at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the veins in his eyes were very different from a human's. If one did not look closely, one would not have noticed it. As someone who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes worth of memories, Duan Lingtian had inherited the reincarnation Emperor Wu's eyesight and experience. It was easy for him to see that Gold Thug was not human. "Didn't you see it earlier, master?" Gold Thug was stunned. "Huh?" Duan Lingtian frowned. "What do you mean? Didn't you see that I'm not human, master?" Gold Thug smiled bitterly. "Otherwise, why would you ask me to be your dog, master? What are you talking about?" Duan Lingtian frowned. The confusion on his face deepened. He had no idea what Gold Thug was talking about. In fact, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was confused. Everyone in the swift boat looked at Gold Thug in confusion. Like Duan Lingtian, they did not understand what Gold Thug was talking about earlier. This time, Gold Thug did not say anything. He used his actions to answer Duan Lingtian. Boom! A soft sound reverberated in the air. All the people saw was a dazzling golden light burst out from Gold Thug's body. It was like a scorching sun. Many of them could not help but squint their eyes. When the golden light dissipated, the scene in front of everyone's eyes caused them to be dumbfounded. No wonder he said that earlier. Did that purple-clad young man really not see through his background? He should have seen through it. Otherwise, why would he make such a request? I think he saw through it as well. Otherwise, why didn't he make Gold Thug his servant or follower? Why did he make Gold Thug his dog? The people in the swift boat whispered among themselves. Their faces were filled with shock. Duan Lingtian stared blankly at the spot where Gold Thug was standing in the air. He could not regain his senses for a long time. No wonder he said that. How can there be such a coincidence in this world? In the distance, apart from Xianxia, even Feng Tianwu was stunned. Heavens! What did they just see? At this moment, they could clearly see a huge dog with a golden mane and a black horn on its head standing not far away from Duan Lingtian. The black horn on the huge dog's head was shining with a gloomy halo. It exuded an extremely cold aura. As for the huge dog's golden mane, it looked like balls of golden flames were burning every time it moved. It was extremely beautiful. I can't believe the leader of the 4 Southern River Thugs, Gold Thug, is actually a demon beast. Yes, I should say he's a demon. This is my first time seeing such a dog-type demon beast. The black horn on its head that's shining with a black light, the golden mane all over its body, and its 4 paws are also shrouded in a black light. I think I know a lot about demon beasts, but I've never seen or heard of a dog-type demon beast like this before. Many people in the swift boat were discussing softly, afraid that they would disturb the black-horned golden retriever in the distance. Golden hellhound. At this moment, an exclamation resonated in the air, causing everyone to turn their heads to look at the source of the voice. Even the huge dog with a black horn on its head and a golden mane all over its body was looking at the source of the voice. A purple-clad young man stood there with a shocked expression on his face. "Master, do you recognize my true form?" The huge golden retriever spoke in human language. It was Gold Thug's voice. His voice was filled with shock and horror. "You're really a golden hellhound?" Duan Lingtian had a surprised expression on his face. Didn't your Golden Hellhound clan go extinct in the Great War more than 20,000 years ago? How can your bloodline be passed down to this day? Not only that, but it's also the imperial bloodline. Gold Thug was actually a demon. Moreover, he was a demon that was cultivated from a dog-type demon beast. This fact shocked Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian found Gold Thug's true form familiar after carefully studying it for a while. He found out the answer when he searched through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories of his first lifetime. Golden Hellhound. During the reincarnation Emperor Wu's first lifetime, there were two great demon beast clans on Cloud Continent. They were the Golden Hellhound clan and the Berserk Mongrel Rat clan. These two great demon beast clans were well-known existences in the Cloud Continent at that time. Not only were they good at reproducing, but they were also very talented. They were much more talented than ordinary demon beasts. Of course, they could not be compared to demon beasts like the Jade-Eyed Heavenly Rat. The Jade-Eyed Heavenly Rat was a powerful existence that could become a demon emperor. It was extremely rare. Among the two clans, the Golden Hellhounds and Berserk Mongrel Rats with the purest bloodline were talented enough to break through to the Monarch stage and become powerful demon monarch powerhouses. These pure-blooded Golden Hellhounds and Berserk Mongrel Rats were called the Imperial Clan in their clans. Below the Imperial Clan was the Royal Clan. The Golden Hellhounds and Berserk Mongrel Rodents of the Royal family were usually able to break through to the Void transformation stage and take human form. The best among them could even break through to the peak of the Void stage as a demon. Below them were the ordinary Golden Hellhounds and Berserk Mongrel Rats. The lower the purity of their bloodline, the weaker their abilities would be when they reached adulthood. However, they would not be weaker than a Void interpretation stage martial artist. Due to this reason, these two demon beast clans could be said to be two giants in that era. Unless one was an emperor stage powerhouse, no one dared to provoke them. Unfortunately, these two demon beast clans started a great battle in a large canyon in the inner land of Cloud Continent. In the end, they almost perished together. Only a few weak Berserk Mongrel Rats were left in that battle. They quickly disappeared without a trace. All of this was recorded in the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. In fact, during Reincarnation Emperor Wu's second lifetime, which was 10,000 years ago, apart from the two great ancient clans on Cloud Continent that had records of the Golden Hellhounds and Berserk Mongrel Rats, nobody knew of their existence anymore. The two great demon beast clans that once ran amok in the inner land of Cloud Continent had disappeared without a trace. Master Thi, not only do you recognize me as a Golden Hellhound, but you also recognize me as the Imperial Clan of the Golden Hellhounds? When the Golden Hellhound heard Duan Lingtian's words, its pair of big green eyes widened as it looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. In its opinion, this was simply unbelievable. Golden Hellhound? At this moment, everyone in the swift boat, including Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan, was stunned when they heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and the Golden Hellhound, Gold Thug. What a domineering name! However, why haven't I heard of this dog-type demon beast before? Logically speaking, a demon beast that can break through to the Monarch stage shouldn't be a nobody. Chapter 1138. On the Cloud Continent, as long as a demon beast possessed extraordinary natural talent, they were all well-known existences. Especially those powerful demon beasts with innate talent that could break through to the Demon Monarch stage or even the Demon Emperor stage. Their names were widely spread on Cloud Continent. For example, the Jade-Eyed Heavenly Mouse. Apart from those small places in the mountains, there was almost no one who didn't know about it. Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard the whispers of the people on the swift boat. He did not find it strange. Not to mention that not many people knew of the Golden Hellhound now. Even in the Cloud Continent 10,000 years ago, there weren't many people who knew of the Golden Hellhound. According to the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the Golden Hellhound clan was annihilated in the Great War 20,000 years ago. Currently, this Golden Hellhound had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, it was the imperial family of the Golden Hellhound clan. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to break through to the Demon Monarch stage. Moreover, it was at the 6th level Demon Monarch stage. Not only do I know that you're the imperial family of the Golden Hellhound clan, but I also know that the Golden Hellhound clan and the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan were enemies 20,000 years ago. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly in the face of Gold Thug's question. Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Gold Thug, who had reverted to his true form, narrowed his green eyes. Waves of terrifying murderous aura emanated from his body. The murderous aura spread out, causing the expressions of the people on the swift boat to change. They felt as though a huge rock was pressing on their chests, suffocating them. However, very soon, the murderous aura on Gold Thug's body gradually faded away. His green eyes also regained their calmness. At once, the people on the swift boat heaved a sigh of relief. However, when they looked at Gold Thug, their eyes were filled with dread and fear. Huh! Duan Lingtian did not expect Gold Thug to have such a huge reaction. He could not help but frown as he asked, "As far as I know, although the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan and your Golden Hellhound clan are mortal enemies, that was more than 20,000 years ago. Back then, both of your clans had almost perished together. So many years have passed since then. You're a Golden Hellhound who's been separated by God knows how many generations. Why is your hatred for the Berserk Mongrel Rodents still so great? Could it be that this hatred can be passed down after 20,000 years?" Regarding this, Duan Lingtian was deeply puzzled. "Master, there's something you don't know. The Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan is similar to our Golden Hellhound clan," Gold Thug said. "However, because we rarely reveal our identities, not many people know of our existence." "I see." Duan Lingtian suddenly understood and asked curiously, "Are the two branches still fighting each other?" "Absolutely irreconcilable." Gold Thug gritted his teeth and growled. At this moment, everyone on the swift boat could hear the anger and hatred in Gold Thug's voice that came from his bones. Although it was not directed at them, they still felt a chill run down their spines. "Go and collect your 4 small flying boats first, then we'll talk on the way." "We'll talk about it later," Duan Lingtian said to Gold Thug. Gold Thug responded respectfully. His body shone with a dazzling golden light again, so dazzling that the people around him had to squint their eyes again. When the people opened their eyes, they saw Gold Thug, who had transformed into an old man in golden robes again. Gold Thug did not linger above the swift boat. He flew out quickly and kept the 4 small swift boats that were hovering around the Yin-Yang sect's swift boat. "You know the way to the Yin-Yang sect's estate in the inner land, right?" Duan Lingtian asked Gold Thug as he looked at him. "Yes." Gold Thug nodded. "All right, go and start the swift boat. We'll head to the Yin-Yang sect's estate," Duan Lingtian said to Gold Thug. Gold Thug responded. He went to the front of the swift boat and started it again. He turned the direction of the swift boat and let it fly on its own. Then, he returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Currently, there were a few storage rings in his hand. One of them was his own spatial ring. As for the other 5, they were the spatial rings of the 2 Yin-Yang sect elders and his 3 brothers. Duan Lingtian took them without hesitation. At the same time, he asked, "With your and your 3 brothers' abilities, you must have accumulated a lot of wealth by robbing the passing swift boats in the south of Ruoshui River, right?" "Yes." Gold Thug nodded. "It's all in our spatial rings." Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian dripped his blood on the spatial rings to claim ownership. When he saw the items inside, he could not help but be shocked, even though he had inherited the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes of memories. Other than the high-grade origin stones that were piled up like a mountain, there was also a huge amount of materials. There were also many grade 2 and grade 3 spirit weapons and some pill bottles that stored pills. Regardless of whether it was the spirit weapons or the pills, Duan Lingtian was not interested in them at all. However, many of the materials were useful to Duan Lingtian. Some of them were even rarer. They were thrown aside casually as if they were being wasted. As for the high-grade origin stones that were piled up like a mountain, it was even more ridiculous. Just the high-grade origin stones in the spatial rings of Gold Thug and his 3 brothers. I'm afraid there's at least 100,000 of them. 100,000 high-grade origin stones. What kind of concept was that? Even the first-rate forces in the inner land could only take out a few 100,000 high-grade origin stones at once. This was because the first-rate forces had origin stone veins and mines that were rich in grade 1 origin stones for them to mine. Everyone in the swift boat, other than Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan, stared at the spatial rings in Duan Lingtian's hands with a burning desire in their eyes. The wealth that was accumulated in there must be an astronomical figure. It was not difficult for them to figure it out. However, they only glanced at it before they returned to their seats obediently. They were afraid that they would offend Duan Lingtian and be thrown out of the swift boat by Duan Lingtian. It was already a blessing for them to be able to escape today. They did not dare to think about anything else. With him around, we'll definitely be able to reach the inner land smoothly. Many of them smiled in relief. Lord, thank you. The old man who warned Duan Lingtian at the Ruoshui riverside looked at Duan Lingtian and opened his mouth. He wanted to call him little brother, but when he recalled Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength, he immediately changed his words and thanked Duan Lingtian instead. Senior, you're too kind. Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. He had a good impression of this old man. You flatter me. You flatter me. The old man hurriedly waved his hand with a terrified expression on his face. Subsequently, he no longer dared to sit near Duan Lingtian. Instead, he found a seat far away and sat down. Although Duan Lingtian felt helpless, he did not say anything. This was because he knew it would be useless no matter what he said. In this cloud continent where the strong were respected, the more powerful one was, the higher one's status would be. In some people's eyes, one's status was noble and difficult to surpass. The Xiong Quan, my butler. Soon after, Duan Lingtian introduced Xiong Quan to Gold Thug. Xiong Quan was grateful when he heard Duan Lingtian's introduction. At the same time, he nodded at Gold Thug. I hope we can work hard for young master in the future. All right. Gold Thug nodded nonchalantly. Xiong Quan was not surprised by this. If it was not for his young master, someone as powerful as Gold Thug would not even bother with him. I'll surpass you sooner or later. Xiong Quan secretly made up his mind as he stared at Gold Thug. Chistang, my woman. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu and paused for a moment before he said bluntly. After saying that in one breath, Duan Lingtian glanced at Tianwu worriedly. He was worried that she would be angry. Phew. When Duan Lingtian saw the faint blush on Tianwu's beautiful face, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like Tianwu was not angry. At that moment, he could not help but feel pleased. Mistress. Gold Thug was casual with Xiong Quan, but he did not dare to be casual with Feng Tianwu. He bowed respectfully. She was his master's woman. All right. Feng Tianwu nodded nonchalantly at Gold Thug. Subsequently, Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan sat down one after another as Duan Lingtian beckoned. As for Gold Thug, he did not dare to sit down. He stood at the side with his back straight. You said that the Golden Hellhound clan's branch and the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's branch are irreconcilable? Duan Lingtian looked at Gold Thug and asked, It's been more than 20,000 years. Don't tell me you've never thought of making peace? With the innate talent and reproductive ability of both clans, you'll be able to recreate the glory of 20,000 years ago if you stop fighting. Through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian knew how terrifying the Golden Hellhound clan and the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan were 20,000 years ago. At that time, apart from powerhouses like Emperor Wu, even the ancient tribes did not dare to provoke them. At that time, they were existences that stood above first-rate forces. That's impossible. Gold Thug took a deep breath and said with a pained expression, Now, I'm the only one left from the Golden Hellhound clan. My parents and my clansmen were killed by the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's branch. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian learned many things from Gold Thug. 100 years ago, when Gold Thug was still a puppy, a powerhouse appeared in the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's branch. That powerhouse was more powerful than all the Golden Hellhounds in the Golden Hellhound clan's branch. That powerhouse led the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's branch to destroy the Golden Hellhound clan's branch. Unfortunately, that old fellow is dead. Otherwise, I'll definitely find it for revenge in the future. I'll avenge my parents and my clansmen, Gold Thug said in a deep voice. Master. Suddenly, Gold Thug seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Duan Lington and said, "Since you know about the Golden Hellhound clan and the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan, you should know about the Heavenly Jewel, right?" Gold Thug's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Heavenly Jewel? Duan Lingtian frowned and began to search the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Soon after, his eyes narrowed, and his breathing quickened. It was as though he had discovered something extraordinary. Heavenly Jewel? Chapter 1139. Duan Lingtian's action shocked Xiongquan, causing him to stand up as well. Even Feng Tianwu's beautiful face remained calm. However, there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. She wondered why Duan Lingtian was so excited. Yes, the Heavenly Jewel. Seeing how excited Duan Lingtian was, Gold Thug was certain that his master knew about the existence of the Heavenly Jewel. He might even know about its function. You're not mentioning the Heavenly Jewel for no reason, right? Do you know where I can find the Heavenly Jewel? At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized that he had lost his composure. He tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart and asked Gold Thug. 100 years ago, that old fellow from the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's branch obtained the Heavenly Jewel and absorbed the Heavenly Jewel energy. That's why he was able to possess a strength that surpassed all of our Golden Hellhound clan members. Gold Thug's face darkened when he recalled the past. However, he clenched his teeth and told him everything that he knew. The Heavenly Jewel. The Heavenly Jewel's energy. When Duan Lingtian recalled the records about the Heavenly Jewel in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, his emotions surged again. He could not calm down for a long time. The Heavenly Jewel was a legendary item. As its name suggested, it was a pearl. It was said that once the Heavenly Jewel was exposed to the air, it would automatically absorb the nature energy between heaven and earth and store it. Every 100 years, it would be able to store a pearl full of nature energy. There were a total of 5 types of nature energy: wind energy, fire energy, water energy, earth energy, and thunder energy. For example, if a person who comprehended the nature concept or nature profundity obtained the Heavenly Jewel and absorbed the nature energy stored in the Heavenly Jewel, he would be able to improve his concept and profundity rapidly. The speed of improvement was unimaginable to ordinary people. The Heavenly Jewel can help improve any nature profundity. My fused profundity is formed by the fusion of 5 nature profundities. It's similar to the nature energy stored in the Heavenly Jewel. It'll definitely help me improve my fused profundity. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, his emotions surged again. But soon, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something and calmed down again. Heavenly Jewels, only when they had accumulated enough nature energy would they be able to unleash their full potential. The force of nature that came from the accumulation of Heavenly Jewels was also known as the Heavenly Jewel energy. If a Heavenly Jewel had no more Heavenly Jewel energy to absorb, it was no different from a piece of trash. The Heavenly Jewels of the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan's branch had already been filled with Heavenly Jewel energy since last year. After another year, when their new leader is born, they'll absorb the Heavenly Jewel energy in the Heavenly Jewel to increase their strength. Gold Thug continued as though he could read Duan Lingtian's mind. As he spoke, a hint of unwillingness appeared in his eyes. Once he allowed the new leader of the Berserk Mongrel Rodent clan to absorb the Heavenly Jewel's energy and increase his strength, he would undoubtedly be left far behind. At that time, he would not be able to avenge his parents and clansmen. He hated it. At some point in time, Gold Thug had clenched his fists. His body was trembling, and he could not control his emotions. The reason why he agreed to be this person's dog, the reason why he didn't want to die, was not only for himself, but also to avenge the annihilation of his clan. He wanted to avenge his clan. If he died, the Golden Hellhound clan would disappear from Cloud Continent forever. You mean, The heavenly jewels in the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch are filled with nature energy? Duan Lingtian asked as he stared at Gold Thug. Earlier, he was worried that the heavenly jewels in the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch did not have much nature energy in them. That was why he lost interest in the heavenly jewels. Yes. Gold Thug replied confidently. How can you be so sure? Duan Lingtian asked. Ever since that old man died, the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch only passed down 2 Berserk mongrel rodents who possess the imperial family's bloodline. The new leader will be born in a year from now. Gold Thug said. As for the heavenly jewels, they were left behind by the previous leader of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch. Only the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's leader can use the heavenly jewels. This is the rule he set. When Gold Thug mentioned the previous leader of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch, hatred shone in his eyes. The previous leader of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch was the powerhouse from the Berserk mongrel rodent clan who killed his parents. If that's the case, you want me to snatch the heavenly jewels? Duan Lingtian asked as he stared at Gold Thug again. Yes. Gold Thug nodded. Although I don't know what profundity you've comprehended, I can smell the aura of 5 types of nature profundity from the 5-colored profundity. I'm sure the nature energy accumulated in the heavenly jewels can help you elevate your ability, Master. Gold Thug finished his sentence in one breath. As expected of the Golden Hellhound. Your nose is very sensitive. Duan Lingtian smiled. His smile was so bright that it made Gold Thug's hair stand on end. Instead of saying that you want me to snatch the heavenly jewels so that I can benefit, it's more accurate to say that you want to avenge your Golden Hellhound clan. Duan Lingtian glanced at Gold Thug nonchalantly with an expression that said, I've seen through you. You're wise, Master. Gold Thug kneeled on the ground and said respectfully, If Master can help me avenge my Golden Hellhound clan, I'm willing to serve Master wholeheartedly for the rest of my life. I'll never betray you again. At that time, I'm willing to swear on the 9-9 heavenly retribution to prove my sincerity. Gold Thug said sincerely. Never betray you again? Sincerely? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a mocking smile. We killed 3 of your brothers earlier. Could it be that you don't want to avenge them? You won't be unhappy with me because of them? If that's the case, I'm afraid you'll be killed by the lightning punishment in the blink of an eye even if you swear. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp like a sword. Master, although we have feelings for each other, we're not related by blood. Besides, the reason we're together is because of our common interests. From the moment we became bandits, we were prepared to lose each other. Gold Thug sighed. If we continue like this, even if we don't meet Master this time, we might be killed by someone else next time. Gold Thug felt helpless as he spoke. No matter how powerful a bandit was, he would not be able to escape death if he accidentally encountered a powerhouse. Just like this time. He became a bandit mainly because the Golden Hellhound clan's branch's base was occupied by the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch. He no longer had any cultivation resources. Therefore, he could only rely on his own strength to plunder and fight for it to elevate his cultivation base. It could be said that his current cultivation base was all due to his hard work. You're quite open-minded. Duan Lingtian glanced at Gold Thug nonchalantly and asked, Since there are 2 imperial bloodlines in the Golden Rodent clan, they'll be our biggest opponents if we want to obtain the heavenly jewel. How strong are they? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Gold Thug with a gleam in his eyes. Their cultivation base is the same as mine. They're both at the 6th level Demon Monarch stage. If they don't go berserk, I can defeat any one of them. However, if they go berserk, I'm no match for any one of them. Gold Thug felt helpless when he reached the end of his sentence. Once the Berserk mongrel rodent went berserk, its combat strength would skyrocket. The purer the bloodline, the stronger the berserk power. 6th level Demon Monarch stage? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he muttered to himself, As far as I know, the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's imperial bloodline will gain an additional strength of at least 2,000 ancient horned dragons once they go berserk. Those with better innate talent can even gain an additional strength of 3,000 or even 4,000 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian learned all of this from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. Berserk was the berserk mongrel rodent's innate skill. It was similar to the variant's innate ability, but it was different because the entire clan would go berserk. However, the innate ability was one of a kind. During the reincarnation Emperor Wu's first lifetime, he had come into contact with the berserk mongrel rodent clan. In the reincarnation Emperor Wu's impression of them, the berserk mongrel rodent was a perfect example of a saying, a rat crossing the street, hated by everyone. All of this was because the berserk mongrel rodent had a bad nature that originated from its bones. It might call you brother today, but it could turn hostile and even stab you in the back for benefits tomorrow. During the reincarnation Emperor Wu's first lifetime, he had encountered a berserk mongrel rodent not long after he had broken through to the martial monarch stage. The reincarnation Emperor Wu had trusted it wholeheartedly, but it wanted to kill the reincarnation Emperor Wu for benefits. Fortunately, the reincarnation Emperor Wu reacted at the critical moment and killed it first. From that moment on, the reincarnation Emperor Wu hated the berserk mongrel rodent from the bottom of his heart. Gold Thug was not surprised that Duan Lingtian understood the berserk mongrel rodent so well. When his master mentioned the Golden Hellhound clan and the berserk mongrel rodent clan from 20,000 years ago, he knew that his master was not a simple person. How far is the berserk mongrel rodent clan's encampment from the Yin-Yang sect's encampment? Duan Lingtian asked. Master, are you going to the Yin-Yang sect? Gold Thug asked curiously. 3 months at the latest. I must reach the Yin-Yang sect's encampment, Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. At this moment, he could not help but think of his 2 fiancées. Don't do anything stupid. I'll come and save you soon. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It'll take about 1.5 months to reach the Yin-Yang sect's encampment from here. However, if we take this swift boat to the inner land and rush to the berserk mongrel rodent clan's encampment immediately, I'm afraid it'll take you more than 3 months to get back to the Yin-Yang sect's encampment after you obtain the heavenly jewel, Master. Gold Thug frowned when he reached the end of his sentence. More than 3 months. Chapter 1140. Master, we can take a small swift boat. Soon, Gold Thug seemed to have recalled something as his eyes lit up. A small swift boat? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Before he could learn the difference between a small swift boat and a large swift boat from reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, Gold Thug had already said, a small swift boat can be twice as fast as a large swift boat when its speed is raised to the maximum. Twice as fast. In other words, if we take a small swift boat, we'll only need around 20 days to reach the mainland? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Yes. Gold Thug nodded. If that's the case, we'll take a small swift boat instead. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he made up his mind. There was a hint of desire in the depth of his eyes. It was a desire for the heavenly jewel. The heavenly jewel that was filled with nature energy was undoubtedly a timely help to him. Perhaps, the heavenly jewel is a turning point for me. Otherwise, with my current ability, it's almost impossible for me to break into the Yin-Yang sect and take Kerr and Little Fair away. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian took out a small swift boat from the spatial ring that Gold Thug had given him after removing the master ownership claim. Subsequently, he let Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan enter it. Senior. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man who was sitting far away and smiled. Let me give you a ride. The old man was the one who had warned him at the Ruoshui riverside. Initially, the old man was a little anxious when he saw Duan Lingtian was going to take the small swift boat away. If they encountered bandits later on, they would not be able to survive without the protection of Duan Lingtian's people. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian calling him, he sighed in relief and stood up immediately. Thank you, Master. A moment later, the old man entered the small swift boat as well. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Gold Thug and was about to enter the small swift boat as well. Master, please give me a ride too. Master, if we encounter bandits again after you leave, we'll be finished. Please bring us along. Master, please bring us along. After a short while, everyone on the Yin-Yang sect's large swift boat stood up in unison and rushed towards Duan Lingtian. Each and every one of them had an anxious look on their faces as they were afraid that there wouldn't be enough space on the small swift boat if they were too slow. Duan Lingtian glanced at these people indifferently, then ignored them and entered the small flying boat. Not to mention that the other 3 small flying boats couldn't accommodate so many people. Even if they could, he had no obligation and responsibility to help these people. Previously at the Ruo Shui riverside, these people watched with folded arms when he was in danger. They weren't even willing to send him a voice transmission to warn him. Their indifference made Duan Lingtian's heart turn cold. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't hate them. Everyone had their own choices and couldn't be forced. Just like how he didn't plan to take these people away on a small flying boat. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was ignoring these people, Gold Thug could not help but scoff. A majestic and vast airwave surged out of his body and pushed back the group of people who pounced on him. Master, I'm willing to pay 100 high-grade origin stones as long as you're willing to take me away. Master, I'm willing to pay as well. The group of people who were pushed back saw that Gold Thug had also entered the small swift boat after pushing them back. The small swift boat had already ascended and left the large swift boat that they were in. Their expressions changed instantly. Many of them even wanted to spend high-grade origin stones to board the small swift boat. Unfortunately, after the small swift boat left the large swift boat, it didn't turn back. In a blink of an eye, it transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared before their eyes. For a moment, despair filled the faces of the people on the large swift boat. Why is he willing to take that old man away but not me? Someone said unwillingly. For a moment, everyone realized this problem. Unfortunately, this was destined to be a mystery in their hearts forever. That day at the Ruo Shui riverside, the old man had used voice transmission to warn Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had cooperated and left no traces behind. Therefore, nobody knew that Duan Lingtian had communicated with the old man and was grateful to him. The small swift boat pierced through the sky and headed north toward the inner land. That's fast. In the small swift boat, Xianxia looked at the swift boat beneath his feet in shock. I can't believe that this inconspicuous fellow is so fast. If it's not fast, how can it chase after the large swift boats? Duan Lingtian said. Xianxia finally understood. He just remembered that Gold Thug was originally a bandit. He usually relied on these small swift boats to search for and hunt prey. It would be unreasonable if his speed was slower than his prey. Thank you, Master. The old man thanked Duan Lingtian again. He knew that from the moment he boarded this small swift boat, he was destined to reach the inner land safely. As for the other group of people, they would most likely die. There was not a single person at the martial monarch stage or above among them. If they did not encounter the bandits on the Ruo Shui riverside, they might be able to reach the inner land safely. However, if they encountered any of the bandits on the Ruo Shui riverside, they would definitely die. Senior, you don't have to thank me. If you didn't warn me at the Ruo Shui riverside, I wouldn't have returned the favor today. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Where there's a cause, there's an effect. You reap what you sow. I'm glad that I warned you at that time. The old man sighed with lingering fear in his heart. He knew very well. If he did not warn this purple-clad young man at the Ruo Shui riverside, he would have to stay on the large swift boat and die with the group of people. The speed of the small flying boat was very fast, which could be seen from the clouds in the sky. As for the surroundings of the small flying boat, there was no reference object. There was only the boundless Ruo Shui River. In the following days, Duan Lingtian immersed himself in his cultivation again. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, divine dragon form. He held the 3 nature profundity fragments tightly in his hand. He was constantly comprehending and improving his fused profundity. Apart from that, the comprehension of the sword Tao that originated from the word sword in his mind increased as time passed. The fused profundity is like a bottomless pit. Even with the help of the 3 nature profundity fragments, the progress is still so slow. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a gigantic 5-colored sword and disappeared into the northeast sky in just a moment. Let's go! Behind them, the gold thug raised his hand and followed along with Xianxia. Chapter 1141. Ever since the Berserk mongrel rodent clan almost perished together with the Golden Hellhound clan 10,000 years ago, there was only one branch left. This branch had been passed down until today. However, in order to recuperate, they had learned to conceal themselves and not expose themselves in front of people. They had made too many enemies back then. If they exposed the existence of their branch, they would definitely be attacked by those people like a storm. It was precisely because of their recuperation that the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch had been hiding in the dark. Perhaps, the Golden Hellhound clan was really the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's archenemy. When the latter left a branch behind, they also left a branch behind. Since then, the 2 branches had been fighting. They were evenly matched, and they had been fighting for over 20,000 years. It was until 100 years ago that a Berserk mongrel rodent clan's imperial powerhouse obtained a heavenly jewel that was filled with nature energy. With the help of the heavenly jewel, he raised the nature profundity he comprehended by a few levels in a short period of time. Due to this reason, the balance between the 2 clans was broken. Under the leadership of that powerhouse, the Berserk mongrel rodent clan completely annihilated the Golden Hellhound clan. Naturally, in their eyes, it was complete annihilation. They did not know that when they were killing the Golden Hellhound clan that year, a Golden Hellhound puppy had survived. Moreover, that Golden Hellhound puppy had relied on its own efforts to possess strength that was not inferior to the 2 strongest imperial powerhouses in the Berserk mongrel rodent clan. The Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch was located in a dark swamp. Root-type demon beasts did not like light. They preferred to hide in the dark because only the dark could give them a sense of security, an absolute sense of security. Gold Thug, you've been here before? Today, there were a few uninvited guests in a corner of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch's vast territory. They were being led by a golden-robed old man. The person who asked the golden-robed old man was a purple-clad young man who was following behind. Yes, master. The golden-robed old man replied respectfully in the face of the purple-clad young man's question. The people who had come to this swamp, which was also the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch's residence, were Duan Lingtian and the others who had come from afar. The gold thug came here as though he was strolling in his own backyard. Duan Lingtian and the others could not help but feel surprised. Master, over there. Then, Gold Thug continued to lead the way. He flew all the way to the center of the swamp. He did not try to hide himself. Are you sure this won't alert the enemy? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. Don't worry, master. As Gold Thug replied, he continued to speed up. Who is it? After a while, a loud shout came from the swamp in the distance. Along with the voice, little black dots began to appear before Duan Lingtian and the others. They continued to grow larger and larger as they did so. However, even in front of Duan Lingtian and the others, the little black dot didn't become much bigger. What appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others were 7 rat-type demon beasts with mixed fur all over their bodies. They were slightly larger than ordinary rats, and their eyes were flashing with a scarlet luster. Berserk mongrel rodent. With just one look, Duan Lingtian recognized the 7 rat-type demon beasts. They were exactly the same as the Berserk mongrel rodent in the memory of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Just as Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Xianxia tensed up and were about to attack, Gold Thug spoke. His voice was filled with authority and spread far and wide. Boom. At the same time, a vast wave of air gushed out from Gold Thug's body and sent the 7 berserk mongrel rodents flying. However, Gold Thug did not take advantage of the situation to attack. He stood where he was and raised his hand. An ancient token appeared in his hand. The token was engraved with extremely complicated and ancient patterns. Upon closer inspection, the pattern formed by the patterns was a rat-type demon beast. Just as Duan Lingtian and the others were puzzled, Gold Thug's voice rang out. "Greetings, Third Emperor." The 7 berserk mongrel rodents that were sent flying by Gold Thug had bloodshot eyes. They were ready to call for the other tribesmen. However, when they saw the token in Gold Thug's hand, all of them kneeled in the air like humans. At this moment, as they kneeled in the air, their bodies trembled. Fear filled their 7 pairs of bloodshot eyes. "Third Emperor, please spare our lives. We didn't know it was you," one of the berserk mongrel rodents said in a trembling voice. "Third Emperor, please spare our lives." The other 2 berserk mongrel rodents also begged for mercy. Their voices were trembling. "Scram!" Gold Thug shouted coldly. As he raised his hand, a rolling energy swept out and sent the 7 berserk mongrel rodents who had not even entered the void transformation stage flying again. At this moment, the 7 berserk mongrel rodents fled as though they were relieved of a heavy burden. After a short while, the swamp regained its tranquility. "Master, please." After the 7 berserk mongrel rodents left, Gold Thug, who was originally majestic, stepped aside respectfully. He bowed humbly to Duan Lingtian and guided Duan Lingtian forward. However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of leaving. "Gold Thug, what happened just now? Why did they address you as Third Emperor?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He still felt strange when he recalled the scene earlier. Logically speaking, as the Golden Hellhound, Gold Thug should be the archenemy of the berserk mongrel rodents, right? Why did the 7 berserk mongrel rodents not only kneel obediently when they saw the token in Gold Thug's hand, but they even addressed him as Third Emperor? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. In fact, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who could not figure it out. Even Feng Tianwu and Xianxia were puzzled as well. Xianxia, in particular, had a confused expression on his face. His shock had yet to fade away. Earlier, when he saw the 7 berserk mongrel rodents bowing to Gold Thug, it gave him a huge shock. He had no idea what was going on at all. "Young master, didn't you say that the Golden Hellhound and the berserk mongrel rodents are archenemies?" Xianxia was puzzled. "Master, in the eyes of the berserk mongrel rodents, the Golden Hellhound has become a thing of the past. It no longer exists." Gold Thug said slowly in response to Duan Lingtian's question. "You mean, they don't know about your existence?" Duan Lingtian was not stupid. He could easily figure out something from Gold Thug's words. "You're wise, master." Gold Thug nodded and flattered Duan Lingtian. "Let's not talk about this for now. Why don't you explain why the 7 berserk mongrel rodents kneeled on the ground and addressed you as the Third Emperor when they saw you taking out the order token?" Duan Lingtian looked at Gold Thug strangely. "Don't tell me you stole the order token from one of the royal family members of the berserk mongrel rodent clan?" The royal family reigned supreme in the berserk mongrel rodent clan. After the royal family was the royal family. The royal family had a close relationship with the royal family. Most of them were the offspring of a royal family member and a non-royal family member. They were neither superior nor inferior. However, they had an extremely high status in the berserk mongrel rodent clan. Some of the royal family members might even be the siblings of the berserk mongrel rodent clan branch leader. Therefore, it was normal for the royal family members to be addressed as the Third Emperor. Of course not. Gold Thug shook his head as he weighed the order token in his hand. "Master, this order token in my hand belongs to me. To be more precise, it was given to me by the 2 royal family members of the berserk mongrel rodent clan." "What?" One must admit that Gold Thug's answer completely shocked Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, and Xianxia. "Aren't they your enemies? Why would they give you this?" Xianxia asked with his mouth agape. "I know they're my enemies, but it doesn't mean they know I'm their mortal enemy." Gold Thug's eyes gleamed. Under Duan Lingtian and the other two's puzzled gazes, he said slowly, "Back then, I created an opportunity to sneak into the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's residence. At that time, I helped them solve a problem. Since the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's ability was on par with the two royal family members, I was acknowledged by them. It's funny now that I think about it. That time, they actually forced me to become sworn brothers. Since I couldn't defeat them after they went berserk, I became their third brother. Both of them had similar abilities, so they were called the Big Brother, for now. When one of them becomes the leader of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan in the future, he'll become the one and only Big Brother, while the other one will be the second brother. Gold Thug sneered when he reached this part of the sentence. You became sworn brothers with them? Xianxia was shocked. It's just a formality. I only found out later that the reason we became sworn brothers was because they wanted to use me to do something for them. They told me it wasn't dangerous, but I almost lost my life because of it. When Gold Thug reached this part of the sentence, he said angrily with lingering fear, the Berserk mongrel rodents are just like what was recorded in the handbook passed down in our clan. They're all despicable and shameless creatures. Later on, they wanted to use me, so I left without saying goodbye. I came here to find out more about them. At that time, I had a good understanding of them, so I chose to leave. Gold Thug looked at the order token in his hand and continued, they gave me this order token after I was almost killed by them. They said it was to give me a position in the Berserk mongrel rodent clan that's only below them. After listening to Gold Thug's words, Duan Lingtian and the other two finally understood what was going on. If that's the case, with this order token, we'll soon be able to see the two imperial Berserk mongrel rodents in the Berserk mongrel rodent clan? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Gold Thug nodded as his eyes gleamed coldly. If they know I'm back, I wonder how happy they'll be. In their eyes, I'm just a powerful lackey who can help them do many things that their clansmen can't. Chapter 1142. It seems like the Gold Thug must have encountered a great danger when he was almost killed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so agitated. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, he was in a good mood when he found out that he would be able to meet the two royals of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan soon. This meant that he would be able to settle the matter here in the shortest time possible and obtain the heavenly jewel before heading to the Yin-Yang sect's estate. Let's go! Under Duan Lingtian's guidance, the Gold Thug led the way in front and the group continued to go deeper into the swamp. That was where the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's branch of the royal clan and the royal clan gathered. The Berserk mongrel rodents who were above the royal clan could transform into humans. Therefore, the place where they lived was made of wood. Although the materials were simple, they were exquisite. Third Emperor. Along the way, the Berserk mongrel rodents who saw the token in the Gold Thug's hand knelt down and bowed to him. Duan Lingtian and the other two followed closely behind. When they arrived at the swamp center, Duan Lingtian and the other two's eyes lit up. The exquisite wooden buildings in front of them gave them a different feeling. It was as though they had come to another world. Yo, I was wondering who it was. It's our third emperor who's back. Soon after, a voice filled with mockery resonated. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw that the person who spoke was a middle-aged man who walked out of a wooden building. When he looked at the Gold Thug, his eyes were filled with disdain. 8th level void transformation stage? Initially, Duan Lingtian thought that the person who dared to mock the Gold Thug would be very powerful. It did not cross his mind that the person was only an 8th level void transformation stage martial artist. The Royal Berserk mongrel rodent? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrow and asked the Gold Thug curiously. Yes, master. The Gold Thug nodded in response. He stopped moving and looked at the middle-aged man who mocked him. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Apart from those two fellows, he's the one who I hate the most in the Berserk mongrel rodent clan. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew who the two guys Gold Thug was talking about were. They were none other than the two members of the royal family of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan. They had almost killed Gold Thug and were his sworn enemies. Gold Thug, I didn't expect you to acknowledge me as your master. This is an incredible piece of news. I'm looking forward to seeing the expressions of the two emperors when they find out. The middle-aged man laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with mockery. However, his laughter came to an abrupt end very quickly. This was because a bloody hole had appeared out of nowhere on his throat. It was a hideous and terrifying bloody hole, and dazzling blood continuously gushed out. In the end, he also fell to the ground and completely stopped breathing. Since you hate him, then make him shut up forever, Duan Lingtian said calmly as he stretched his right hand. Gold Thug's pupils shrank. Earlier, he had only heard a short-lived sword howl, and he hadn't been able to see his master's movements clearly before that member of the Berserk mongrel rat royal clan that he loathed had died. Master's ability has improved again. Gold Thug's eyes lit up immediately. Subsequently, a devilish smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His body moved like the wind, and when he raised his hand, a 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. It was his Grade 1 spirit sword. Bush, 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 bush. As Gold Thug raised his hand, the sword in his hand moved like a swimming dragon. Streaks of sword rays shot out and instantly destroyed all the wooden buildings in front of him. As the wooden buildings collapsed, there were many figures lying in a pool of blood. These were basically the royal family of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan. Gold Thug. You're crazy. Naturally, there were also some royal family members of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan who had a high cultivation base who managed to avoid this disaster. When they regained their senses, horror dawned on them when they looked at the person who had attacked them. They were very familiar with the person standing before them. Gold Thug. He was the sworn brother of the two emperors, the third brother. Naturally, among the Berserk mongrel rodent clan, apart from the Berserk mongrel rodent clan who had a lowly bloodline, the noble royal family members did not acknowledge this person. However, when they saw this person daring to kill their royal family members, they thought he was crazy. Was he not afraid of enraging the emperors? In fact, the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's main foundation was the royal family. Only the union between the royal family members or even the union between the royal family and the royal family could give birth to a new generation of royal family members. However, the response to the royal family members of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan was the sword in Gold Thug's hand that shot out at lightning speed. The sound of the sword whistling in the air was short-lived. The short-lived sword whistling sound was like a death knell. Each time it rang, one of the royal family members of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan would fall. Boom! Many royal family members went berserk and increased their strength, but they were still killed by Gold Thug's sword. So this is Berserk? Although Duan Lingtian had learned about the Berserk of the Berserk mongrel rodents from Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, he could not help but feel surprised when he saw it with his own eyes. Once these Berserk mongrel rodents transformed into humans, apart from the origin energy that had merged with concept, there was also a layer of bloody red light on their bodies. After they went berserk, their strength increased tremendously. However, the increase was very small. At most, it was only the strength of a few hundred ancient horned dragons. This little increase was nothing in front of a demon monarch like Gold Thug. Soon after, blood flowed like a river in the center of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's estate. Gold Thug, how dare you? Gold Thug, you're seeking death. The Berserk mongrel rodents in the swamp began to stir when they smelled the scent of blood. The main characters finally appeared. Two skinny old men who looked like they were just skin and bones appeared side by side. Their eyes were bloody red, and their bodies exuded a terrifying aura. It was an aura of rage, killing intent, and ruthlessness. The two old men, one in a black robe and the other in a gray robe, locked their bloody and cold eyes on Gold Thug the moment they appeared. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, the Berserk mongrel rodents from all over the swamp began to gather. They were completely stunned when they saw the corpses of the royal family. Who did this? Soon after, they received their answer. The third emperor did this? Oh my God, why did the third emperor do this? He's cutting off the roots of our Berserk mongrel rodent clan. Does he want to die? Although there were many berserk mongrel rodents watching the scene, they did not intend to make a move. This was because they knew it would be useless even if they made a move. The third emperor's strength was almost on par with the two emperors. He was not someone they could go against. They had not even stepped into the void transformation stage, so they did not have the strength to transform into humans. "Ha! Two old fellas, you finally appeared." Gold Thug laughed loudly when he saw the gray-clad old man and the black-clad old man. His laughter was filled with unbridled excitement. "Gold Thug, why did you do this?" The gray-clad old man's eyes gleamed coldly as he suppressed the anger in his heart and asked in a deep voice. "Why? That's a good question." The moment the gray-clad old man's words left his mouth, Gold Thug's laughter stopped abruptly. Along with a loud shout, a dazzling golden light shone from his body, causing the group of berserk mongrel rodents to squint their eyes. When they opened their eyes, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. A hint of coldness could be seen in their crimson eyes. What did they just see? A huge golden dog with a black horn on its head appeared before their eyes. They were not unfamiliar with such a huge dog. "So, you're the surviving member of the Golden Hellhound clan. Are the three people behind you the helpers you brought along? Are they also the surviving members of the Golden Hellhound clan?" The black-clad old man asked coldly as his crimson eyes narrowed. "Do you think you can do anything to us with just the few of you?" The other gray-clothed old man also spoke in a cold voice. However, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly stopped. Of course, no one interrupted him with words. He kept his mouth shut. Unknowingly, a purple figure had appeared beside the gray-robed old man. It was a ghostly purple figure. This was a purple-clothed young man. He stood in front of the gray-clothed old man, but the 3-foot-long sword in his hand had already entered the gray-clothed old man's neck. With a shake of the 3-foot-long sword, a sword hum resounded, and the gray-clothed old man's head left his body. Almost at the same time the gray-clothed old man's voice came to an abrupt end, the black-clothed old man who had been by his side seemed to have turned into a bolt of black lightning and flashed to the side. "Who are you?" Looking at the purple figure in front of him, the black-clothed old man's expression was extremely ugly. Deep fear appeared in his eyes. Although the other party's attack was considered a sneak attack. However, the fact that the other party was able to appear in front of them and kill one of the berserk mongrel rodent clan's imperial family was enough to show how terrifying the other party was. The other party's strength was stronger than them. At the very least, he was stronger than them without berserk. Boom! Without any hesitation, the surging origin energy on the black-clothed old man's body transformed into a milky white flame. At the same time, the profundity followed him like a shadow. Apart from that, a bloody light soared from his body and shrouded his entire body, making him seem even taller. It was none other than the berserk mongrel rodent clan's berserk. A saber appeared in his hand just in time. It was a narrow saber that had light swirling around it. The origin energy that had been infused with the profundity merged with the saber easily. At once, the heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred and gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. The heaven and earth phenomenon finally gathered to form the silhouettes of 3 ancient black dragons. They wriggled as they descended, giving off a strong visual impact. At the same time, it made the already dark swamp even darker. The strength of 3 ancient black dragons? How's that possible? Chapter 1143. In Gold Thug's memory. If the black-clad old man did not enter berserk, his strength was on par with him. If he unleashed his full strength, he would be able to wield the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons. However, due to the fact that he was active as a bandit in the southern area of the Ruoshui River, he was far more experienced and skilled than the black-clad old man. For this reason, he was slightly better than the black-clad old man in terms of strength. However, if the black-clad old man entered berserk, he would gain the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons, 2 ancient black dragons and 8,000 ancient horned dragons. The difference of the strength of 3,000 ancient horned dragons rendered his combat experience and skills useless. Crushing. Absolute crushing. The black-clad old man in berserk completely crushed him. However, it did not cross his mind that the black-clad old man's strength had risen to such a level when he saw him again. Once he entered berserk, he had an additional strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons compared to before. Gold Thug, do you think I'm still at the same level as you? When the black-clad old man heard Gold Thug's exclamation, he immediately looked at Gold Thug and said in disdain. However, after he finished speaking to Gold Thug, he shifted his gaze to the purple-clad young man standing nearby. Cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. You'll definitely die. The black-clad old man stared at Duan Lingtian and spoke slowly. His voice was cold as though it came from an ice cave. You want me to die? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Faced with the black-clad old man who had 3 silhouettes of ancient black dragons above his head, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. He looked at the old man fearlessly. His eyes were calm as though he would not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Master, I'll help you. At this moment, Gold Thug flew out and stood side by side with Duan Lingtian. He stared at the black-clad old man who was the only remaining Imperial Berserk mongrel rodent in the Berserk mongrel rodent clan. Although he knew his master was very powerful and could wield the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 8,000 ancient horned dragons if he unleashed his full strength, he was still able to wield the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 8,000 ancient horned dragons. However, the strength displayed by the black-clad old man was more powerful than his master. It was the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Even if his master's swordsmanship was amazing, under such a huge difference in strength, he was probably not a match for the old man in black. Go do what you need to do. I don't care about this old man. Duan Lingtian said to Gold Thug. Based on his words, he did not need Gold Thug's help to deal with the old man in black. Master. Upon hearing that, Gold Thug looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, his eyes filled with confidence. Yes. After taking a deep breath, Gold Thug nodded heavily. He chose to believe in Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, his figure flashed, and he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed into the surrounding group of berserk mongrel rats. Bush, 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 bush. After reverting to his human form, Gold Thug kept swinging his sword. Every time he made a move, he easily took the lives of a few berserk mongrel rats. The sword in his hand was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. In just a blink of an eye, many berserk mongrel rats died in his hands. These berserk mongrel rats who had not even entered the void transformation stage were like ants in front of Gold Thug who was at the 6th level demon monarch stage. Run! Run! In the face of this one-sided massacre, the group of berserk mongrel rats fled in all directions. Help Gold Thug. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice entered Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan's ears. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, both of them seemed to have received an order. Both of them made their moves and helped Gold Thug to slaughter the berserk mongrel rats that were fleeing in all directions. It was a one-sided massacre. Everywhere both of them passed by, the corpses of the berserk mongrel rats fell like rain. When the black-clad old man saw the bloody scene around him, his bloodshot eyes were filled with killing intent. After he shouted, he immediately attacked Duan Lingtian. He attacked with all his might. The saber that contained the strength of 3 ancient black dragons followed Duan Lingtian like a shadow. It was ferocious as though it wanted to kill Duan Lingtian in one strike so that it could rescue its people. Faced with the black-clad old man's ferocious saber, Duan Lingtian had a disdainful smile on his face. Subsequently, he shook the 3-foot-long sword in his hand and faced the saber head-on. Boom! In an instant, a 5-colored energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. As soon as the 5-colored energy appeared, it transformed into the shape of a sword. It made Duan Lingtian look like he had transformed into a 5-colored gigantic sword. The saber and the sword collided violently. They did not hold back at all. The black-clad old man who was shrouded in a bloody light swung his saber with all his might. It was comparable to the strength of 3 ancient black dragons. Wherever the saber ray passed, it emitted a fierce aura. The airwaves rolled and the wind raged. It swept out like a blade, and many blade marks were left on the withered trees on the swamp. They were clearly visible blade marks. Although the 3-foot-long sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was a delayed attack, it was not to be outdone. The rolling energy in his body continued to surge into the saber before it gushed out. Around his body, the sound of air exploding continued to rise and fall. It shook the air and caused the airwaves to explode continuously, setting off gusts of whistling wind. It caused his purple robes to flutter, making him look extremely elegant. Due to the delayed attack, Duan Lingtian's energy surged out of the 3-foot-long sword in his hand in a hurry. When it collided with the saber in the black-clad old man's hand, he seemed to be at a disadvantage. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The black-clad old man who had forced Duan Lingtian to take 2 steps back with his saber had a disdainful look on his face. After he sneered, the saber in his hand continued to move forward. He wanted to shatter the 3-foot-long sword in Duan Lingtian's hand before cutting Duan Lingtian into 2. However, his expression changed very quickly. He realized that the energy in the 3-foot-long sword in the purple-clad young man's hand was increasing continuously. It was as though there was no end to it. It crashed against his energy again and again. It was like waves that kept crashing against each other. The energy kept stacking together. In the end, it gave him a huge pressure. Boom. Finally, he felt the energy in the 3-foot-long sword in his opponent's hand explode in an instant. It completely crushed his energy. This power came too quickly and erupted too quickly, so he didn't have time to fully react. When he finally reacted, he only saw a flash in front of his eyes. He happened to see the heaven and earth phenomenon that was condensing in the void above his opponent's head. At that moment, his eyes narrowed to the extreme. This was destined to be his last expression in his life. When he saw the heaven and earth anomaly above the purple-clothed young man's head, a tiny crack appeared between his eyebrows. The crack continued to spread and turned into a bloody scar. The black-clad old man's body was cut into 2. Boom. After the old man whose eyes had narrowed to the extreme was cut into 2, he was shrouded by a rolling 5-colored energy before his body could be completely separated. He was instantly crushed into powder. He could not be any more dead. A gust of wind blew past. Only the purple-clad young man was left standing there. His purple robes fluttered lightly. His expression was calm and composed. As for the sword in his hand, it had long since disappeared without a trace. Looks like that sword Saint Feng Qingyang wasn't bragging. I've only comprehended the surface of the sword Dao comprehension he left behind, and my sword profundity has already risen to such a level. How amazing! The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he was muttering to himself. These 2 months are just like a dream. As Duan Lingtian reached the end of his muttering, he sighed softly. However, a faint smile crept up the corner of his mouth. At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head showed signs of fading and dispersing. Currently, one could vaguely see the heaven and earth phenomenon above his head. There were a total of 3 ancient black dragon silhouettes and 5,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. In other words, Duan Lingtian's strength was equivalent to the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons and 5,000 ancient horned dragons when he made his move earlier. 2 months ago, on the Yin-Yang sect's gigantic swift boat in front of Gold Thug, Duan Lingtian had only displayed the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 8,000 ancient horned dragons when he unleashed his full strength. In just 2 months, he had increased his strength by 7,000 ancient horned dragons. This was simply a miracle. At this moment, Feng Tianwu, Gold Thug, and Xiongquan had already slaughtered all the berserk mongrel rats around them. Without any rats to kill, they immediately looked at Duan Lingtian. Without exception, all of them were attracted by the heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head that was dispersing. Gulp, gulp. Gold Thug and Xiongquan swallowed their saliva in unison. Shock was written all over their faces. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. In just 2 months, he managed to increase his strength by 7,000 ancient horned dragons in one go? How did Master do it? Gold Thug was dumbfounded. Xiongquan was almost the same. Young Master, he only spent 2 months to raise his strength to such a level? There's an additional strength of 7,000 ancient horned dragons. Although Feng Tianwu did not say anything, there was a hint of astonishment and shock in the depth of her beautiful eyes. Duan Lingtian's improvement shocked everyone who knew about the change in his strength. Half a month ago, my cultivation base made a breakthrough to the 3rd level martial monarch stage with the help of the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy. Such an improvement gave my origin energy an additional strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. In addition to the boost from the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, it's an additional strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Duan Lingtian felt like he was dreaming when he recalled the improvement half a month ago. Before he made a breakthrough to the martial monarch stage, although the rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy was shocking, it required the assistance of the spirit fruit's medicinal efficacy. However, he did not need any assistance at all now. It only took me slightly more than half a year to break through from the 1st level martial monarch stage to the 3rd level martial monarch stage. Duan Lingtian did not know what to say about his improvement in the past half a year. Chapter 1144. Feng Tianwu and Xiongquan's situation was enough to prove that every step after reaching the martial monarch stage was like reaching the heavens. Every step was like reaching the heavens. It meant that every step was as difficult as reaching the heavens. However, this was not the case for Duan Lingtian, who had consumed the rebirth pill. To him, breaking through after reaching the martial monarch stage was as simple and easy as drinking water. This was evident from the fact that he only took half a year to break through from the 1st level martial monarch stage to the 3rd level martial monarch stage. All of this is the credit of the rebirth pill. Duan Lingtian knew his limits. Although his innate talent was high and had reached the limit of a human martial artist on the Cloud Continent, it was impossible for him to improve so quickly without the help of the rebirth pill's overbearing medicinal efficacy. Of course, if it was only the improvement of his cultivation base, it was not enough for Duan Lingtian to gain the strength of 7,000 ancient horned dragons in just 2 months. The improvement of his cultivation base only gave him an additional 2,000 ancient horned dragon strength. The other 5,000 ancient horned dragon's strength came from somewhere else. Duan Lingtian's strength came from 4 aspects. First, origin energy. Second, quasi-royal grade spirit sword. Third, fused profundity. Fourth, sword profundity. In the past 2 months, the improvement of his origin energy and quasi-royal grade spirit sword was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. His fused profundity did not improve. Only the sword profundity was left. It was also because of the breakthrough of the sword profundity that Duan Lingtian gained the strength of 5,000 ancient horned dragons. 2 months ago, the sword profundity that Duan Lingtian comprehended was only at the 1st level monarch stage sword profundity. It was equivalent to the strength of 2,000 ancient horned dragons. Now, the sword profundity had an additional 5,000 ancient horned dragon strength compared to before. In other words, the sword profundity that Duan Lingtian comprehended was equivalent to the strength of 7,000 ancient horned dragons. The sword profundity that was equivalent to the strength of 7,000 ancient horned dragons was only at the 6th level monarch stage sword profundity. That was right. Duan Lingtian had comprehended the 6th level monarch stage sword profundity. From the 1st level monarch stage sword profundity to the 6th level monarch stage sword profundity, he had crossed 5 levels in one go. My sword profundity has improved so much. During this process, I didn't rely on the sword profundity fragment to comprehend and improve my sword profundity. I relied entirely on the sword Dao comprehension accumulated in my mind. As for the origin of the sword Dao comprehension, it was none other than the word sword left behind by the sword saint Feng Qingyang. The word, sword, contained obscure information, and this information was the comprehension of the way of the sword left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. According to the words of the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, one would be able to roam freely in the Dao martial saint land after comprehending half of the sword Dao he left behind. Currently, I've only comprehended a little, but I've already raised my sword profundity to such a level. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. When he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes suddenly lit up. It seems like the strength required to roam freely in the Dao martial saint land is far beyond my imagination. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt like the 4 words Dao martial saint land were as heavy as Mount Tai. It was so heavy that he could barely breathe. Why am I thinking so much? Currently, I haven't even entered the Emperor Wu stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he shook his head and laughed at himself. No matter what, the reason his strength had improved so much this time was all thanks to the comprehension left behind by the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. He was truly grateful to the guy who called himself the Sword Saint. Tianzhu. After Duan Lingtian regained his senses, his eyes lit up. He finally remembered his purpose of coming here. He immediately put away the spatial rings from the 2 imperial family members of the Berserk mongrel rodent clan. After he performed the blood ownership claim on them, he began to search through them carefully. However, he did not find any trace of the Tianzhu in there. Master, are you looking for the Tianzhu? When Gold Thug saw Duan Lingtian's actions and saw Duan Lingtian's frown, he immediately guessed what Duan Lingtian was thinking about. They didn't bring it with them. Duan Lingtian replied. It should be in their ancestral shrine, Gold Thug said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Ancestral shrine? Duan Lingtian was stunned. They have an ancestral shrine even though they're a group of demon beasts? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, an ancestral shrine was usually something that only human clans had. It was used to worship and remember the ancestors of the clan. It was very meaningful. It did not cross his mind that the Berserk mongrel rodent clan had an ancestral shrine as well. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's ancestral shrine under Gold Thug's lead. The ancestral shrine was also made of wood, but it was extremely exquisite. There were many memorial tablets with names carved on them. It was extremely unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. However, it was extremely familiar to Gold Thug. Boom! Gold Thug raised his hand and destroyed the memorial tablet on the far right. When he made his move, his face was covered in frost. Killing intent shot out from his eyes as though he was about to devour someone. Is this the Berserk mongrel rodent that killed your parents? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Gold Thug took a deep breath and stood up. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said apologetically, Master, I've lost my composure. There's nothing to lose your composure about. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, If I were you, I might tear down the entire Berserk mongrel rodent clan's ancestral shrine. When Duan Lingtian said this, he saw Gold Thug's eyes lit up. He seemed to have understood something after Duan Lingtian's reminder. If you want to tear it down, you'll have to wait until I find the heavenly jewel. Duan Lingtian was really worried that this fellow would tear down the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's ancestral shrine. Yes, master. Gold Thug hurriedly responded. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and the other 3 began to search the Berserk mongrel rodent clan's ancestral shrine. After searching for a long time, they found nothing. What's going on? Gold Thug frowned. I heard from the 2 old men that the heavenly jewel has always been stored in their clan's ancestral shrine. Why can't I find it? Pay more attention to your surroundings and those memorial tablets. Maybe there's some hidden mechanism. Duan Lingtian reminded him. After Duan Lingtian's reminder, the 4 of them searched for another half an hour and finally found something. Young master, look over here. Xianxia's voice attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. When he arrived next to Xianxia, Duan Lingtian looked at the direction Xianxia was pointing at and saw a loose wooden board in the corner of the ancestral shrine. It seemed like it could be dismantled. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and dismantled the wooden board. Clang. With this dismantling, A spatial ring that had yet to acknowledge ownership was revealed. Don't tell me the heavenly jewel is in there? The moment Duan Lingtian thought to this point, his breathing became heavy. His hand that was holding the spatial ring was as heavy as Mount Tai. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Duan Lingtian dripped his blood on the spatial ring and performed the blood ownership claim on it under the watchful eyes of Xiong Quan and the other two. After performing the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian immediately looked inside. The storage space in the spatial ring was empty except for a bead in the corner that was particularly eye-catching. It was shining with 5 different colors. The 5 colors were green, red, blue, khaki, and purple. They were the colors of the 5 nature energy. They corresponded to wind, fire, water, earth, thunder. The 5 different colors shining in the bead looked almost identical to the fused profundity that Duan Lingtian had mastered. They were all 5 colors that corresponded to each other. Heavenly Jewel. Without needing to search Emperor Wu's memory, Duan Lingtian was almost 100% sure that this was the Heavenly Jewel, the legendary Heavenly Jewel. As for the energy stored in it, it was the purest nature energy in the world. Of course, it could also be called the Heavenly Jewel energy now. For a moment, Duan Lingtian's face was filled with excitement. Even his body was trembling slightly due to excitement. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian took out the Heavenly Jewel. His hands were trembling as he held it in his hands. The Heavenly Jewel was cold to the touch. Soon, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. This was because he realized that the energy coming from the Heavenly Jewel had changed. It was fierce, raging, gentle, heavy, and violent. 5 different types of energy gradually entered his body. In the end, he could not help but communicate and activate the fused profundity to meet them. As expected, soon, Duan Lingtian discovered that once the fused profundity came into contact with the Heavenly Jewel energy that extended from the Heavenly Jewel, it fused perfectly with it. It was as though they were in perfect harmony. Everything was so natural. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, he could vaguely feel that his fused profundity had undergone a slight change. It seemed to have improved to a certain extent. Although this improvement was still a distance away from a breakthrough, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel it. Just this momentary improvement. It feels like it's even more than what I've comprehended in the past 2 months with the help of the 3 nature profundity fragments. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. He felt like he had wasted the past 20 days comprehending the 3 nature profundity fragments. As expected of the Heavenly Jewel, perhaps, by the time I get to the Yin-Yang sects estate, it'll be able to help me achieve a breakthrough in my fused profundity. At that time, my ability will be elevated to another level. Duan Lingtian was dreaming in his heart. Of course, this was not necessarily a dream. Based on the Heavenly Jewel energy that extended from the Heavenly Jewel, it was not impossible for it to help him elevate his fused profundity to another level in a short period of time. Of course, he would only know the result after some time. This is the Heavenly Jewel? At this moment, whether it was Feng Tianwu or Xiong Quan, both of them regained their senses from the shock brought to them by Duan Lingtian's current strength. Both of them shifted their attention to the Heavenly Jewel in Duan Lingtian's hand. Even Gold Thug was attracted by the Heavenly Jewel in Duan Lingtian's hand. Although he had heard of the Heavenly Jewel in the past, it was only hearsay. This was the first time in his life that he had seen a real Heavenly Jewel. Not only that, it was so close to him. Of course, he did not dare to touch it. Chapter 1145. Boom, 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 boom. Loud noises reverberated in the air. A magnificent wooden building collapsed with a loud crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. There were 3 people waiting in the distance outside. A figure stood in front of the collapsed building. He was holding a 3-foot-long sword in his hand. A fierce aura was faintly emitting from it. The collapsed building was his masterpiece. It's all over now. After a long time, the person holding the 3-foot-long sword sighed. His weathered voice was filled with relief. "Father, Mother, Clansman, Gold Thug has avenged all of you." Moments later, he put away the 3-foot-long sword in his hand and knelt on the ground. He kowtowed 3 times in the northwest direction before he finally stood up again. This person was an old man in a golden robe. He was tall and majestic. He was none other than Gold Thug. The building that he destroyed was the Berserk Mongrel Rodent Clan's ancestral temple. "I, Gold Thug, swear by the 99 Heavenly Tribulation. From today onwards, I'll follow Master Duan Lingtian wholeheartedly. If I have any other thoughts, I'll be killed by the heavenly punishment and die without a burial place." Soon after, Gold Thug pinched his finger and made an oath that he could not break. His wish had been fulfilled. It was time to fulfill his promise. Boom, boom, boom. 9 claps of thunder resonated from the sky in response to Gold Thug's oath. Once he made this oath, it meant that Gold Thug would no longer live for himself. The heavenly punishment did not come. It seems like Gold Thug is really following young master wholeheartedly this time. After a while, Xianxia did not notice any signs of the heavenly punishment. He looked at Duan Lingtian immediately. "Congratulations, young master, for obtaining a great general." Duan Lingtian nodded lightly. Although his expression did not change much, there was a gleam in the depth of his eyes. "Let's go. We still have to hurry to the Yin-Yang sect." After Duan Lingtian spoke to Gold Thug, he lifted his hand and a rolling energy swept out. In just a moment, it shrouded Feng Tianwu, Xianxia, and Gold Thug. Then, with his own strength, he led the 3 of them and flew toward the Yin-Yang sect at full speed. "Kerfit, I'm here." Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked in the direction of the Yin-Yang sect's encampment. Even though he was flying with Feng Tianwu and the others, Duan Lingtian was still able to circulate the 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Divine Dragon form, to cultivate, and his cultivation speed wasn't slow in the slightest. Apart from that, he was also holding a 5-colored pearl in his hand. It was the Heavenly Jewel. Currently, he was absorbing the Heavenly Jewel's energy all the time. His fused profundity, which was formed from the fusion of 5 Monarch stage nature profundities, was improving at an extremely fast speed. In addition, Duan Lingtian did not neglect the comprehension of the sword principle that originated from the word sword in his mind. He tried his best to comprehend it. Currently, he had already tasted the sweetness of it. In just 2 months, his 1st-level Monarch stage sword profundity had risen to the 6th-level Monarch stage sword profundity with the help of the sword principle in the word sword that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang left behind. In just 2 months, he had crossed 5 levels. Nobody would believe him if he told others about it. It was just too ridiculous. Duan Lingtian asked himself. If it were him, he would not believe it either when he heard that someone else had raised their Monarch stage profundity by 5 levels in 2 months. However, now that it had happened to him, he had no choice but to believe it. His strength had indeed undergone an earth-shattering change in these 2 months. With my current strength, I'm not afraid even if I encounter an ordinary 7th-level martial monarch powerhouse from the Yin-Yang sect. However, I'm afraid I'm still no match for the peak master of Yang Peak. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave when he thought about this. The peak master of Yang Peak, a powerhouse who stood at the peak of a first-rate force, the Yin-Yang sect, was not someone he could compare to. What's on his mind? Why is he in such a hurry to go to the Yin-Yang sect? Feng Tianwu could clearly see Duan Lingtian's grave expression. Her heart skipped a beat, and her eyes were filled with confusion and confusion. Bush, 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 bush. 4 figures soared into the sky and rushed to the Yin-Yang sect. Yin-Yang sect, Yang Peak. There was a vast stone platform halfway up the peak. A cluster of buildings stood on the stone platform. They were hidden behind the clouds, and it was difficult to see them clearly from the outside. The clouds dispersed occasionally, and the silhouettes of the buildings could be seen. They were independent mansions arranged neatly, and it was very comfortable to look at. Bush, bush. Suddenly, 2 silhouettes flew over from the horizon and landed on the buildings. In front of them was a graceful lady in white. The lady had a peerless appearance, but she seemed a little immature. This immaturity did not seem to fade away with the passage of time. However, the lady in white did not look good. Her face was gloomy, and she seemed to have a lot on her mind. Junior Sister Kerr, I'll definitely treat you well when you marry me. Behind the lady in white was a young man in a white robe embroidered with red flames. The young man was about 35 years old. There was a frivolous look on his face, and it was obvious that he was a good-for-nothing rich kid. At this moment, he was shamelessly chasing after the lady in white. After a while, he was only a foot away from the lady in white. At this moment, the lady in white raised her hand, and a 3-foot-long sword that was emitting a fierce aura appeared in her hand. Stay away from me. Otherwise, I'll kill you even if you're the son of the Peak Master of Yang Peak. At the same time, wisps of awe-inspiring sword intent rose from the lady in white. The heaven and earth energy in the sky stirred and finally gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Several thousands of lifelike silhouettes of ancient horned dragons wriggled down. The young man's face darkened, and he did not dare to get close to the lady in white. This was because he knew the lady in white was stronger than him, and it would not be difficult for her to kill him. Let's see if you can still pretend to be a chaste lady after you marry me. The young man's eyes gleamed coldly as he swore in his heart. However, he was not worried that the lady in white would attack him because he still had her Achilles heel in his hands. That Achilles heel was also his trump card to force her to marry him. In another month, you'll be my woman, and you'll be my pleasure under my crotch. Unless you want your good sister, Li Fei, to die. The young man looked at the lady in white with a lustful gleam in his eyes. He was even more pleased with himself. After a while, the lady in white landed in front of a mansion. As expected, she was stopped by an old man. Scram! The lady in white narrowed her eyes and shouted softly. Her voice was filled with anger. Young master. However, the old man did not pay attention to her. Instead, he bowed respectfully to the young man behind her. His tone was filled with humility. Take her to see Li Fei. The young man nodded faintly and said to the old man, Yes. The old man responded respectfully. Although he was a third-level martial monarch stage elder of the Yin-Yang sect, he did not dare to slight the young man in front of him. This was because the young man in front of him was the son of the Peak Master of Yang Peak. The Peak Master of Yang Peak had saved his life a few times. He was his savior. If the Peak Master of Yang Peak left the Yin-Yang sect or even betrayed the sect, he would follow suit without hesitation. In his heart, he had long regarded himself as the retainer of the Peak Master of Yang Peak. After a while, the old man brought the lady in white into the mansion. The young man stood outside the mansion. He was not worried that the lady in white would escape. He believed in the old man's strength. Besides, other than the old man just now, his father had also sent 2 other powerhouses to hide on both sides of the mansion. Therefore, he was not worried at all. She actually has a fiancé, and she's sharing a husband with Li Fei. When she becomes my woman, I'll definitely find a way to get information about that man from her. The young man snorted coldly and muttered word by word, If that man doesn't die, he'll be a thorn in my heart. If he dies, the thorn will be gone as well. As he muttered to himself, a cold, killing intent appeared in the young man's eyes. It was as though he was about to devour someone. In the mansion, the old man brought the lady in white to the front courtyard. The front courtyard was a huge garden filled with flowers and trees. There was a pavilion in the middle. In the pavilion, another lady in white sat cross-legged. Her aura seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. This lady in white also had a peerless appearance that could topple countries. However, compared to the young and inexperienced face of the white-clothed woman who had just entered, her face was filled with an enchanting charm that was enough to make any man's heart flutter. Sister Fei. The lady in white who had just entered stood outside the pavilion and lightly called out. Suddenly, the lady in white within the pavilion opened her eyes, and her beautiful eyes that were filled with charm flashed as slight surprise and excitement appeared on her beautiful face. Little Sister Kerr. After a short moment, the 2 white-clothed ladies moved in unison. They were like 2 white butterflies that pounced together, and they held each other's hands as they sized each other up. "Little Sister Kerr, you've lost weight," the white-clothed and enchanting woman said with a pained expression. "Big Sister Fair, you've lost weight as well." As she looked at the white-clothed lady before her, 2 streaks of tears had unknowingly appeared on Kerr's beautiful face that hadn't lost its youthfulness, and her delicate and pitiful appearance caused one to feel even more pained. "Little Sister Kerr, don't cry. If Scoundrel were to know that you're like this, I wonder how much his heart would ache." Li Fei consoled with a light voice, but as she spoke, her beautiful eyes turned red as well. "Big Sister Fair, I miss the young master so much. I wonder how the young master is now, and if he's still in the 7-Star Sword sect." Chapter 1146. I'll be with you. Li Fei smiled, but the smile on her face revealed a hint of desolation. Her biggest regret was not being able to see the scoundrel in her dreams before she died. However, when she thought about the beautiful past she had with the scoundrel, she felt that she had no more regrets in her life. In a daze, Li Fei recalled the past. That year, when she met the scoundrel for the first time at the Li family in Aurora City, the scoundrel looked at her fearlessly and left a terrible first impression on her. However, the more she got to know the scoundrel, the more she realized that the scoundrel was not as bad as she had imagined. Unknowingly, the scoundrel's figure began to appear in her heart, and it could not be erased. "What I regret the most now is that I didn't leave with Peak Master Xianxia. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been separated from the scoundrel for so many years and ended up in a life-and-death situation." Li Fei sighed faintly before she looked at Kerr and said apologetically, "Sister Kerr, I'm sorry. I made the wrong choice back then." "Sister Fair, don't say that. You didn't do anything wrong. That year, you chose to stay because you wanted to obtain better cultivation resources in the Yin-Yang sect so that you could raise your strength as soon as possible to help young master." Kerr shook her head and said, "Kerr didn't regret leaving with you back then. It was something I should do for young master. Unfortunately, even if we've broken through to the martial monarch stage now, it's still useless. We're still fish on the chopping board that they can do whatever they want to us." When Kerr reached the end of her sentence, her tone was filled with helplessness. It was a deep helplessness that came from the bottom of her heart. "Sister Kerr, it's been hard on you these past few months," Li Fei said with a heartache. "If senior sister didn't ask me to wait, I wouldn't have survived and implicated you, Sister Fair," Kerr said with a slightly trembling voice. "Silly girl, there's nothing to be implicated between us. I hate myself for being too weak and unable to help you." Li Fei shook her head. "Who is it?" Just as Li Fei and Kerr's words were filled with desolation, the expression of the old man who had been watching them from afar suddenly changed. At the same time, he looked up into the sky and roared. Following the old man's shout, an ear-piercing wind howled, accompanied by a white figure. In the blink of an eye, the figure landed in the front yard of the mansion. The white figure landed and revealed his true appearance. It was a woman dressed in white. She had a face that was exquisitely carved from jade. In terms of beauty, she was on par with Ku'er and Li Fei. However, unlike the two girls, this white-clothed woman's face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost all year round. She emitted a cold aura that kept people at a distance. "Senior sister." Kerr and Li Fei, who were startled by the old man's shout, also saw the white-clothed woman descending from the sky. Their eyes suddenly lit up. This senior sister was their eldest senior sister, Xianxia, who shared the same master as them. To them, in the Yin-Yang sect, other than their master, this senior sister Xue was the only person they were familiar with. They were like sisters. Initially, when they were threatened by the peak master of Yang Peak, they wanted to die. However, this senior sister Xue stopped them. She said she was going to look for the peak master of Yin Peak who was in closed-door cultivation and their master to save them. That was why they chose to live temporarily. Now that they saw this senior sister Xue, they were a little stunned. Could it be that senior sister Xue had found their peak master of Yin Peak or their master? However, when they looked at the sky, they did not see a second figure. "Let's go!" Before Kerr and Li Fei could react, Xianxia looked at them and shouted softly. Bush. Kerr and Li Fei trusted this senior sister Xue unconditionally. They did not even ask anything and immediately flew out. When they arrived near their senior sister Xue, they both stepped into the air. Xianxia followed them and stepped into the air. "Xianxia, how dare you ruin my plan? Stop them!" Xianxia made a huge commotion when she arrived. It had also alerted the son of the peak master of Yang Peak who was guarding outside the mansion. At once, he rushed in and saw the scene before him. He shouted in exasperation. "Yes!" As he shouted, the old man who brought Kerr in earlier flew out like a cannonball toward Xianxia, Kerr, and Li Fei. "Stay!" Seeing the three women were getting closer, the old man shouted and made his move. Just as the old man made his move, two more figures shot out from the shadows on both sides of the mansion. Similar to the old man, their target was the three women. It was obvious they were on the old man's side. Including the old man, the three of them attacked Xianxia, Kerr, and Li Fei who were trying to escape. "Umph!" A cold snort reverberated in the air. It was accompanied by palm prints that blotted out the sky as though it was raining palm prints. It was Xianxia who snorted. Her white robe fluttered in the wind. A pair of spirit weapon gloves appeared on her fair wrists from under her sleeves. She launched a thunderous attack at the three people who were chasing after them. Inescapable net palm. This martial skill was a famous heaven-rank advanced offensive martial skill in Yin Peak. It was also the most powerful palm technique in the Yin-Yang sect. When it was cast by Xianxia, it seemed to carry a peerless might. Boom, 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 boom. The palm prints that blotted out the sky fell, causing the three people who were chasing after them to be in a sorry state. The three of them took out their spirit weapons and used all their techniques. Only then did they manage to defeat the palm prints that swept across the sky. Subsequently, their eyes gleamed coldly as they locked their gaze on Xianxia, the strongest person among the younger generation in Yin Peak. "Today, I'd like to witness your strength." The old man shouted and was the first to attack Xianxia. "How dare someone from Yin Peak act so presumptuously in our Yang Peak? You're courting death." The other two people whose strength was not inferior to the old man also charged towards Xianxia with him. "Senior sister, watch out." Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Kerr and Li Fei. They immediately took out their spirit weapons from their spatial rings, wanting to help Xianxia deal with the three people in front of them. "Both of you go first. I can handle them." Xianxia immediately stopped Kerr and Li Fei and reminded them softly. The moment her words left her mouth, she made her move again. Her white robe fluttered as she charged towards the three people who were charging towards her. The three of them were third-level martial monarch stage martial artists. The three third-level martial monarch stage martial artists were on par with each other in terms of strength. They had comprehended one third-level monarch stage profundity and two ninth-level void transformation concepts. The spirit weapons in their hands were grade 2 spirit weapons. The three of them made their move. Each of them mobilized the heaven and earth energy to form an ancient black dragon silhouette and more than 3,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Their aura was majestic as they charged towards Xianxia. Kerr and Li Fei, who were stopped by Xianxia, did not leave. Today's incident was all because of them. If something happened to their senior sister because of this, they would regret it for the rest of their lives and would never be able to rest in peace. Senior sister. Now, when they saw the 3LV3 martial royal realm martial artists attacking Xianxia together with all their strength, their faces changed greatly and they shouted in panic. As far as they knew, their senior sister was only at the third-level martial monarch stage. The profundity and concept that she had comprehended were not much stronger than the three of them. In their opinion, faced with the three of them joining forces, their senior sister was most likely doomed. The two of them did not dare to hesitate. They hurriedly made their move to stop the three people who were attacking their senior sister. Even if they could only stop one of them, they could still share the burden with their senior sister. At this moment, They had completely disregarded their own lives. There was only one thought in their minds. Nothing must happen to senior sister. However, soon after, their bodies came to a halt in midair. Disbelief appeared on their beautiful faces immediately before it was replaced by surprise. Faced with the 3 third-level martial Monarch stage martial artists joining forces, Xianxia charged forward fearlessly. Boom! Xianxia raised her hand and slammed her palm down. Vast energy surged out and gathered into a palm print that was the size of a small hill. At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon above Xianxia's head had another 4,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. They were lifelike as they wriggled down in a majestic manner. Senior sister, has she broken through? Kerr and Li Fei's beautiful faces were filled with excitement. It was as though they had seen the light at the end of the tunnel. The strength of an ancient black dragon and 7,000 ancient horned dragons poured out without any reservation. It transformed into a giant palm print that slammed down on the 3 of them. *T. She hid her strength earlier. Damn it. The 3 people who were charging toward Xianxia immediately turned pale. Fear filled their eyes, and their voices were filled with urgency. The same thought appeared in their minds at the first moment. However, before they could carry out their thoughts, the giant palm print had already slammed down on their heads. The strength of an ancient black dragon and 7,000 ancient horned dragons completely shrouded them. Boom! In just a blink of an eye, the 3 people who were charging toward Xianxia in a ferocious manner turned into ashes and disappeared from this world. Xianxia, how dare you kill my father's men? At this moment, the son of the peak master of Yang Peak, the good-for-nothing rich kid, also rose into the air. His face was extremely grave when he saw the 3 of them were killed by Xianxia. However, Xianxia ignored him. She turned around and looked at Kerr and Li Fei. At the same time, 2 waves of gentle energy extended out from her raised hands and shrouded Kerr and Li Fei, surrounding them tightly. Just when she was about to leave with Kerr and Li Fei, a voice suddenly rang out. Xianxia, how dare you? A thunderous shout seemed to come from all directions, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Horror dawned on Xianxia when she heard the voice. She was not the only one. Kerr and Li Fei's expressions changed as well. Father! On the other hand, the good-for-nothing rich kid's eyes lit up as though he had seen his savior. He was extremely excited. There was only one person who could be called father by him. Chapter 1147. As if a gust of wind had blown past, a sturdy middle-aged man in a fiery red robe blocked Xianxia and the other 2 girls' path. The sturdy middle-aged man had a curly beard on his face. His grayish-white hair fluttered behind Feng Qingyang like a grayish-white flame that was constantly rising and dancing. He had a pair of tiger-like eyebrows that exuded an imposing aura. The pair of eyes under his tiger-like eyebrows stared calmly at the 3 girls before him as if he did not care about them at all. Father! At this moment, the good-for-nothing rich kid who followed Kerr here earlier also flew to the sturdy middle-aged man, Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak of the Yin-Yang sect. Fei. Looking at the young man next to him, Yang Hong's eyes were filled with tender affection. This was his son, his only son, Yang Fei. Father, I want to marry her today. Yang Fei pointed at Kerr with a lecherous gleam in his eyes. I don't want to wait any longer. Don't worry. Yang Hong smiled dotingly. I'll let you marry her today. You must work hard so that I can hold my eldest grandson soon. Yes. Yang Fei nodded excitedly after receiving Yang Hong's promise. On the other hand, Kerr's eyes flashed coldly when she heard Yang Hong and his son's words. She said in a determined tone, I'd rather die than let my young master down. You can give up on that idea. If you don't marry him, I'll ask my father to kill Li Fei. Yang Fei grinned and looked at Li Fei immediately as if he was sure he would win. Li Fei's beautiful face darkened slightly as a cold, killing intent flashed in her eyes. It was a killing intent that could not wait to tear Yang Fei into pieces. She ignored Yang Fei. She had already made up her mind. She would rather die than let anyone use her to threaten Sister Ke. Peak Master Yang Hong. At this moment, Yang Shui spoke. She looked at Yang Hong with an even colder expression as she said in a deep voice, "Aren't you afraid that the Peak Master of Yin Peak and our master will come after you when they come out from their closed-door cultivation?" Ha! The moment Yang Shui's words left her mouth, Yang Hong burst out laughing. His laughter was filled with recklessness and arrogance. "You're talking about the Peak Master of Yin Peak and your master? Do you think that the reason why you can't contact them after breaking into the forbidden area so many times is because they didn't hear your call? Naive." Yang Hong glanced at Yang Shui disdainfully. "On the second day of their closed-door cultivation, I've already paid them a visit in the forbidden area of Yin Peak. I have to say, they're pretty strong. Even though they're severely injured, they can still last more than 30 moves against me when they join forces. I still remember that before your master died, he had knelt on the ground and begged me to spare you. Now that I think about it, that scene was really tragic." As he spoke, Yang Hong chuckled. "Master." As soon as Yang Hong's voice fell, the faces of Yang Shui, Ke, and Li Fei changed greatly, and they all cried out in grief, tears falling like rain. Their master was dead? Killed by Yang Hong? Their master, before dying, was still concerned about their safety? For a moment, their hearts began to tremble violently. The scenes of them interacting with their master in the past were still vivid in their minds. "Why did you do that?" Li Fei's eyes seemed to be dyed red. She stared at Yang Hong with hatred as she asked in a cold voice. Yang Shui and Ke were also looking at Yang Hong with hatred. "Why did I do that?" Yang Hong smiled brightly. "Good question. In the Yin-Yang sect, Yin Peak and Yang Peak coexisted for thousands of years. However, in the past few hundred years, when people talk about the Yin-Yang sect, they would not mention the sect leader. They would only mention the Peak Master of Yin Peak and Peak Master of Yang Peak. This is because there hasn't been a sect leader in the Yin-Yang sect for hundreds of years. However, it's different now. Now that the Peak Master of Yin Peak is dead, nobody can stand shoulder to shoulder with me anymore. I'll become the first sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect in hundreds of years." When Yang Hong reached the end of his sentence, joy appeared on his face, and a hint of madness could be seen in his eyes. "Freeze, Yang Hong when he's not on guard. Run as fast as you can. Before he breaks free from the ice seal that I cast on him, leave Yang Peak and hide." Yang Shui's eyes narrowed as though she had made up her mind. She sent a voice transmission to Ke and Li Fei's ears. "I seal. Senior sister, let's go together. Senior sister, I won't leave you behind." Upon hearing Yang Shui's voice transmission, horror dawned on Ke and Li Fei. Naturally, they knew what their senior sister Yang Shui's ice seal was. It was the innate ability that Yang Shui possessed as a variant. She could freeze an area and bind everyone in that area in a short time. However, if their senior sister wanted to bind a powerhouse like Yang Hong, she would have to exhaust her vitality to cast her innate ability, ice seal, to bind him. In other words, their senior sister wanted to use her life to pave a way for them to escape. When Yang Hong and his son saw the horror on Ke and Li Fei's faces, they thought they were afraid of them. Therefore, they did not pay much attention to it. "Ke, Fei, listen up. If the two of you don't leave, we'll die here today. If that's the case, nobody will be able to avenge Master." Yang Shui sent a voice transmission again. Her tone was stern. "Both of you must leave and live well. With your innate talents, you'll be able to avenge Master and me in the future as long as you're alive." When they heard Yang Shui's voice transmission, Ke and Li Fei went silent for a moment. It was their first time hearing their senior sister speak to them so sternly. However, they knew what their senior sister said made sense. Even if it was not for themselves, they had to live for their master and senior sister. For a moment, Ke and Li Fei exchanged glances. They could see sadness and determination in each other's eyes. "Let's go!" A cold shout suddenly resonated in the air. It was like a clap of thunder that entered Ke and Li Fei's ears. Ke and Li Fei, who were prepared, immediately flew out. It was as though they had transformed into two bolts of lightning as they descended from the sky and headed to the other side of Yang Peak. As long as they passed through there, they would be able to hide in the vast mountain ridge with complicated terrain. Once they hid in the mountain ridge, they would have a high chance of surviving. Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak, was also shocked by Yang Shue's shout. His face turned grave when he saw the two beautiful figures fleeing into the distance. "Father, catch them!" Yang Fei also regained his senses and urged his father. However, just as Yang Hong, who was about to chase after Ke and Li Fei, was about to move, he discovered an extremely cold aura that enveloped him and his son from all directions. At this moment, the air in the surroundings seemed to be frozen. He could feel the coldness piercing his body as though it was trying to freeze him into an ice sculpture. Fair. Yang Hong did not care about the coldness that pierced into his body. He even lifted his hand and expelled the coldness that pierced into his son's body. "Yang Shui, I didn't expect you to have hidden your strength so well. You've even comprehended the ice profundity." Yang Hong held his son with one hand and lifted his other hand. As he looked at Yang Shui coldly, he was about to strike with his palm to kill Yang Shui before he chased after the two women who were fleeing. However, his expression changed again soon after. This was because he noticed the coldness in the surroundings was getting stronger and stronger. In just a blink of an eye, it had transformed into a thick layer of ice that covered him and his son. Boom! The palm strike that he struck out in a moment of desperation only left an inconspicuous crack on the ice. Blurg! Soon after, he saw Yang Shui's expression change as she spat out a mouthful of blood when his palm landed on the ice. Following that, Yang Shui, who was as pale as a sheet, stood in the air with a determined expression on her face. Her body was shaking as though she was struggling to hold on to something. Moments later, Yang Shui's long black hair began to turn white bit by bit. At this speed, it would not take long before her black hair turned white. Her hair turned white in an instant. "Father! Hurry up! They're escaping!" At this moment, Yang Fei saw the two silhouettes that were escaping were about to disappear into the other side of Yang Peak. His expression changed as he urged his father with an anxious expression. "She's draining her life force. This isn't the ice profundity. This is an innate ability." Soon after, Yang Hong regained his senses. Horror dawned on him. Yang Shui is really a variant. In the past, although he had heard that Yang Shui was a variant, he was not certain since he had never seen Yang Shui cast her innate ability. However, today he finally witnessed Yang Shui's innate ability. Moreover, it was an innate ability that was draining her life force. A fiery red saber appeared in his hand out of thin air. The saber ray on the saber shone brightly. He exerted all his strength in an attempt to break the thick ice around him. He wanted to break the ice and chase after the two women who were escaping. The saber ray on his saber shone brightly. It was as though he had transformed into a saber. He slashed his saber at the ice around him as though he had the help of God. Boom! At this moment, a ferocious crack appeared on the ice. The crack continued to spread until it finally slowed down and stopped. How's this possible? Horror dawned on Yang Hong's face when he saw his saber could not break the ice around him. "Father! They're escaping! They're escaping! Quick! Quick!" At this moment, horror dawned on Yang Fei's face when he saw the two beautiful figures disappearing into the other side of Yang Peak. He continued to urge his father. "I'd like to see how many more saber strikes you can take." Soon after, Yang Hong saw Yang Shui standing in the air outside the ice and spitting out blood. Her hair was almost completely white. At this moment, a cold gleam shot out from his eyes as he continued to slash the saber in his hand. Being restrained by a fourth-level Monarch martial artist was a great humiliation to him. This humiliation could only be washed away with blood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 1148. Barf. As soon as the ice broke, Yang Shui, whose black hair had turned white, opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was on the verge of collapsing. Yang Shui's beautiful face was as pale as a sheet, but there was a faint smile on her face. She had succeeded. She had bought time for her 2 junior sisters to escape. Ker Fair, both of you must survive. Yang Shui mumbled. Umph. Accompanied by a cold snort, the saber ray pierced through the air and headed straight for Yang Shui. Before she could react, it had penetrated her body. Yang Shui died and fell from the sky. Father, go after those 2 bitches. Don't let them escape. Yang Fei urged Yang Hong. All right. Yang Hong nodded and put away the saber in his hand. He was ready to bring his son to chase after the 2 Yin Peak female disciples. Although he had wasted some time, he believed the 2 female disciples had not gone far. He was confident he could catch up to them if he went after them now. At once, Yang Hong brought Yang Fei along and flew in the direction where Ker and Li Fei escaped. Peak Master of Yang Peak, get out here. Just as Yang Hong was about to leave with Yang Fei, a thunderous voice reverberated in the sky. It spread throughout the entire Yang Peak, causing a commotion in Yang Peak. Who's that? How dare he? Many Yang Peak's elders and disciples immediately left their residences and looked up at the sky. Just as many of them were looking up at the sky, they heard an ear-piercing sword whistle coming from the sky. Soon after, they clearly saw a gigantic 5-colored sword ray appearing behind the clouds. The 5-colored sword ray descended from the sky, and its target was Yang Peak. It was menacing. *T. Many of them had a bad feeling, and their faces changed drastically. Boom. Finally, the 5-colored sword ray that appeared from the sky landed on the peak of Yang Peak. At once, the entire Yang Peak trembled. The ground and mountains shook as though there was an earthquake. Boom, 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 boom. Rocks continued to fall from Yang Peak. Many people were injured by the falling rocks as they shrieked in agony. Naturally, many of them flew away from Yang Peak. Boom! Soon after, another deafening explosion reverberated in the air. It was the gigantic 5-colored sword ray that pierced through Yang Peak's mountain, causing the scorching magma accumulated inside to spurt out. Rolling magma gushed out from the cracked Yang Peak and scattered in all directions as if it was raining fire. At this moment, the Yang Peak that was originally an inactive volcano had become an active volcano. It's over. Yang Peak is finished. Many of Yang Peak's disciples who were hovering in the air far away had despair in their eyes when they saw Yang Peak covered in lava in just a blink of an eye. Who is it? He actually destroyed our Yang Peak. No matter who he is, he's not someone we can go against. Now, we can only hope that the Peak Master, the 2 Vice Peak Masters, and the Guardian Elder can seek justice for our Yang Peak. Destroying our Yang Peak is equivalent to offending the entire Yin Yang sect. No matter who it is, they have to pay the price. Many of the Yang Peak's disciples growled in anger. Their cultivation ground was completely destroyed after the eruption of the volcano. Who's that? Initially, Yang Hong did not care when he heard someone telling him to get lost. He continued to bring his son in the direction where the 2 Yin Peak's female disciples fled. However, a sword howl, an earth-shattering explosion, and waves of heart-wrenching screams came from behind him, causing him to be unable to help but have an ominous feeling. When he turned around instinctively, he realized that the Yang Peak that he had lived in for most of his life had turned into a sea of fire. Scorching magma gushed out continuously from the top of Yang Peak, causing the entire Yang Peak to look like it was raining fire. Father, what's going on? Yang Fei was completely stunned by the scene before his eyes. Who's that? How dare you destroy my Yang Peak? Yang Hong was enraged. He was completely enraged. He was the Peak Master of Yang Peak, and he would soon become the sect leader of Yin Yang sect. How could he bear to watch the sect that he was about to control being destroyed like this? Without any hesitation, Yang Hong let go of Yang Fei and soared into the sky alone. It was as though he had transformed into a saber that soared into the sky. I don't care who you are. I'll tear you into pieces for destroying my Yang Peak. Yang Hong gritted his teeth as he made his way there. It seems that I can only wait for father to kill that person before I can look for those two bitches. Yang Fei glanced at the mountain ridge with a complicated terrain beneath his feet unwillingly. He then soared into the sky as well and flew in the direction where Yang Hong left. He wanted to join in the fun as well. I'd like to see who that person is. Not only did he provoke my father, but he even dares to destroy Yang Peak. He's going to die today for being an enemy of our Yin-Yang sect. A cold gleam flashed across Yang Fei's eyes as he muttered to himself. Bush, bush, bush. 3 figures appeared one after another on the top of Yang Peak where magma was gushing out continuously. They were 2 old men and a middle-aged man. At this moment, anger could be seen on their faces. Bush. Soon, Yang Hong arrived at the top of Yang Peak. Peak Master. One of the old men and the middle-aged man took the initiative to greet Yang Hong when they saw him. They were the Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak. In terms of status and strength, they were below the Peak Master in front of them. As for the remaining old man, he was the Guardian Elder of Yang Peak. In terms of strength, he was on par with Yang Hong, the Peak Master of Yang Peak. In terms of seniority, he was 1 generation above Yang Hong. Junior uncle. Yang Hong nodded at the 2 Vice Peak Masters before he looked at the Yang Peak Guardian Elder. The latter nodded faintly. At the same time, he raised his eyebrows and his face turned solemn. He seemed to have noticed something as he lifted his head to look at the sky in front of him. Yang Hong and the other 2 Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak looked over as well. In the distance, 4 figures appeared in front of them. The 4 of them were led by a purple-clad young man and a red-clad lady. The purple-clad young man walked in front. There was a hint of coldness between his brows. His eyes gleamed coldly as if he was about to devour someone. The purple-clad young man looked very young. He was at most 25 years old. The red-clad lady next to the purple-clad young man had an extremely beautiful face. However, her face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. She emitted a cold aura that kept people at a distance. The red-clad lady seemed to be in her early 20s. She was even younger than the purple-clad young man. Behind the purple-clad young man and the red-clad lady was a middle-aged man in a plain robe and a tall old man in a golden robe. Who are you? Were you the ones who destroyed our Yang Peak with the sword? Yang Hong asked in a deep voice as he looked at the 4 people in front of him. His eyes gleamed brightly. Just when the 2 Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak and the Guardian Elder were looking at the 4 people, wondering how they would respond, a voice suddenly rang out. However, they realized the 4 people did not respond to the Peak Masters of Yang Peak. Junior uncle, Vice Peak Masters. At this moment, Yang Hong's son, Yang Fei, caught up to them and stood next to Yang Hong. He looked at the Yang Peak's Guardian Elder and the 2 Vice Peak Masters and bowed slightly. The anger that appeared on the 3 Vice Peak Masters' faces toward the 4 people vanished immediately. It was replaced by smiles. Father, poor they. Soon after, Yang Fei frowned as he looked at the 4 people who were walking toward them. He asked Yang Hong who was next to him. However, his eyes lit up when he saw the red-clad lady in the lead. What a beautiful lady! I feel like she's on par with Ke, Li Fei and Yang Shui. Who's the Peak Master of Yang Peak? The purple-clad young man who was the leader of the 4 people finally spoke. His voice resonated in the air. As soon as his voice entered the ears of Yang Hong and the other 4, their expressions changed, and a chill appeared on their faces. This was because they recognized the voice. This voice belonged to the same person as the arrogant voice from before. Were you the one who asked me to come out earlier? Yang Hong looked at the purple-clad young man and asked with a solemn expression. The purple-clad young man and the others were Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and Gold Thug who had rushed all the way from the Berserk Mongrel Rodent Clan's branch. They had just arrived at the Yin-Yang sect. As soon as they found out about the location of Yang Peak, they immediately rushed over. When they arrived at the top of Yang Peak, Duan Lingtian finally vented the anger that he had been suppressing for a long time when he thought about his 2 fiancées who were in deep trouble. Other than yelling at the Peak Master of Yang Peak to come out, He also merged his fused profundity and sword profundity with his origin energy to form a gigantic 5-colored sword ray that pierced through Yang Peak from top to bottom. It caused Yang Peak's volcano to erupt and turn into a sea of fire. "You're the peak master of Yang Peak?" Upon hearing Yang Hong's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he asked in a deep voice, "You're the one who used my fiancés as a hostage to force my other fiancés to marry your son?" When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, waves of terrifying killing intent exuded from his body. "Your fiancés?" Yang Hong frowned. He could not react in time. "You're the fiancés of those 2 sluts." Yang Fei reacted immediately. He studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe. There was a hint of jealousy in his eyes. "So, those 2 sluts like a pretty boy like you." In Yang Fei's eyes, the purple-clad young man standing in front of him was not only handsome, but his temperament was extraordinary as well. It made him feel ashamed of his inferiority. Therefore, he could only attack and belittle him with his words. "Sluts?" Almost as soon as Yang Fei's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. 5-colored sword-shaped flames burst out of his body and emitted a majestic and vast aura. Subsequently, Yang Hong and the 3 high-ranking officials of Yang Peak heard a short-lived sword whistle. In the next moment, Chapter 1149. When the 4 of them turned their heads around, they instantly saw blood splattering everywhere. One of Yang Fei's arms was severed at the shoulder. His severed arm fell from his body and fell from the sky. Yang Fei continued to scream in pain and agony. Yang Hong's face darkened. He no longer dared to hesitate. With a raise of his hand, an invisible energy swept out and grabbed his son's severed arm. Then he moved his severed arm toward his son's severed arm at lightning speed. He wanted to connect his son's severed arm. Another short-lived sword cry resonated in the air. Yang Hong and the others did not manage to react in time. It was the sound of something breaking again. It was accompanied by a cold snort. Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak, had his arm severed at the shoulder that was holding his son's severed arm. Before he could connect his son's severed arm, his own arm was severed as well. The 2 severed arms fell from the sky and fell into the scorching lava that was gushing out of Yang Peak in just a blink of an eye. They were burned into ashes. During this process, Yang Hong and the others did not dare to make any moves. The reason why they were so honest was because of one person's words. "Whoever dares to connect their severed arms will have their arms severed as well." His cold and sinister words entered the ears of Yang Hong and the others, causing a chill to rise from the bottom of their hearts. However, they did not dare to doubt the words of the person. "For you." Yang Hong stopped the blood from gushing out of his severed arm. His face was pale as he looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him. Fear and shock could be seen in his eyes. The guardian elder and the 2 peak masters of Yang Peak were also looking at the purple-clad young man in front of them with a solemn expression. The 2 consecutive sword strikes earlier were from this purple-clad young man. It was so fast that they did not even have time to react. From this, they could deduce that this purple-clothed youth's strength was not inferior to theirs, and might even be stronger. After Yang Fei stopped the blood from flowing out, he kept his mouth shut. Although he was furious, he knew he could not afford to offend Ke and Li Fei's fiancé. How can the fiancé of those 2 bitches be so strong? Yang Fei roared furiously in his heart, filled with unwillingness. In terms of appearance and bearing, he was crushed by the other party, and it made him feel ashamed of his inferiority. Now that he realized that the other party's strength far surpassed his, there was only unwillingness in his heart. He looks even younger than me. How can he have such a strong cultivation? Demon. He must be a demon. A demon that has lived for over 100 years. In the end, Yang Fei started to comfort herself. Those 2 bitches are really bitches. She actually found a demon that has lived for more than 100 years to be her fiancé. I want to see Ke and Li Fei, the five-colored sword light on Duan Lingtian's body, as well as the power of heaven and earth that had yet to condense into the heaven and earth anomaly above his head, had already dissipated. He stared coldly at Yang Hong as he spoke. His gaze seemed calm, but it was actually filled with killing intent. It gave people a feeling of great pressure, as if a huge rock was pressing down on them. If I don't see them in 30 breaths of time, your son will definitely die. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he directly threatened Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak. You still haven't answered me. Or you? When had Yang Hong ever been threatened like this? His face turned grave immediately. The origin energy on his body transformed into a milky white flame before it turned into a fiery red flame. Thick bolts of purple lightning danced around the fiery red flames. As the saber energy flashed, the purple lightning bolts around Yang Hong's body transformed into a gigantic saber flame in just a blink of an eye. It was as if it could pierce through the boundless sky. Fire profundity, thunder profundity, saber profundity. At the same time, a fiery red saber appeared in Yang Hong's hand. The heaven and earth energy above his head stirred and quickly condensed into the heaven and earth anomaly. Silhouettes of ancient black dragons gradually appeared. They covered the sky and the sun, and their aura was majestic. Soon after, 4 silhouettes of ancient black dragons appeared at the same time. They made the silhouettes of hundreds of ancient horned dragons that appeared with them look insignificant, as if they were dispensable. 8th level Martial Monarch Stage. Grade 1 Spirit Saber. 8th level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity. 5th level Monarch Stage Saber Profundity. 3rd level Monarch Stage Thunder Profundity. This was Yang Hong's full strength. Once he unleashed his full strength, he could unleash the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and close to 1,000 ancient horned dragons. I've told you that I'm Kerr and Li Fei's fiancé. I don't want to repeat myself for the 3rd time. Also, you have 25 breaths time left. Duan Lingtian's expression did not change when he faced Yang Hong, who had 4 silhouettes of ancient black dragons and close to 1,000 ancient horned dragons. He said nonchalantly, "If I still see them after 25 breaths time, you'll have to collect your son's dead body. Let's see if you're capable of that." Yang Hong, who was initially enraged by Duan Lingtian's threat, could no longer hold himself back after being threatened twice by Duan Lingtian. He roared and charged toward Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian's 2 slashes seemed so fast to him that he did not even have time to react, he was comforting himself. It was because he did not put his attention on his opponent and was not prepared. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to take on his opponent's 2 slashes. Yang Hong shot out at an extremely fast speed. As he shook the saber in his hand, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gigantic flaming saber that was surrounded by thick purple lightning bolts. The gigantic flaming saber released a scorching aura as it shot through the air. Airwaves rolled and turned into a scorching wind that swept in all directions. For a moment, everyone present felt a hot wind blowing against their faces, as if they were in a furnace. Seeing that the gigantic flaming saber that was slashing down was not far away from Duan Lingtian's head, Yang Hong's ruthless voice was heard. Boom! At the same time, the flames on the gigantic flaming saber soared again. The thick purple lightning bolts around it grew thicker as a terrifying aura swept out. The increase in strength on the gigantic flaming saber caused its speed and power to reach its peak. It whistled as it slashed down toward Duan Lingtian. It was going to slash Duan Lingtian into half. At that moment, the people present held their breaths. Yang Fei's eyes were filled with madness. In his opinion, the purple-clad young man who severed his arm would definitely be slashed into half after his father slashed his saber. Unlike Yang Hong and his son who had lost their minds, the Yang Peak's guardian elder and the other 2 vice peak masters frowned. They had a bad feeling about this. On the other hand, the red-clad lady next to Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, was standing quietly. Her expression did not change as she faced the saber that was slashing toward Duan Lingtian next to her. It was as if she did not notice it at all. As for Xiong Quan and Gold Thug behind Duan Lingtian, they looked calm as well. Just like Feng Tianwu, they were confident in Duan Lingtian. The gigantic flaming saber slashed down toward Duan Lingtian's head along with a scorching aura. It made Duan Lingtian feel like he was in a sea of fire. Duan Lingtian still did not move when the gigantic flaming saber was inches away from him. However, the energy in his body rose and transformed into 3 5-colored divine dragons in just a blink of an eye. The 3 5-colored divine dragons were surrounded by solid sword energy. Every time they flew around Duan Lingtian's body, they were like sharp swords slicing through the air. Their speed was extremely fast. The 3 5-colored divine dragons formed a light shield around Duan Lingtian's body as they passed by. A 5-colored light shield protected Duan Lingtian. Boom! At that moment, the gigantic flaming saber slashed down and landed on the light shield around Duan Lingtian's body. In an instant, the light shield shuddered. Every time the energy from the gigantic flaming saber erupted, the 5-colored light shield would weaken slightly. However, even when the gigantic flaming saber had almost exhausted its energy, the 5-colored light shield was still intact. How's this possible? Yang Hong, who was in the middle of the gigantic flaming saber, was horrified. Nothing's impossible. As though he was replying to Yang Hong, Duan Lingtian spoke nonchalantly. Subsequently, his hand shot out at lightning speed and grabbed the Grade 1 Spirit Saber in Yang Hong's hand. He was not afraid of the energy on it as he snatched it from Yang Hong's hand. In an instant, Yang Hong's expression changed again. How could he snatch the saber from him with his bare hands? One should know that his saber contained the energy of 4 ancient black dragons and close to 1,000 ancient horned dragons. At that moment, Yang Hong seemed to have sensed something. He lifted his head and looked at the void above the purple-clad young man's head. The heaven and earth phenomenon had already taken shape. A moment later, 4 silhouettes of ancient black dragons and 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons entered his sight, causing his face to turn extremely pale. Without using a spirit weapon, his strength was equivalent to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 3,000 ancient horned dragons. It was more than 2,000 ancient horned dragons' strength compared to when he used a Grade 1 Spirit Saber. At that moment, Yang Hong realized the gap between him and the purple-clad young man before him. It was a huge gap. Who the hell is he? The Yang Peak's Guardian Elder and the other 2 Yang Peak's Vice Peak Masters were horrified. Although they were mentally prepared, they did not expect the purple-clad young man's strength to surpass Yang Hong's when he used a Grade 1 spirit weapon without using a spirit weapon. How's this possible? Yang Fei's face turned pale when he saw the scene before him. His eyes narrowed as he could not believe what he was seeing was real. At that moment, Duan Lingtian made his move. He shook the Grade 1 spirit saber that he snatched from Yang Hong's hand and slashed it at Yang Hong. When the saber landed on Yang Hong's body, the powerful force sent him flying like an arrow that was released from a bow. He only managed to stabilize himself after flying for 100 meters. Barf! Barf! At that moment, Yang Hong spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face was extremely pale. You still have 20 breaths left. Chapter 1150. Father! Yang Fei's expression changed drastically when he saw his father being injured to such an extent. His face darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He glared at Duan Lingtian with hatred and said sternly, "They're no longer in Yang Peak. Go look for them yourself if you want to." No longer in Yang Peak? Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not believe Yang Fei's words. The killing intent in his eyes was piercingly cold. As he lifted his arm, a vast and invisible energy surged out and shrouded Yang Fei, dragging him in front of him. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and made a strangling motion. Yang Fei, on the other hand, seemed to be hanging in the air not far away. Duan Lingtian did not touch him, but he seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand. His face was red, and it was obvious that he was in extreme pain. What are you doing? Yang Fei struggled for a long time before he managed to squeeze out a sentence. His eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was facing a judge who could decide his fate. Fair. Yang Hong's expression changed drastically when he saw his son in Duan Lingtian's hands from afar. Barf. However, before he could catch his breath, he spat out another mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapsing. He only recovered slightly when he took out a healing medicinal pill and consumed it. As for the Yang Peak's guardian elder and the two vice peak masters of Yang Peak, they stayed where they were. They did not dare to move at all. Among the three of them, the guardian elder was the most powerful. However, the guardian elder's strength was only on par with Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak. However, the purple-clad young man in front of them could not even touch the corner of Yang Hong's clothes when he unleashed his full strength. He could even unleash a force that was more powerful than Yang Hong when he fought barehanded. How terrifying would such a person be if he used a spirit weapon? They did not dare to imagine. Even if he did not use a spirit weapon, his strength was enough to wipe out Yang Peak and the entire Yin Yang sect. If they went up now, only death would await them. 15 breaths left. Duan Lingtian extended an invisible force from his hand and turned it into an invisible hand that grabbed Yang Fei's neck. At the same time, he spoke in a cold voice. Now, he was certain. The young man before him was none other than the son of the peak master of Yang Peak who was going to marry Kerr a month later. If not for the fact that the other party was still of use to him, he would have killed him long ago. He even wanted to lay his hands on his woman? Even 100 deaths wouldn't be enough for such a person. Peak master of Yang Peak, you must make good use of your time. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. His gaze was as cold as a knife as it landed on Yang Hong as he spoke calmly. Although his tone was calm, it contained a bone-chilling coldness, causing Yang Hong to shiver for no reason. They've already escaped. Yang Hong said in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian after taking a deep breath. Escaped? Duan Lingtian's face darkened slightly. What do you mean? Before you came, I was restrained by their senior sister, Yang Shui, with her innate ability. They took the opportunity to escape to the other side of Yang Peak. We were just about to chase after them when you came. Yang Hong suppressed his anger and pointed at the other side of Yang Peak. Although it was a forest with a complicated terrain, it was not the direction where Kerr and Li Fei had escaped. He purposely pointed in the wrong direction to mislead Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not know that Yang Hong was misleading him. What evidence do you have to prove that they've escaped? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. His eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. Yang Shui's body is on that tree. Yang Hong pointed at a big tree on the side of Yang Peak's peak. Currently, the big tree was completely surrounded by rolling magma. It was shaking under the impact of the magma. Perhaps, it would not take long before the big tree was uprooted by the rolling magma. Gold thug. Duan Lingtian said calmly. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Gold Thug who was standing behind him moved. He seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside the big tree. How fast? Gold Thug's speed shocked the 4 Yang Peak's high-ranking officials, including Yang Hong. Although the golden-robed old man's speed was not as fast as theirs, it was not much slower. He was at least on the 6th-level martial monarch stage. However, such a person was only the purple-clad young man's follower. A moment later, Gold Thug appeared in front of Duan Lingtian again. This time, there was a blood-drenched white-clad lady in his arms. She had lost all signs of life. The white-clad lady had long white hair that was whiter than snow. Under the white hair was an extremely beautiful face. Apart from being pale and bloodless, there was also a hint of coldness. It's really Yang Shui. She's dead? Peak Master, you killed Yang Shui? The 2 vice peak masters of Yang Peak recognized the white-haired lady. Their expressions changed slightly. Yang Shui was the most outstanding disciple among the younger generation of Yin Peak. If the Peak Master of Yin Peak and the two Vice Peak Masters of Yin Peak found out that their Peak Master of Yang Peak had killed Yang Shui, they would definitely not let the matter rest. Upon hearing this, Yang Hong glared at the two of them as though he was blaming them for being nosy. Gold Thug looked at Duan Lingtian and shook his head. She's hopeless. Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand that was restraining Yang Fei with an invisible force and flew to the front of Gold Thug. He began to check on the white-clad lady in Gold Thug's arms. Soon, he discovered that it was just as Gold Thug had said. The lady was hopeless. She's Ke and Li Fei's senior sister? The Shui? Or that Peak Master Qin Xiang mentioned? Duan Lingtian mumbled to himself as though he suddenly recalled something. Master, I can smell the scents of two women who came in contact with her. They're heading that way. The scents are faint, so they must have left for a while. Soon after, Gold Thug's nose twitched as he pointed to the other side of Yang Peak. The moment Gold Thug's words left his mouth, Yang Hong and his son looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. How did he smell it? Is he a dog? The direction Gold Thug was pointing at was the direction where Ke and Li Fei had left. Yang Hong's face was extremely gloomy when he regained his senses. If he had known that the purple-clad young man had such a sensitive nose with him, he would not have deliberately pointed in the wrong direction to mislead the purple-clad young man. 2 cents? It must be the two ladies. Gold Thug, hand her over to Xiongquan. You bring them back. If you can't find their scents, shout my name and tell them that I'm here. They'll follow you. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he ordered. As he spoke, there was a hint of urgency in his tone. Although he was anxious, he did not lose his mind. He believed that Gold Thug would be more effective than anyone else chasing after the two ladies. After all, Gold Thug was a golden hellhound with a sensitive nose. Yes, master. Gold Thug answered respectfully. He then passed the dead Yang Shui to Xiongquan. He then followed the two scents and flew far away like a bolt of lightning piercing through the sky. At this moment, a whistling sound entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Yang Hong escaping with Yang Fei. As for the other 3 Yang Peak high-ranking officials, they did not move. They knew they might not be able to escape even if they wanted to. Moreover, if they escaped, they might anger the powerful purple-clad young man before them. Therefore, they were rational and did not run. However, deep in the Yang Peak's guardian elder's eyes, there was a hint of pain and sorrow. No one knew what he was thinking. Trying to escape? Duan Lingtian smirked and disappeared on the spot with a shake of his body. Dragon soaring 9 heavens. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon. When he flew out, he was like a sharp sword slicing through the air. Upon closer inspection, apart from the 5-colored energy, there was a layer of solidified sword energy around Duan Lingtian's body. It was the sword profundity that he had comprehended. Moments later, Duan Lingtian passed by Yang Hong and his son and blocked their path. What else do you want? Yang Hong's expression changed drastically when he was stopped. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice, "What do you think?" Duan Lingtian smirked. "We didn't really do anything to your 2 fiancés. Your people have gone to look for them. With your people's sensitive sense of smell, it's not difficult for you to find them." Yang Hong took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress the fear in his heart. He pretended to be calm as he spoke. "That's a different matter. Putting aside the fact that you tried to mislead me earlier, do you think I'll let you go after you killed my 2 senior sisters?" Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually turned cold. Waves of killing intent surged out of his body and landed on Yang Hong and his son. "Father, I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Yang Hong was fine as a father since he could withstand Duan Lingtian's killing intent. However, his son, Yang Fei, could not. He lost his composure and cried out loudly. His face was distorted, and his eyes were filled with fear. "I killed Yang Shui. It has nothing to do with my son. Kill me and let my son go." Soon after, Yang Hong took a step forward and shielded his son behind him. He stared at Duan Lingtian resolutely. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, he no longer had any intention of resisting. He could only hope that Duan Lingtian would let his son go after killing him. You don't have the right to bargain with me. Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot and transformed into a huge five-colored sword that charged toward Yang Hong and his son. Boom, 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 boom. Wherever the huge sword passed, the sound of air exploding could be heard. It was accompanied by the heaven and earth energy in the air. It was deafening. In the blink of an eye, Yang Hong and his son were reduced to ashes by the huge five-colored sword and completely disappeared from this world. Only 2 spatial rings and a few concept and profundity fragments were left behind. Yang Hong could not summon any fighting spirit in front of Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, if he attacked with all his might, even if he died in the end, he could barely hold on for a few breaths. Whoosh! She had a hint of innocence on her beautiful face. She was none other than Kerr. Judging from the range of that person's voice, his cultivation base is at least at the 4th level martial monarch stage. Do you think such a person would recognize a bad guy as his master? Li Fei shook her head. Kerr fell silent when she heard Li Fei's words. That was right. Even if her young master really came here, it was impossible for him to have a follower at the 4th level martial monarch stage or above. All martial monarch powerhouses were arrogant people. Unless one was stronger than them in terms of martial strength, it was impossible for them to follow them, let alone become their master. Although the bad guy's innate talent is strong, the cultivation resources he can get in the 7-star sword sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom are limited. Even if he goes to the Darkstone Empire or the Dark Han Dynasty, the improvement in his strength can't be compared to ours. Li Fei voiced her speculation. Even if he leaves the Dark Han Dynasty and joins a 3rd-rate force or even a 2nd-rate force in the Outer Land, his improvement won't be as big as ours. So, this person can't be one of the bad guy's men. He must be someone that Yang Hong and his son found to pretend to be the bad guy's man to lure us in. Towards the end, Li Fei's tone was resolute. They don't seem to know young master's name, right? Kerr agreed with Li Fei's words, but she was also confused. You and I have mentioned the bad guy's name to senior sister before. There were a few times when senior sister mentioned the bad guy's name, and there were many Yin Peak disciples around. Li Fei speculated, perhaps they've already heard the bad guy's name from some of the Yin Peak disciples. That should be the case. Kerr nodded when she heard Li Fei's words. The confusion in her heart was gone. Mistresses, my master is Duan Lingtian, and he has arrived at the Yin Yang sect. If you hear my voice, there's no need to continue hiding. Just follow me to see my master. Mistresses, my master is Duan Lingtian, and he has arrived at the Yin Yang sect. If you hear my voice, there's no need to continue hiding. Just follow me to see my master. The voice continued to reverberate in the distance until it disappeared from Li Fei and Kerr's ears. Let's go. Li Fei called out to Kerr, and the 2 women continued to depart. Sister Feier, what should we do after we leave? Do we take the swift boat to cross the Ruoshui River and return to the southern outer land to look for young master? Kerr asked as she looked at Li Fei. Although our cultivation base has entered the martial monarch stage, it's only at the 1st level martial monarch stage. If we encounter those powerful bandits when we pass by the Ruoshui River, we'll definitely die. Li Fei said solemnly, with our current cultivation base, it's very risky to take the swift boat to cross the Ruoshui River to return to the southern outer land. Then what should we do next? Kurth. She agreed with Li Fei's words. Now, they were no longer living for themselves. They were living for their men. They still had to live for their master and senior sister who had passed away. Therefore, they did not dare to take the risk. Back then, when they followed their senior sister to the Yin Yang sect, they had a 5th-level martial monarch stage Yin Peak elder following them. That was why they could reach the Yin Yang sect smoothly. They still remembered. At that time, The strongest bandit they encountered on the swift boat was at the 4th level martial monarch stage. Moreover, they encountered 2 of them consecutively. 4th level martial monarch stage bandits. If they encountered them now, they would definitely die. They were only 1st level martial monarch stage martial artists now. Next, let's find a secluded place to hide and cultivate. Li Fei's eyes gleamed as she said slowly, "It's rumored that some of the Emperor Wu powerhouses in the inner land will publicly recruit disciples and followers 3 years later. By then, we'll head to Yuhan Valley and participate in the test set by Yuhan Emperor Wu. We'll try our best to pass the test and become his disciple. If we cultivate under Emperor Wu, we'll be able to obtain better cultivation resources. On top of that, with Emperor Wu's guidance, our ability will improve by leaps and bounds. If we can become Emperor Wu's direct disciple, we'll only need to say the word to get Emperor Wu to send someone to kill Yang Hong." Li Fei's eyes gleamed coldly when she mentioned Yang Hong. "Yuhan Valley? Yuhan Emperor Wu?" Kerr mumbled, "I think I've heard of this Emperor Wu. Is he the Emperor Wu from Yuhan Valley in the inner land's extreme north?" "That's right, it's him." Li Fei nodded. "Sister Fair." Kerr's voice suddenly turned cold. "If any of us are lucky enough to become Emperor Wu's direct disciple, don't ask Emperor Wu to send someone to kill Yang Hong, okay?" Li Fei was stunned. She asked with a frown, "Why?" "I want to kill him with my own hands." Kerr's voice was extremely cold and filled with bone-piercing hatred. "I understand." Li Fei nodded. "We'll avenge Master and Senior Sister with our own strength. This way, they'll be comforted in the afterlife." As Li Fei and Kerr continued to leave the Yin Yang sect, in the sky above Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect, Duan Lingtian returned to Feng Tianwu's side after putting away the spatial ring and a few concept and profundity fragments left behind by Yang Hong and his son. His eyes immediately landed on the 3 senior officials of Yang Peak. His face was cold and murderous. "Master, we've only just learned of Yang Hong's previous actions. As for your 2 fiancés, although we know about it, we can't stop Yang Hong since our words carry little weight." One of the vice peak masters of Yang Peak looked at Duan Lingtian and took the lead to express his opinion. "That's right, Master. When Yang Hong was here, our strength was weaker than him, so we could only obey him. However, I can swear that I've never done anything wrong to your 2 fiancés." The other vice peak master of Yang Peak expressed his opinion as well. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 of them indifferently. His gaze landed on the old man who did not express his opinion. With the experience in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, he could tell at a glance that the old man was stronger than the old man. This old man was stronger than the other 2. He might even be on par with Yang Hong. "You want to be the sect leader of Yin Yang sect?" Chapter 1152. Upon hearing the old man's words, apart from Duan Lingtian, even Feng Tianwu and Xiong Quan were stunned. The 2 vice peak masters of Yang Peak glanced at the old man and frowned, but they did not say anything in the end. Put aside the fact that they were not as strong as the old man. Even if they were stronger than the old man, they might offend the purple-clad young man if they dared to say anything. If that happened, they would not even know how they died. The scene of Yang Hong and his son being killed was still fresh in their minds. "Why do you ask?" Duan Lingtian regained his senses and looked at the old man calmly as he asked nonchalantly. It was as though the position of the sect leader of a first-rate force, the Yin Yang sect, was not that tempting to him. In fact, he was not interested in it at all. "Because I think you're very suitable to be the sect leader of our Yin Yang sect. With your strength and my support, it's almost certain that you'll become the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect." The old man continued, his tone was filled with pride. He indeed had the ability to do so. Other than being the guardian elder of Yang Peak, he was also the junior brother of the previous peak master of Yang Peak. He had absolute authority in Yang Peak. His position in Yang Peak was not inferior to Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak who was killed by Duan Lingtian earlier. "Is that so?" Duan Lingtian stared at the old man deeply. As far as I know, there's more than one Yang Peak in the Yin-Yang sect. You're from Yang Peak, so how can you represent Yin Peak? Yin Peak? The old man was stunned when he heard this. Then he smiled. Yin Peak only exists in name now. As long as you're willing, I alone can help you conquer it. Oh! Duan Lingtian's interest was piqued when he heard the old man's words. His eyes gleamed as he asked, I heard that the Peak Master of Yin Peak and a Vice Peak Master are in closed-door cultivation to heal their injuries. Are you planning to take advantage of the situation? Take advantage of the situation? The old man shook his head. Not really. The Peak Master of Yin Peak and the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak were killed by Yang Hong not long ago. If you claim ownership of Yang Hong's spatial ring, you might be able to find the spatial ring of the Peak Master of Yin Peak. The old man spoke calmly, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Duan Lingtian's face darkened when he heard the old man's words. If he remembered correctly, the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak who was in seclusion seemed to be the master of his two fiancées. Killed by Yang Hong? The Peak Master of Yin Peak was killed by the Peak Master? The two Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak were completely dumbfounded. What was their Peak Master trying to do? However, now that their Peak Master was dead, they had no one to blame even if they wanted to. Why did Yang Hong kill them? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. Because he wants to be the leader of the Yin-Yang sect. In the history of the Yin-Yang sect, there were very few sect leaders. This was because the sect leader would only be born when one of the Peak Masters of Yin Peak or Yang Peak completely overpowered the other Peak Master. The old man said slowly, in this generation of the Yin-Yang sect, as the Peak Master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong's strength was almost on par with the Peak Master of Yin Peak. Therefore, if he wanted to be the leader of the Yin-Yang sect, he could only kill the Peak Master of Yin Peak while she was injured. If he wanted to be the leader, he could have just killed the Peak Master of Yin Peak. Why did he have to kill the other Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak? Duan Lingtian's voice became deeper and deeper. The other Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak that he mentioned was the master of his two fiancées. You're talking about Yang Shui and the master of your two fiancées, right? The old man guessed why Duan Lingtian asked this question. He continued, although the master of your two fiancées was only the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak, her strength was no weaker than the Peak Master of Yin Peak. If the Peak Master of Yin Peak was the only one who died, she would become the new Peak Master of Yin Peak. By then, Yang Hong wouldn't be able to become the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect. The old man finished his sentence in one breath. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood everything. To Yang Hong, the master of his two fiancées was just like the Peak Master of Yin Peak. They were both stumbling blocks. Only by removing all the stumbling blocks would he be able to move forward unhindered. You sure know a lot about this. Did you join forces with Yang Hong to kill the Peak Master of Yin Peak and the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak? Soon, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly as he locked his gaze on the old man. Killing intent began to brew in his body. As long as the old man dared to say yes, he would not hesitate to kill the old man in front of him. The two Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak also looked at the old man. Their faces were slightly gloomy. If what the old man said was true, then Yang Hong, the Peak Master of Yang Peak, who had just been killed, was a lunatic. I'm his junior uncle. This is what he told me a few days ago. He wanted me to assist him to become the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian fearlessly and said frankly, Elder Yun, aren't you going to punish the Peak Master for what he did? Soon, one of the Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak could not help but question the old man. Although the other Vice Peak Master of Yang Peak did not say anything, he also looked at the old man with a gloomy face. Punish? The old man glanced at the Vice Peak Master of Yang Peak who questioned him. How can I punish him? Putting aside the fact that I might not be able to do anything to him with my strength. Even if I'm stronger than him, do you think I can kill him? The moment the old man's words left his mouth, the two Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak fell silent. Sir, if you're willing, I can assist you to become the new sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian again and said firmly, Well, You want me to take over the Yin-Yang sect's mess? Duan Lingtian glanced at the old man indifferently and asked meaningfully, or perhaps you have other intentions. Right now, the 4 8th level martial monarch stage martial artists in the Yin-Yang sect are all dead except for me. The Yin-Yang sect is in a precarious situation. Only if you can become the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect, the Yin-Yang sect will be able to regain its stability. The old man said to Duan Lingtian and lowered his head when he reached the end of his sentence. A sharp gleam flashed across the depth of his eyes. Due to the fact that he had his head lowered, nobody, including Duan Lingtian, saw this scene. Please become the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect, sir. We're willing to follow you until our deaths. At this moment, the 2 vice peak masters of Yang Peak regained their senses after being reminded by the old man. They hurriedly bowed and lowered their heads to Duan Lingtian. Right now, the moment they thought about the death of the 3 pillars of the Yin-Yang sect, they broke out in cold sweat. They realized the crisis that the Yin-Yang sect was facing. Although the Yin-Yang sect was a first-rate force in the inner land of Cloud Continent, there were still conflicts with other first-rate forces after thousands of years of history. If those first-rate forces knew about the current situation of the Yin-Yang sect, they would definitely make a move immediately to attack and even destroy the Yin-Yang sect. However, right now, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. He turned around and ignored the Guardian Elder and the 2 Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak. The moment he turned around, Duan Lingtian's face darkened slightly. Master. At this moment, a golden figure came from afar and stopped in front of Duan Lingtian. It was Gold Thug who was sent out by Duan Lingtian earlier. However, after Gold Thug left, he came back alone in the end. You didn't find him? Duan Lingtian's face darkened. Gold Thug is useless. Gold Thug lowered his head. He felt ashamed to face his master. Let's talk as we walk. Duan Lingtian called out to Gold Thug. Then he moved and flew in the direction that Gold Thug had just left. Gold Thug immediately followed him. As for Feng Tianwu and Xiongquan, naturally, they followed him as well. Yang Peak's Guardian Elder and the 2 Vice Peak Masters looked at each other and followed after them. How did you lose them with your sense of smell? Duan Lingtian asked Gold Thug in a deep voice as he maintained a speed similar to Gold Thug's. I followed the sense left behind by the 2 mistresses all the way there. However, due to the mixed sense, I lost the 2 mistresses. I searched the surroundings, but I couldn't find the sense left behind by the 2 mistresses. Gold Thug said helplessly. Did you do as I told you to? Did you say my name? Duan Lingtian asked. I did. Gold Thug nodded. The surrounding area was almost completely covered by my voice, but nobody responded. Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard that. After a while, he came to a halt. Gold Thug came to a halt and followed Duan Lingtian like a shadow. What's the cultivation base of my 2 fiancés now? Soon, Yang Peak's Guardian Elder and the 2 Vice Peak Masters arrived. Duan Lingtian looked at the 3 of them and asked coldly. They're both on the 1st level Martial Monarch stage. One of the Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak replied. 1st level Martial Monarch stage? Duan Lingtian was shocked that the 2 girls' cultivation base had broken through to the 1st level Martial Monarch stage. However, he knew it was not the time to be surprised. The most important thing right now was to find the 2 girls. 1st level Martial Monarch stage. Since they're running for their lives, I don't think they dare to fly. They can only rely on the complicated terrain here. Duan Lingtian guessed to himself as he looked down at the complicated terrain and forest beneath his feet. If that's the case, their speed shouldn't be fast. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he said nonchalantly, let's look around. If we can find them, I might consider becoming the new sect leader of Yin-Yang sect. Duan Lingtian's last sentence was undoubtedly directed at the 3 people from Yang Peak of Yin-Yang sect. The 3 people from Yang Peak looked at each other when they heard that. Their eyes lit up, and they immediately flew in 3 different directions. At this moment, Feng Tianwu and Xiongquan finally arrived. Let's split up and look for them. After greeting the two of them, Duan Lingtian headed to one side alone as fast as lightning. Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and Gold Thug also split up to look for them. His two fiancés must be very outstanding. Feng Tianwu thought to herself as she searched the forest beneath her feet. Chapter 1153. Ladies, if you're nearby, please come out quickly. Don't hide. Your fiancé is here. He killed Yang Hong and his son, and he's going to become the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect. The two vice peak masters of Yang Peak shouted loudly as they searched. The sonorous voice contained origin energy that covered the heavens and the earth as it swept down, shocking the birds that were hidden in the mountain forest to the point of flying away, yet they couldn't see a single figure. I can't believe he's here. How could the vice peak master of Yang Peak make up such a lie just to catch us? Does he really think we'll believe him? Two white-clad ladies were hiding in the forest with complicated terrain. They were Li Fei and Kerr, who had escaped from Yang Peak. Li Fei's tone was filled with disdain as she looked at the middle-aged man who was flying at a low altitude. Sister Fair, let's go, Kerr said to Li Fei when she saw the vice peak master of Yang Peak leaving. Okay, Li Fei responded. The two ladies flew out quickly and left the Yin-Yang sect further and further away. Sometimes, fate was full of ups and downs. If the person who came to search for Li Fei and Kerr was not the vice peak master of Yang Peak but Duan Lingtian or Xiongquan, they would not be able to escape. Perhaps, they had successfully reunited with Duan Lingtian by now. After the two ladies left, Duan Lingtian and the rest continued their search. However, they did not search the places that the others had searched. This caused Duan Lingtian to miss the opportunity to find the two ladies. They still found nothing when night fell. Young master, it seems like the two ladies have left. Xiong Quan sighed when the crowd reunited. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. Sadness appeared on his face as he muttered, I thought I could reunite with the two ladies. I didn't expect this to happen. Master, we'll find the two mistresses. It was rare for Gold Thug to comfort him. Feng Tianwu nodded, agreeing with Gold Thug. Your Excellency, please accept our request and become the suzerain of the Yin-Yang sect. As long as you become the suzerain of the Yin-Yang sect, the entire Yin-Yang sect will be at your disposal. At that time, it won't be difficult to find your two fiancés. The guardian elder of Yang Peak looked at Duan Lingtian and instigated further. It was as if he insisted on Duan Lingtian becoming the head of the Yin-Yang sect. That's right. The two vice peak masters of Yang Peak nodded in agreement with the guardian elder. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and began to ponder. He could roughly guess why these three senior officials from Yang Peak of the Yin-Yang sect wanted him to be the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect. They wanted to rely on his strength to protect the foundation of the Yin-Yang sect. The Yin-Yang sect was a first-rate force in the inner land. It was precisely because of the numerous powerhouses in the Yin-Yang sect that they were able to intimidate everyone. As a first-rate force, the Yin-Yang sect must have made many enemies, including other first-rate forces. If those first-rate forces knew about the current situation of the Yin-Yang sect, they would most likely send their powerhouses to uproot the entire Yin-Yang sect and make it disappear from this world. Young master, I think what this old man said makes sense. Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian and said through voice transmission, if we mobilize the entire Yin-Yang sect to look for the two young mistresses, it'll definitely be more efficient than us looking for them ourselves. Of course, even if young master doesn't become the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect, you can still threaten the remaining senior officials of the Yin-Yang sect with your powerful strength and force them to bring people to look for the two young mistresses. However, I'm afraid we won't be able to mobilize their enthusiasm if we do that, Xiong Quan said to Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Xiong Quan's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian nodded lightly. Finally, he looked at the three senior officials of the Yin-Yang sect who were staring at him with burning eyes. I can promise you that I'll become the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect. Greetings, sect leader. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the The two vice peak masters of Yang Peak were pleasantly surprised. They hurriedly bowed and greeted him. The guardian elder of Yang Peak lowered his head and bowed as well. However, there was a hint of coldness in the depth of his eyes. It was as if he had succeeded in his scheme. "Don't be in such a hurry to call me sect leader," Duan Lingtian said slowly. "You want me to be the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect? Sure. However, you have to agree to one of my conditions. It's also the most important condition. Please tell us, sect leader." The two vice peak masters of Yang Peak were curious. They were curious about what condition this purple-clad young man before them would propose. Even the guardian elder of Yang Peak was looking at Duan Lingtian with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He had no idea what condition Duan Lingtian was going to propose. The Yin Yang sect must change its name. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. The purple robe on his body fluttered even though there was no wind. He looked elegant and extraordinary. He did not look like a mortal. Change its name. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the three Yin Yang sect senior officials were stunned. They could not react in time. When they finally regained their senses, apart from the guardian elder of Yang Peak, the other two vice peak masters of Yang Peak frowned immediately. They looked troubled. Yin Yang sect. These three words were no longer as simple as the name of a sect. The Yin Yang sect had been passed down for thousands of years. It was the accumulation of history. If it were to change its name, it would mean that the Yin Yang sect would completely become history. After a few decades or 100 years, nobody would remember the Yin Yang sect anymore. Sure. When the two vice peak masters of Yang Peak were still troubled, the guardian elder of Yang Peak had already nodded his head and agreed. Elder Yun. The two vice peak masters of Yang Peak had a slight change of expression. They did not expect the guardian elder to agree to it so easily. They were anxious. Once the Yin Yang sect changed its name, it would mean that its name was gone. They would no longer be part of the Yin Yang sect. As if he could read the two vice peak masters of Yang Peak's mind, the old man snorted coldly and said in disdain, "Even if the Yin Yang sect doesn't change its name, it won't take long for its enemies to vanish from this world. At that time, the group of Yin Yang sect's disciples will be the unlucky ones. If the Yin Yang sect changes its name, the group of Yin Yang sect's disciples can still be saved." The old man glanced at the two vice peak masters of Yang Peak coldly when he reached the end of his sentence. At that moment, the two of them fell silent. They knew what the old man said made sense. It was just that they found it hard to accept at that moment. After all, they had been in the Yin Yang sect for half of their lives. They had long regarded the Yin Yang sect as their home. Now, this home had to change its name. Its name would be gone. We agree to it as well. Soon, the two of them gritted their teeth and agreed. Sect leader, since it's going to be changed, the sect will need a name in the future. I wonder if sect leader has thought of a new name for the sect? The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Ling. Sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he enunciated each word clearly. At the same time, his purple robe fluttered even though there was no wind. It was as though it was complimenting his words. Lingtian sect? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Good name. Xiongquan was the first to praise. It has the same name as master. How domineering. Gold Thug also flattered Duan Lingtian at the right time. Lingtian, above the heavens. This name is domineering indeed. The two vice peak masters of Yang Peak nodded in agreement. Sect leader, this name has the same name as yours? The Yang Peak guardian elder looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously with a gleam in his eyes. Master's surname is Lingtian, and his name is Duan. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Gold Thug had already answered the Yang Peak guardian elder's question on behalf of Duan Lingtian. Lingtian sect, Yang Peak guardian elder, Yun Gang, greets sect leader. The Yang Peak guardian elder bowed at Duan Lingtian and immediately expressed his allegiance to Duan Lingtian. His words were humble, and it seemed like he was sincere. Lingtian sect, Yang Peak's vice peak masters, Yu Ping and Yuan, greet sect leader. Soon after, The two Yang Peak's vice peak masters reacted and bowed at Duan Lingtian respectfully as well. "You Ping? Yuan?" Duan Lingtian sized up the two people before him. One was an old man while the other was a middle-aged man. "Both of you are brothers?" "Yes, sect leader." The old man nodded. "I'm Yu Ping, the elder brother. I'm 13 years older than Yuan. Yuan's innate talent is stronger than mine. He's 13 years younger than me, but his ability is on par with mine." "Sect leader, I'm Yuan," the middle-aged man said respectfully to Duan Lincoln. "I'll remember that." Duan Lingtian nodded and then looked at Yang Peak that was bathed in lava that was erupting continuously. He said slowly, "I don't know when the lava in the belly of Yang Peak will stop. It's temporarily uninhabitable. The three of you, gather everyone from Yang Peak and settle them in Yin Peak. From now on, Yang Peak will cease to exist, and Yin Peak will be renamed as Lingtian Peak." Duan Lingtian said loudly again. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Yun Gang and the Yu brothers responded respectfully and flew to Yang Peak to gather the Yang Peak disciples who were in a mess. From now on, there would be no distinction between Yang Peak's disciples and Yin Peak's disciples. There would only be Lingtian sect's disciples. Lingtian sect, the sect that was renamed from Yin Yang sect, would officially enter the historical stage of Cloud Continent and appear before the eyes of the people from the inner land. Duan Lingtian was the first sect leader of Lingtian sect. Congratulations, young master, for becoming the sect leader of Lingtian sect. With the foundation left behind by Yin Yang sect and young master's ability, Lingtian sect will be a first-rate force when it appears in the central area of Cloud Continent. Xianxia congratulated Duan Lingtian. "Congratulations, master." Gold Thug congratulated Duan Lingtian as well. At the same time, he flattered, "Master, Lingtian sect will definitely create an immortal legend under your leadership. It won't be a problem for you to trample the two great ancient clans under your feet." "Trample the two great ancient clans under my feet?" Upon hearing Gold Thug's words, Duan Lingtian looked at him deeply. "Why don't you go to the two great ancient clans and trample them under your feet for me to see?" Gold Thug did not expect his flattery to backfire. He smiled awkwardly and forced a smile as he flattered, "I believe Master can do it in the future." Gold Thug's words were filled with confidence in Duan Lingtian. "Let's go. Lingtian Peak is over there." Chapter 1154. The original Yin Peak, now known as Lingtian Peak, was a peak that was covered in snow all year round. The peak was steep. Looking from afar, the pure white snow on top looked like it was covered in a layer of silver. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu took the lead while Gold Thug and Xianxia followed closely behind. The four of them soon arrived at Lingtian Peak and reached the peak. Along the way, they could see that Lingtian Peak was not peaceful. Women in white stood in groups of 3 to 5. They were looking at the burning peak in the distance as they discussed. "Yang Peak has been burning for a day. I heard that Yang Peak is now covered in boiling lava. The cultivation grounds of Yang Peak's disciples are all destroyed. What will happen to Yang Peak's disciples? They won't come to Yin Peak to snatch our cultivation grounds, right?" These women in white were the disciples of Yin Peak of the former Yin Yang sect. They were discussing among themselves, afraid that Yang Peak's disciples would come to Yin Peak to snatch their cultivation grounds. They still did not know that the Yin Yang sect no longer existed. It was replaced by Lingtian sect. They were now Lingtian sect's disciples. The peak they were on was originally called Yin Peak. It had been renamed to Lingtian Peak after the current sect leader of Lingtian sect said so. Duan Lingtian and the other 3 soon arrived at the peak of Yin Peak. They stood in the sky behind the clouds as if they were waiting for something. Time passed by quietly. Half an hour later. "They're not here yet?" Gold Thug looked in the direction of the burning peak in the distance and frowned. "The 3 of them are too inefficient. How dare they make Master wait for so long? They're here. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as soon as Gold Thug's words left his mouth. He seemed to have discovered something. Very soon, Feng Tianwu, Gold Thug, and Xiong Quan could see a group of people coming from the direction of the burning mountain in a mighty manner. These people were led by 3 people. Although the distance was very far, as martial monarchs, their eyesight was shocking. Naturally, they could see everything clearly. I'm at the peak. When Duan Lingtian saw the group of people arrive at Lingtian Peak and stand still in the air, seemingly not knowing where to go, Duan Lingtian spoke at the right time. Duan Lingtian's voice was infused with Yuan power. Although it was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone around Lingtian Mountain. Who's talking? What a powerful cultivation. Is he really at the summit? If he's really saying this on the peak, judging from where we are, everyone around Yin Peak has probably heard him. Duan Lingtian's voice shocked many female disciples of Yin Peak. I'm Yun Gang, the guardian elder of Yang Peak. Everyone in Yin Peak, listen up. Gather at the peak of Yin Peak. Those who don't show up in half an hour will be expelled from the sect. No matter your identity or status. Just when the group of female disciples of Yin Peak was shocked by Duan Lingtian's voice, another voice resonated and entered the ears of everyone in Yin Peak. Those who don't show up in half an hour will be expelled from the sect? It's indeed the voice of Elder Yun of Yang Peak. Elder Yun is the guardian elder of Yang Peak whose strength is not inferior to the 2 peak masters in our Yin Yang sect. He's also the junior uncle of the peak master of Yang Peak. He's deeply respected by the peak master of Yang Peak. Since he's asking us to go to the peak, let's hurry up. Let's go. Let's go to the peak. I wonder what's going on today that requires all of us to go to the peak. If I'm not mistaken, they're going to announce that the disciples of Yang Peak are coming to our Yin Peak. After all, they're homeless now. After all the female disciples of Yin Peak heard Yun Gang's voice, they did not dare to hesitate and began to rush to the peak one by one. Elder Yun. Since something like this happened in Yang Peak, the leader should be Peak Master Yang Hong, right? Why did Elder Yun come here personally? This Elder Yun is usually not such a high-profile person. Many elders of Yin Peak heard Yun Gang's voice as well. Compared to the group of female disciples of Yin Peak, they knew better how high Yun Gang's position in the Yin Yang sect was. Therefore, they did not dare to delay and immediately rushed to the peak. Halfway up the mountain, a few figures hovered in the air. They were a few women. There were old women and middle-aged women among them. It was not until a figure shot out from halfway up the mountain that the few people hovering in the air regained their senses and bowed respectfully to the person who came. Vice Peak Master Luo. The person who appeared in front of them was a graceful and elegant woman. She wore a white robe with silver trimmings. She stood there, exuding a powerful aura. She was the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak, Luo Ping. Luo Ping nodded lightly in response to their greetings. However, there was a hint of confusion between her brows. Vice Peak Master Luo, did Elder Yun ask all of us to go to the peak to announce that the disciples of Yang Peak are coming to our Yin Peak? An old woman looked at Luo Ping and asked. I don't know either. Luo Ping shook her head. If they really want to come to Yin Peak, how are we going to have so many cultivation grounds in Yin Peak? A middle-aged woman said with a gloomy expression. If we don't have enough cultivation grounds, we can let them dig for their own. As members of the Yin Yang sect, it's impossible for us to leave them in the lurch. Also, if there's anything else, wait until we reach the peak. After Luo Ping finished speaking, she led the way to the peak. Right now, Vice Peak Master Luo is the only person in charge of Yin Peak. Compared to the Peak Master of Yang Peak, the Guardian Elder, and the 2 Vice Peak Masters, Yin Peak is definitely at a disadvantage. The few of them followed Luo Ping. Someone could not help but shake his head and sigh. Looks like it's a done deal that the people of Yang Peak are coming to our Yin Peak today. There's nothing we can do about it. Someone else said. The original peak of Yin Peak, now known as Lingtian Peak, was soon filled with people. Moreover, the number of people was still increasing. It was a dark mass. Are they all from our Ling Tian sect? Xiongquan's eyes gleamed as he looked at the dark mass of people in front of him. Ling Tian sect belonged to his young master. Therefore, he had also positioned himself as a member of Ling Tian sect. The first group of people to appear at the peak of Ling Tian Peak was a group of white-clad women. These white-clad women were of different ages. There were old women, middle-aged women, young women, and some young girls. They were the disciples of Yin Peak from the Yin Yang sect. Did this mean that the person who killed him was an even stronger person than all the powerhouses in the Yin Yang sect? Who killed him? Chapter 1155. Just as Luo Ping was asking Yun Gang, and almost everyone around the peak was looking at Yun Gang, I killed him. A calm voice came from the sky above the group of people. Who's that? Everyone, including Luo Ping, was shocked. They did not expect someone to be hiding in the sky above them. When they raised their heads, they saw a purple figure descending from the sky. There were 3 figures following behind the purple figure. However, everyone's eyes were focused on the purple figure in the lead. As for the other 3 figures, they were all selectively ignored by them. The purple figure was a young man who looked about 25 years old. He wore a purple robe and had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome and elegant. As soon as he appeared, many young female disciples of Yin Peak had their eyes lit up. Their hearts were stirred. However, the biggest doubt in their hearts was who this handsome purple-clad young man was. He seemed to be the one who responded to Vice Peak Master Luo earlier. Said he killed Peak Master Yang Hong? Many female disciples of Yin Peak were dumbfounded. With his age, it's not possible, right? Many female disciples of Yin Peak voiced their doubts. What does age mean? Maybe he's a demon. Some female disciples of Yin Peak said disapprovingly. Luo Ping stared at the purple-clad young man who was descending from the sky. She did not know why, but when she looked at this expressionless purple-clad young man, she actually felt a sense of danger. As a woman and the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak in the Yin Yang sect, she had a stronger intuition than ordinary women. Her intuition told her that this purple-clad young man was not simple. Perhaps Peak Master Yang Hong really did die in his hands. Just as everyone was looking at Duan Lingtian in confusion, wondering about Duan Lingtian's identity and questioning whether Duan Lingtian was capable of killing Yang Hong, the Peak Master of Yang Peak. Sect leader. Yun Gang and the Yu brothers next to him took 2 steps forward and bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. Sect leader. When Yun Gang and the Yu brothers took 2 steps forward aggressively, they attracted the attention of many people, including the Yang Peak's disciples. They initially thought the 3 of them were going to attack the purple-clad young man. However, he never expected that after the 3 of them took 2 steps forward, not only did they not attack the purple-clothed youth, they even bowed to him. Furthermore, he addressed him as sect master. No matter what, Yun Gang and the Yu brothers' actions were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. It shocked everyone, including Luo Ping and the group of Yin Peak and Yang Peak elders. Elder Yun and the 2 Vice Peak Masters of Yang Peak addressed this purple-clad young man as sect master. A female disciple of Yin Peak swallowed her saliva and asked with difficulty. I think so. The other female disciple beside her nodded. It's rare for a sect leader to appear in our Yin Yang sect. Today, Elder Yun Gang first said that Peak Master Yang Hong was killed before he addressed him as sect leader. Could it be that he wants to be the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect? Even if he's powerful, he still killed Peak Master Yang Hong, the Peak Master of Yang Peak? Such a person isn't suitable to be the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect, right? If he's really that powerful, what can we do if he forces us to acknowledge him as the sect leader? The people present discussed animatedly. In the end, there was a hint of desolation in their tone. This was the Cloud Continent where the strong were respected. As long as one was powerful enough, not only could he do whatever he wanted, he could even become the sect leader of a sect after killing the high-ranking officials of that sect. My name is Duan Lincoln. Just as the crowd was discussing animatedly and sizing up Duan Lingtian with different expressions, Duan Lingtian opened his mouth. His voice was like a clap of thunder that entered everyone's ears. It was like thunder in their ears. I recognize it. Isn't this the voice that spread throughout Yin Peak earlier? Soon, many people recognized Duan Lingtian's voice. I'm at the peak. They still remembered. At that time, the voice had only said this short sentence that confused them. After this sentence, the guardian elder of Yang Peak, Yun Gang, spoke in a timely manner. He asked everyone to come to the peak of Yin Peak. He and the other 2 vice peak masters of Yang Peak had also brought all the elders and disciples of Yang Peak. My name might sound unfamiliar to all of you. However, I'm sure all of you are familiar with the names Ke and Li Fei, right? Duan Lingtian continued to speak. Ke? Li Fei? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the scene fell into a dead silence. After a while, a commotion broke out again. He knows Ke and Li Fei? Luo Ping's gaze softened when she looked at Duan Lingtian. She was Huang, the other vice peak master of Yin Peak. She was also the master of Ke and Li Fei. They were very close. Not long ago, Li Fei was captured and Ke was forced to marry the son of the peak master of Yang Peak. She had personally gone to the peak master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong, to reason with him. However, she was chased out by him. That was not all. Yang Hong even threatened her that he would break into the forbidden area of Yin Peak and kill the peak master of Yin Peak and her senior sister, Hua Ying, if she dared to meddle in his business. Since she was not as strong as Yang Hong, she could only endure it for the sake of the 2 Yin Peak high-ranking officials who were in closed-door cultivation. To be honest, today, she was only happy when she heard Yang Hong was dead. He knows junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei? Who is he? Also, where are junior sister Ke and Li Fei? Why haven't I seen them yet? Junior sister Ke and Li Fei aren't here. Senior sister Yang Shui isn't here as well. Many female disciples of Yin Peak looked around, trying to find Ke, Li Fei, and Yang Shui. However, they found nothing in the end. Ke? Isn't that the female disciple of Yin Peak whom the peak master forced to marry junior brother Yang Fei? And that Li Fei? The peak master imprisoned Li Fei and threatened that Ke. Many people, including me, are unhappy about this matter. However, the words of a lowly person don't carry much weight. Could it be that the matter of him killing the peak master has something to do with Ke and Li Fei? Many male disciples of Yang Peak were discussing among themselves. In the end, their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian in unison. Their eyes were filled with doubt and anticipation. I remember now. At this moment, a female disciple of Yin Peak cried out in surprise, startling many people and attracting their attention. Seeing that many people were looking at her, the female disciple of Yin Peak said excitedly, I've heard senior sister Yang Shui mention the name of junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei's fiancé. Their fiancé's name is Duan Lingtian. The moment the female disciple of Yin Peak opened her mouth, an uproar broke out in the surroundings. Ke and Li Fei had a fiancé and were serving the same man. This was not a rare thing to the people of Yin Peak. However, most of them did not know the name of the 2 ladies' fiancé. Now that someone had reminded them, they finally realized what was going on. So, he's the fiancé of junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei. Does this mean that he came to our Yin-Yang sect this time for junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei? I can't believe that junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei's fiancé is so powerful. Even peak master Yang Hong was killed by him. On top of that, he even subdued Elder Yun and the 2 vice peak masters of Yang Peak. I used to wonder, with junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei's qualities, any one of them could find an outstanding man. Why would they serve the same man? Now, I finally understand. Even I would be willing to share such an outstanding man with other women. Look at yourself in the mirror first. Do you think junior sister Kerr and junior sister Li Fei's man would fall for you? The group of Yin Peak's female disciples discussed animatedly. Their eyes landed on Duan Lingtian at the same time. Many young female disciples even looked at Duan Lingtian with infatuation. Soon, the news that Duan Lingtian was the fiancé of Kerr and Li Fei spread throughout the entire peak. That's right. I'm the fiancé of Kerr and Li Fei. At this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke again and admitted that he was the fiancé of Kerr and Li Fei. At once, the peak fell silent again. Initially, I came here to save my two fiancés and leave the Yin-Yang sect. However, I didn't expect so many unforeseen events to happen later on. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian spoke slowly and paused when he reached this point. As for what exactly happened, you tell them. Duan Lingtian looked at the elder brother of the Yu brothers. He was also one of the two vice peak masters of Yang Peak. He was an old man. Initially, Duan Lingtian wanted Yun Gang to speak. However, for some reason, he felt uncomfortable when he looked at Yun Gang. This was the sharp intuition that he had cultivated from his career as a special forces soldier in his past life. His intuition told him that Yun Gang was a complicated person. He was not as simple as he seemed and was not worthy of his trust. Under the gaze of Yun Gang, whose face was slightly gloomy, Yu Ping stood up and attracted everyone's attention. In the beginning, Yu Ping told them about Duan Lingtian piercing Yang Peak's belly with his sword and causing the volcano to erupt. At once, the crowd was in an uproar again. They did not expect this purple-clad young man who looked so young to be so valiant. He was enraged by a woman and broke Yang Peak with his sword. How heroic was that? However, not many people blamed Duan Lingtian for this. Most of them put the blame on Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak who had already passed away. After all, Yang Hong was the one who forced other people's fiancés to marry his son for no reason and caused the disaster. Otherwise, why would they attack Yang Peak? Was it because they had nothing better to do? As for the Yang Peak's disciples who died due to the eruption of Yang Peak's volcano, they were undoubtedly indirectly killed by Yang Hong. At that time, Yang Peak was completely covered in lava. Elder Yuan and I arrived at the peak of Yang Peak immediately. Yu Ping continued. After we arrived, Yang Hong and his son followed us. At that time, the sect leader showed up as well. Chapter 1156. Then, Yu Ping told them everything that happened afterward. He did not leave out the fact that the former peak master of Yang Peak, Yang Hong, admitted that he had broken into the forbidden area of Yin Peak and killed the peak master and vice peak master of Yin Peak. At that moment, everyone present, including the group of Yang Peak's male disciples, gasped. They did not expect this at all. Yang Hong, the peak master of Yang Peak, was so ambitious that he wanted to become the first sect leader of Yin-Yang sect in hundreds of years. For this reason, he even killed the two strongest people of Yin Peak when they were in closed-door cultivation to heal themselves. Such an action was equivalent to destroying the two pillars of Yin Peak. You're insane. You're insane. All the disciples of Yin Peak were furious when they learned that Yang Hong had killed the two peak masters of Yin Peak for his own selfish desires. Senior sister. Luo Ping's body trembled. Her eyes were instantly dyed red. In the next moment, she disappeared from the spot. It was obvious that she had gone to the forbidden area of Yin Peak to verify the truth. It's a pity that senior sister Yang Shui was killed by Yang Hong just like that. Senior sister Yang Shui was so outstanding, but she died in the end. It's such a pity. Unknowingly, the female disciples of Yin Peak shifted their gazes to Xiongquan, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian. In Xiongquan's arms was a white-clad woman who had been dead for a long time. The white-clad woman's hair was as white as snow. Most of her white clothes were dyed red. It was dazzling and eye-catching. It was Yang Shui. I can't believe that the peak master could even kill such a pitiful person like senior sister Yang Shui. A male disciple of Yang Peak said indignantly. You're still calling him Peak Master? If you ask me, Yang Hong is an animal. Like father, like son. His son is an animal too. That's right. Both father and son are animals. Many male disciples of Yang Peak said angrily. Yang Shui was the strongest person among the younger generation of Yin Peak. With her shocking innate talent, comprehension, and peerless beauty, she was the dream lover of all the male disciples of Yang Peak. Now that they knew Yang Hong had killed their dream lover, it was only natural that they were furious. Not long after, Luo Ping returned. She attracted everyone's attention as soon as she returned. For a moment, the scene fell silent. Thank you. Although Luo Ping's face was still filled with grief and indignation, when she looked at Duan Lingtian, she bowed and thanked him. Her tone was full of sincerity. She thanked Duan Lingtian for avenging Yin Peak. She thanked Duan Lingtian for avenging her senior martial sister and martial niece. Seeing Luo Ping's actions, everyone knew that what Yu Ping had just said was true. There was nothing false about it. For a moment, the crowd became even more furious. Vice Peak Master Luo is the junior sister of Master Yang Shui. At this moment, Yu Ping looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced Luo Ping. So it's martial uncle. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he nodded to Luo Ping. Yang Shui's master was also the master of Ke and Li Fei. Therefore, this graceful and elegant woman in front of him was also Ke and Li Fei's martial uncle. He was the man of the two girls. Naturally, he had to address her as martial uncle like the two girls. Other than Elder Yun, the four powerhouses in our Yin-Yang sect are no longer around. I'm sure everyone can guess the danger that the Yin-Yang sect is going to face. Yu Ping continued with a solemn expression. Because of this, Elder Yun, Yuan, and I shamelessly ask this person to be the sect leader of our Yin-Yang sect. When Yu Ping reached this point, he looked at Duan Lingtian. For a moment, Duan Lingtian became the center of attention again. At this moment, the people present on the scene finally understood why Elder Yun and the two vice peak masters from Yang Peak addressed Duan Lingtian as sect leader. Luo Ping, vice peak master of Yin Peak, greets the sect leader. Luo Ping bowed to Duan Lingtian again. However, this time, it was not to thank him. Instead, it was to address Duan Lingtian as the sect leader of Yin-Yang sect. Other than being a powerhouse who could kill Yang Hong and protect the Yin-Yang sect, Duan Lingtian was also the fiancé of her two junior nieces. Compared to Elder Yun and the two vice peak masters of Yang Peak, she was closer to Duan Lingtian. Therefore, naturally, she would not reject Duan Lingtian as the sect leader of Yin-Yang sect. See, just when the remaining group of Yin Peak and Yang Peak's elders and disciples were about to address Duan Lingtian as the sect leader, Duan Lingtian interrupted them. Wait. At this moment, not only were the group of people confused, but even Luo Ping found it strange. She did not know what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Only Yun Gang and the Yu brothers remained calm. They could guess what Duan Lingtian was going to say next. You can address me as the sect leader. However, I have to tell all of you something first. That is, after I become the sect leader of Yin-Yang sect, Yin-Yang sect will change its name to Lingtian sect. In other words, Yin-Yang sect will cease to exist. Duan Lingtian said to the crowd in front of him, if you can't accept it, you can leave now. Lingtian sect won't force you to stay. The sect was changing its name. The entire place was in an uproar. The Yin-Yang sect is changing its name? Actually, it's not a big deal. Besides, I think the new name sounds better. It's more domineering. I think so too. Lingtian sect, Lingtian, is above the heavens. Soon, apart from the elders from Yin Peak and Yang Peak who were hesitant, the group of disciples from Yin Peak and Yang Peak discussed among themselves. They were satisfied with the new name. Unlike the elders from Yin Peak and Yang Peak who had been in the Yin-Yang sect for many years, they had deep feelings for the sect. These disciples from Yin Peak and Yang Peak had just joined the sect not long ago, so they did not have much feelings for the sect. They only cared about whether they were still a first-rate force. They did not care about the name of the sect. However, the group of elders from Yin Peak and Yang Peak who were hesitant still compromised in the end. This was because whether it was Elder Yun and the two Vice Peak Masters from Yang Peak or the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak, none of them had any objections. Compared to these 4 people, they were nothing. Since there's no objection, from today onward, I, Duan Lingtian, will be the first sect leader of Lingtian sect. From today onward, Yin Peak will be renamed as Lingtian Peak. Duan Lingtian announced loudly. His imposing manner was like a rainbow as his voice swept out. Greetings, sect leader. At this moment, all of the disciples from Lingtian sect bowed respectfully at Duan Lingtian. It was a sea of black and majestic people. Looking at the crowd before him, Duan Lingtian knew in his heart that from this moment onward, he would be shouldering a mountainous responsibility. From today onward, he would no longer be alone. Sect leader. Yu Ping looked at Duan Lingtian and asked respectfully, now that Yang Peak has been destroyed, how do you plan to settle the people from Yang Peak, sect leader? As Yu Ping spoke, the group of elders and disciples from Yang Peak looked at Duan Lingtian with burning eyes. Even the group of people from Yin Peak looked at Duan Lingtian. They were a little nervous. They were afraid that the people from Yang Peak would take over their cultivation place. When I came here earlier, I studied it carefully. Only half of Lingtian Peak was opened up as a cultivation place for a group of female disciples, right? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. He looked at Luo Ping when he reached the end of his sentence. Yes, sect leader, Luo Ping replied respectfully. Then she explained, Lingtian Peak is covered in snow all year long. Our cultivation place here is still all right. It's close to the south, so we won't be affected by the cold wind. However, the north side is shrouded in the cold wind all year long. It's extremely cold. Duan Lingtian nodded. I noticed this when I came here. Therefore, I hereby announce. Duan Lingtian glanced at the group of elders and disciples from Lingtian sect and said slowly, the people from Yin Peak will not change their cultivation place. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the group of elders and disciples from Yin Peak laughed. However, the group of elders and disciples from Yang Peak had a change of expression. The people from Yang Peak will head to the north side of Lingtian Peak and open up a cultivation place on your own. Duan Lingtian continued. Sect leader. Yuan frowned slightly and said, the north side of Lingtian Peak is bitterly cold all year long. Even if we open up a cultivation place, it'll still be affected by the cold wind. It'll be difficult to cultivate there peacefully. That's right, sect leader. The group of elders and disciples from Yang Peak nodded. What if I can solve this problem that you mentioned? Duan Lingtian looked at Yuan and asked while ignoring the group of elders and disciples from Yang Peak. Solve it? Yuan was unable to react for a moment. I can set up a large-scale inscription formation to cover the north side of Lingtian Peak and block the cold wind that blows there. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. It caused an uproar among the crowd. An inscription formation to block the cold wind from the north side of Lingtian Peak? Could such an inscription formation really be set up? They doubted it. There was no lack of inscription masters among them, but they had never heard of anyone who could set up such a ridiculous inscription formation. Now, Yun Gang, and Yu Ping will lead the people from Yang Peak to the north side of Lingtian Peak to open up a cultivation place. As for the inscription formation, I'll complete it in 3 days at the most. Duan Lingtian looked at Yuan and said. Although they doubted Duan Lingtian's words, the 3 high-ranking officials from Yang Peak still led the group of people from Yang Peak to the north side of Lingtian Peak. What they had to do was to open up a cultivation place in the belly of the mountain. I wonder if the sect leader can really set up such an inscription formation. An inscription formation that covers half of Lingtian Peak? It's ridiculous just thinking about it. However, judging from the sect leader's expression when he said that, it doesn't seem like he's lying to us. We'll know in 3 days whether he's lying to us or not. The elders and disciples from Yang Peak discussed as they followed Yun Gang and the other 2. They only hoped that the next 3 days would pass quickly. Vice Peak Master Luo, please stay. The rest of you may leave. Chapter 1157. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's order, the group of Yin Peak elders and disciples left one after another. They did not dare to hesitate. Sect leader. Luo Ping looked at Duan Lingtian. Junior uncle, bring me to senior sister Yang Xue's cultivation place. I want her to return to her roots. Duan Lingtian said to Luo Ping. Yang Xue had died for his 2 fiancées. Naturally, he would not mistreat Yang Xue even though she had passed away. Upon hearing this, Luo Ping's body trembled. She could not help but look at Xiongquan, who was behind Duan Lingtian. The blood-stained white figure entered her eyes immediately. Xue, what a pity. After a while, Luo Ping let out a long sigh. Her face was filled with regret. Yang Xue was the strongest person among the younger generation in Yin Peak. Moreover, she was a variant. If she did not die, it was not impossible for her to become the peak master of Yin Peak in the future. If Xue's spirit in heaven knows that sect leader is treating her so well, she'll definitely be happy. Luo Ping bowed to Duan Lingtian and said with a serious expression, Sect leader, I thank you on behalf of Xue. Junior uncle, what are you doing? Senior sister Yang Xue was a great benefactor to my 2 fiancés, which means I'm indebted to her as well. It's only right for me to do this. Duan Lingtian immediately went forward and helped Luo Ping up. Under Luo Ping's lead, Duan Lingtian and the other 3 followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived at the mountainside of Lingtian Peak that was close to the peak. There was a small flat platform at the mountainside. On the small platform stood a small wooden house covered in white snow. This is Xue's cultivation place. Luo Ping said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he descended from the sky and pushed the door of the small wooden house open. As soon as the door was pushed open, a few pieces of snow fell and hit Duan Lingtian's head. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to notice it as he walked into the small wooden house. The cabin was very tidy. Other than a bed, there was nothing else. It didn't look like a woman's room at all. Ever since Xue became senior sister's disciple, she focused on cultivation. Her basic necessities were very simple. Before Kerr and Fei came, she rarely spoke to anyone. It was only when Kerr and Fei became senior sister's disciples and became her junior sisters that she started to talk more. Luo Ping said as she followed Duan Lingtian into the wooden hut. Duan Lingtian nodded and raised his hand. A crystal-clear ice coffin appeared in front of him and was pulled by an invisible force to land on the bed in the cabin. This is? Luo Ping was stunned. Before she could react, Duan Lingtian had already called Xiongquan in and instructed him to put Yang Xue into the ice coffin. This is an ice coffin made from the 10,000-year frost. It can protect senior sister Yang Xue's jade body for eternity. Duan Lingtian said to Luo Ping when Xiongquan walked to the ice coffin. This ice coffin was made especially for Feng Tianwu. It was just right for Yang Xue to use. When I find those 2 girls, they will definitely want to see senior sister Yang Xue again. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Just as Xiongquan was about to put Yang Xue into the ice coffin, Luo Ping stopped him. Xiongquan looked at Luo Ping in confusion. Junior aunt, is there anything else? Duan Lingtian looked at Luo Ping as well. Sect leader, I hope Xue can lie in there clean. Give me 15 minutes. I'll help her freshen up and change her clothes. Luo Ping voiced her thoughts. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. After Xiongquan handed Yang Xue to Luo Ping, he left with Xiongquan and closed the door behind him. It's snowing. As soon as he stepped out of the door, Duan Lingtian noticed it was snowing around Lingtian Peak. It was a beautiful sight. Duan Lingtian extended his hand and let the snow fall on his hand. He muttered to himself, Senior sister Yang Xue, thank you for what you did for those 2 girls. I Duan Lingtian will forever be grateful to you. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. During this period, the only movement Duan Lingtian noticed was the window on the side of the small wooden house suddenly opened. At the same time, a water column gushed out from the inside. The water column was stained with blood. Duan Lingtian knew very well that Luo Ping was using the water profundity to clean the blood stains on Yang Shue's body. You can come in now. As Luo Ping's voice resonated, Duan Lingtian walked in. This time, Xiong Quan did not follow him in. Instead, he stood outside the wooden house with Feng Tianwu and Gold Thug, waiting for Duan Lingtian to come out. Duan Lingtian walked into the wooden house and saw Yang Shui, who had finished washing up and changed into a clean set of white clothes, lying in the ice coffin. Through the ice coffin, one could see her graceful figure and her peerless face that was devastatingly beautiful. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and bowed 3 times at Yang Shue's body before leaving with Luo Ping. From today onward, this will be the forbidden area of Lingtian Peak. Nobody is allowed to come close. Duan Lingtian told Luo Ping. Luo Ping nodded. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian seemed to be worried. He took out a pile of materials and a pile of high-grade origin stones and began to get busy. He began to inscribe inscriptions and set up an inscription formation on the spot. Luo Ping was dazzled by Duan Lingtian's actions. An hour later, Duan Lingtian's actions slowed down. However, the materials and origin stones in his hands had already flown out of his hands and merged with the snow around the small wooden house. A moment later, a layer of translucent light shield rose and shrouded the small wooden house completely. After more than 10 breaths, the translucent light shield disappeared before Luo Ping's eyes. Of course, Luo Ping knew that the translucent light shield did not really disappear. She could still trigger it if she approached it. This was because it was a defensive light shield formed by the defense formation. Sect leader, I can't believe that not only are you powerful, but your attainment in the inscription Dao is so profound as well. Luo Ping looked at Duan Lingtian and exclaimed in admiration. Although she was not an inscription master, as the saying went, even if you have never tasted pork, you have seen pigs run. She had once witnessed some inscription masters in the sect inscribing and setting up inscription formations with her own eyes. However, the speed and efficiency of those inscription masters were not even 1,000th of the purple-clad young man before her. Perhaps the sect leader can really set up a large-scale inscription formation that can withstand the cold wind blowing at the northern side of Lingtian Peak. Luo Ping thought to herself. At this moment, she only felt that the sect leader before her was becoming more and more unfathomable. She could not see through him at all. Sect leader, what level of attack can this defense formation withstand at most? Luo Ping could not help but ask. If you want to destroy it, you'll have to have the strength of 3 ancient black dragons or more. Duan Lingtian replied. The strength of 3 ancient black dragons? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Luo Ping's eyes narrowed slightly. Usually, only a martial artist above the 7th level martial monarch stage would be able to unleash the strength of 3 ancient black dragons or more. In other words, it was almost impossible for a martial artist below the 7th level martial monarch stage to break the defense formation that shrouded the small wooden house. She did not expect the defense formation that the person before her had only spent an hour setting up would have such a terrifying defensive strength. It was completely beyond her imagination. Junior uncle, I might need some materials to inscribe and set up inscription formations in these 2 days. Duan Lingtian told Luo Ping. In the next 2 days, he would begin to set up the large-scale inscription formation that shrouded the northern side of Lingtian Peak. He did not have some of the materials required to set up the inscription formation. Sect leader, just let me know if you need anything. I'll go to Lingtian Peak storage and get it for you, Luo Ping said. Initially, she wanted to say Yin Peak. However, before she could finish her sentence, she remembered that Yin Peak had changed its name to Lingtian Peak. It had the same name as the sect leader before her. Thank you, junior uncle. Duan Lingtian smiled as he thanked her. However, Luo Ping was so shocked that she immediately bowed back. She knew very well in her heart. The reason Duan Lingtian called her junior uncle was because of his two fiancés. Otherwise, she was nothing in front of Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and the other three stayed at Lingtian Peak under Luo Ping's arrangement. Each of them had a wooden house on the mountainside that was close to each other. Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and the Gold Thug returned to their respective rooms very quickly and immersed themselves in their cultivation. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not have time to cultivate at the moment. He was busy inscribing the materials and high-grade origin stones that he had on hand to inscribe the inscriptions that he needed. Everything that he did was to prepare for the large-scale inscription formation that he would set up in the next 2 days. The inscription formation could be considered as a defense formation. However, it could only defend against the attack of the cold wind. Initially, such a defense formation was a very simple inscription formation that could be easily set up. However, the problem was, the defense formation that Duan Lingtian wanted to inscribe had to cover the entire northern side of Lingtian Peak. The area was so vast that one could not see the end of it. If he did not integrate the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, it would be impossible for him to set up such a large-scale inscription formation. This was because such a large-scale inscription formation was experimented by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in the past. Even if an ordinary inscription master knew how to inscribe the same inscription formation, he would not be able to set up such a large-scale one. All in all, it could be summed up in one sentence. Only the reincarnation Emperor Wu could inscribe and set up such a large-scale one. After Duan Lingtian was almost done inscribing the materials and high-grade origin stones that he had on hand, Luo Ping had also gathered all the materials that he had asked her to find. She did not miss any of them. In the next 2 days, Duan Lingtian was busy again. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Two days later, Duan Lingtian went to the northern side of Lingtian Peak alone. However, he realized that there were many male disciples who were busy. Many elders were also helping out. While they were busy, the robes on their bodies fluttered in the cold wind. Even some of their hair bands were blown apart. Their long hair was no longer bound and was fluttering in the wind. It's the sect leader. Sect leader. As expected, Duan Lingtian's appearance attracted many people's attention. However, the person that they were most concerned about was not Duan Lingtian himself. Tomorrow will be the 3 days later that the sect leader mentioned 2 days ago. I wonder if the sect leader can really set up a large-scale inscription formation that can withstand the cold wind. Chapter 1158. Duan Lingtian did not say anything when faced with the doubts of the group of Lingtian sect's male disciples. He knew that it was useless no matter how much he said. He could only use his actions to fulfill his promise. Only then would he be able to shut everyone up. Because of this, Duan Lingtian began to get busy on this day. Setting up the inscription formation that covered half of Lingtian Peak was undoubtedly a huge project. Even though Duan Lingtian had already inscribed inscriptions on the materials and origin stones beforehand, he still needed to spend time to set it up. For the entire day, Duan Lingtian did not stop at all. From morning until late at night, Duan Lingtian's figure flew up and down on the northern side of Lingtian Peak. As he made his move, all kinds of materials and origin stones were merged into the northern side of Lingtian Peak. The placement of these materials and origin stones was very particular. Even the slightest mistake was not allowed. Fortunately, I set up this defensive formation directly through the memory of reincarnation Emperor Wu. If it was passed down orally, I might not be able to set it up properly even if I spent 10 days and 10 nights. After placing the last batch of materials and origin stones where they were supposed to be, Duan Lingtian stopped and stood up. At this moment, the defensive formation that covered half of Lingtian Peak was completed. Now, all I have to do is to give them an explanation tomorrow. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the night sky that was filled with stars. Then he vanished from the spot and reappeared at the temporary residence that Luo Ping had arranged for him. in a wooden house on the mountainside on the southern side of Ling Tian Peak. Compared to Yang Shui's wooden house, this wooden house was much better. Not only was it bigger, but it was also fully equipped with furniture. Duan Lingtun sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes as he began to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, divine dragon form. On top of that, he was holding the 3 nature profundity fragments in his hand. He was using them to comprehend and level up his fused profundity. Although the Monarch stage nature profundity fragments were not as good as the Heavenly Jewel in assisting the fused profundity, the Heavenly Jewel was a treasure that could only be found by chance. Just like the Heavenly Jewel Duan Lingtian had obtained from the Berserk mongrel rodent clan, it was a Heavenly Jewel filled with nature energy. It only took Duan Lingtian a month to completely absorb the Heavenly Jewel's energy, which was also the nature energy, from the Heavenly Jewel that took hundreds of years to fill up. Because of this, the Heavenly Jewel had temporarily become useless. It would take a long time for it to regain its Heavenly Jewel energy. However, after completely absorbing the Heavenly Jewel energy in the Heavenly Jewel, Duan Lingtian's fused profundity also made a breakthrough and transformed into a second-level fused profundity. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel it. When he had absorbed half of the Heavenly Jewel energy in the Heavenly Jewel, his fused profundity had already broken through to the second level. After that, when he absorbed the remaining half of the Heavenly Jewel energy, his fused profundity improved further. In the end, it was extremely close to the third-level fused profundity. Currently, he was only 1 step away from comprehending the third-level fused profundity. Just like I've guessed, the fused profundity is on par with the Emperor stage profundity in terms of power and difficulty in leveling up. After the origin energy in his body circulated according to the 9 dragons war sovereign technique's divine dragon form mental cultivation method, Duan Lingtian could finally divert his attention to other things. The fused profundity is formed by the fusion of 5 different first-level Monarch stage nature profundities. At that time, the fused profundity was considered a first-level fused profundity. The first-level fused profundity is equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. This is similar to the first-level Emperor stage profundity. Now, with the help of the Heavenly Jewel's energy, my fused profundity has leveled up to the second-level fused profundity. The second-level fused profundity is equivalent to the strength of 3 ancient black dragons. It's the same as the second-level Emperor stage profundity. Based on this, the leveling up of the fused profundity should be equivalent to the strength of 1 ancient black dragon every time it leveled up. It was not difficult to speculate this. However, as it turns out, my luck is pretty good. 2 days before I arrived at the Yin-Yang sect, my cultivation base made another breakthrough and broke through to the 4th-level martial monarch stage. If it wasn't for that, I might not have been able to snatch Yang Hong's saber that contained his full strength with my bare hands. Duan Lingtian's thoughts started to drift away unknowingly. Originally, according to his estimation, he would have to wait for at least 1 or 2 months before he could break through to the 4th-level martial monarch stage. However, he never expected that because he was so anxious and worried about the safety of the 2 little girls all along the way, the overbearing medicinal strength of the rebirth pill in his body was alarmed. The result was obvious. The rebirth pill's medicinal efficacy was quickly consumed and helped him to break through to the 4th-level martial monarch stage in 1 fell swoop. Now that he had broken through to the 4th-level martial monarch stage, he could unleash the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons with his origin energy alone. The 6th-level monarch stage sword profundity was equivalent to the strength of 7,000 ancient horned dragons. The 2nd-level fused profundity was equivalent to the strength of 3 ancient black dragons. For this reason, he could unleash the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 3,000 ancient horned dragons without using any spirit weapons. 2 days ago, he had used this strength to snatch the Grade 1 Spirit Saber from Yang Hong with his bare hands. If I used the quasi-royal grade Spirit Sword, my strength would be equivalent to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. With the 9 Tribulation Sword control technique and the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash, I might even be able to fight against a powerhouse who has the strength of 5 ancient black dragons. Duan Lingtian was very confident about the techniques that he had mastered. He felt that if he unleashed all his techniques, he would be able to make up for the difference of merely 1,000 ancient horned dragons. My current strength is already comparable to an ordinary 9th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. Of course, I'm still far from being comparable to those freakish 9th-level martial monarch stage martial artists. Duan Lingtian knew very well how difficult it was for a 9th-level martial monarch stage martial artist to break through to the Emperor Wu stage through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. It was more than 100 times harder than breaking through to the martial monarch stage from the void transformation stage. If a 9th-level void transformation martial artist comprehended 3 types of 9th-level void transformation concepts or comprehended the 9th-level advanced concept of water and fire, then it wouldn't be difficult for them to break through to the martial monarch stage. However, even if a 9th-level martial monarch stage martial artist had comprehended 3 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities or the 9th-level water or fire monarch stage profundities, it was still less than 1 in 100 who could break through to the Emperor Wu stage. Due to this reason, no matter if it was the era of the reincarnation Emperor Wu's first reincarnation or the era of his second reincarnation, there were very few powerhouses who could break through to the Emperor Wu. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the most powerful 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse that he had ever seen in his second reincarnation even comprehended 6 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities. 6 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities. What did that mean? It meant that the powerhouse's strength was comparable to 6 ancient black dragons even if he only cast the profundities. In addition to his origin energy and grade 1 spirit weapon, he could unleash a strength that exceeded the strength of 8 ancient black dragons. The strength of 8 ancient black dragons. Duan Lingtian shuddered when he thought about it. Currently, he could cast the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons if he unleashed his full strength. However, in front of a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse who had mastered the strength of 8 ancient black dragons, his little bit of strength was nothing. It would be easy for the powerhouse to kill him. It would be easier than stepping on an ant. That powerhouse comprehended 6 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities, but he could not break through to the Emperor Wu stage. It seems like the Emperor Wu stage is really difficult to break through to. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He felt pressured at the same time. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the reincarnation Emperor Wu had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage in his first reincarnation. Even he did not know how he managed to break through. At that time, the reincarnation Emperor Wu had comprehended 4 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities. In his second reincarnation, the reincarnation Emperor Wu had broken through to the Emperor Wu stage. He had no experience at all. In the beginning, he hit a wall repeatedly. In the end, he managed to break through after comprehending 3 types of 9th-level monarch stage profundities. I wonder if it'll be easier for me to break through to the Emperor Wu stage compared to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 reincarnations. Duan Lingtian felt anxious when he thought about this. Although he had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, he did not receive any help in breaking through to the Emperor Wu stage. This was because the reincarnation Emperor Wu had also broken through to the Emperor Wu stage in a daze. Therefore, if he wanted to break through to the Emperor Wu stage, he would have to rely on his own efforts. He could not rely on the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. I hope I can break through to the Emperor Wu stage in a daze like the reincarnation Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian was daydreaming in his heart. Without realizing it, Duan Lingtian gradually calmed down. He was completely immersed in his cultivation and comprehension. He cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 9th form, the Divine Dragon form. He comprehended the fused profundity and comprehended the sword Dao contained in the word, sword, left behind by the sword Saint Feng Qingyang in the depths of his mind. Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in his cultivation and comprehension, had completely forgotten about the time. He only opened his eyes when the morning sun shone on the earth through the screen on the side of the wooden house and shone on his face. It's morning. After Duan Lingtian woke up, he washed up and walked out of the wooden house. As soon as he walked out of the wooden house, Duan Lingtian saw two figures waiting for him. They were the two former vice peak masters of Yang Peak, Yu Ping and Yuan. Why are you waiting for me so early in the morning? Are you worried that I'll go back on my word? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows when he saw the anxious expression on the Yu brothers' faces. He thought they were here because he had promised to solve the problem of the cold wind in the north of Lingtian Peak. Sect leader, Elder Yun is missing. Chapter 1159. Elder Yun, the former guardian elder of Yang Peak, Yun Gang. When did you notice he was missing? Duan Lingtian asked calmly. 3 days ago, sect leader, you asked us and Elder Yun to bring some people to the north of Lingtian Peak to dig a cultivation place. We parted ways with Elder Yun. Now that I think about it, we haven't seen Elder Yun since then, Yu Ping said. Yu Ping said, this morning, I asked the elders and disciples who were with Elder Yun back then. They all said that Elder Yun left alone 3 days ago after separating from us. We've searched Lingtian Peak this morning, but we couldn't find any trace of Elder Yun. Yuan added, if I'm not mistaken, he must have left 3 days ago. He must have left Lingtian Peak and Lingtian sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he asked, do you know the relationship between Yun Gang and Yang Hong? Yang Hong is the direct disciple of the former peak master of Yang Peak, and Yun Gang is the former peak master's junior brother. Yang Hong calls Yun Gang junior uncle. Yu Ping said. Duan Lingtian nodded. It seems like he didn't plan to stay from the beginning. He had been following me because he wanted me to lower my guard. He was prepared to leave a long time ago. Sect leader, what should we do now? If Yun Gang leaves, won't it be detrimental to our Lingtian sect? Yuan asked. He doesn't have that ability. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in them. He must have left 3 days ago. It's too late to chase after him now. Both of you, follow me to the north of Lingtian Peak. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already far away. The Yu brothers reacted immediately and followed him. I'll go have a look as well. At this moment, Xianxia also walked out of a wooden house halfway up the mountain and followed him. Young Master must have gone to set up that large-scale inscription formation. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Xianxia moved, 2 more figures came from 2 different directions and followed him. It was a woman in red. It was an old man in a golden robe. They were none other than Feng Tianwu and Gold Thug. When he arrived at the north side of Lingtian Peak again, Duan Lingtian realized that there were already many people there. These people were the elders and disciples of the former Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect. Sect leader is here. Sect leader is here. The news of the Duan Lingtian's arrival was quickly spread by the people around the Duan Lingtian. Not long after, all the people on the northern side of the Lingtian mountain flew over one after another. They formed a dark mass and saluted the purple figure from afar. Apart from Yun Gang, almost everyone from the original Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect had gathered together. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, other than the Yu brothers, 3 more people appeared behind Duan Lingtian. They were Feng Tianwu, Xianxia, and Gold Thug. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of the wind whistling attracted everyone's attention. A group of women in white flew over. They came from the south side of the Lingtian Peak. It was obvious that they were here to join in the fun. These women were the disciples of the original Yin Peak of the Yin Yang sect. Sect leader. Even Luo Ping, the deputy peak master of the original Yin Peak of the Yin Yang sect, had arrived. After greeting Duan Lingtian respectfully, she stood behind Duan Lingtian. Gusts of biting cold wind blew continuously, causing everyone's robes, including Duan Lingtian, to flutter. Some of the people with lower cultivation base even had to squint their eyes due to the wind. I won't say anything else. Duan Lingtian looked at the dark mass of people in front of him. His face was solemn as he spoke loudly. "Today, I'll fulfill the promise that I made 3 days ago. I'll make sure that the north side of the Lingtian Peak will never be attacked by the cold wind again. Fulfill the promise." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes lit up. Their faces were filled with anticipation. They wanted to see how their young sect leader of the Lingtian sect would set up the extremely exaggerated large-scale inscription formation that he spoke of. Unfortunately, they were destined to not be able to see it. As Duan Lingtian raised his hand and flicked his finger, a high-grade origin stone shot out rapidly and disappeared into a mountain wall on the north side of Lingtian Peak as if it was breaking a dead branch. Almost at the same time when the high-grade origin stone disappeared, everyone only heard a soft sound in their ears. It was not loud, but it seemed to be able to make their souls tremble. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of the group of Lingtian sect's elders and disciples, a layer of translucent light shield seemed to have detached itself from the mountain wall on the north side of the Lingtian Peak and continued to expand outwards. Wherever the light shield passed, the piercingly cold wind that blew from the north was pushed away. The light shield continued to expand until it enveloped the entire mountain wall on the north side of the Lingtian Peak before it finally stopped. At the same time, it disappeared before everyone's eyes as though it had never appeared. However, the place where the translucent light shield disappeared was not bounded. The cold wind that came from the north was completely isolated and could no longer blow in. For a time, as the cold wind disappeared, everyone's robes, including Duan Lingtian's, stopped fluttering. This works too? Unbelievable! Unbelievable! This is the large-scale inscription formation that the sect leader mentioned 3 days ago? When did he finish setting it up? Yesterday, many people saw the sect leader wandering around our area. He kept throwing something that penetrated the mountain wall and embedded it in the belly of the mountain. Now it seems like he was setting up the inscription formation at that time. Yesterday? Doesn't that mean that the sect leader only spent a day to set up this large-scale inscription formation? As the group of Lingtian sect's disciples were shocked, they quickly realized another problem. Their sect leader had only used a day to set up such a large-scale inscription formation. Looks like our sect leader is not only a martial Dao powerhouse, but he's also an outstanding inscription master as well. Many Lingtian sect's disciples exclaimed. Those young female disciples even had lustful eyes as they cast flirtatious glances at Duan Lingtian. However, an extremely cold snort sounded. It made them shudder. They hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to look at Duan Lingtian anymore. It was Feng Tianwu who stood behind Duan Lingtian. She snorted coldly as she swept a cold glance at the group of young female disciples. At the same time that she snorted, the aura of a martial monarch swept out. It was only then that the group of young female disciples did not dare to raise their heads. Feng Tianwu's actions were more like a declaration of her absolute sovereignty over Duan Lingtian. She's the sect leader's wife? She should be. Otherwise, why would she be so dissatisfied when we look at the sect leader? The sect leader's wife is not easy to deal with. Looks like we can only look at the sect leader and sigh when we see him in the future. The group of young female disciples whispered in private. Although their voices were not loud, most of the people present had a high cultivation base. Their hearing was shocking, and they could clearly hear the whispers between them. Sect leader's wife? For a moment, most of the people present looked at Feng Tianwu in unison, causing Feng Tianwu to become the center of attention. When she heard the group of young female disciples, Feng Tianwu's face was already slightly hot. Now that she was being stared at by so many people, although she tried her best to remain calm on the surface, her heart was not calm at all. She only felt that she was like a lone boat in the waves, and the boat would capsize at any time. The sect leader is really lucky. No matter if it's the sect leader's wife or his 2 fiancées, without exception, they are all exceptional beauties. Yes, the sect leader's luck with women is too good. If I can be like the sect leader, I will have no regrets in life. Soon after, many of the male disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian with an envious expression. Now, this sect leader's promise to all of you has been fulfilled, and all of you have a new place to cultivate. After Duan Lingtian's gaze swept past the group of male elders and male disciples, he looked at the group of female elders and female disciples, and his gaze suddenly froze. Disciples of Ling Tian's sect, listen up. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have not finished his sentence, and after successfully attracting everyone's attention, he opened his mouth again and shouted loudly. At that moment, everyone who was focused on Duan Ling Tian felt an inexplicable tremor in their hearts, and their spirits tensed up. From today onwards, Luo Ping, Yu Ping, and Yu En will be the deputy sect leaders of Ling Tian sect. The three of them will be in charge of all the matters in the sect, no matter big or small. You must obey all of them, Duan Ling Tian said loudly. At that moment, all the disciples of Ling Tian sect who were present responded respectfully. Thank you, sect leader, for your high regard. When Luo Ping, Yu Ping, and Yuan heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up, and they quickly bowed to Duan Ling Tian to express their gratitude. Luo Ping, the three of you will be responsible for spreading the news that the Yin Yang sect has been replaced by the Ling Tian sect, and that there is a new sect leader. Spread the name of this sect master as well. Duan Ling Tian looked at Luo Ping and the other two and continued to order. Yes. Luo Ping and the other two responded respectfully. Also, send out the disciples who recognize Ke and Li Fei to search for their whereabouts. Duan Ling Tian ordered again. I'll reward any disciple who finds their whereabouts with a Grade 1 spirit weapon that can amplify their strength by 90% and a bottle of Grade 1 life recovery pills with a purity of more than 90%. After Duan Ling Tian gave his order, he also promised a huge reward. At that moment, the entire place fell silent. Grade 1 spirit weapon. Grade 1 life recovery pills. These two items were undoubtedly extremely precious to the ordinary elders and disciples of the Ling Tian sect. Only Luo Ping, Yu Ping, and Yuan, who were in the upper echelons of the sect, did not lack these items. However, these were only ordinary Grade 1 spirit weapons and Grade 1 life recovery pills. Did I hear wrongly? Sect leader, did you just say a Grade 1 spirit weapon that can amplify strength by 90%? Chapter 1160. And a Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%. Another person chimed in. As someone voiced out his doubts, many pairs of eyes landed on Duan Ling Tian again. It was as though they wanted to confirm if they had heard wrongly. You didn't hear wrongly. It's indeed a Grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification and a Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%. Duan Ling Tian confirmed in the face of the doubtful gazes. A tossed stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The crowd was in an uproar. It's really a Grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification? A Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%? Nonsense. Didn't the sect leader already confirm it? Don't tell me you're doubting the sect leader's words. I know. But is this possible? I've never heard of anyone refining a Grade 1 spirit weapon that can increase one's strength by 90%, nor have I heard of anyone refining a Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%. 3 days ago, the sect leader said he could set up a large-scale inscription formation to cover the mountain wall north of Ling Tian Peak. Did you believe him at that time? I didn't. Then what happened in the end? I believed the sect leader. Moreover, I happen to know junior sister Ke and junior sister Li Fei. This time, I have a chance to go out and look for them. The group of Ling Tian sect's disciples discussed among themselves. Their doubts about Duan Ling Tian gradually disappeared. All of this was because Duan Ling Tian had fulfilled his promise today and set up an inscription formation that could withstand the cold wind in the north and cover the entire mountain wall north of Ling Tian Peak. In their opinion, Their Ling Tian sect's young sect leader could not be judged by common sense. However, speaking of which, if the sect leader can really take out a grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification and a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%, doesn't that mean he knows a grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist? Moreover, he's not an ordinary grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist. Nonsense. Do I need you to remind me of this? Would an ordinary grade 1 weapon craftsman and alchemist be able to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that can increase one's strength by 90% and a grade 1 pill with a purity of 90% and above? A grade 1 blacksmith and alchemist like this must be a proud and arrogant person. However, since they're willing to refine those special grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 pills for the sect leader, I'm sure they must have a close relationship with the sect leader. The gazes from the disciples of the Ling Tian sect that landed on Duan Ling Tian became increasingly heated. In the past, although the Yin Yang sect also had grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 pills, they were either obtained from outside or obtained from auctions outside. In the past, the Yin Yang sect did not have much contact with grade 1 blacksmiths and alchemists. Even if he could get in touch with the other party to forge spirit artifacts and pills for him, he would still have to pay a heavy price. Due to this reason, there were not many grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 pills in the Yin Yang sect. Even the ordinary elders could not get them, let alone the group of disciples below. Today, the Yin Yang sect no longer existed and was replaced by the Ling Tian sect. However, the young sect leader of the Ling Tian sect seemed to have a close relationship with a grade 1 weapon craftsman and a grade 1 alchemist. In the future, grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 pills might even be able to be used on them. How could they not be happy about this? But don't tell me there's no grade 1 weapon craftsman and grade 1 alchemist in the Ling Tian sect? Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown. It had never crossed his mind that a mere grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist would be able to make the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples lose their composure. As the sect leader, he could not help but feel his face burning as he felt embarrassed. Sect leader, it's true that there's no grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 alchemist in the Ling Tian sect. Luo Ping smiled wryly. Although the Yin Yang sect was a first-rate force in the inner land, it was only a first-rate force at the border of the inner land. Among the many first-rate forces in the inner land, it was considered the weakest. Very few grade 1 weapon craftsmen and grade 1 alchemists would be willing to join such a first-rate force. It seems like it's time for me to trick a few grade 1 weapon craftsmen and grade 1 alchemists back. Duan Ling Tian muttered. Although Duan Ling Tian was muttering to himself, his voice was not soft. His words entered the ears of the crowd who had quieted down. Trick? At that moment, apart from Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and Gold Thug, everyone, including Luo Ping, Yu Ping and Yuan, could not help but twitch their lips. However, they thought that Duan Ling Tian was just making a casual remark. They did not think that Duan Ling Tian was telling the truth. If my master says he can do it, of course, he can do it. Don't tell me you don't believe him? Gold Thug snorted coldly and asked in dissatisfaction when he saw the non-committal expression on their faces. When he left the Berserk mongrel rodent clan, he had obtained a lot of information about his master from Xiong Quan. He realized that the more he learned about his master, the more shocked he was. Not only was his master powerful, but he was also an inscription master. Apart from being an inscription master, he was also a grade 1 weapon craftsman and a grade 1 alchemist. Although he was a golden hellhound with a strong heart, he was still shocked when he found out about this. At that time, he had also confirmed one thing. His master was a human. He was not a demon like him. In the face of Gold Thug's question, the people from the Ling Tian sect, including Luo Ping and the other 2 vice sect leaders of the Ling Tian sect, looked at each other. For a moment, nobody could answer Gold Thug. Gold Thug, why are you angry? These guys won't turn back until they hit a wall. When I trick them to come to them, they'll naturally believe me. In contrast to Gold Thug's anger, Duan Ling Tian was calm. He was not upset by the doubts of the people from the Yin Yang sect at all. Please forgive us, sect leader. We're not doubting you, sect leader. It's just that what you said is just too unbelievable. Luo Ping lowered her head and bowed to Duan Ling Tian as she said respectfully, "Please forgive us, sect leader." All the elders and disciples of the Yin Yang sect, including the Yu brothers, lowered their heads and bowed as well. Only then did they realize that their actions earlier had offended the sect leader's dignity. Duan Lingdian glanced at the people in front of him calmly and said nonchalantly, "Compared to empty words, I prefer to shut your mouths and slap your faces with facts. Let's go." After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he called out to Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and Gold Thug and left immediately. At once, only Luo Ping, the Yu brothers, and the group of Ling Tian sect's elders and disciples were left. Seeing that Duan Lingtian and the other three had left, many of the Ling Tian sect's disciples began to cause a ruckus again. To be honest, I still don't believe what the sect leader said. I don't believe it either. How can a grade 1 weapon craftsman and alchemist be deceived so easily? In my opinion, even the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who helped the sect leader refine grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 pills might not be able to invite them to our Ling Tian sect. Of course, those outstanding grade 1 weapon craftsmen and alchemists would have gone to the ancient clan or sought refuge with powerhouses like Emperor Wu if they wanted to. Most of them were still doubting what Duan Lingtian had said earlier. They felt that Duan Lingtian was bragging. I don't think so. I have a feeling that the sect leader doesn't seem to be lying. 3 days ago, I also thought that the sect leader was lying to us. However, today, the truth has given me a resounding slap in the face. I also think that the sect leader wouldn't lie to us. After all, just the large-scale inscription formation that shrouded this area is enough to prove that the sect leader is a man of his word. Of course, there were also a small number of people who believed in Duan Lingtian. No matter what, whether it was those who believed in Duan Lingtian or those who did not, all of them were looking forward to the future of the Lingtian sect. Vice sect leaders, I recognize Junior Sister Kerr and Junior Sister Li Fei. Please send me to look for them. I know them too. Me too. Soon after, many female disciples looked at Luo Ping and the other two and said eagerly, after all, as long as they could find the 2 fiancés of the sect leader, they would be rewarded handsomely. A grade 1 spirit weapon with an amplification of more than 90% and a grade 1 life recovery pill with more than 90% purity. They could not help but feel excited just thinking about it. Although some of them did not believe that Duan Lingtian could trick a grade 1 weapons craftsman and a grade 1 alchemist to the Lingtian sect, they still believed in the rewards that Duan Lingtian promised. Because of this, they were eager to obtain it. Just as many disciples of the Lingtian sect were leaving the Lingtian peak, there was an old man hurrying on his way in the northwest direction. The old man was none other than Yun Gang, who had left the Lingtian sect 3 days ago. He was also the guardian elder of the original Yang peak of the Yin Yang sect. Asking that Duan Lingtian to take over the mess of the Yin Yang sect, and he needs the help of the Yin Yang sect to look for the 2 girls. I think he won't leave the Yin Yang sect behind for a while. Yun Gang's eyes gleamed. In this case, it'll be convenient for Lord Yang Chun to avenge his brother. Lord Yang Chun. When Yun Gang mentioned these 4 words, his eyes were filled with respect and awe. In Yun Gang's eyes, Yang Chun was a powerhouse that was difficult to defeat. Moreover, if Yang Chun wanted to kill him, he could kill him in the blink of an eye. This was because Yang Chun was a 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse. An ordinary 9th-level martial monarch powerhouse could not be compared to him. On top of that, Yang Chun had a shocking identity. He was Emperor Wu's disciple. Most importantly, Yang Chun was Yang Hong's brother by blood. Although the peak master has always been at odds with his brother, Yang Chun, he's still a close relative. Yang Chun won't just stand by and watch if he knows that he's killed. Chapter 1161. After Yang Chun kills Duan Lingtian and avenges his brother, I'll ask him for help and recommend me to be Emperor Wu's disciple. Yun Gang's eyes gleamed with confidence. He owes me a favor, so it'll be hard for him to reject the favor I ask of him. Emperor Wu's disciple. This was Yun Gang's real purpose. When he had witnessed Yang Hong being killed by Duan Lingtian, this thought had already appeared in his mind. He used Yang Hong's death and Duan Lingtian to make it impossible for Yang Chun to reject his request. As for asking Duan Lingtian to become the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect, it was just a little trick he played to make Duan Lingtian stay in the Yin Yang sect. If he did not make such a request, Duan Lingtian would not have stayed. At that time, it would be useless even if he looked for Yang Chun. The Cloud Continent was so big that Yang Chun might not be able to find Duan Lingtian, who had left the Yin Yang sect to avenge Yang Hong. If he could not find Duan Lingtian, Yang Chun would not be able to avenge Yang Hong. It would also mean that he would not owe anyone a favor. That was not what he wanted to see. For this reason, he had instigated the Yu brothers to invite Duan Lingtian to become the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect and tried to persuade Duan Lingtian to become the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect. Even when Duan Lingtian wanted to change the name of the Yin Yang sect, he did not even bat an eyelid. This was because he knew that Duan Lingtian would not live for long. As the group of Lingtian sect's disciples left Lingtian Peak to look for Kerr and Li Fei, breaking news spread like a hurricane from their mouths. The Yin Yang sect has changed its name to Lingtian sect. The Yin Yang sect no longer exists. Yang Hong, the former peak master of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect, killed the former peak master of Yin Peak who was recuperating in closed-door cultivation. At the critical moment, a young expert descended from the sky and killed Yang Hong. That young expert is the current leader of the Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian. For a time, with Lingtian Peak as the center, as long as there were people in the surrounding area, such news spread everywhere. Everyone knew. The Yin Yang sect was gone. The Lingtian sect had appeared in a domineering manner, and they had a powerful young sect leader. The news quickly spread in all directions. It did not take long for the news to spread to the south of the inner land near the Ruoshui River. A small city stood in the south of the inner land, close to the north of the Ruoshui River. Although the city was small, it was bustling with noise, especially the restaurants inside. Today, the small town welcomed two uninvited guests. They were two slender women in white. Both of them had veils covering their faces. However, just by looking at their exposed autumn eyes and dark eyebrows, it was enough to see that under their veils, they must be peerless beauties. Sister Kerr, let's rest here for a meal before we continue our journey. One of the women who had a seductive look between her eyebrows said to the other woman who had a youthful look between her eyebrows. All right. The latter nodded lightly and agreed. The two women entered the city and found a restaurant to sit at a table in front of the window. It was rare to see women in this small city, let alone beautiful women. As soon as the two women appeared, they attracted the attention of many customers in the restaurant. However, although most of the customers were attracted by the two women in veils, not many of them dared to go up and strike up a conversation. Who knew if these two women were powerhouses with amazing strength? If they were, they would definitely end up dead if they dared to act presumptuously. Therefore, they did not dare to act recklessly. Soon, the atmosphere in the restaurant became noisy again. Although there were still people who were eyeing the two women in front of the window covetously, they only dared to think about it but did not dare to make a move. Hey, have you heard? The Yin Yang sect no longer exists. Suddenly, a middle-aged customer's loud voice drowned out everyone's voices in the restaurant and attracted many people's attention. The Yin Yang sect no longer exists? Could it be that it's destroyed? At that moment, many people's eyes lit up as they looked at the middle-aged customer. At that moment, even the two women in veils sitting in front of the window could not help but glance at the middle-aged customer. Then they looked at each other. Sister Fei, we just left the Yin Yang sect not long ago. Why did they say that the Yin Yang sect no longer exists? One of the women asked the other woman. The news outside can't be taken seriously. The other woman shook her head and replied. These two women were Ke and Li Fei, who had just left the Yin Yang sect not long ago. After they left the Yin Yang sect, they began to cultivate as they headed north. Their destination was Yuhan Valley, which was far north of the inner land. The Yin Yang sect is a first-rate force. How can it be destroyed so easily? The middle-aged customer continued. Then what's going on? That's right. Don't keep us in suspense. Hurry up and tell us. Many of the drinkers urged him. I'll have to start from when the Peak Master and a Vice Peak Master of the Yin Yang sect went into closed-door cultivation to recuperate. It said that Yang Hong, the Peak Master of the Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect, went insane and killed the Peak Master and Vice Peak Master of the Yin Yang Peak while they were recuperating. The middle-aged drinker said slowly, speaking of the Peak Master and the Vice Peak Master of Yin Peak, if they were not injured, none of them would be afraid of Yang Hong. However, now that they are injured, they are no match for Yang Hong. Gasp, gasp, gasp. When the middle-aged drinker said this, there was a series of gasps in the restaurant as expected. What did the Peak Master of Yang Peak of Yin Yang Peak want to do? Why did he kill the two powerhouses from his own sect? This news can't be fake, right? Many people questioned. I heard that Yang Hong, the Peak Master of Yang Peak of Yin Yang Peak, wanted to be the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect. That's why he took the opportunity to get rid of the two stumbling blocks of Yin Peak. The middle-aged customer said. If that's the case, it's possible. I've long heard that the person who wants to be the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect must have the ability to suppress everyone in the sect. Otherwise, the Peak Master of Yin Peak and the Peak Master of Yang Peak can only control the sect together. Many people nodded. I didn't expect this news to spread here. Li Fei's autumn eyes flashed. Her red lips under the veil moved slightly as she muttered in a voice that only Ke could hear. Sister Fei, I miss Master and Senior Sister. Ke, who was sitting opposite Li Fei, had tears in her eyes under her pair of delicate eyebrows. She looked so pitiful that people had the urge to rush up and hug her. I miss them too. Don't worry, we'll definitely avenge them. Li Fei said seriously. Okay. Ke nodded obediently. If that's the case, the Peak Master of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect should be the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect now. But why did you say that the Yin Yang sect no longer exists? Could it be that the Yin Yang sect lost two powerhouses and was wiped out by the other opposing forces? A voice resonated and attracted everyone's attention, including Li Fei and Ke. At once, everyone looked at the middle-aged customer. Of course not. The middle-aged customer shook his head. There are a total of 4 strongest people in the Yin Yang sect. Apart from the 2 from Yin Peak, Yang Peak also has 2. As long as the 2 from Yang Peak are there, the other forces won't dare to act recklessly. Moreover, according to rumors, the Peak Master of Yang Hong's background is not simple. As for why it's not simple, don't ask me because I don't know either. It's just hearsay. Perhaps, even in the Yin Yang sect, not many people know about the background of the Peak Master of Yang Hong. The middle-aged customer said. Go away. At once, many people looked at the middle-aged customer in disdain. Some even gave him the middle finger. Get to the point. Why did you say that the Yin Yang sect no longer exists? Someone looked at the middle-aged customer and urged him. Well, I'll have to start from when the Peak Master of Yin Peak and the other Vice Peak Master went into closed-door cultivation to heal their injuries. It said that the Vice Peak Master had 3 direct disciples who were as close as sisters. All of them were extremely beautiful. The son of the Peak Master of Yang Peak, Yang Fei, took a fancy to one of the girls. For the sake of his son, the Peak Master of Yang Peak. Under the watchful eyes of Ke and Li Fei, the middle-aged customer recounted their experience one by one. In the end, he mentioned how their senior sister, Yang Shui, died because of them and paved the way for them to pass on. Although they were mentally prepared, Ke and Li Fei's slender bodies could not help but tremble slightly when they confirmed that senior sister Yang Shui was dead. Their autumn eyes reddened slightly. Senior sister. Ke clenched her fists tightly. Her tears fell silently and were evaporated by her origin energy in the blink of an eye. A heroine among women. Women are not inferior to men. When the group of customers in the restaurant heard that Xianxia did not hesitate to sacrifice her life to save her two junior sisters, all of them gave her a thumbs up. They were not stingy with their compliments at all. It said that Yang Hong and his son went after Xiangshue's two junior sisters as soon as Xiangxia was killed. At that moment, a gigantic five-colored sword ray descended from the sky and pierced through the belly of Yang Peak, causing the magma in Yang Peak to erupt. It turned from an extinct volcano to an active one. The middle-aged customer continued. "Who's so bold?" At once, many people were shocked. Piercing through the belly of Yang Peak with a sword was something that almost any martial monarch powerhouse with extraordinary strength could do. However, being able to do it was one thing, and daring to do it was another. Once one did that, it would mean that one had offended the Yin Yang sect, a colossus. Unless one was extremely powerful and did not fear the Yin Yang sect, one would definitely die. Speaking of the person who did it, I'll have to mention the two girls who escaped under the nose of Yang Hong and his son. The middle-aged customer continued. What does it have to do with them? Many people frowned. They were puzzled and curious about this. At once, even Kerr and Li Fei, who were sitting in front of the window, temporarily suppressed their sadness and looked at the middle-aged customer together. Do you know the name of the sect leader of Ling Tian sect? Many people asked. It said that his name is the same as the name of the Ling Tian sect. His full name is Duan Ling Tian. The middle-aged dringer's eyes lit up when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Ling Tian. For a moment, everyone present remembered this name. The newly promoted powerhouse in the area near the Ruoshui River in the south of the inner land of the Cloud Continent, the leader of the first-rate force, the Ling Tian sect. On top of that, I heard that the sect leader of Ling Tian sect also issued an order. Any disciple of the Ling Tian sect who can find his two fiancées will be given a grade 1 spirit weapon and a bottle of grade 1 life recovery pills, the middle-aged drinker continued. The middle-aged drinker added. The eyes of the customers in the restaurant lit up when they heard this. Grade 1 spirit weapon? The sect leader of Ling Tian sect is really generous. Apart from the grade 1 spirit weapon, there's also a bottle of grade 1 life recovery pills. If only I can find his two fiancées. Who knows, I might be able to receive the reward that he promised. Many people chimed in. Perhaps the reward he promised is only for the disciples of the Ling Tian sect. After all, we should keep the goodies within the family. Someone else said. That makes sense. Many people expressed their agreement when they heard this. All of you are wrong to think this way. The middle-aged drinker shook his head and said, I heard that the Ling Tian sect will distribute the portraits of their sect leaders' fiancés in no time. At that time, the reward will be effective to everyone. The moment the middle-aged dringer's words left his mouth, the eyes of all the customers in the restaurant lit up. Is this true? If this is the case, then this is a good opportunity for us. Although it's like looking for a needle in a haystack, who knows, our luck might be so good that we can find his two fiancés? Many people were tempted. Moreover, I heard that if we can find one of the fiancés of the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, we'll be rewarded with a grade 1 spirit weapon and a bottle of grade 1 life recovery pills. If we can find two of them, we'll be rewarded with 2 grade 1 spirit weapons and 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills. The middle-aged drinker continued to drop a bombshell, causing the entire restaurant to be in an uproar. 2 grade 1 spirit weapons. 2 bottles of grade 1 life recovery pills. It was enough to make them go crazy. I was right. What happened after that was even more ridiculous. Li Fei's eyes gleamed as she muttered to herself. Sister Fair, let's leave quickly. I have a feeling that it's not safe to stay here. Ker's eyes revealed a hint of worry. Li Fei nodded. She did not even have the time to order before she stood up and prepared to leave with Ker. However, sometimes, they could not leave just because they wanted to. Yo! Unfortunately, in the face of Li Fei and Ker's joint attack, he, who had used his spiritual weapon, was killed by the two women who also used their spiritual weapons. Both of you should leave quickly. The Ku clan has a huge business and is a second-rate force. It's rooted in this city, and it's not something you can afford to offend. A kind-hearted person used his origin energy to remind Li Fei and Ker. Chapter 1163. I can't believe they're also martial monarch powerhouses. After Li Fei and Ker left, many people sighed. It did not cross their minds at all. These two delicate-looking girls actually possessed such powerful strength. Many people who harbored evil thoughts about the two ladies felt a lingering fear in their hearts when they saw Kupai lying on the ground like a dead dog. This time, the Ku clan's eldest young master has been crippled and a martial monarch powerhouse has died. I'm afraid the Ku clan won't let this go easily. Someone said with a fearful expression. His words received the approval of everyone present. The Ku clan was a second-rate force. It was nothing in the inner land of the Cloud Continent. However, in this small city, the Ku clan was the absolute local tyrant. Nobody dared to provoke them. Very soon, someone who wanted to establish a relationship with the Ku clan sent the Ku clan's eldest young master, Kupai, whose dantian had been crippled, back to the Ku clan. It caused a commotion in the Ku clan. Subsequently, 3 of the remaining 5 martial monarch powerhouses from the Ku clan made their move. They wanted to chase after Li Fei and Ker, who had crippled Kupai's dantian and killed the Ku clan's martial monarch powerhouse. Any one of the 3 martial monarch powerhouses from the Ku clan was stronger than the person Li Fei and Ker had killed together. Among the 3 of them, the stronger one was at the 3rd-level martial monarch stage while the weaker one was at the 2nd-level martial monarch stage. Unfortunately, they could not find Li Fei and Ker even after searching for a long time. Very soon, 2 portraits were sent out from the Ku clan. Each of them was a portrait of a lady wearing a veil. Other than the parts that were covered by the veil, the 2 ladies' eyebrows and eyes were clearly drawn. As long as one had seen the portrait, even if the 2 women took off their veils, one would be able to recognize them at a glance just by looking at their eyebrows and eyes. This was because the portraits were too similar. It was a coincidence. On the same day that the 2 portraits were sent out from the Ku clan, a female disciple from Lingtian Peak happened to pass by and saw the 2 portraits. It's junior sister Li Fei and junior sister Ker. This female disciple of the Lingtian Peak was originally a female disciple of the Yin Peak of the Yin Yang sect. With a single glance, she recognized that the 2 veiled women in the portrait were Li Fei and Ker. After asking around, she understood what was going on. They even dared to touch the fiancé of our Lingtian sect leader. This Ku clan really doesn't want to live anymore. The female disciple of Lingtian Peak thought to herself. However, even though she had such thoughts, she did not go to the Ku family to settle the score. She knew that she alone could not do this to the Ku family. She rushed back to the Lingtian sect at full speed. A few days later, Duan Lingtian received the news. He immediately brought Gold Thug to the small town where the Ku family was located. Ku family? Standing in the sky above the Ku clan estate, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Master, do you want me to annihilate the Ku family? Gold Thug asked. There's no hurry. Let me see if I can get anything out of the eldest young master of the Ku family. Perhaps I can find some clues left behind by the 2 girls. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, his body moved and landed in the courtyard where the eldest young master of the Ku family, Kupai, lived. Gold Thug followed behind Duan Lingtian like a shadow. Who's that? Duan Lingtian's appearance alarmed many people. Among them were Kupai himself and a few servants and maids who were in charge of serving him. "You're Kupai." Kupai, who was sitting in the courtyard and sunbathing, saw the purple-clad young man in front of him disappear as soon as he opened his mouth. When he reappeared, he was already in front of him. "Who are you?" While Kupai's expression changed drastically, he hurriedly signaled the servants and maids with his eyes. It was obvious that he wanted them to call for help. The purple-clad young man in front of him gave him too much pressure. At once, the servants and maids around Kupai left the courtyard in a panic. From the beginning until the end, whether it was Duan Lingtian or Gold Thug who was following behind Duan Lingtian, nobody stopped them. It was as though they did not see them leave. Naturally, with Duan Lingtian and Gold Thug's abilities, it was impossible that they did not notice the servants and maids leaving. It was just that they did not care. "Tell me everything that happened a few days ago when you met the two girls." Duan Lingtian looked at Kupai calmly and said indifferently, "What girls?" Kupai did not react in time due to his panic. "The two girls who crippled your cultivation base." Duan Lingtian reminded him. "Those two bitches." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Kupai finally regained his senses. He immediately recalled the two women he had met a few days ago. His heart was filled with rage as he instinctively cursed. As soon as he cursed, he regretted it. The purple-clad young man in front of him was obviously here for the two girls. If he cursed the two girls in front of him, the purple-clad young man might be unhappy. As soon as Kupai thought of that, he felt a cold aura coming from the purple-clad young man in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it pressed down on him. He was almost suffocating from the pressure. Ah! In the next moment, he did not see the purple-clad young man and the golden-clad old man in front of him move, nor did he hear any sound. All he felt was a heart-wrenching pain coming from his shoulder. He could not help but scream in agony. When he came to his senses, he realized that one of his arms had been chopped off. He was so frightened that his face turned pale and he broke out in cold sweat from the pain. "You?" He looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him furiously. In the end, he could not say a word. To be more precise, he did not dare to say a word. What a joke! If the purple-clad young man could cut off his arm without making a sound, he could also kill him without making a sound. No matter how angry he was, he did not dare to provoke the purple-clad young man any further. Now, he could only hope that the servants and maids who left would bring reinforcements quickly. That was the only way he could be saved. "When my father comes, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death." At the same time that Kupai used his concept to suppress the blood flow, a cold gleam could be seen in the depth of his eyes. It was as though he was about to devour someone. "I don't want to repeat what I said just now." Duan Lingtian's tone was still as calm as ever. It was as though he was not the one who chopped off Kupai's arm. When Kupai heard the seemingly calm words, they were like the devil's words. Horror dawned on him as he said in a panic, "I'll talk." Kupai told him everything that happened that day. He did not dare to hide anything. After listening to Kupai's words, Duan Lingtian did not find any clues. For a moment, his eyes were filled with a cold gleam as he continued to stare at Kupai. This person dared to profane his fiancée? "I've already answered you." "You can't kill me. You can't kill me," Kupai said in a panic when he noticed the cold gleam in Duan Lingtian's eyes. His eyes and face were filled with despair. "Who's there? How dare you be so presumptuous in our Ku clan?" Just when Duan Lingtian was about to kill Kupai, a loud voice came from outside the courtyard. It was getting closer and closer. Bush, bush. A moment later, two gusts of wind blew into the courtyard. Two people appeared next to Kupai. One was a strong old man, and the other was a skinny old man. Bush, bush, bush. Then, another three people appeared next to Kupai. One was a bearded man, and the other two were middle-aged men. Paita. When the bearded man saw Kupai's severed arm, horror dawned on his face. He wanted to pick up the severed arm on the ground and reattach it to his son. Boom. Unfortunately, before he could pick up his severed arm, a vast amount of energy surged out and instantly turned his severed arm into dust. It was Gold Thug who was behind Duan Lingtian. He had destroyed Kupai's severed arm. "You're seeking death." Horror dawned on the bearded man's face. At the same time, the origin energy in his body skyrocketed. His profundity and concept followed like a shadow as he charged toward Gold Thug. He unleashed all of his second-level martial monarch stage techniques. "You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Gold Thug smirked and took a step forward. He did not seem to make any movement, but a gush of energy suddenly skyrocketed from his body and surged toward the bearded man. Boom! In an instant, the bearded man was engulfed and turned into dust. He completely disappeared from this world. A second-level martial monarch stage martial artist died just like that. He did not even know how he died. "Father!" Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Kupai's face as he cried out in grief. "Clan leader!" The two middle-aged men who appeared with the bearded man were horrified. They did not expect the living person who was standing next to them earlier to turn into dust in just a blink of an eye. "Who are you people?" Compared to Kupai and the other two who had lost their composure, the two old men looked at Duan Lingtian and Gold Thug solemnly and asked with dread in their eyes. "You don't even know who my master is, and yet you dare to place a bounty on my two mistresses? You're really bold." Gold Thug looked at the two old men with a faint smile. "Both of you? Is there a misunderstanding?" The sturdy old man asked with a wry smile. "Yes, maybe it's really a misunderstanding." The skinny old man added. Although both of them were the strongest in the Ku clan, they were both at the third-level martial monarch stage. Even so, they knew they would not be able to kill the clan leader of the Ku clan who was at the second-level martial monarch stage in just one blow. The golden-robed old man in front of them gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. "Misunderstanding." Gold Thug smirked. With a raise of his hand, two drawings appeared in his hand. "You're saying this is a misunderstanding?" When they saw the two drawings of a veiled woman, the expressions of the 5 people from the Ku clan, including Kupai and the two old men, changed. Boom! The sturdy old man was the first to react. With a raise of his hand, he killed Kupai, who did not even have time to react. Kupai was the instigator of this entire incident. "Both of you, this incident is Kupai's fault." It has nothing to do with the Ku clan. Now, the Ku clan has killed Kupai to give both of you an explanation. Chapter 1164. Gold Thug. From now on, I don't want to see this Ku clan ever again. Duan Lingtian merely glanced at the anxious members of the Ku clan indifferently. He did not pay any attention to them. With a flash of his body, he disappeared into thin air. As he disappeared, he left behind a sentence. "Yes, master." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, horror dawned on the few members of the Ku clan. However, Gold Thug's eyes lit up. Boom! Before the remaining 4 martial monarch powerhouses from the Ku clan could react, a raging milky white flame rose from Gold Thug's body. 3 types of profundities followed him like shadows. Ever since he had fought with Duan Lingtian in the Berserk mongrel rodent clan, he had not fought since then. He had been holding back for a long time. Now that he had the chance to fight, he could not help but feel excited. Boom! 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 Gold Thug unleashed his strength as a 6th-level martial monarch powerhouse. The strongest among the 4 powerhouses was only at the 3rd-level martial monarch stage. In just a blink of an eye, they were drowned by his strength and turned into ashes. After all the martial monarch powerhouses from the Ku clan were killed, it was even easier for Gold Thug to deal with the remaining people. He casually lifted his leg and stomped on the ground. A terrifying energy surged into the ground and instantly caused cracks to appear on the ground of the Ku clan's estate. Countless cracks formed a spider web and continued to spread. Boom! 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 The buildings in the Ku clan's estate collapsed one after another. It was instantly turned into ruins. Only blood was left on the ground and some members of the Ku clan who were trying to escape in a sorry state. However, these members of the Ku clan could not escape from Gold Thug even if they wanted to. In just 15 minutes, the entire Ku clan's estate had been turned into ruins. Apart from Gold Thug, there was no one else left alive. What happened to the Ku clan? Oh my god! Who did this? This is too much. The commotion in the Ku clan was huge. In just a short while, it attracted everyone in the small town. When they saw the ruins of the Ku clan's estate, all of them were dumbfounded. I just passed by the Ku family mansion half an hour ago. I remember that the Ku family mansion was still in good condition. In just half an hour, the Ku clan's mansion was reduced to ruins, leaving no survivors. Who exactly did this? That person's strength is too terrifying. While many people were discussing spiritedly, their eyes were filled with fear. I, Duan Ling Tian, will annihilate the entire family of those who dare to scheme against my two fiancés. The Ku family is just the beginning. Just as everyone was shocked by the destruction of the Ku family in half an hour, a loud and deep voice sounded from the horizon, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Duan Ling Tian? Could he be the leader of the Ling Tian sect that was renamed from the Yin Yang sect? Very soon, someone reacted and looked up at the first moment. Not long after, people began to look up one after another. A purple figure appeared in front of them. It was a handsome young man. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, and his body exuded an otherworldly aura as though he had merged with heaven and earth. He's Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect? He's as young as the rumors say. Many people exclaimed. After a while, everyone only saw a flash in front of their eyes before the purple figure disappeared into thin air. Disappearing along with the purple figure was a golden figure that followed behind him like a shadow. The golden figure also disappeared before everyone's eyes. He's gone. At once, many people heaved a sigh of relief. Although the purple-clad young man was standing in the sky and was far away from them, they could still feel the pressure from the bottom of their hearts. Now that the purple-clad young man had left, the pressure finally disappeared. I, Duan Ling Tian, will annihilate the entire family of those who dare to scheme against my two fiancés. The Ku family is just the beginning. Soon after, the words Duan Ling Tian left behind before he left began to reverberate in everyone's ears again. Based on what the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect said, it seems like the Ku family is plotting something against his two fiancés? Many people guessed. It can't be? The Ku family is so bold? Even more people found it unbelievable. A few days ago, the news that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian, was looking for his two fiancés had already spread to the small town they were in. They believed that the Ku family must have heard the news as well. Could it be that the Ku family dared to go against the wind and commit a crime? Would they not hesitate to offend the Ling Tian sect? That's right. Soon, someone reacted and made a reasonable judgment. As far as I know, the only thing the Ku family has done these few days is to search for the two veiled women who crippled the young master of the Ku family. Do you think those two women are the fiancés of the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect? What? As soon as this person spoke, the entire place fell silent. After a while, it became noisy again. It's really possible. That's not right. I've seen those two veiled women in the restaurant before. If they are really the fiancés of the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, they should know that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect is looking for them. Logically speaking, they should have returned to the Ling Tian sect. But the Ling Tian sect just sent out the portraits today. It's obvious that the fiancés of the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect did not return. Who has the portraits? Soon, someone took out the two portraits from the Ling Tian sect. On the portraits were two beautiful women. It's really them. Soon, someone took out another two portraits. The two portraits were sent out by the Ku family. Although the two women in the portraits were wearing veils, their eyebrows and eyes were exactly the same as the two beautiful women in the portraits from the Ling Tian sect. That means they haven't returned to the Ling Tian sect yet. They must be throwing a tantrum and unwilling to return. It doesn't matter if they're throwing a tantrum. Since they haven't returned, it means we have a chance to find them. That's right. Many people were instantly excited. It was as though they had been injected with chicken blood as they rushed out of the city. It was as though they could see Grade 1 spirit weapons and Grade 1 pills waving at them. On this day, the small city was exceptionally lively. However, news of Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Lingtian sect, annihilating the entire Ku family in a fit of rage for his women began to spread. For a time, some people scolded Duan Lingtian for being cold-blooded and ruthless. Some people also said that Duan Lingtian was loyal and righteous. He did not hesitate to shed a river of blood in a fit of rage for his women. No matter what. This time, Duan Lingtian became famous. He was completely famous. Anyone who has designs on my 2 fiancés, I, Duan Lingtian, will annihilate their entire family. The Ku family is just the beginning. Duan Lingtian's words spread like wildfire among the crowd. For a time, all the unmarried women in the Inner Land's southern area near the Ruoshui River secretly admired Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Lingtian sect, whom they had never met before. As a woman, if I can marry the sect leader of the Lingtian sect, I'll have no regrets in my life. This sentence gradually spread. Gradually, it was not only the unmarried women, but also a group of resentful women and married women who yearned for Duan Lingtian. A man. This is a real man. If someone can be like the sect leader of the Lingtian sect and annihilate an entire family for me, I'll definitely kick that dead man out of my family and marry myself to him. As it turned out, the power of women was limitless. Not long after, Duan Lingtian was pushed to the forefront by them, causing Duan Lingtian to become the lover of the masses in the Inner Land's southern area near the Ruoshui River. If I was born 70 years earlier, I'd definitely marry the sect leader of the Lingtian sect. Even some old women who had one foot in the coffin would often mutter to themselves like this. When the news spread like a hurricane and reached the ears of the Duan Lingtian sect and the Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian was speechless. Those women are really good at ting. Duan Lingtian shook his head helplessly. He did not expect the words he said in a fit of rage would have such an impact. What? Are the two of you gloating? Soon after, Duan Lingtian turned around abruptly as though he had eyes on the back of his head. He glared at Xiong and Gold Thug, who were secretly laughing. Feng Tianwu was the only one who stood quietly at the side. When she looked at Duan Lingtian, her eyes were slightly dazed. I wonder if he'll say the same thing for me. Feng Tianwu muttered to herself. Sect leader, there's a person outside who says he's your friend and wants to see you. At this moment, a loud voice came from afar, helping Xiong and Gold Thug out of the predicament. Both of them could not help but heave a sigh of relief. My friend? Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the person who came. The person who came was an old man. He was the elder of the Lingtian sect. His cultivation base was at the 4th level martial monarch stage. However, when he faced Duan Lingtian, the old man appeared to be very respectful. He did not show any dissatisfaction at all. Yes, that's what he said. The old man nodded respectfully. Did he say what's his name? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He said his name is Xianxia Shui. He said that as long as I said his name, sect leader. The old man continued. However, before he could finish his sentence, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. Are you sure he said his name is Xianxia Shui? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and asked with a serious gaze. The old man nodded. Where's he now? Duan Lingtian asked urgently. Xianxia Shui was one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Sword Young Master. He had participated in the Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition with him back then. In the end, he did not manage to obtain a place to participate in the Dynasty Martial Arts competition. However, although he did not manage to obtain a place to participate in the Dynasty Martial Arts competition, he had decided to travel around on his own. After they parted that time, Duan Lingtian had not heard any news about him. Crazy Young Master, Luo Zhan, had also left with Sword Young Master, Qin Shao Shuai. Until now, Duan Lingtian had not heard any news about Luo Zhan. Chapter 1165. Under the lead of the Lingtian sect's elder, Duan Lingtian saw a figure standing in the distance not long after. The figure stood there straight like a javelin, and it revealed a proud and aloof aura. It was a familiar face, but after so many years, it had become much older. The frivolity of the past was no longer there, and it was replaced by restraint and steadiness. It was as if he was a completely different person. "You bastard, why are you here?" Before Duan Lingtian arrived, he had already greeted the familiar figure in the distance with a brilliant and gentle smile on his face. The familiar figure before him was none other than Qin Shao Shuai. When he was still in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Sword Young Master, Qin Shao Shuai, was very fond of him, and they could be considered to be friends. After so many years, Duan Lingtian was rather happy to see him again. Of course, at the same time, he could not help but be shocked by Qin Shao Shuai's appearance here. This was the inner land of Cloud Continent. "Even you can appear here, why can't I?" A fierce aura tore through the sky, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Shao Shuai vanished on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, long time no see." "It has indeed been a long time. However, I never imagined that the fellow who didn't even manage to obtain a spot in the Dynasty Martial competition all those years ago would actually appear in the inner land now. I presume he possesses a shocking cultivation as well." Duan Lingtian spoke slowly, and as he finished speaking, his face was filled with surprise. "I just had a fortuitous encounter. I originally thought that I'd already left a freak like you in the dust, and I was even proud of it a few times. However, I didn't expect that you're still stronger than me like before." Qin Shao Shuai sized up Duan Lingtian, and as he finished speaking, he could not help but sigh. "Looks like your fortuitous encounter is not small. You're already at the 3rd level Martial Monarch stage." Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Qin Shao Shuai as he spoke. Earlier, when he extended his spiritual energy, he immediately detected Qin Shao Shuai's current cultivation base. It was at the 3rd level Martial Monarch stage. He was quite shocked by this. As expected of the Duan Lingtian, "You were able to see through my cultivation with just one look." Qin Shao Shuai sighed. He did not seem to be too surprised. "However, so what if he's at LV3 Martial Royal Realm? Isn't he still inferior to you? Not only are you the dream lover of almost all the women in this area, you're also the leader of a first-rate force, the Lingtian sect. I heard you killed Yang Hong, the former peak master of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect? As far as I know, Yang Hong could be considered as one of the top figures among 8th-level Martial Monarch stage martial artists." As he spoke, Qin Shao Shuai looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. All those years ago, when he was still in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Duan Lingtian was a complete monster and freak in his eyes. After they parted ways in the Darkstone Empire, he had gone through a lot of hardships. After that, he had a fortuitous encounter that allowed him to skyrocket and wander all the way. In the end, he even crossed the Ruoshui River and came to the central area of the Cloud Continent, which was the inner land. Initially, he thought he had already left Duan Lingtian far behind. Who would have thought that a piece of news would come and completely shocked him? Lingtian sect. Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, he thought the sect leader of Lingtian sect, Duan Lingtian, was just a powerhouse who had the same name as the monster he knew in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. However, his intuition told him that this Duan Lingtian was very likely to be the monster he knew. That was why he came to verify the doubts in his heart. As it turned out, his intuition was right. The sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Ling Tian, was a friend he had made in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. You're quite well informed. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land caused his mood to be extremely good. Do I even need to be well informed about this? Chen Xiaoshui rolled his eyes at Duan Ling Tian. You're a famous person in your surroundings now. I heard that there are many unmarried girls that intend to enter your Ling Tian sect. As for their objective, I presume you don't need me to tell you. They have an ulterior motive. As he finished speaking, a wisp of an evil smile appeared on Chen Xiaoshui's face. Right, you and Luo Zhan left together that day. You two separated later on? Duan Ling Tian completely disregarded Chen Xiaoshui's words and changed the topic. It was Duan Ling Tian's words that caused Chen Xiaoshui's body to shake, and his expression became even more unsightly. What? Duan Ling Tian's expression became serious, and a bad premonition faintly arose in his heart. Luo Zhan is dead. Finally, Chen Xiaoshui spoke with a depressed and low tone. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as horror dawned on his face. What's going on? How did he die? Luo Zhan was Crazy Young Master, the leader of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters. He had a good relationship with him, and he was also the grandson of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Weapons Craftsman Guild's guild master who had helped him many times. It was hard for him to imagine. If the old man found out about Luo Zhan's death, how painful would he be? It's all my fault. Unknowingly, 2 streams of tears fell from Chen Xiaoshui's face, and his body was still trembling. That year, Luo Zhan and I traveled together all the way to the north. We passed by the Dark Han dynasty and the Darming dynasty before we finally arrived at the northern desert. After we left the northern desert, we continued to move forward. Later on, by chance, we came across the secret treasure left behind by an Emperor Wu powerhouse, and we successfully entered it. We obtained a lot of fortuitous encounters in there. We obtained many spirit fruits, concept fragments, and profundity fragments. We even encountered the profound assimilation formation more than 10 times, Duan Ling Tian said. However, just when we were about to leave, we accidentally triggered the last inscription formation left behind by an Emperor Wu powerhouse. It was a killing formation. Luo Zhan noticed the killing formation first and pushed me out of the area enveloped by the killing formation in time to help me escape calamity, whereas he missed the opportunity to escape because of this and was killed by the killing formation. When Chen Xiaoshui reached this point, his face turned slightly ferocious. If he didn't save me, he wouldn't have to die. He wouldn't have to die. Luo Zhan. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. According to the Sword Young Master, Chen Xiaoshui, if Luo Zhan did not die, his current achievements would not be inferior to his. You don't have to be too sad. Since Luo Zhan saved you, you should live on for him. Duan Ling Tian looked at Chen Xiaoshui, who had a pained expression on his face, and said, I know. That's why I'll live on and do the things that he wanted to do but couldn't do anymore. In this way, I'm sure his soul in heaven will be comforted. Chen Xiaoshui nodded, and his agitated emotions calmed down a little. What's your plan now? Duan Ling Tian asked. I don't know. I just came to the inner land not too long ago. Chen Xiaoshui shook his head. Why don't you stay in my Ling Tian sect? I'll make you an elder? Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. An elder in the Ling Tian sect? When Chen Xiaoshui heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. That sounds interesting. Alright, I'll stay in your Ling Tian sect for the time being then. You can stay in the Ling Tian sect if you want. However, I have to make a promise with you. Duan Ling Tian looked at Chen Xiaoshui cautiously. He still remembered. When Chen Xiaoshui was still in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he would hang around brothels all day long. It could be said that he would not be happy without a woman. Half of the disciples in the Ling Tian sect were female. He did not want Chen Xiaoshui to do anything that would bring shame to his Ling Tian sect. How do we make a 3-point agreement? Chen Xiaoshui was stunned and could not react for a moment. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian spoke. His face was filled with a wry smile as he rolled his eyes at Duan Lingon. No matter how much I want women, I won't mess around in the Ling Tian sect. Even if I don't care about my own reputation, I still have to care about your reputation. It's good that you think that way. Duan Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. I'll introduce you to a few people. After calling out to Chen Xiaoshui, Duan Ling Tian brought him to meet Feng Tianwu, Xiong Quan, and the Gold Thug. It was worth mentioning that after Chen Xiaoshui saw Feng Tianwu, he stared at her for more than 10 breaths. This was because Feng Tianwu was just too outstanding. Her peerless appearance could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. He only retracted his gaze when he noticed that Feng Tianwu's eyes were still on Duan Lingon. So, she's Duan Lingtian's woman. Chen Xiaoshui's heart was filled with envy. I'll bring him to see Luo Ping. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Feng Tianwu and the other two before bringing Chen Xiaoshui away to look for Luo Ping. Although Luo Ping was only one of the 3 deputy sect leaders in the Ling Tian sect, she was undoubtedly Duan Lingtian's most trusted deputy sect leader. She was in charge of all the matters in the Ling Tian sect, no matter how big or small. She was the only deputy sect leader who could represent Duan Lingtian. After leaving Chen Xiaoshui with Luo Ping, Duan Lingtian returned to Feng Tianwu and the other two. He looked at Xiong Quan and the Gold Thug immediately. Both of you announced that the Ling Tian sect is recruiting grade 1 weapon craftsmen and alchemists. Yes, young master. Yes, master. Xiong Quan and the Gold Thug responded and left. If that's the case, I'm afraid none of the grade 1 weapon craftsmen and alchemists will be willing to come. After Xiong Quan and the Gold Thug left, the frost on Feng Tianwu's face melted a little. She told Duan Lingtian softly. I know. That's why we have more important matters to attend to now. Duan Lingtian smiled. More important matters? Although Feng Tianwu had a puzzled expression on her face, her heart was filled with joy because of Duan Lingtian's last sentence. He had more important matters to attend to with her. It was enough to show that she had a high place in Duan Lingtian's heart. You'll find out soon enough. Duan Lingtian smiled and kept her in suspense. He then left the Ling Tian Peak and the Ling Tian sect with Feng Tianwu. Chapter 1166. In an area near the Ruoshui River in the south of the inner land of the Cloud Continent, there was a bustling big city. This big city was called Ataraxia City. In this city, everything was indeed peaceful, and there was almost no fighting. Even if there were fights, they would be taken away by a group of powerful law enforcers in the blink of an eye. Nobody knew what happened to those who were taken away. However, nobody ever saw them again. The group of law enforcers who took them away was from the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City. The Zhou clan was the #1 clan in Ataraxia City. It was a first-rate force. Not only did it oversee the entire Ataraxia City, but it also controlled half of the industries in Ataraxia City. As for the other half of the industries in Ataraxia City, it was controlled by a few first-rate forces. One of them was the original Yin-Yang sect, which was now known as the Ling Tian sect. Outside Ataraxia City, 2 figures followed the crowd into the city. A young man and a young woman who were like a golden couple quickly attracted the attention of many people. What a handsome young man. The lady next to him has a peerless appearance. She can be said to be devastatingly beautiful. Many people whispered among themselves. The people who entered Ataraxia City were Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, who had just left the Ling Tian sect this morning. Although Duan Lingtian was the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, and his name was well known in the surrounding area, not many people had actually seen him before. Therefore, nobody could recognize him when he walked on the crowded street in Ataraxia City. Didn't you find any useful clues when you went there last time? Feng Tianwu suddenly asked. Her question was very abrupt. However, Duan Lingtian could guess what she was asking about. They were very careful. They didn't leave any clues behind. Feng Tianwu was silent. After a while, she said, You'll meet them again. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, his expression was slightly solemn. Tianwu, do you know why I'm here? Soon after, Duan Lingtian's expression relaxed as he changed the topic. The Zhou clan's large-scale auction. Feng Tianwu spoke very little, but she hit the nail on the head, causing Duan Lingtian to be stunned. He was greatly surprised. How did you guess? When we entered the city, many people were talking about it. Feng Tianwu said. Her words were very clear. When she entered the city earlier, she heard many people discussing the large-scale auction that the Zhou clan's auction square was holding today. Therefore she guessed. The purpose of Duan Lingtian's trip this time was also the large-scale auction that was held every 3 months by the Zhou family's auction house. I didn't expect you to be so meticulous. Duan Lingtian sighed. That's right. My goal this time is precisely the large-scale auction that the Zhou family is holding today. Speaking of which, I have already been waiting for this day for a few days. In Ataraxia City, there was only one auction house, which was controlled by the Zhou clan. Every 3 months, a large-scale auction would be held. As for small auctions, they were held every day. A few days ago, after learning about the existence of Ataraxia City and the Zhou clan, as well as the large-scale auction that the Zhou clan would hold every 3 months, Duan Lingtian had been waiting for this day. And now, he had finally waited for this day. Let's go. Let's go to the Zhou clan's auction square. The auction will begin in an hour. Duan Lingtian called out to Feng Tianwu before he turned right and walked forward. Although it was his first time in Ataraxia City, he seemed to be very familiar with the place. Feng Tianwu could not help but feel surprised. Have you been here before? No, it's my first time here. Duan Lingtian replied truthfully. It was indeed his first time here. The reason he seemed to be very familiar with the place was because Luo Ping had prepared a layout map of the entire Ataraxia City for him a few days ago. The map indicated the few properties of the Ling Tian sect in Ataraxia City and the location of the Zhou clan's auction square. Therefore, since Duan Lingtian had memorized the layout map, it was natural for him to be very familiar with the way to the Zhou clan's auction square since he had already memorized the route. After learning everything from Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu nodded lightly. I heard that the Zhou clan's auction square is different from the ordinary auction square. It's an open-air auction square. On the way, Duan Lingtian told Feng Tianwu. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu arrived at the Zhou clan's auction square. At this moment, the place was already crowded with people. Most of them were here to watch the show while a small number of them were here to participate in the auction. Let's go over there. Duan Lingtian brought Feng Tianwu to the other side. Soon after, independent pavilions appeared before their eyes. A spacious path that was paved with bluestone allowed people to move freely on it. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu arrived at the entrance of the bluestone paved path. They saw a delicate and pretty lady standing on each side of the path. They were dressed plainly and had a smile on their faces. It was as though they were bathing in the spring breeze. Dear guests, are you here to auction off something? One of the ladies asked with a smile as she looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Her voice was as pleasant as an oriole's. I'm here to auction off 2 items. Duan Lingtian nodded. May I know what you're here to auction off? The auction is about to begin, but ordinary auction items are not allowed to be auctioned off at this time. The woman asked first, then continued, Don't worry. When she reached the end of her sentence, she undoubtedly revealed another meaning. At this time, the Zhou clan's auction square would not auction off ordinary auction items. I'm here to auction off a Grade 1 spirit weapon and a Grade 1 life recovery pill. Duan Lingtian said calmly as though he was not affected by the lady's words at all. Grade 1 spirit weapon? Grade 1 life recovery pill? Dear guest, I'm really sorry. At this time, our Zhou clan will only auction off items that are qualified to be the finale. The lady said apologetically. In her opinion, although a Grade 1 spirit weapon was precious, it was not qualified to be the finale item of the Zhou clan's auction square's auction that was held once every 3 months. As for a Grade 1 life recovery pill, It was even less qualified. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the lady's reaction. He said nonchalantly, "What if it's a grade 1 spirit weapon that can increase one's strength by 90% and a grade 1 pill with a purity of more than 90%? Gasp. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The two ladies standing in front of him narrowed their eyes, and their faces turned solemn. "Dear guest, can you take out your grade 1 spirit weapon for me to test? If it's really like what you said, I'll bring you backstage and get someone to appraise the grade 1 life recovery pill that you brought." Although one of the ladies did not quite believe Duan Lingtian's words, she still said that in an attempt to make Duan Lingtian back off. Any martial artist with origin energy in their body could test how much a grade 1 spirit weapon could increase one's strength. As for the purity of a grade 1 pill, one would have to get a professional alchemist to appraise it. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew very well that if he rejected the lady's request at this time, it would mean that he was guilty. It was impossible for the lady to believe that he had a grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90%. For this reason, he casually handed the grade 1 spirit weapon that he had prepared to the lady. It was a grade 1 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian had casually refined a few days ago. It could increase one's strength by 90%. The lady who thought Duan Lingtian would back off was stunned when she saw Duan Lingtian handing over a grade 1 spirit weapon. Really? However, as a member of the Zhou clan's auction square, she quickly regained her senses and took the grade 1 spirit sword from Duan Lingtian. As the lady's hand shook, the grade 1 spirit sword in her hand let out a crisp sword cry. Soon after, a gush of origin energy surged out of the lady's hand and merged with the grade 1 spirit sword in her hand. For a moment, 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above the lady's head as though they were telling her that her cultivation base was at the 7th level void transformation stage. Soon after, the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared next to the 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. A total of 900 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared, no more and no less. A 90% increase. The other lady's eyes narrowed when she saw the scene before her. Shock was written all over her face. The lady who tested the grade 1 spirit sword was also dumbfounded. She did not expect a grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90% would really exist in this world. Soon after, the two ladies regained their senses. After looking at each other, the lady who tested the grade 1 spirit sword returned the grade 1 spirit sword in her hand to Duan Lingtian. There was a 180-degree change in her attitude. "Dear guests, please follow me." As the lady spoke, she led Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu along the bluestone-paved road and went straight ahead. Such a grade 1 spirit weapon was qualified to be the finale of the auction today. There were pavilions on both sides of the bluestone road. Many people were seated inside. They were the people who came to participate in the auction held by the Zhou clan's auction square today. As they walked forward, Duan Lingtian was also curiously sizing up the Zhou clan's auction square in front of him. The Zhou clan's auction square looked very grand and elegant. It did not feel oppressive at all. The auction environment was extremely quiet. At the end of the bluestone road was the high platform of the Zhou clan's auction square. It was also the auction stage. Behind the auction stage, there were two pieces of red cloth that looked like curtains hanging on a metal frame that was prepared beforehand. One would be able to reach the backstage of the Zhou clan's auction square through the middle of the two pieces of red cloth. "Dear guests, this way please." However, the lady who brought Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu here did not bring them to the backstage of the auction square through the middle of the two pieces of red cloth. If that was the case, they would undoubtedly be a huge target. At that time, perhaps everyone present would know that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were here to put up their items for auction. As the saying went, one should not reveal one's wealth. This was not a good thing. The lady brought Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu around. After taking a few hidden turns, they finally entered a secluded passage and successfully arrived at the backstage of the auction square. However, This could only be considered as the outer area of the backstage of the auction square. This was because there were a few pieces of red cloth that were hung on the metal frame. It made the backstage of the auction square even more mysterious. This must be the place to receive people who put up their items for auction. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chapter 1167. Dear guests, please wait for a moment. The lady who brought Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu over parted the red cloth and walked in after greeting the both of them. Her body disappeared into the red cloth. At that moment, only Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were left outside. Both of them waited quietly. They even set up a soundproof inscription formation. Soon after, Duan Lingtian extended his spiritual energy and discovered a simple inscription formation shrouding the huge shed that was made of iron frames and covered with red cloth. Naturally, it was only simple in Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was an inscription formation that was used for soundproofing. No matter how loud the commotion in the huge shed was, the people outside would not be able to hear anything at all. Therefore, it was almost impossible to eavesdrop on the auction items that the Zhou clan's auction square had prepared. The huge shed was brightly lit, and figures were busy inside. The lady who parted ways with Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu was stopped by the middle-aged man as soon as she walked in. He asked in a deep voice, "What are you doing here? Don't you know the rules?" Deputy Manager Zhou Li. The lady immediately bowed when she saw the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was one of the deputy managers in the Zhou clan's auction square. He was usually in charge of the order in the auction square. If someone were to cause trouble, he would be the one to settle it. "I'm asking you, what are you doing here at this time?" Zhou Li asked impatiently. "There are two guests who brought two auction items. They want to put them up for auction at our Zhou clan's auction square today." The lady immediately replied, not daring to be negligent. Zhou Li's eyes lit up when he heard the lady's words. At this time, their Zhou clan's auction square would only accept auction items that were qualified to be the finale. Since the person before him had brought the guests who brought the auction items, it meant that the two auction items were not bad. "Bring me out to have a look," Zhou Li said to the lady. Although Zhou Li was not in charge of this, the lady did not dare to reject him since he had said so. She immediately brought him out. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu waited outside. After a while, they saw the woman come out again. Behind the woman was a middle-aged man. "Dear guests, this is our Zhou family's auction house's vice manager, Zhou Li." The woman looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced. At this moment, Zhou Li's gaze landed on Feng Tianwu's body and could not move away. It was the first time he had seen such a devastatingly beautiful woman with outstanding temperament. It wasn't until Feng Tianwu frowned that Zhou Li withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, "I wonder what the two of you want to auction?" "She didn't tell you?" Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhou Li and asked. Zhou Li looked at the woman beside him. "Vice Manager Zhou Li, these two guests are here to auction a Grade 1 spirit weapon and a Grade 1 life recovery pill." As the woman spoke, she wanted to explain the extraordinariness of the two items. However, before she could open her mouth, she was interrupted by Zhou Li. "Grade 1 spirit weapon? Grade 1 life recovery pill?" Zhou Li looked at the woman and was furious. "Is this your first day working at our Zhou family's auction house? Don't tell me you don't know that the large-scale auction that our Zhou clan's auction fair holds every 3 months doesn't accept items that are not the finale before the auction begins? Or perhaps, in your eyes, a mere Grade 1 spirit weapon and Grade 1 life recovery pill can be used as the grand finale of the large-scale auction held by our Zhou clan's auction square every 3 months? Zhou Li questioned the woman again and again. In the end, his tone became more and more hostile. Grade 1 spirit weapon and Grade 1 pill. Although they were considered precious items, they were still considered as precious items. However, in the inner land, as long as one was a powerful force, One could obtain a grade 1 pill as long as one paid more origin stones or other precious items. As for grade 1 spirit weapons, although it was more difficult to obtain compared to grade 1 pills, it was still possible. For this reason, these two items were not qualified to be the finale of the large-scale auction that the Zhou family's auction house holds every 3 months. Deputy Manager Zhou Li, the grade 1 spirit weapons brought by these two guests are different from the ordinary grade 1 spirit weapons. The woman who could not interject for a long time after being questioned by Zhou Li was so anxious that her face flushed red. What's the difference? Zhou Li snorted. The grade 1 spirit weapon brought by this guest is a grade 1 spirit weapon that can increase one's strength by 90%. I've already tested it. It's indeed a grade 1 spirit weapon that can increase one's strength by 90%. The woman hurriedly explained. A grade 1 spirit weapon that can increase one's strength by 90%? She even tested it? Upon hearing the woman's words, Zhou Li's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. A bright smile bloomed on his originally gloomy face. Both of you, I wonder if you can take out that grade 1 spirit weapon for me to test? Zhou Li asked. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhou Li nonchalantly before he casually took out the grade 1 spirit sword from earlier and handed it to Zhou Li. After Zhou Li obtained the grade 1 spirit sword, he began to test it. In the end, he discovered that it was indeed a grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90%. It should be noted that an ordinary grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 87% was already considered good. If it could increase one's strength by 88%, it would be considered a rare item. If it could increase one's strength by 89%, it would be considered a superb item. If it could increase one's strength by 90%, it would undoubtedly be the best of the best. At once, Zhou Li's breathing quickened. He carefully examined the grade 1 spirit sword in his hand. The best of the best. After a while, Zhou Li gently caressed the body of the grade 1 spirit sword in his hand. Judging from the intoxicated look on his face, it was as though he was caressing his lover instead of a cold object. Perhaps, compared to an ordinary grade 1 spirit weapon, this grade 1 spirit weapon could not increase one's strength by much. It was not a big deal. However, the value of this grade 1 spirit weapon did not lie in its ability to increase a martial artist's strength. A grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90% was rare in the world. In the eyes of those grade 1 weapon craftsmen, it was undoubtedly a peerless treasure. If one used this grade 1 spirit weapon to tempt a grade 1 weapon craftsman, they would definitely agree to refine hundreds of grade 1 spirit weapons for them. A grade 1 spirit weapon like this was a treasure to any grade 1 weapon craftsman. Perhaps he could learn the refining method of this grade 1 spirit weapon and refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90%. Then he would become famous on Cloud Continent and go down in history. A grade 1 weapon craftsman basically did not lack anything. What they lacked was the testimony of history, the testimony of their existence. Even if hundreds or thousands of years later, everyone would forget about them, they would still remember their glory for hundreds or thousands of years. In that case, they would not have wasted their time in this world. Vice Manager Zhou Li, right? Is my grade 1 spirit sword qualified to be auctioned at the Zhou clan's auction fair now? Duan Lingtian asked as he glanced at Zhou Li nonchalantly. Of course. Zhou Li nodded without hesitation. Then, his eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Sir, you have another grade 1 life recovery pill that you want to auction? Can you take it out for me to appraise? After seeing the grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90%, Zhou Li was very curious about the grade 1 life recovery pill that the person in front of him brought. He had a strong intuition. The grade 1 life recovery pill should be similar to the grade 1 spirit sword in his hand. It was not an ordinary item, and it was not something an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill could compare to. You. Duan Lingtian shook his head after studying Zhou Li for a while. It's better to get an alchemist to appraise it. Sir, Vice Manager Zhou Li is an alchemist. At this moment, the lady next to Zhou Li said. For a moment, A proud smile appeared on Zhou Li's face. However, his smile froze soon after because of what Duan Lingtian said next. "You're an alchemist? What grade are you?" Duan Lingtian studied Zhou Li from head to toe before he said with a frown, "You'll need at least a grade 2 alchemist to be able to see through the purity of a grade 1 pill. Sir, I'm a grade 3 alchemist. Although I can't completely see through the purity of a grade 1 pill, I can still tell." Zhou Li took a deep breath before he replied. "Grade 3 alchemist?" Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. Soon after, he relaxed and said nonchalantly, "Forget it, I'll just make do with it." "Forget it? Make do with it?" The corner of Zhou Li's mouth twitched violently. He suppressed the anger in his heart and forced a smile on his face. "In that case, please take out the pill for me to appraise." Whoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and handed the grade 1 life recovery pill that he had prepared earlier to Zhou Li. Zhou Li took the grade 1 life recovery pill and studied it intently. His gaze went from confusion to astonishment, and then to shock. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. A grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90%. Finally, Zhou Li exclaimed in a low voice. The lady standing next to Zhou Li was shocked as well. A grade 1 pill with a purity of more than 90%? Did such a grade 1 pill really exist? If a grade 1 spirit weapon that could provide a 90% boost to a martial artist was not any less powerful than an ordinary grade 1 spirit weapon, its value lay more in the desire of a grade 1 weapon craftsman for it. However, a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90% was not only as valuable as a grade 1 life recovery pill, but its medicinal effect was also several times better than an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill. Such a grade 1 life recovery pill could save a life at a critical moment. It could do things that an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill could not. In terms of value, this grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of more than 90% was far more valuable than the grade 1 spirit sword with a boost of 90%. Dear customer, where did you get this grade 1 life recovery pill? Do you have more? Chapter 1168. Although the greed in Zhou Li's eyes only flashed for a moment, it did not escape the observant Duan Lingtian's eyes. "There's nothing else." Duan Lingtian shook his head in the face of Zhou Li's question. "I found these 2 items in a ruin. At that time, I searched everywhere, but I couldn't find the 3rd item." "You mean, you only have one of these spirit tools and one of these pills?" Zhou Li asked as he weighed the grade 1 spirit sword and grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand. He looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian nodded faintly, giving off a dull feeling. However, there was a subtle sneer on the corner of his mouth. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, an ancient bronze mirror appeared in Zhou Li's hand. He aimed the mirror at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Demon revealing mirror. With just one look, Duan Lingtian could tell that the bronze mirror in Zhou Li's hand was not an ordinary mirror. It was a mirror that could reflect a demon's true form. Soon after, Zhou Li's gaze landed on the bronze mirror. A bright smile appeared on his face when he saw a man and a woman reflected in the mirror. "They're not demons." He was certain of this at the first moment. The young man and young woman in front of him were not demons but humans. One was around 25 years old while the other was in her early 20s. Even if such humans had high innate talent and comprehension, they could not be that strong. Vice Manager Zhou Li. Just as Zhou Li put away the demon-revealing mirror, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. His voice was much colder. "Don't you know that it's very impolite to randomly point the demon-revealing mirror at people? On Cloud Continent, the demon-revealing mirror was not considered a rare item. However, it had a shocking effect. Once the demon-revealing mirror was used, it could reflect whether a human was a demon or not. If a demon transformed into a human, once it was reflected in the demon-revealing mirror, its true form would appear instead of its human form. It was precisely because of this that very few people on Cloud Continent would abruptly use the demon-revealing mirror on others because it was very impolite. Manners? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhou Li was stunned at first, then he couldn't help but sneer. Do I need to be polite to liars like you? Liar! Hearing Zhou Li's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into slits. As for Feng Tianwu, who was standing beside Duan Lingtian, it was as if a layer of frost had covered her peerless face. Now, she was even colder, revealing traces of a dense chill. Just as the woman beside Zhou Li couldn't help but be stunned, Zhou Li raised his hand and put away the Grade 1 Spirit Sword and Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill into his storage ring. If you don't want to die, both of you, scram as far as you can. Zhou Li shouted coldly with killing intent in his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. It was obvious that Zhou Li was going to openly snatch Duan Lingtian's Grade 1 Spirit Weapon and Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill away. He had taken out the demon-revealing mirror to shine on Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu because he wanted to confirm whether they were demons or not. Since they were not, they were no threat to him at all. He could openly steal the items that they were going to auction. After he finished speaking, Zhou Li no longer bothered with Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. He looked deeply at the woman beside him and said indifferently, "Follow me in." The woman's face turned slightly pale when she heard this, but she still obediently followed Zhou Li into the auctions backstage. "I want him dead." Feng Tianwu's voice was cold. She took a step forward and was ready to chase after him. "You're no match for him." Duan Lingtian reached out and grabbed Feng Tianwu's hand in time to stop her. "It's not easy for me, Duan Lingtian, to return his things after taking them." When Feng Tianwu turned around to look at Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed brightly as he muttered to himself. His tone was cold. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian took the lead and entered the auctions backstage. Feng Tianwu followed behind him. At once, both of them became the center of attention at the auctions backstage. Since they were outsiders, they were strangers to the people at the Zhou clan's auction square. "Who are you people?" Many people frowned and asked. "Who are we people?" Duan Lingtian smirked. His eyes immediately landed on Zhou Li, who was standing at the side. He said calmly, "You should ask Vice Manager Zhou Li about this." At once, Zhou Li became the center of attention. "Zhou Li, what's going on?" Soon after, a dignified old man in a silver robe stepped forward and looked at Zhou Li. He frowned and asked in displeasure. "Manager." Zhou Li did not dare to be negligent in front of the silver-robed old man. He greeted him respectfully. The silver-robed old man was the manager of the Zhou clan's auction square. After greeting the silver-robed old man, Zhou Li looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu calmly and said, "They're just two liars. I'll get rid of them immediately." He did not seem surprised that Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu would appear here. "I wanted to let both of you go. Since both of you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." At the same time, Zhou Li's eyes turned cold as he spoke slowly. His voice was filled with killing intent. "Hurry up and settle this matter. The auction will begin in half an hour. Don't create unnecessary trouble." "Don't cause any unnecessary trouble," the silver-robed old man said as he looked at Zhou Li indifferently. Zhou Li quickly responded. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu again. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "If the Zhou clan doesn't hand over my things today and give me a satisfactory answer, the Zhou clan's auction square can forget about holding the auction today." Duan Lingtian's face was calm in the face of Zhou Li, who was glaring at him covetously. However, his voice was extremely loud. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The Zhou clan's people backstage, including the manager of the Zhou clan's auction square, the silver-robed old man, had a change of expression. They looked at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Threat? It was a blatant threat. This purple-clad young man was threatening their Zhou clan's auction square, threatening their Zhou clan. "Boy, you're seeking death." Zhou Li's face darkened, and the killing intent in his eyes skyrocketed. He moved and was prepared to attack Duan Lingtian. However, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of Duan Lingtian and blocked his path, causing him to stop in his tracks. "Manager, what are you doing?" The person standing in front of Duan Lingtian was a silver figure. It was the manager of the Zhou clan's auction square, the silver-robed old man. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice, "Are you threatening our Zhou clan?" "You can interpret it that way." Duan Lingtian replied casually to the silver-robed old man's question. It was as though he was not worried about what the Zhou clan would do to him. "You're very bold," the silver-robed old man said. "I wouldn't dare to say that I'm bold. However, I feel that I'm in the right. I think the Zhou clan should be a fair clan. I don't think they'll cover up for some vermin." Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Li as he spoke. "What nonsense are you talking about?" When Zhou Li saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, a hint of panic flashed across his eyes. He was furious. "You're in the right for deceiving our Zhou clan's auction square?" Zhou Li looked at the silver-robed old man after he finished speaking. "Manager, you should go and prepare for the auction. Let me handle this small matter. I'll make them disappear immediately." When Zhou Li reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu as though he was looking at two dead people. "There's no rush. I just want to know what's going on." The silver-robed old man looked at Zhou Li and asked. When Zhou Li heard this, he immediately looked at a lady nearby. It was the lady who brought Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu over. "You come here. Tell the manager what's going on." When the lady heard Zhou Li calling her over, her expression changed slightly. However, she quickly clenched her teeth and calmed down before she walked toward Zhou Li. The silver-robed old man frowned in confusion. "Manager, she's the one who brought them over? It's better for you to listen to her about the details." Zhou Li explained. The silver-robed old man nodded faintly. At the same time, he looked at the lady who was standing in front of him. "Speak." "Yes, Sir Manager." The lady was obviously a little restrained when she faced the old man. After she acknowledged his order, she said slowly, "Sir Manager, these two guests said they wanted to auction off 2 items. Then, I told them that unless they had something that was qualified to be the finale, they're not allowed to enter the backstage of our Zhou clan's auction square at this time." When the lady reached this part of her sentence, she looked at the man and woman who were looking at her coldly. There was a hint of guilt and helplessness in the depth of her eyes. "Dear guests, I'm sorry. I really have no other choice. Deputy Manager Zhou Li said that if I don't do as he says, not only will he kill me, but he'll kill my family as well." At the same time, the lady sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's ears. At once, Feng Tianwu's face darkened. The killing intent in her eyes intensified when she looked at Zhou Li. Although Duan Lingtian maintained a calm expression on his face, there was a hint of coldness in the depths of his eyes. Not only did he covet his items, but he even used such a despicable method to threaten a weak lady. In his heart, he had already sentenced Zhou Li to death. If Zhou Li did not die, he would not be able to vent his anger. These two guests said that the items they wanted to auction off were treasures that were qualified to be the finale. Therefore, I brought them to the auction area and looked for Deputy Manager Zhou Li to appraise them. The lady continued to speak. When Deputy Manager Zhou Li met them and asked them to take out their items for him to appraise, they hesitated for a long time and did not take out anything in the end. Chapter 1169. As soon as the woman finished speaking, it caused a commotion at the backstage of the Zhou clan's auction fair. Deceiving the Zhou clan's auction fair is the same as deceiving the Zhou clan. Vice Manager Zhou Li has already done his best to ask you to scram. How dare you accuse him of taking your things? You deserve to die. This is the first time in my life that I've heard of such a shameless person. The Zhou clan members were filled with righteous indignation as they glared at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Their words were not polite at all. The The silver-robed old man, the manager of the Zhou clan's auction fair, had a gloomy expression on his face after he heard the woman's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice, "Do you have anything else to say?" "Regardless of whether I have anything else to say. Now, if I were to say something, would you believe me?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the silver-robed old man indifferently. From the beginning until the end, his expression remained calm as if he did not realize the impending danger. Or perhaps he was not afraid of the impending danger at all. "Manager, why are you wasting your breath on him? Let's get rid of them. We should start preparing for the auction," Zhou Li said. "Don't you all agree?" Then, Zhou Li looked at the rest of the people backstage. "Kill them." They slandered manager Zhou Li and looked down on the Zhou clan. They deserve to die. That's right. They deserve to die. Zhou Li's words were like a fuse that completely ignited the atmosphere backstage. Each of the Zhou clan members wanted to skin Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu alive and swallow them whole. It was only when the silver-robed old man raised his hand that the backstage quietened down. "I would like to hear what you have to say." The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke unhurriedly. "Manager, there's no need to waste time on such liars." Zhou Li frowned when he heard the old man's words. His eyes were filled with viciousness. "I think we should just kill him." As he spoke, Zhou Li took a step forward and stood next to the old man. He was about to attack Duan Lingtian. However, he was stopped by the old man. "What? Vice Manager Zhou Li, are you feeling guilty?" Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Li with a smile, which made Zhou Li's hair stand on end. Zhou Li's face darkened, but he still snorted and said, "What am I guilty of? Could it be that I, Zhou Li, can really take your things? It's not up to you to decide whether or not you took my things." The smile on Duan Lingtian's face did not change. "Naturally, it's not up to me to decide. Didn't you hear what the people who brought you here said? You are all liars. You are here to cause trouble for our Zhou clan's auction house." Zhou Li sneered. "Really?" Duan Lingtian gave Zhou Li a deep look. Then he raised his hand, revealing a sword and a pill. "Didn't you ask me if I had any other spirit tools and pills? I'm sorry, I forgot that I still have them in my spatial ring." Zhou Li's expression changed when he saw Duan Lingtian taking out the spirit sword and pills. However, his eyes narrowed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "You're the manager of the Zhou clan's auction house, right?" Duan Lingtian looked at the silver-robed old man and casually passed the sword and medicinal pill in his hand to him. "Earlier, your subordinate, Zhou Li, took one of my Grade 1 spirit swords and Grade 1 life recovery pills for himself." What a joke! Before the old man could say anything, Zhou Li sneered. "Do you think our Zhou clan lacks a mere Grade 1 spirit sword and Grade 1 life recovery pill? Why would we need to take yours for ourselves? I don't know if the Zhou clan lacks them or not. However, I think you do," Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. "You're seeking death." Zhou Li could no longer hold himself back when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He was completely enraged. When the old man reached out to take the Grade 1 spirit sword and Grade 1 life recovery pill from Duan Lingtian, the origin energy on Zhou Li's body skyrocketed. His profundity followed like a shadow as he shot toward Duan Lingtian like a cannonball. Zhou Li, the silver-robed old man who had just taken the spirit sword and pills, did not expect Zhou Li would ignore his advice and attack Duan Lingtian. His expression changed drastically, and he felt his dignity was being challenged. However, it was too late for him to save the purple-clothed young man now. Zhou Li's attack was too sudden. It was so sudden that he did not even have time to react. Boom! Soon after, a loud explosion reverberated in the air. Everyone in the Zhou clan thought the purple-clad young man had been killed by Zhou Li. However, as the sound of the explosion reverberated in the air and a gust of wind blew, they were stunned when they saw the scene before them. Heavens! What did they just see? The purple-clad young man was standing there, unharmed. On the other hand, Zhou Li was curled up on the ground and rolling on the ground. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "You destroyed my Dantian. You're so cruel. You're so cruel. Zhou Li screamed hysterically as he held his lower abdomen in pain and rolled on the ground. He pointed a trembling finger at Duan Lingtian and shouted hysterically. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Everyone in the Zhou clan who was present knew Zhou Li very well. Zhou Li was an elder in their Zhou clan. He was only in his 50s, but he was already at the 4th level martial monarch stage. His strength was shocking. However, today, such a person had his dantian destroyed in front of a young man who looked like he was only in his 20s. Don't you think you've gone overboard? The silver-robed old man, the supervisor of the Zhou clan's auction square, stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. Overboard? Duan Lingtian smiled. He stole my grade 1 spirit weapon and grade 1 medicinal pills, and he even wanted to kill me. Now, I've only destroyed his cultivation base. Do you think I've gone overboard? The matter hasn't been settled yet. The silver-robed old man looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully and said in a deep voice, I've worked with Zhou Li for many years, so I know him quite well. It's impossible for a mere grade 1 spirit weapon and grade 1 life recovery pill to arouse his greed. That's right. I think so too. Many people from the Zhou clan nodded in agreement. They glared at Duan Lingtian angrily, but none of them dared to make a move. Similar to the silver-robed old man, they were shocked by the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. Zhou Li's dantian was destroyed in just one blow. Even the silver-robed old man, the supervisor of the Zhou clan's auction square, was afraid of Duan Lingtian's strength. Supervisor Zhou Ji, kill him. Avenge me! Avenge me! Zhou Li, who was in so much pain that he was almost numb, finally stopped rolling on the ground. He looked at the silver-robed old man with cold sweat on his forehead as he urged in a shrill voice. The silver-robed old man was the supervisor of the Zhou clan's auction square. His name was Zhou Ji. If it's just an ordinary grade 1 spirit weapon and grade 1 life recovery pill, naturally he wouldn't be so greedy. However, do you think my grade 1 spirit weapon and grade 1 life recovery pill that are qualified to be the finale of your auction are ordinary? Duan Lingtian said calmly. His expression remained unchanged in the face of Zhou Ji's doubts. Horror dawned on Zhou Li's face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Fear could be seen in his eyes. Everyone from the Zhou clan, including Zhou Ji, had their eyes on the grade 1 spirit sword and grade 1 life recovery pill in Zhou Ji's hand. Isn't it just a grade 1 spirit weapon and grade 1 life recovery pill? What's the difference? Many people were skeptical. When Zhou Ji raised his hand, pure origin energy surged into the grade 1 spirit sword in his hand. At once, a clear and melodious sword chime resonated in the air. One could tell it was a good sword just by listening to the sword chime. Soon after, an ancient black dragon silhouette appeared above Zhou Ji's head. It was as though it was telling everyone that his cultivation base was at the 7th level martial monarch stage. Soon after, an ancient black dragon silhouette appeared, and the heaven and earth phenomenon appeared again. A total of 9,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared before everyone's eyes in just a blink of an eye. A 90% boost. While most of the people were still studying the group of ancient horned dragon silhouettes and trying to figure out how many of them there were, Zhou Ji finally regained his senses and cried out in surprise. A 90% boost? The entire place was in an uproar. They had never seen or heard of a grade 1 spirit weapon that could provide a 90% boost before. However, it had appeared before their eyes today. Lord Manager, can this grade 1 spirit sword really amplify my strength by 90%? Many people swallowed their saliva and asked with difficulty. What? Are all of you doubting my words? Zhou Ji glared at these people before he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. He asked in a daze, May I ask who made this grade 1 spirit sword? This was casually refined by a grade 1 weapons craftsman in my sect. What do you think? Can it be the finale of the auction that your Zhou clan's auction square is holding today? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly after he finished speaking. Of course. Zhou Ji nodded immediately. Then, his eyes landed on the grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand. Zhou, and you're a grade 2 alchemist. Take a look at this grade 1 life recovery pill. While the crowd was still in shock over the grade 1 spirit sword in Zhou Ji's hand, Zhou Ji looked at a white-haired old man and casually tossed the grade 1 life recovery pill in his hand to him. After the old man called Zhou and received the grade 1 life recovery pill, he began to examine it carefully. His body began to tremble violently with just a glance. What's wrong with Elder Zhou? Don't tell me there's something special about the grade 1 life recovery pill? It must be. With the grade 1 spirit sword as an example, the Zhou clan members present on the scene no longer dared to underestimate the grade 1 life recovery pill that was also in the hands of the purple-clad young man. The purity is 91%. This is a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91%. Zhou exclaimed excitedly when he regained his senses after a while. His body stopped trembling. The moment Zhou's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent again. A grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91%? Heavens! It was impossible for a grade 1 weapons craftsman who could refine a grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification to join an ordinary sect. Although their Zhou clan was also a first-rate force, it could only be ranked at the bottom among all the first-rate forces in the inner land. It was at the bottom of the first-rate forces on the Cloud Continent. The closer it was to the central area of the inner land, the stronger the first-rate forces there were. May I know which sect you're from, sir? Zhou Ji asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian after taking a deep breath. It won't take long for you to find out which sect I'm from. Now, take my things out of Zhou Li's spatial ring so that your Zhou clan members won't say that I'm framing him. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly in the face of Zhou Ji's question. He raised his hand and tossed Zhou Li's spatial ring to Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji glanced at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze before performing the blood ownership claim on Zhou Li's spatial ring. Soon after, he took out a spirit sword and a medicinal pill from it. Although they were mentally prepared, the Zhou clan members who were present were in an uproar when they saw Zhou Ji taking out the stolen goods from Zhou Li's spatial ring. At the same time, they looked at Zhou Li's corpse in disdain. What a disgrace to our Zhou clan! He's even the Grand Elder's son. He's a disgrace to the Zhou clan. Although Zhou Li was already a corpse, many people still mocked him. Put the sword and medicinal pill back. Remove the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring and return it to me. As for the sword and medicinal pill from before, if your Zhou clan's auction fair is willing to auction them for me, I'll hand them over to you. If you're not willing, I'll take them and leave. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Ji and said nonchalantly, "Of course we're willing." Zhou Ji replied without any hesitation, "Not only that, the Zhou clan's auction fair will auction these 2 items for free." As he spoke, Zhou Ji placed the sword and medicinal pill back into the spatial ring left behind by Zhou Li. Then, he removed the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring and returned it to Duan Lingtian. "If that's the case, thank you, Manager Zhou Ji," Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Zhou Ji deeply. "You're welcome." Faced with this young man who was not afraid of their Zhou clan's Grand Elder, Zhou Ji did not dare to be negligent before he knew his background. He was deeply afraid that he would offend someone he could not afford to offend. Also, how do you want to deal with her? Zhou Ji asked Duan Lingtian as he looked at the woman who was standing at the side and trembling in fear. Thump. The moment Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, the woman knelt in front of Duan Lingtian and kowtowed loudly. "Customer, I know I'm in the wrong. It's only right for you to take my life. However, I hope that after I die, you'll be merciful and let my family go." The woman kowtowed and begged for mercy. However, she was not begging for mercy for herself. Instead, she was begging for mercy for her family. She was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would vent his anger on her family. Since you explained the reason to me using your voice transmission earlier, I won't make a fuss about it with you. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Thank you, customer. Thank you. The woman hurriedly thanked him. Since the customer won't make a fuss about it, why aren't you getting up? The auction is about to begin. Why aren't you bringing the customer to the VIP area? You better serve the customer well. Otherwise, don't ever come here again. Zhou Ji frowned when he saw the woman was still kneeling on the ground. Yes, yes. The woman regained her senses when she heard Zhou Ji's words. She hurriedly stood up and looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Customer, please follow me. She led the way while Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu followed closely behind. After Duan Lingtian left, the backstage of the Zhou clan's auction fair fell into a dead silence again. You, bring Zhou Li's body back to the clan. Also, inform the clan leader of what happened today. Tell him not to alarm the Grand Elder who's in closed-door cultivation and not to make a move before he finds out the background of the purple-clad young man. Zhou Ji looked at one of the Zhou clan's disciples and said with a fearful expression, I have a feeling he's not as simple as he seems. The Zhou clan's disciples responded respectfully when they heard Zhou Ji's words. They carried Zhou Li's body and left. Everyone, make your preparations. The auction is about to begin. Zhou Ji said to the others. Everyone responded one after another. On the other side, under the woman's lead, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu successfully arrived at the area closest to the auction stage. It was also the so-called VIP area. There were many individual pavilions here as well. Some of the pavilions only had one person while others had groups of 3 to 5 people chatting happily. It was obvious they had come together. There's someone wearing a mask? Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered there were many people in the VIP area who were wearing masks. It was as though they were afraid of being recognized. Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess what they were thinking. They were worried that if they bid for something in the auction, it would attract the attention of others. If they wore a mask, nobody would know they were the ones who bid for the item. At that time, they could take off their masks and leave as though nothing had happened. Customer, please. The woman led Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu into an empty pavilion. There was a stone table and stone stools in the pavilion. There were fine wines, delicacies, and fresh fruits on the stone table. After Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu sat down, the woman stood guard in front of the pavilion and said to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, Customer, if you need anything, you can call me at any time. After she finished speaking, the woman stood guard in front of the pavilion. There were many pavilions in the VIP area. However, only the pavilion where Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were standing guard was guarded by people from the Zhou clan's auction fair. For a time, this pavilion that stood out like a crane among chickens attracted the attention of many people. Who's so arrogant? He even has someone to serve him. Many people were curious. A young man dressed in brocade clothes sat in a pavilion not far away from Duan Lingtian's pavilion. Behind the young man, an old man stood there like a shadow. I'd like to see who can make the Zhou clan treat him like this. Even I, the young master, am not served. The young man in brocade clothes heard the surrounding voices and saw the woman standing in front of the pavilion not far away. His face turned slightly gloomy. Then he stood up and led the old man to the pavilion. Customer, this place is taken. Just as the young man in brocade clothes was about to break into Duan Lingtian's pavilion with the old man, the woman standing at the side stopped them and said with a smile, Please find another place. Get lost. The young man in brocade clothes was furious when he saw the woman blocking his way. He raised his hand and struck out like lightning. Boom! Chapter 1171. The loud noise when the woman was killed instantly alarmed Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian could make a move, a layer of invisible light rose up and blocked the blood that splattered on him and Tianwu. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian looked at the culprit who was slowly walking into the pergola. His face gradually turned grave. What a beautiful woman! The young man in embroidered clothes brought the old man in. His eyes immediately landed on Feng Tianwu. As for Duan Lingtian, he completely ignored him. Feng Tianwu's peerless appearance entered his eyes, and it caused his breathing to become hurried. When had he ever seen such a beauty? Miss, my name is Wuxia. I'm the son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. May I know your name, miss? The young man in embroidered clothes walked up to Feng Tianwu. A warm and brilliant smile bloomed on his handsome face. However, there was only lust and desire in the depth of his eyes. He desired this woman who was almost perfect in front of him. Scram! When Wu Jie greeted Feng Tianwu politely, Feng Tianwu only replied with a single word. Wu Jie was dumbstruck. Ever since Wu Jie killed the woman outside the pergola, the commotion here had alarmed many people and attracted many people's attention. Due to this reason, the scene of Wu Jie failing to strike up a conversation with Feng Tianwu and being rebuked by Feng Tianwu was also witnessed by a group of people. The son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect? Many people did not dare to say anything after learning of Wu Jie's identity. However, their eyes were filled with mockery when they looked at Wu Jie. The True Martial Sect was a first-rate force that was on par with the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City and the Yin Yang sect in the past. I said I'm the son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. The young sect leader of True Martial Sect. Wu Jie felt extremely humiliated when he sensed the mocking gazes from the surroundings. He tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart and looked at Feng Tianwu again as he repeated himself. Scram! However, this time, Feng Tianwu's reply was still the same. Get lost. Wu Jie's body trembled, and his expression gradually turned ferocious. When had he ever been disregarded in public like this? Such disregard was no different from humiliation. The group of people who were watching the show were also in an uproar. While they looked at Wu Jie mockingly, they also looked at Feng Tianwu in surprise. They did not expect this woman to be so bold as to treat the son of the True Martial Sect's sect master in such a manner. It should be known that although the True Martial Sect's sect leader had 2 sons, the one he doted on the most was undoubtedly his youngest son, whom he had gotten in his later years. He practically viewed him as his lifeblood. Bitch! I gave you face, but you don't want it. Finally, Wu Jie could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and completely exploded. He took a step forward and stretched out his hands to grab Feng Tianwu. Aren't you arrogant? From today onwards, this young master will make you my slave. Wu Jie was the son of the sect leader of the True Martial Sect. He was in his early 30s, and his cultivation base was at the peak of the void. However, in front of Feng Tianwu, he was no different from an ant. Young master! The short-lived sound of a sword whistling accompanied by a loud shout reverberated in the air. As it turned out, Feng Tianwu had casually killed Wu Jie, who was charging at her menacingly, with just a swing of her sword. The person who shouted at the same time was the old man behind Wu Jie. It did not cross the old man's mind that this seemingly harmless red-clad woman would be able to kill his young master before he could even react. His young master was dead. How was he going to explain this to the sect leader when he returned? The surroundings fell into a dead silence. Many pairs of eyes were slightly stunned as they looked at Wu Jie, who was lying in a pool of blood. She killed the youngest son of the sect leader of the True Martial Sect? She's in big trouble now. The True Martial Sect won't let her go. I can't believe she's only in her early 20s, but she actually has the strength to kill the youngest son of the sect leader of the True Martial Sect. Although they didn't mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon, I heard that the cultivation base of the youngest son of the sect leader of the True Martial Sect seems to be at the peak of the void. She killed him in just one blow. She must be a martial monarch powerhouse. The onlookers discussed animatedly as they stared at the peerlessly beautiful woman in front of them in shock. It was said that women were a source of calamity. Today, they finally witnessed it for themselves. If it was not for the fact that the son of the sect leader of the true martial sect harbored evil thoughts toward this woman, he would not have ended up in such a state. However, they were unaware of this fact. When the son of the sect leader of the true martial sect killed the woman who was guarding outside the pavilion, he had already been sentenced to death by the purple-clad young man next to the woman. "How dare you kill my young master? Do you know who he is?" When the old man saw Wuxia lying on the ground, he was so enraged that his body began to tremble. He glared at Feng Tianwu as though he still had not recovered from the shock earlier. "Does it have anything to do with me who he is?" Feng Tianwu lifted her head and glanced at the old man indifferently before she said something that almost made the old man spit out blood. This woman had killed his young master first. Then she asked if it had anything to do with her who his young master was. "You're seeking death." The old man could no longer hold it in. With a loud shout, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into thunder and lightning that twined around his body, making him look like the god of thunder. Not only that, but there were also wisps of green wind twining around the thunder and lightning. Apart from the wind, there were also wisps of solidified flames that were dancing around. The old man moved and charged out. Wherever he passed, the sound of air exploding rose and fell. Invisible airwaves rolled and turned into a violent wind that blew in all directions. Soon after, a sword appeared in the old man's hand out of thin air. The sword swung from the west as though it had the help of the gods as it headed straight for Feng Tianwu. The strength that the old man displayed was not only above Wuxia, but it was also far above Feng Tianwu. However, Feng Tianwu's expression remained unchanged in the face of the old man who was charging at her like a storm. She had no intention of making a move as well. Is she crazy? Looks like she's determined to die. Many of the spectators thought to themselves when they saw the scene before their eyes. Just when everyone thought that Feng Tianwu was going to die, a scene that was out of everyone's expectations appeared. All of them widened their eyes until their pupils were round. Heavens! What did they just see? The purple-clad young man who was sitting next to the red-clad lady, who had not made a move all this while, made his move like a thunderbolt when the old man's sword that contained the strength of 2 blue dragons and a few thousand horned dragons was charging at the red-clad lady. With just a finger, he blocked the old man's sword that he had attacked with all his might. The finger and sword collided, and they were in a stalemate for the time being. With the collision as the center, waves of rolling airwaves spread out. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into a violent wind that caused the robes of the spectators to flutter. Some of the people with a lower cultivation base even squinted their eyes from the wind. However, their eyes never left the purple-clad young man in the distance. The purple-clad young man's strength made them feel inexplicably shocked. Smith, Smith, Smith. At this moment, the old man's face turned red, and his body trembled slightly. With his feet as the center, tiny cracks began to appear. The cracks continued to spread like a giant spider web. Humph! Compared to the old man who was powerless, Duan Lingtan appeared to be calm and composed. However, he soon snorted coldly, and the finger that was on the tip of the old man's sword trembled. A vast amount of energy surged out from Duan Lingtian's finger and entered the spirit sword in the old man's hand as easily as crushing dry weeds before it entered the old man's body. Boom! In just an instant, the overbearing energy destroyed the old man's internal organs. It killed the old man in an invisible manner, causing him to fall to the ground with a dull look in his eyes. He was no longer breathing. Silence. The entire place was dead silent. True martial sect? Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 corpses in front of him coldly. A hint of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth. According to Luo Ping, the true martial sect was one of the sworn enemies of the original Yin-Yang sect. Tianwu, let's go over there. Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and took away the spatial rings, profundity fragments, and concept fragments from the 2 corpses. Then he brought Feng Tianwu to an empty pavilion and sat down again. At the same time, many pairs of eyes followed them. Who's this purple-clad young man? He's so powerful. Judging from the heaven and earth phenomenon that he triggered, this old man from the true martial sect should be at least at the 5th or 6th level martial monarch stage. However, he was still killed by just a finger. He's too powerful. I'm guessing he's a powerful demon. It's impossible for a human martial artist to possess such powerful strength at such a young age. The group of people whispered among themselves. Apart from fear, there was only fear in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu sat down in another pavilion again. The previous pavilion was soon cleaned up by the Zhou clan's auction fair staff. While they were cleaning up, a few of the staff's bodies were trembling slightly. They were cleaning up the body of the youngest son that the sect leader of the true martial sect doted on the most. Backstage of the Zhou clan's auction fair. Manager, those two are too good at causing trouble. First they killed Zhou. Now they even killed the youngest son of the sect leader of the true martial sect and an elder from the true martial sect. One of the Zhou clan's disciples looked at Zhou Ji and reported with a wry smile on his face. It seems like our Zhou clan's auction fair is destined to be chaotic today. Zhou Ji sighed. Manager, I've already done as you instructed. I've already sent the two bodies to the true martial sect's property in Ataraxia City. Soon after, someone came in and reported. Manager, it's about to begin. At this moment, someone reminded him. Everything's going according to plan. It must be a mess outside now. I'll go out and calm them down first. After Zhou Ji said that, he walked out of the backstage of the auction fair and went up to the open-air auction stage. As he stood on the auction stage, he could clearly see the pavilions in front of him and the guests sitting in the pavilions. These guests were here to participate in the large-scale auction that was being held by the Zhou clan's auction fair today. Everyone, I hereby announce. The large-scale auction that's held every 3 months at the Zhou clan's auction fair will now begin. Chapter 1172. As Zhou Ji announced the start of the auction, all the guests in the Zhou clan's auction square shifted their attention from Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu to the auction stage. Soon after, someone brought the first auction item up, attracting everyone's attention, including Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian only took a glance before he retracted his gaze. The first auction item was a bottle of grade 1 pills. Even though it was separated by the pill bottle, his spiritual energy could still easily probe the origin of the pills. It was a grade 1 pill with a purity of less than 70%. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, it was no different from trash. However, the trash in Duan Lingtian's eyes did not mean that other people would treat it as trash as well. In many people's eyes, it was a treasure that they would have to spend a lot of high-grade origin stones to obtain. I bid 20 high-grade origin stones, 30 high-grade origin stones, 50 high-grade origin stones. In the end, the bottle of grade 1 pills that Duan Lingtian regarded as trash was bought by someone at the high price of 120 high-grade origin stones. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Such trash, not to mention 120 upper-grade primordial stones, even if it was sold to him for 1 lower-grade primordial stone, he would not buy it. Pills were different from spirit weapons. Spirit weapons of lower quality could be reforged, but pills could not. The auction was in full swing. However, it was not calm in the Zhou clan's mansion in Ataraxia City. When a corpse was sent to the Zhou clan's mansion, the entire Zhou clan was in an uproar. All the Zhou clan's high-ranking officials who were in the Zhou clan's mansion and were not in closed-door cultivation gathered together. In the Zhou clan's main hall, an old man wearing a gold and green robe sat on the main seat. The old man looked extremely healthy. There was an awe-inspiring aura between his brows. This old man was the current clan leader of the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City, Zhou Zheng. There was a group of people gathered below him. There were old people and middle-aged people among them. They were the Zhou clan's elders. At this moment, they were surrounding a corpse that was lying on the ground. The corpse was not unfamiliar to them. Zhou Li, the son of the Zhou clan's grand elder. Patriarch, who did this? A middle-aged elder of the Zhou clan widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Zhou Zheng, who was sitting at the head of the table. He found it hard to imagine who would be so bold. He even dared to kill the only son of their Zhou clan's great elder. For a moment, all the elders of the Zhou clan also looked at Zhou Zheng curiously. The great elder of the Zhou clan was a famous expert in the area around Peaceful City. In their opinion, daring to kill the only son of their Zhou clan's great elder was tantamount to courting death. I'm not sure yet. Facing the curious gazes of the Zhou clan elders, Zhou Zheng shook his head. Not sure? Zhou Zheng's words caused the Zhou clan elders to be completely dumbfounded. Patriarch, what do you mean? Could it be that you don't even know who killed Zhou Li? An elder of the Zhou clan asked with a frown. If that's really the case, then wouldn't Great Elder want to avenge Zhou Li, but still be unable to find the murderer? If the Great Elder comes out of seclusion, he definitely won't be able to accept this. Before Zhou Zheng could open his mouth, the other elders of the Zhou clan had already started discussing. The murderer is currently in our Zhou clan's auction square. When Zhou Zheng opened his mouth, the entire place fell silent. A moment later, a Zhou clan elder was the first to react. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, Patriarch, the great elder has devoted his entire life to our Zhou clan. Now that he's in closed-door cultivation to make a breakthrough, and his only son has been killed, we should capture the murderer and wait for the great elder to come out of seclusion to deal with him. The other elders of the Zhou clan agreed with the suggestion of this Zhou clan elder. If this matter is so simple, do you think I'd ask all of you to come here? Zhou Zheng asked as he glanced at the Zhou clan elders indifferently. At once, the Zhou clan elders fell silent. Patriarch, is there any problem? Soon after, a sensitive Zhou clan elder asked. That's right. Zhou Zheng nodded and said, Zhou Li was killed in the backstage of our Zhou clan's auction square. When Zhou Li died, Zhou Ji was also present. Zhou Ji, the steward of the Zhou clan's auction square. At the same time, he was also a powerful Zhou clan elder. Come to think of it, if he was not powerful, how could he be the steward of the Zhou clan's auction square that was extremely important to the Zhou clan? Elder Zhou Ji was present? How could the murderer kill Zhou Li? Many of the grand elders of the Zhou clan gasped as their pupils constricted unconsciously. Zhou Ji was at the 7th level martial monarch stage. His strength could be ranked in the top 10 in the Zhou clan. According to Zhou Ji, even he didn't have time to react when the other party attacked. The other party's strength is in no way inferior to him. In fact, the other party is even stronger. Zhou Zheng said in a deep voice. In our Zhou clan, including the Patriarch and the Great Elder, there are 3 supreme elders who are stronger than Elder Zhou Ji. Wouldn't it be easy for them to deal with that person? Many Zhou clan elders said confidently. Of course, I know that. Zhou Zheng said, however, the person who killed Zhou Li must be someone special. The moment Zhou Zheng's words left his mouth, it attracted the attention of all the Zhou clan elders. Someone special? According to the clan disciple who brought Zhou Li's body back, the person who killed Zhou Li is a guest who came to our Zhou clan's auction square to auction. Zhou Zheng said slowly and paused for a moment. A guest? Since he's a guest, why would he kill Zhou Li? Don't tell me Zhou Li provoked him? The group of Zhou clan elders asked curiously. Today, 2 guests came to our Zhou clan's auction square to auction. Facing the doubts of the Zhou clan's elders, Zhou Zheng told them the ins and outs of the matter that he knew. He told them everything, including the fact that the guest who killed Zhou Li had sent a Grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90% and a Grade 1 pill with a purity of more than 90%. Of course, he did not leave out the fact that Zhou Li was greedy and intended to take the items that the guest had sent to auction for himself. The Zhou clan's main hall was in an uproar when Zhou Zheng finished speaking. Many of the Zhou clan elders' faces became somewhat ugly, and even more people's faces and ears turned red, as if they were embarrassed because of something. How shameful! How shameful! This time, not only did Zhou Li disgrace himself, he even brought shame to our Zhou family. If that guest spreads the news, who would dare to send their items to our Zhou clan's auction square in the future? Although I respect the Grand Elder regarding this matter, I can only say, Zhou Li deserved to die. That's right, he deserved to die. Many of the Zhou clan elders changed their target to Zhou Li after they understood what had happened. All of them were filled with righteous indignation. Silence! As Zhou Zheng shouted coldly, the Zhou clan's main hall regained its silence. Even if Zhou Li was in the wrong in this matter, he still paid with his life. Therefore, I don't want anyone to talk about him anymore. Zhou Zheng looked around and said in a deep voice. The group of Zhou clan elders fell silent immediately. Clan leader, you said that. The guest said that the Grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90% was refined by a Grade 1 weapons craftsman in his sect? One of the Zhou clan elders asked as he looked at Zhou Zheng. That's right. Zhou Zheng nodded. That's what the clan disciple that Zhou Ji sent back said. Moreover, Zhou Ji suspects that the Grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91% was refined by a Grade 1 alchemist in that person's sect. Whoosh! The moment Zhou Zheng's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. All of the Zhou clan elders' expressions changed drastically. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that his sect has 2 extraordinary weapons craftsmen and alchemists? Heavens! How powerful must such a sect be? Many of the Zhou clan elders exclaimed softly. For this reason, before we find out more about him, not only can we not offend him, but we can't allow the Grand Elder to look for trouble with him even if he comes out of closed-door cultivation. A hint of dread could be seen on Zhou Zheng's face when he reached the end of his sentence. The group of Zhou clan elders agreed with him. Clan leader! Clan leader! At this moment, a panting voice resonated from outside. It was obvious that the person had just rushed back to the Zhou clan. Zhou Zheng raised his eyebrows and replied, "Come in." A moment later, a Zhou clan disciple who looked like he was in a hurry entered the main hall. When he saw the group of Zhou clan elders present, he could not help but feel a little awkward. Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Did something happen at the auction? Zhou Zheng asked when he recognized the person as the disciple in charge of the Zhou clan's auction. Auction? The moment Zhou Zheng spoke, all of the Zhou clan elders looked at him curiously. They were curious as to why he rushed back to the clan to look for the clan leader. The Zhou clan disciple who rushed back quickly nodded. Speak. Zhou Zheng said, Clan leader, the guest who killed Elder Zhou Li and the woman next to him killed the young sect leader of True Martial Sect and the person next to him at our Zhou clan's auction. The Zhou clan disciple finished his sentence in one breath. He had returned to report this. The moment the Zhou clan disciple's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. The young sect leader of True Martial Sect? Which young sect leader? Is it the young sect leader, Wu Jian, who's in charge of the True Martial Sect's business in our Ataraxia city? As the clan leader of Zhou clan and one of the top powerhouses in the Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng immediately reacted and asked. Wu Jian was the eldest son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. He usually stayed in Ataraxia City and took care of the True Martial Sect's business in Ataraxia City. He was also a powerful person who was not inferior to Zhou Ji, the manager of their Zhou clan's auction. The Zhou clan disciple shook his head and smiled wryly. It's Wu Jia. He's the youngest son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect.